I was just thinking about this. If I mean, it's a bit convoluted. If you'll hear me out, but I'm sure there's an easier way to explain this. But I'll I like Dell's little thought experiment, which is if you had a swimming pool, right? You know yourself if you've tried to take a ball under a swimming pool, well, that is very difficult, isn't it? You know, because of the buoyancy, it wants to get out of there, doesn't it? It's like wants to pop out of the top. But you can drag a ball, just say a football, you drag it underneath that pool, right? And you hold it at the bottom. Now, if you imagine that pool is suspended by two cranes high in the sky, let's just say a few 100 feet in the sky, and then you let that whole system go. You think of that as a whole little system in itself. The pool, let's say there's a person and he's hanging onto that ball at the bottom of the pool. As soon as you let the crane just and you let it go, guess what? There's no more density and buoyancy. It's gone. And in your idea, from what you're telling me, from your logic, Jin, that ball should still pop out the water, but it doesn't. So that to me would suggest that it's not
can you
density
explain
and
that again? Can you?
Yes.
I do apologize for interrupting you. Can you start again and explain it again? You lost me.
If you get a ball, if you get a football and you drag it under a swimming pool, right? You know yourself, if you let that ball go, it's just going to boom, it's going to pop out at the top, right? But if you're stood in that same swimming pool that it's attached in the air by two cranes, right? I know it's all a bit convoluted. I'm sorry, but you just got to imagine it, right? And you still drag the buoyancy is there, the buoyancy density. It's all there while it's attached to the cranes. In other words, while it's attached to the earth. As soon as they let that go, that system, the pool, the ball, as soon as they let it go into free fall, it doesn't pop out anymore. The ball doesn't come flying out of the water. It'll just stay there. It'll just stay in the middle.
Have you seen these experiments? Hang on a minute. Have you seen these experiments where people attach a camera to like a big water bottle, shake it so you get air bubbles, and then drop it? For the whole time the bottle is falling, the bubbles do not rise up to the top of the bottle. Buoyancy doesn't work anymore in free fall.
Yeah, it ceases to be.
Yeah.
The thing is, you're creating situations that we don't live in. That's your problem, number one. Number two, the simplest way to find out what happens is to have your vacuum chambers and your vacuum tubes and the Earth's atmos and drop the objects. Don't make convoluted experiments that don't really match what we actually live in. That's your problem.
Well, that is what we live in.
That's why people get lost with your convoluted explanations, because they're not relevant.
So we have
not relevant to the experiences we're having and living in. No curvature.
No, so we don't have any waterfalls on Earth. I see.
No gravity. You see, you won't let me finish. When you speak, I go on mute. When you're speaking, mute yourself so I can finish. No gravity you've got no gravity here. Okay, you're trying to evoke it. The best way to prove it is to drop objects, and the heavier object hits the ground first in the Earth's atmos and also in vacuum tubes. I've witnessed that. No matter how many convoluted experiments you want to bring up that we don't actually live in, gravity does not exist. And the citation from Sir Isaac Newton is he didn't agree with mass attracting mass.
Well, the mechanism behind it, I'm not trying to, because I realize that as well can get us into the weeds. So the mechanism for why it is this constant that's always there, I forget even the name. You can call it something else if you like, downity, if you will. But to me, it's very obvious, and that's why I was asking Tony for some sort of thing I could point to that the layman could understand, because to me, like, it's obvious your vestibular system, it needs orientation. If you think of your stomach when you've been in any type of free fall situation, what happens to your stomach? Well, it feels like it's in your throat all of a sudden, because he's used to being having that orientation constantly when you're on the ground.
It's got nothing to do with gravity. That's the point I'm talking about.
Of course it has.
It's got nothing to do with gravity, because Objects are dropping to the floor at different rates. The heavier the object, the quicker it's going to drop and reach its maximum drop velocity and land first versus a lighter one. In Earth's
Except in a
atmos
vacuum
and in
where it
Earth's-
doesn't
Yeah,
happen like
we've
this.
already been
And
through
in
this
actually-
technical. Tactical. We've already been through this.
That's right, because
Oh,
you
yeah,
keep
I'm late.
yeah.
You won't
Oh,
accept
second.
that.
Everyone's
Oh,
interrupting here. The only reason why I'm repeating is because you guys are repeating. You don't repeat, I don't repeat. Thank you.
So that Pete and Pete, they could have made a mistake in their conclusion, though, right? That is possible.
No, it is not possible that they made a mistake because they've done 6 tests with integrity. And the reason why there were 6 tests, that they're in the comments, 1 or 2 people were not satisfied. So to alleviate their worries, they conducted and kept on conducting. So what we got there is correct. And you can actually take the time to replicate it for yourself. That's the integrity of those videos. You can actually go and do it for yourself so you actually know. And I'll say this, praise be to Allah that I know what I know. All thanks are given to the Creator. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar.
What?
You mean Satan?
I love Jen. He's hilarious. But it's no different than the vomit comment, dude. That's how you simulate 0 G's. Artificially, right? Or not even artificially. That's how you simulate 0 G's.
Right. So there's a parabolic arc. He's going down. He's literally being forced down. He's going faster than the 9.8, and that's why it's like that, right? I mean, it's going. It's right there. It's showing you that it's having to do that to show you that there's a constant there, right? That,
Well,
I mean,
Well, if you
obvious.
understand like the way pressure works, right? You need a container. You need containment. And to have gradient densities, you need some type of equilibrium to be met, right? Otherwise, you would have gas just either escaping or filling up the container. And once that container is filled up, and this is just a concept I'm trying to explain to you, why you have weightlessness when objects are falling is because they've yet to reach equilibrium or rest. Once that object finally touches the ground, though, what happens? The bubbles hit the surface. But since the bubbles and the water is falling at the same rate, right, you have what we call weightlessness. It still hasn't reached equilibrium. And now it sounds counterintuitive, but once that object hits the ground sets the equilibrium. Because both the water and the bubbles are trying to find equilibrium, and they're both falling.
well, the thing's weight is determined by what forces are acting on it. So if you were in one of those fucking crazy sleds that you've seen those sleds across the floor, right? I mean, if we were to measure you under that kind of acceleration, your weight would increase, and that's to me, that's why that's solid proof that weight is not an intrinsic property of matter.
It would only
right?
but to measure weight, you need equilibrium, dude. You wouldn't be able to measure any weight if it's still moving. It has to be at rest.
Right, but
Now
I'm
they
just saying,
act like it's at rest because accelerometers won't pick up acceleration. But that's not true, bro. If you believe that, why is there force multiplied when the object hits the ground? The higher that you drop it. That's kinetic force that you can measure objectively, empirically. And the higher that you drop the object, the more force you're gonna have when it hits the ground.
if I accelerated you up in your chair right now, though, right, and you just went flying up into the sky, accelerating up, your weight would increase, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So that to me seems pretty good evidence that That weight's determined by
no,
the forces that are
actually-
No,
acting
it's
on
because,
it.
but it's because it's a downward vector, it's a downward bias, bro.
Yeah. Actually, your weight doesn't increase. Your weight is the same. Your mass is the same. You're not gaining mass when you're being fired upwards.
That's amongst
That's
okay?
proving my
So that's-
point. That's,
that's wrong.
making my point.
Doesn't
But
increase.
Andy,
You
but
feel
Andy,
pressure,
that's what they call
but you
gravity,
don't
Andy,
increase
right?
weight.
Yeah, but it's
Gravity has a downward vector, downward bias. They say that gravity is not a force; it's a pseudo force. I don't believe that. I think gravity is a force. It can be measured objectively.
Oh well, I don't think so.
Yeah, if you change an object's altitude or latitude, its weight will change slightly. So I don't
But it
know.
won't.
This has been done.
Andy.
Did that gnome experiment, so you could have a look at that if you. I don't know.
Andy,
Yeah.
if you was on a trampoline, yeah,
Mhm.
and you was just standing on the trampoline at one end, and I jumped on the trampoline at the other end, and you pinged up in the air, you're gonna weigh more, yeah?
And if you accelerate
You know, okay. So you know what a optical illusion is. This is the way it's said. It's so deceptive because you're never ever gonna weigh more. You're always the same weight. It's the procession what you're in. Because when you come back down on the trampoline, you haven't gained the weight that you said you would gained.
no,
So
I
it's
see what,
momentarily. It's momentarily.
right. I see
So
exactly. I see what you're saying. Have you
it's
seen
just a
that guy?
deception.
Have you seen the thing that I can't remember? Was he the guy who invented the maglev train? I can never remember that guy's name. Is it Braithwaite or something like that? Anyway, the point is, there's this guy. He's on a stage. It's been shown many times. I could post it in the chat. And he's got that spinning thing at the end. He tries to pick it up. It's so heavy. It's like it's way over 50 pounds. And he tries to pick it up, and he can't.
I know
He's
what you
really
mean.
struggling. And then they spin it around, and then he just picks it up over his head really easily.
Yeah, and he turns around, and it's because it's like in procession. Look, you know when you get a pencil and you put it between your pointing finger and your thumb, and you wiggle it, it appears to be wobbling, doesn't it? You can make it wave. It will be wobbly. Like the pen is made of the pencil is made of rubber. Any solid, rigid object, if you move it up and down between your thumb and your pointer finger, you can pretend it's wobbling, but it's not wobbling. It's the same concept. It's just an optical illusion. Whereas the other one is like, you may appear to weigh more, but you never weighed any more. Hence, when you come back to that, if you stepped on the scale, when you come back down, where's the weight gone? There's no weight.
Well, maybe we're just reaching different conclusions, but it just seems pretty obvious that that's telling me that weight is not an intrinsic property of matter. It's dependent on what forces are acting on the whatever it is.
Exactly.
So what are we talking about here?
No, but it's just the way they say it. If you go on the other side of the equator, you're going to weigh more. No, you wouldn't. It's just ridiculous. Just ridiculous. Because if you're going to weigh any more, then you weigh.
Yeah. The other thing is molecules have weight, and it's not due to any pressure being exerted to the molecule. The molecule itself has its own inherent weight to it that makes it up, that would then make up an object. And that object has a mass and a weight, not because of any pressure on it. You have to prove that. That's gravity. You can't prove that. That's why it's rubbish, what you say. It's absolute junk. Okay? Weight comes from the molecules that make up that object that gives it its mass. If you want to weigh it, you put it on a scale where The springs have been designed to give us a standard of measurement for this object. Without it, we wouldn't know what it weighed. Heavier than the smaller stone, for example. A massive rock, yes, it's heavier, yeah, that's how we know. But we get measurements through tools, not because pressure is exerting on the scale. You know what I mean? That's crap. That's typical bamboozle pseudoscience nonsense. That's what that is. It's not even
Well,
science.
look, I'm very much like an amateur when it comes to this stuff, but respectfully, Jin, no serious person who's looked into this will take you seriously. I promise you.
About
You
what?
do have-
I promise you. I promise you. They're going to react the way you react, the way you just reacted. Oh, I'm not an expert, basically. Yeah, that's what they're going to react. And please bring them to me so I can smash them up. Bring them all. Bring them all.
But hey, Jen, you gotta admit though that weight is contingent on the medium that surrounds the object. Like if you weigh an object in the water versus on land or in a tub of mercury, you're gonna have different weights. Weights are just it's a convention.
So if I'm in the water, I'm gonna weigh less.
Lion, hang on a minute.
Well, no, because the mass remains the same, right? The material that you're made up of is the same, no matter what medium, but the weight changes.
I don't get what you mean.
Don't conflate weight with mass, right? I know they sound the same, but they're not the same.
Right. Look, the weight of an object and the mass of it are together, as far as I'm concerned. Here's an object; it has an inherent inertial mass. I'm never going to accept anything else. Doesn't matter what you say, Lion. That's what it is. And this object is not because of the medium around it that's giving it its weight. That's not the reason. Now, the object will behave differently in different mediums. I can accept that. Okay? So, it will act differently in different mediums. But the actual object itself isn't being an object because of the...
Right,
the
but
medium.
yeah, I understand. So I would just rephrase it and say that the mass of the object is not contingent on the medium around it. It doesn't change. So if you had a cube of gold, that cube of gold has the same amount of material, the same amount of mass, whether it's in water or whether it's on land. It doesn't change. The mass does not change.
Yeah.
The weight, which is a convention,
right, but it might
contingent on the medium, does change.
I'm going to try to look to see how to explain what I was talking about.
Yeah. So with Lion's last statement, yes, weight will behave differently in different mediums, environments. I can agree to that. Thank you.
The volume wouldn't necessarily change either, unless the object is being compressed by like the ocean, right? If you're at the bottom of the ocean, and it's one of these oceanic trenches, all that water above you, all that pressure is going to compress you like it does the styrofoam, and the volume will change, but the mass will still be the same, even if the volume shrunk down, right, into a mini styrofoam cup. The mass is, you still have the same amount of material, it's just compressed.
Yeah, it'd be more dense though. The density has changed slightly. You're changing the density now. You're making it more dense when you compress it. The thing is this, that's got nothing to do with gravity. That's my point. Got nothing to do with gravity. Nothing.
Well, I understand, but even with the density topic, like, it's kind of confusing because I forget the exact principle. But if you were to distribute the weight over a larger surface area, you would, by distributing the weight, it would have less pressure on the object.
Yeah, that's a great point. Yes, that's a great point indeed, that when you spread out the weight, it becomes lighter, manageable.
Yes.
But it's taking up a lot of area. It's taking up a lot of area now. The weight is still there, but you can now pick it up because you've spread it out, haven't you? Yeah.
Yeah. It's like if
Right.
you were to build
hang
an
on.
Olympic pool.
Again, nothing to do with gravity.
Hold on, I'm
Nothing
just
to
trying
do
to
with
show you that
gravity.
it is connected, because if you had a swimming pool that was horizontally distributed over a large surface area versus that same swimming pool that was then turned to the side, this is all hypothetical, right? To the point, it was, let's say 1,000 feet up or 100 feet up. Imagine all that water that's being compressed down into a smaller footprint, a smaller surface area. There's going to be a lot of water on top of your head. If you were to swim to the bottom of that swimming pool, you would probably need decompression as you came out from the top. You understand? From the top.
Yeah, you could be killed. You would be killed and crushed. Actually, is what would happen. You'd be killed and crushed. You'd be dead.
Right, a 1,000-foot swimming pool that would be oriented vertically versus that 1,000-foot swimming pool that's oriented horizontally. When it's horizontal, even though all that water is being contained within that same system, you don't have to worry about the bends. You don't have to worry about decompression because the weight is not a problem. It's being distributed over a larger surface area. And that's why gravity comes into effect. That's why there's a downward force, a downward vector that makes a difference in the
Nothing to
because
do
of
with
the
gravity.
but I'm saying because of the orientation, it does matter.
Because of the orientation. No, it's got nothing to do with gravity. I'll say again, you take a block, right? It's exerting a lot of pressure in this area. A block, 1,000 pounds block. You can see the indentation. But then you take that block now and you spread it out, yeah? It's no longer a block now. You've changed its shape. That's not gravity, is it? It's exerting less pressure because I've taken that weight and spread it around. So now it's exerting less force down because it's been spread around. It's got nothing to do with gravity.
I'm not talking, when I
Never
say
gonna
gravity,
accept
Jin, I'm using it just to convey the idea of what we know as a downward force, whatever that downward force might be. I'm not saying it's the bending warping of space-time. I'm not saying it's mass attracting mass necessarily. I'm just saying whatever that downward force is, that phenomena that we all witness on the earth of things falling, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. I don't accept it as a force. I don't think anything's dragging it down.
See, this
It's
is
just
what's
that we're in a
happening.
medium. Things that are lighter will go straight up. Yeah, go ahead.
This is what's happening. So you've got the apparent weight that would be equal to the surface force. Does that sound right, Lion? Apparent weight. You're standing up.
It's volume over density or something. I can't remember.
We're going to do the standing on the trampoline, and someone jumps on one. You're at one end, and someone jumps on it. So the acceleration causes the force. The other person jumping causes the trampoline to stretch downwards strongly, storing energy. Rebounds. The energy is released. Upward acceleration to the surface line, or to the surface of the surface. Sorry, of the surface line. Trying to word this. Yeah, it's just it's the force and the acceleration create experiences we associate with weight. It's that nothing's changed though. It's like the pencil. If you've got a pencil between your thumb and your forefinger and you wiggle it up and down, it appears like it's wobbling, but it's not wobbling. You know it's not wobbling. It's a rigid pencil, but it's just an optical illusion. It's the same thing. What is, like?
Well, it's not, because it can be measured. So it's not optical illusion.
How can it be measured? How can you weigh different? You're never ever going to weigh differently, regardless of what you say. That's why you've got a mathematical equation in there, because it's not real.
Why is it reading different on a scale then?
Oh, I'll tell you what. Right? When I go and smell a flower? Do I need a calculation to tell me what I'm doing, smelling the flower?
But why is it registering a different number on the scale?
Because you've got a mathematical equation.
What?
How you measuring it on a scale then? If right, I'm on a trampoline. Someone jumps in the air, and I ping off the other end. How are you measuring that?
No, I'm saying if you change its location, if you change its altitude, if you change its latitude, it will literally have a different number on the scale. So why?
What
It's not
scale?
imaginary.
What scale?
On a weight
That's what I'm
scale.
asking
What
you.
kind of fucking
scale
scale
are
do you
you
think I mean?
using? Huh?
What kind of scale do you think I mean?
I don't know. You tell me. You said you can measure it. So I said,
Mhm.
what are you using to measure? You said a scale. I said, what kind of scale? A fish scale? A set of scales in the
Your
bathroom?
fish scale, a weighing scale. What
A
were we
weighing
talking
scale.
about?
So how are you going to weigh someone in motion?
No, I said if you change its altitude or latitude.
So
Type in gnome
Yeah,
experiment. Gnome
yeah, but
experiment.
what are you?
Right.
How you
Yeah,
coming
yeah.
up
Can I
with?
interject here?
You're
just for a
going to
second?
make an
Can I
equation.
interject?
It's not an
Yeah,
equation.
let me
It's
interject here for a second.
What's happening?
Oh, God. Right, let me just get in here for a second. The thing is, the weight stays the same, but when you change locations, like you've said, the weight is not going to be affected at all. That weight is going to be the same. The scale is the problem. The equipment being used to weigh the weight. The weight itself does not change. Doesn't get heavier, doesn't get lighter. If it weighed 1 kilo in London and I go to Mount Everest, that is still 1 kilo. Because that's what I weighed it at London, 1 kilo.
no, Jim.
Now,
The
the
mass
equipment-
doesn't change. The mass doesn't change.
The
all right.
weight of the object. Look, I'm telling you now, the mass and
Yeah.
the
So
object.
someone who doesn't understand what weight and mass is telling me
I
right
do
now.
understand. You're arguing with me here, and I do understand. Just
A
stand
1
back.
kilo weight doesn't
Sorry,
matter
stop
about
bloody
a 1
interrupting.
kilo weight
I
weighs
did
1
ask
kilo
politely.
whether you
No,
weigh it
that's 1
wherever
kg
you want.
of weight, yeah, and mass. 1 kg. You take it to Mount Everest. What's going on there is that the scale are being affected, not the actual object itself. The scale is the problem. Okay?
Yeah, the
That's-
caliber. But you wouldn't just take a scale from London, put it at Mount Everest. You'd calibrate it,
Calibrate.
and the calibration would like set it for those parameters what you're at. So that's just I don't know. It's like, come on, it's like it's like me and the pencil. Oh, I've got a wobbly pencil. Look, I can make the pencil like wobble. Oh look, it's all bending. No, it ain't. It's just a trick. It's an optical illusion. And what you're doing is you're taking a scale, which
It's
was probably calibrated in
Desperados.
London, take it to somewhere else. It's out of calibration, and it's going to weigh differently. It's not rocket science. Come on, kind of tedious kid stuff.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah,
Like
sorry.
what
I'm
your
talking
granddad
over you.
would do, play a trick on you and go, "Yeah, it's magic."
Yeah. Sorry if I keep cutting in there. It's my mistake. I'm lagging here.
No,
So if I
it's
appear
fine.
to be talking over you, I apologize.
I can
because
only
that's
hear. I can only hear two people, you and Andy.
Okay, yeah, right. So if I
So I'm the
interrupt you,
same.
sorry about that. Yeah,
It's been like
I
this
agree
for
with what
ages.
you
I
said.
can't hear anyone.
Yeah, I agree with what you said actually, because that's apparent. You've got to calibrate your scale in the environment that you are in, but your weight does not change because you go higher up. Do you understand? The behavior of your body and your weight will change. Yes, that might change. Yeah, because you're up in the air now, and now you're falling through, so you're going to feel it different. But once you're at rest, you're back at your normal state. Much the same as the trampoline that you said. When you jump on it, it moves, stretches, then wants to return back to its normal state. So it pushes you off. Okay?
Jim,
Do you know?
Jim, I've got a scale, electric scales, yeah? They weigh
Yeah.
hundredth of a gram. I think it's over, you can set them to 100th of a gram. We've got them at a 10th of a gram, so you can do like 1/10 of a gram. I've got air con in the room, yeah? If I have it blows and it sucks. So when it's hot, it blows in cold air, and when it heats up, it sucks
Yeah.
out hot air. when it's
Right.
sucking or blowing, the scale is so, the pressure in the room is so much that if it's blowing the air in the room, the scales are affected. And because we had them plugged in and they're electrical and they're to a measurement, so like when someone says, I want this, and you measure it, that can depending on how the air is coming in, it's wrong. We could win or we could lose. The person can win or they could lose. We had to isolate the air from the room because the scales were fucking up. No matter how much
they were so sensitive, Yeah, they were so sensitive.
People sitting on a plane with a set of scales, you're flying at an angle because your nose is up on the plane, regardless of how you think you are. You're not completely. You can even do that when you walk to the toilet. You know you're walking up.
Yeah.
You can feel that you're walking up. So you've got two factors. You're not level, first of all, and then when I put my scales on, you have like my scales have a level on there, so you know that you're level. So and they got on the feet, you can go up and down. So you know you have to put that level to get the proper balance. It's just. These people, I don't know. If you believe in what you see on a video, going, "Oh look, I've proved it," it's just insane. And then you've got the aircon from the plane coming in, all different. It just makes no sense.
No, you've got all temperature variations of the air that you're flying through. Look, they haven't proven anything. They've proven nothing. This is desperate stuff they do. In order to keep the globe and gravity alive. That's what's going on. They're desperate to hang on to it. Gravity was evoked.
Granddad's playing a trick on you and you believe in it at this point because you're too invested. You're appealing to authority. My granddad, he's old, he knows everything. But he's just playing a trick on you.
Yeah, basically, they evoked gravity because the ball was spinning, you see. So they know that people are going to don't fly off. Well, there's a magical force. They've when you jump up, you come down, and a magical force called gravity that's pulling everything down. But they're old because things are falling at different rates. If gravity was a constant force, it will pull everything down at the same rate, regardless of weight or mass. And it's not. It's not doing that. That's right. They said that with the Galileo supposedly egg drop, but then we've now discovered that height he dropped it from wasn't high enough to prove that. It was too short a height.
Jim.
Yes.
It's so easy. Up and down is continuous anywhere in the world. So it's got nothing to do with gravity. It's just ridiculous.
There is a downward force, bro. I don't know why you guys deny that, but
downward force.
The Globers will deny the downward force. They'll say it's an illusion based off of your reference frame.
What's the downward force then?
Well, you got to understand, like, what is the mechanism that's orienting the different densities? Like if you ever seen that tube with different oils of different viscosity?
Yeah.
The denser oils are at the bottom. Like you got olive oil, diesel, gas, whatever the case may be, right? And then you see the gradient densities in the tube.
Yeah.
The density tower line, it's called.
Yeah, so the density tower. So what is causing that orientation?
Well, the liquids are at different weights, isn't it? So it's dependent on the weight of the liquid.
Absolutely, but theoretically, right? You could have it, and you could have that density tower inverted, like in another world, in another reality. The creator could have made it so that the denser liquids are at the top. But that's not what we have. In reality, we have a specific orientation where the denser objects are at the bottom. That's the downward bias that I'm talking about. What sets that downward bias?
The way God created it naturally. That's it. That's how He created the thing. Okay.
Absolutely.
God's law.
Absolutely, but we have to explain that. We have to what is causing that. What are the mechanisms, the causality for that orientation?
Yeah,
that's exactly it, Lion. Because
we'll never know that.
Well, no, but to me, I look at it as an effect. That's what Lyons just explained there, right? I see it as an effect. I don't see it as a cause and an effect in itself. That doesn't make any sense at all.
Right. I'm with Andy. So hold on. Theoretically, it could also it could have been oriented horizontally, from left to right or from right to left, or bottom down. Instead, we have it bottom up, the heavier on the bottom.
I would imagine, Lion, you're oversimplifying things, and you might have to go down to a molecular level because those would be more dense and way more, and it would be in the volume, or I don't know. I would imagine it goes down to that level. You have to go microscopic.
Absolutely, and that's why when we talk about density, what determines the density of an object? What sets the density?
I would imagine weight.
Well, this is debated. This is a great controversy because some say there's nuclear forces within atoms that set the density of an object, whether it's gold, silver, lead, right? What causes certain metals to be denser than other metals at the atomic level? We don't know. Like, we can speculate. They can try to do experiments. I'm under the impression that it's all electrical, right?
I'd say it was, yeah, we are electrical. Our bodies function with electricity. That's for sure. You know, why did they put a heart defibrillator on you? Boom! To shock you back into, your heart rhythm.
It gets into sacred geometry, believe it or not, and resonant frequencies, like harmonics. Because if you look, like every element has a specific signature, like a harmonic signature, and it also has an atomic weight in the periodic table. And the way the periodic table is organized, you have the most abundant element in the universe is hydrogen, right? Hydrogen also happens to be the most simplest molecule and the lightest molecule. You know, its atomic weight, it's like 1, right? It's a number 1 in the periodic table. It's the most simplest molecule. It's like 1 hydrogen atom, and I forget exactly, but I'm not a chemist, dude. And then the second element after hydrogen, and then the third, and then the fourth, and then the fifth, and then you get until you get to the 6th element is like carbon. Carbon has 6 carbon, it has like 6 polygon structures, bro. Like, and then it keeps building on top of each other and building on top of each other, and that's how you end up getting more and more elements. And the elements become more complicated. And with the most complex geometry, you get more weight for some reason. Like atomic structures, like the molecules, like the polygons and shit. You keep adding polygons and more polygons and more polygons.
Look, sacred geometry is like that. With the triangles, you had 1, you had 2, you had 3, you had 4, you had 5, you had 6. You can add as many, then you get that spark. You remember that you had a game when you was a kid, you put your thing in a pencil and it was called Spirograph. It gave you all those. You put a pencil in the thing and spin it around and it would make geometric shapes.
I'm not an expert by any means. Like I learned a little bit of chemistry and how to balance equations with moles and stuff, and I don't remember any of it. But there's a framework, right, in atomism where they've created this ideology, and it could be correct, it might not be. I'm under this impression that we're not dealing with like particles in atomism, like when they talk about the electron cloud, and they keep like reformatting the atom. Like they used to say that the atom was mostly empty space. I think a lot of people are backing up from that, and in string theory, we're dealing with vibrational strings at the most fundamental level, dude. Like, how do we know that though? How can they verify that?
Well, look at the symbol. You look at the symbols for what they say atoms are, then look at sacred geometry. Where do you think they got them from? There is like some correlation there, that's for sure. They most probably hijacked it. Because the atom is almost the flower of life. Which is just circles.
It's fascinating either way, but I think that we're dealing with a force, a downward force that is hard to quantify because it depends on the medium, and that's why everything has to have a standard. Like sea level is usually the standard. You want the variables controlled for. You want the specific barometric pressure, specific medium. Otherwise, you're gonna have problems, dude. And I'm not even I don't even object to the idea that maybe the weight does change, bro. Like, if the medium changes slightly, you're gonna have a slight change in the weight also. What's the big problem with that? So let's say you have a gold bar, right, and you weigh it in Britain, and then you come to America and it has a negligible difference, right? Like we're talking about like micrograms or whatever. What's the big deal, dude?
But it wouldn't be.
How do you know that?
It's just common sense will tell you a kilo.
But it's not
weighed on a
it's
scale.
not proving you're living on a globe. That's the problem. The problem is,
Yeah, but like it's never. You can't weigh a kilo of gold in London and then you get to New York and it's going to weigh different. It just ain't going to happen.
I'm talking about a negligible difference. Nothing that you would.
It's going to weigh 1,000 grams.
Nothing that you're going to lose sleep over, dude.
No,
No, the problem is
because if I had 1,000 tons,
it says it proves that they're on. Oh, can you
you
hear
imagine
me?
if you had 1,000 tons.
Hold on, Flitzy. Let him go.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I don't know if he can. Can you hear him?
I think we're a little bit. Both of us are a little bit delayed. On a lag. But you imagine.
What I'm trying to say is that what they offer up with the difference of the weights in different hemispheres is that they're saying that proves globe. That's the problem.
I see. But you know how you were saying earlier that objects don't fall at the same rate, contrary to popular belief. That the drop tower experiments you're saying have been falsified by these two guys, Peter and what? What'd you say their names were?
Peter and Pete.
Peter and Pete. Well, if that is true,
correct, yeah.
then that would actually back up the idea that weights change depending on certain conditions.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. What it means is this, that the heavier object is traveling faster than the lighter one. The light one will reach its maximum drop rate and slow down. The heavier one wants to keep on going because it's got more oomph. That's what it proves. It's clearly obvious what it proves. Wait, because you've got one object that's heavier than the other.
Except in a vacuum, of course, which you don't seem to mention.
I'm talking
was it done in a vacuum?
I'm talking about.
We're not. We're not in a vacuum, and we're not in a vacuum. Otherwise, our blood would be boiling. We'd be dying. Our lungs would be filling. We wouldn't be able to breathe. Our organs would be failing. So we're not in a vacuum.
No, but did Peter and Pete?
You can make a vacuum chamber and just put two objects, a feather and a lead bulb.
Yeah.
Still
Did Peter and Pete do it in a vacuum chamber? The drop experiments?
No, they just watched
Yes, they
someone's
did it in a
video
vacuum
and
chamber.
said they
Yes,
don't
they did
agree.
it in a vacuum chamber. Yes, they did it in a vacuum chamber because everybody's talking. No one's listening. Yes, they did it in a vacuum chamber.
All right.
Fucking hell.
You got a video of that, Joe?
Go to Peter and Pete. You heard someone just say Peter and Pete. That's where you
God, I
go.
will.
Loads of videos I've got of that. Loads. I have 7 videos on it. 7. So if you go to Peter and Pete, and look for the gravity drop tests, and you will see that the tests. And there's another one called Gravity is Bollocks, again by Peter and Pete. Gravity is Bollocks. Look it up. It's a good one.
Found a 40-minute one, but they're not actually using a vacuum chamber. They're just talking about videos.
How much faster did the denser object fall at? Or how much? Yeah, how much? What's the differential between the two objects? What are we dealing with here?
Well, they never reached their
Right, it would depend
maximum
on
velocity. Okay.
what.
Are we talking about like a negligible amount, like a fraction of a second, or what are we talking about here? Milliseconds, picoseconds.
What we're talking about is, I think they used a 3 meter.
You're breaking up real bad. Unintelligible.
Can I ask you a question? I'd like to ask the room a question. How can something reach terminal velocity in a vacuum?
A 3 meter.
Well, it's not.
A 3 meter tube. They evacuated it and dropped 2 objects in that tube. Okay, that's all they used. That was enough to determine that the heavier object.
I didn't hear nothing you just said, Jen. I don't think anybody did.
Yeah, he just broke up.
But Andy, I don't think you would be able to reach terminal velocity unless there's some unknown force stopping the object, resisting the object's fall. I don't.
Exactly.
Yeah, there isn't a terminal velocity in a vacuum.
Because they can't construct them high enough. So it's just a waste of time. It's just another trick, granddad's trick, grandpa's trick.
Now, what possibly would be the terminal velocity in a vacuum when it depends on the medium that it's traveling in? If the medium is not, it doesn't have any density, it doesn't have any resistance, then there isn't any.
When you're in a vacuum,
Jesus,
okay.
thank you for interrupting me, Jen.
Well, number one as well, you can't get complete vacuum.
Yeah, look, when you're in a vacuum, yeah, you have something at the top of the vacuum, you're going to drop it, it's going to drop. Okay, it's going to drop. You can actually measure and calculate that drop. So the idea that you can't have a drop and an acceleration in a vacuum, I think you're being a bit silly now, really. That's a silly thing to say, really. Come on. Where's the good faith and integrity?
No one said that, Jen.
No, we're talking about terminal velocity, Jen. Like when you reach.
Terminal velocity means basically, terminal velocity means its maximum drop rate. Boom, and it reaches that. Okay, that's all we're saying. What's the problem with that?
Yeah, there isn't any in a vacuum.
That doesn't happen in a vacuum chamber or a vacuum tube, they're saying, I think.
The reason that's problematic is because Newton's laws of motion. An object in motion will remain in motion until an external force acts upon it. If an object in a vacuum reaches equilibrium or stops accelerating, that's what terminal velocity is. It stops accelerating downward. What's causing the object to stop accelerating? If it's in a vacuum void of matter.
What's causing it to stop accelerating would be its own mass, isn't it? It can fall as fast as it can fall. That's what we're saying here, as fast as it can fall. So it may if this is infinite vacuum, so it may continue to accelerate. Remember, the idea of a vacuum and moving, a motion moving, the idea of going to the moon, for example. This is where we begin to question Newton's law, because this thing is moving, a rocket is moving when there's no propellant to push it forward, okay? No medium, sorry, to push it forward, yet it's moving, and that's not possible. This is why we're questioning. We are questioning that law because we cannot prove it. That's the problem. We cannot prove that law, especially in a vacuum. This is why when you see the experiments being done, hang on a minute, I'm nearly there. The reason why these experiments are being done in a vacuum, they are disproving the statements that things land at the same time. That's what we're dealing with, and that's not true. Things do not land at the same time if there are different weights. So a fucking bowling ball and one feather are not going to land on the ground at the same time, even in a vacuum, okay?
Well,
That's
look
the
at that
point we're telling you here.
pathetic.
And that's got nothing to do with gravity as such.
Look
Well,
at
I
that
just want,
pathetic.
real quick. Right. So we take drag out of the equation. There's no drag in a vacuum, which would cause objects of lesser density, lesser mass to be affected more significantly by drag, by friction. But if you take that out of the equation, you're saying that there's still a differential between the two objects. I wanted to ask real quick. I wanted to ask Andy, because I know Andy has put forth before that Aristotle had an idea that goes against Newton regarding
hang on a minute,
motion.
Lion. An idea doesn't trump actual visible experiments that you conduct. An idea is a fucking idea. It's not the truth.
I believe you.
The truth is
No.
The truth is the experiment. Thank you.
Absolutely. And you've put forth. You said you've put forth 7 experiments showing the contrary to be true. And that's awesome. I'm interested in seeing that. I can't see it at this moment. I'm driving. But Andy, do you remember what Aristotle said about motion?
Yeah, he said that an object in motion, basically, it's about acceleration, really. Acceleration is change, right? I think what's the definition? Anything that changes direction or velocity or something like that. But Aristotle said that if, in order for something to keep moving, it would have to have a constant force acting on it. And Newton's thing, obviously, is as soon as you start something moving, if there's no resistance, as you rightly point out, then what's to stop it? I find it interesting because Aristotle's a bloody genius, right? But by everybody thinks that this guy's a bloody genius, but he got this wrong. And I suppose if you ask ChatGPT, it will say something like, well, he didn't have vacuum chambers, he didn't have our modern technology, but I think he could have figured that out. I don't know.
Real quick, Jane, hold on.
Basing that on observations in the world where things come to rest. So he didn't have, I wouldn't say he didn't have vacuum chambers, but he just wasn't considering situations that aren't plainly accessible in the world.
Well, did Copernicus and all those have? Did they have vacuum chambers?
Well, I don't think their ideas were based on how things move in vacuums, but I think they were just making observations and coming to conclusions.
They got the planetary motion, though, aren't they, with Kepler and all that lot? So it doesn't really work. Go on.
No, those things are observable. They look at the sky, they see how these things are moving. They didn't necessarily need to assume that these things exist in a vacuum. Necessarily, maybe they did, but I doubt it. But they just sort of changed the framework and came up with something that worked.
I think they would have had to assume the vacuum as space, though, right? I mean, we're talking about an object in motion, stay in motion, unless another force is acting on it. Well, hang on, I'll have to think about that a minute.
It could be, I'm not sure. It could be that they just had sort of an intuitive understanding of something sliding through empty space, but I don't know if they formalized it in such a way.
So I don't know if Jen realizes, but Jen lines up with Aristotle's ideas on motion. It's inverted.
Yeah, so does Dell, funnily enough. And I mean, that's the thing. We've never. Can we test it? We can test it, I suppose. We could measure forces, couldn't we? I'm just trying to think of a way to. I remember when I asked ChatGPT about this, it put forward an ice hockey, one of those, not ice, you know, the puck tables where it's blowing air. It put forward one of those air hockey. Thank you.
You would need a drop tower, pretty tall, pretty high, higher than any of the ones that we have out now, to see if it slows down inside of a vacuum.
But surely they could have some kind of spinning top, or I'm sure there's a plethora of ways they could do it where they could actually measure it in some way, right? I don't know.
How high of a
Suppose
drop
you
tower
could
would we need?
measure.
I don't know, man. I mean,
is there a theory about how high it would have to be, or just taller and taller until we see the effect?
Just so that it could reach maximum velocity of
I'm
the
trying to
two
think
objects.
if you could have like some kind of magnetism in a vacuum. I don't know. I'm trying to think of something that you could just set off in motion, right?
how long before it reaches the speed of light?
Well, it wouldn't, would it? According to Einstein. But yeah, I don't know. It's weird. It's a weird one, that, isn't it? Trying to think of some way they could suspend something and
I'm
have
just
it
going to make
perpetually
something up
moving.
and call it Schlitzie test.
Because
Another
everything's
way
going to
to
provide,
probably
like,
do it.
even everything's going to provide some kind of resistance, isn't it? Everything. Like, so.
Yeah, and another way to do it is you could test the resistance of various materials or
Yes.
mediums, and then calculate what we know of its mass and its acceleration, and see if its slowing down aligns with the force expected from the resistance of that medium.
Yeah, and I imagine it does, but Jin's not going to accept that in a million fucking years.
Well, there's only one experiment I know of that aligns with what Jin's talking about, and it's a single video. I don't believe it's ever been replicated, and it's unclear what the actual cause of that discrepancy even is.
In that video with the drop tower, it drops that contraption with multiple vials, but the vials themselves are pressurized. They have air inside the vials with the materials. So I think it was kind of, that's too messy to, and that's in their own
if I'm wrong, Bull
documentation.
Knight, but they don't just drop things, do they? They fire them up. They fire them up first, right? That's how they do it.
Not in this one. This one's a super, how many meters? 50 meters? It's a really tall drop tower for experiments just like this. And they funded themselves to get time in it. And it had like 8 different vials in this kind of rack, and the rack was dropped inside the vacuum. But the vials themselves had air, and then the materials are different shapes. So the way the air inside the vials interacts as they fall is just kind of inconclusive at best, messy at worst.
Also, do we know if the heavier ones are the ones that didn't move around, or do we know the mass of those various things? Because that's the correlation I think Jin is alluding to.
Yeah, you can find that experiment's own website and see if they list the weights. I don't recall that they actually did. They just listed the elements and the which position they were in the vial, left or right.
Even with that test, the drop tower thing, it shows there could be a tiny bit of nuance between chemicals, right, or whatever, in tiny amounts. But they're still falling at nearly the same rate.
If they had evacuated the tubes and each material was also in vacuum, I would have 100% I would be 10 times more confident in this experiment showing us something. But obviously, if you have a vial,
it's only showing a tiny bit of nuance, is what I'm saying. They're still nearly the same rate.
Yeah, it's and it's over such a short time period too. Like their analysis was just that it's different, and they couldn't draw conclusions from that. They were just like, oh look, they fell at different rates inside the tubes inside the vacuum, but the tubes had air in them.
I think that's the same as Peter and Pete's experiment, actually, in a vacuum tube. So it's like a poor man's version of it.
Don't know. I was thinking lately about, I probably need to think on it more, but I was contemplating the idea that there's like cleverness is ever evolving. Oh, and I've been listening to a lot of Rudolf Steiner lately, so I'm falling asleep to I've always fell asleep to like philosophers for years and years. Rudolf Steiner, I listened to him for a long time. And so, yeah, I like this idea of an evolution of the spirit into matter.
Definitely.
I love that. So anyway, that's neither in there. The point is, I've been contemplating this thing about cleverness. Cleverness, ever evolving, just like the scientific method, because it can't become stagnant, right?
Yep.
That's the whole point of Popper. Well, it's not the whole point, but it's part of the reason for Popper's falsification. So it doesn't become stagnant. So I was working on this correlation between cleverness. It might sound a bit silly. And
right.
wisdom being unchanging, completely unchanging, right?
Yeah, I'll try and take you all the way and say it's all developing. Every word you can think of.
Wisdom comes from God. That's how we have discernment. And cleverness, yes, and cleverness is ever changing. It's right.
Sounds like cleverness is satanic to me.
Yeah, well, I've thought about that too.
The smartest people in the world are saying this.
That cleverness is a bit of a double-edged sword, isn't it? Though, right? I mean,
of course,
yeah, the snake in the garden, was clever.
You can blow yourself up accidentally by being too clever.
Trickery.
Be too clever for your own good.
Yeah, definitely. Like Andrew Tate, JFK, or Jin.
So is being smart, being clever, or wise? Or neither? Or both?
The root of that word "smart" actually means pain, doesn't it? That's interesting. Is
that the origin?
That's why I used to get Americans saying, "Oh, that's smart."
So like too smart for your own good, or too wise for your own good, or too clever for your own good. Which one's kind of
Do you mean, Andy, when you say clever, do you mean the same as intelligence and sneaky?
No, no, I think intelligence is different.
What's cleverness then?
I often think cleverness is a bit more like I sort of look down on it a little bit.
But a clever invention is something hadn't been thought of before. So if it hadn't been thought of before, that seems like it wouldn't be wisdom. Wisdom is more static than that.
Oh, for fuck's sake, this game is so hard on artist level. It's crazy.
I like what you said about the human spirit evolving. So I think this is a good thing to think on. Everything that you think is like solid, like to be good, surely that doesn't change, right? But it does every day.
Yeah, to me, there's something within that's unchanging, and that's very difficult to point to, but it's like self-evident. And I've said a million times, that's connected. That comes from the creator, whatever that is. I can't really tell you what that is either.
When you try to explain it, you always mention things that do change. But I know what you mean.
Like the physical laws, like the laws of thermodynamics, those are wisdom.
But we were
to
just
utilize those laws to create something, that's cleverness.
We were just saying they could change, even though we think it's definitely a physical law. It seems to be the same everywhere, but one little test says there might be a tiny difference.
What it seems like, according to your model, well, they might debate this, but that the laws of thermodynamics are slightly changing, as in the entropy is increasing. Like it's a gradual decline, but as the more it spreads through the universe, the less usable energy there is, or some shit like that.
I mean, that sounds like it. That would be the laws as described as, require that.
Yeah, that wouldn't be the law change. That would just be entropy.
But I'm saying that right there, you're saying that it's the same all the time, but there seems to be a gradual decline.
So that's what the law says. The law
form.
says there will be a increase in entropy unless we get energy from outside the universe.
Right. So I guess it's semantical, but it is changing, right? Ever so
that
slightly.
Is a paradox line because it's built in. The changingness is built into the fact that it never changes. Right.
Right.
So,
it's paradoxical.
So the theory says it will change. I mean, that's not so it's not that the theory is changing.
One of the laws is that it will change from one towards the other over time. Like,
right.
That's the law.
Right. So that's not a contradiction or a paradox or anything for the law. That is exactly what the law says. Like the law says, over time, entropy will increase. That's it.
Yeah,
I mean,
you could be wrong, and it could reverse itself.
Yeah, it's another possibility. Or at one point, everything was at some type of equilibrium, not in constant decay, right? Some type of immortality, but then our cosmos was fractured, right? And now we're in this state of gradual decay, gradual decline.
You think there'd be evidence of that if that's the case? Like,
yeah.
Well, it's all based on
positive.
It's all presuppositions, anyways, dude.
I don't know that it's supposition. So the second law is not based on supposition. It's based on observed behavior. Now, we might find some situation where that we might discover that in the past that behavior would not have been observed somehow. I don't know, or in the present. But right now, it's based on observed behavior. It's not a supposition.
Yeah, but if it is observed behavior, and you can make a rational inference based off of the observed behavior, but nonetheless, it's still an assumption. Right? It wouldn't be necessarily a complete presupposition because you do have observations to reason with, but even in relativity or in the Big Bang theory, all the energy at one point was condensed into a single point.
Well, we call that the singularity, but we don't say what that was. Just that there was, as far as the theory goes, and that's based on observation. It's not that we said, "Oh, okay, I want to have a Big Bang, so I have to presuppose that it was all condensed."
You're right.
I agree with Lion. If it did go in and out, there might be a period in the middle where it's nicely balanced.
And that would be beyond the singularity where we literally can't know under any model.
I just thought of a good one, Omni. If you believe in entropy, like you just said, does that mean God is dying and will die, or just what he made, us, the creation?
Yeah,
We're
absolutely
dying?
not. God is not subject to anything that we are.
Does entropy apply to God at all, or does he just have to watch his creation?
No, it
fade away?
I don't think
that's for Omni,
the creator. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Omni.
No, I was, I mean, all I'm saying is, this law is not based on presupposition. It's not like people said, "Oh, there must have been we need to have a singularity." That's what the observation tells us.
Yeah, but I'm not asking that.
I agree. No, I agree with Omni on that. You have a valid point. It's not a presupposition because you actually have observations that you're working with. I get that, dude. But regardless, it would still be considered an inference at best.
Maybe. I mean, so when you're looking at data, obviously you have to interpret the data, and so you can consider that an inference. Yes, I and also it's possible. I don't think anyone would claim we have all the data, so we certainly leaves the door open for finding data that is not that changes our view of what happened or how it worked or stuff like that. So those are all things that are legitimately open for new information, for changes in the theory. But right now the question would be, why shouldn't we believe this interpretation of the data? Like what is the what problem is there with believing that there's something wrong?
I tried to ask you, but you didn't face the question.
What's that?
I was trying to ask you the deeper thing. How does this balance with your God belief? Does God's creation just fade away in front of him, or can he start it again? Like, what do you think? Does entropy overpower God, or can God overpower entropy?
So God can do whatever he wants.
So you don't really believe in entropy. You think it could change. All it needs is God to say, hang on a minute.
Okay, so I don't know what the question was there, but
it's. I mean, for Omni, he has to. Well, some people they have different paradigms that they work within, right? So if you're working within a scientific paradigm, nihilistic one at that, he doesn't see the laws of nature changing. But if you work within a theological paradigm, as a Christian, we're promised immortality. We're promised a new heaven and a new earth where there is no death.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if his earth has got entropy included as a natural law and it's fading away, how is heaven going to happen? Like, what happens?
Well, that's why there's supposed to be an intervention. And the Creator is supposed to restore reality from this fractured state of gradual decay that we exist in, of death and atrophy. People grow old and get arthritis, and their eyes start to go, and their hearing starts to go. This is entropy in action. Our DNA mutations compound over generations, and the biodiversity on the earth is dying off. Like, this is all part of the decay of our cosmos.
I'm saying that's a paradox for a Christian Big Banger entropy believer. Eventually, they have to say entropy stops, and a magic thing happens.
That's where I'm at. Eventually, this decay will stop. Yeah. And it's the existence that we live in right now, but it is an axiom that we all hold to be true.
So it might be, I mean, yes, it very well could stop, right? If God says, okay, that's it, I'm rolling back, I'm winding down the universe, or this portion of it or whatever, then yes, obviously physical laws would be suspended or reversed or changed, and I mean that doesn't that doesn't seem to conflict with anything, and an all-powerful Creator, of course, can run entropy backwards or change time or whatever they need to do. So sure, the question that's on the table now is not what do you believe will happen in the future, because I don't know what will happen in the future, but rather is can we hold that our interpretation of the data today is reasonable? Not necessarily correct, but is it a reasonable interpretation? MT, your hot mic.
Yes, I would consider it a reasonable inference.
Okay. Yeah.
We have to, right? We have to believe that tomorrow the laws of existence are going to be the same as today, right? The gravity is going to be the same, that the pressure is going to be the same, but we don't know for a fact, right? You don't know that 100%. It's based off of the past, right? You make that rational conclusion based off of the past.
100%. Right. We don't. I don't think that we can scientifically say the sun is completely certain to rise tomorrow, because from a scientific perspective, there are things that could possibly happen that would prevent the sun from rising tomorrow. I mean, they'd be super duper rare, but it's
right,
or virtually impossible. But I don't think that they are literally impossible. So
right, like something fundamentally could go awry within the quantum level.
Yeah,
right, where
like that, right. I mean,
shit just goes crazy, or the sun expands over 1 billion years, and eventually we get consumed and the gravity changes. But for the most part, they don't worry about that.
Yeah, well, I don't worry about it, and I don't think most people worry about it. So,
Okay, that's cool. So, God could change entropy. Could he change gravity? If he was having a wacky day, he could just switch it around.
Absolutely.
Right. So the physical laws are subject to God's laws if you're a theist, which means anything can happen, which makes it exciting.
I I mean,
Yeah,
I was talking about this last night with the decay rates on the Earth, like the entropy. How do we know that the entropy and decay has been consistent for the last 10,000 years, right? What if, and I know this is an appeal to the possibility, but what if in the past the conditions were a little bit different, the barometric pressure was a little bit different, the electromagnetism was just a little bit different, where life forms grew bigger, stronger, lived longer, tenfold longer, right? It's a possibility, guys.
Would that leave any signature or evidence after the fact? Or would it just be completely invisible to us and impossible to know?
No, I think so. I think it would leave some type of signature.
Right, then the scientific pursuit can look for that signatures. Look for signatures like those, or predict in advance what those signatures could be and try to find them. That would be really meaningful work, but so far that hadn't happened.
Didn't they measure it in the tree sap or whatever it was, like in the Jurassic Park? I thought they did measure a difference in atmospheric pressure or something like that.
Yeah, so they in ice cores they've noticed that the ratio of carbon and oxygen and nitrogen and all that has been different in the past, but it's how you interpret the data and how when you drill down 20 feet into an ice core, you have to kind of presuppose the dates to that length. We don't know for a fact. We don't know how long it takes for snow to accumulate and all that. And then like you said, layers, like go ahead.
You have to. The presupposition would be that there are years with more than one winter, and there are in human history years without summers. That's climate can change that radically in just short term. But I don't think like tree rings. Like we've only ever seen one tree ring per year for as long as we've been looking at trees. So under what circumstances is there a reason to suppose? Oh, well, maybe there were 3 tree rings in a year, 10,000 years ago, or something like that. Without any other,
so it would be the other way around. It would be the other way around. So we have to presuppose, right, the time it takes for a tree to grow its rings, and then in retrospect, then try to do the math and go back 10 like 20,000 years.
We watch tree rings grow. Like we have a 10-year-old tree and it has 10 rings. So what are we presupposing?
Yeah, with the current conditions on the Earth. Again, you have to presuppose that the current conditions on the Earth had been consistent for the last 100,000 years, and that the rate of growth for that tree has also been the same. Otherwise, when you do the guesstimation, it's going to be off, right? So your premises
do you know what causes tree rings, like the root cause of them? I believe that's known.
I don't know the exact reasons. No, I'm not a.
Yeah, it's the change in intensity of incoming solar radiation over the orbit of the Earth around the sun once. So under everything we know and that I've heard, multiple tree rings in 1 year would mean the Earth took 3 laps around the sun in 1 year. Which I'm
looking at it the other way around. I'm looking at it like you can get 1 tree ring in 3 years instead of 1 every year.
But if the Earth physically slowed down in its orbit around the sun, I would say sure. But then that would have its own impacts and consequences. You'd find that evidence in the ice cores. Like all of this corroborates each other.
But it's inference to top of inference to top of inference, and then you make an estimation.
Right now, you're saying it has to do with they're parallel. They support each other.
But I'm saying that the revolution of the Earth is what causes the tree rings. That's your inference. What if the conditions change?
Or
like,
if it's the
what if there was a greater
circling of the sun
hold on
over
a
Earth?
second,
That could be it.
What if there's a greater electromagnetic field around the Earth, right? A thicker, more robust one that protected the vegetation on the Earth, where it would then change the degree of which the tree grows its tree rings or whatever. Like there's so many things. I know it's a possibility, but you have to consider these things.
Inference there. That's just what if. That's worse than inference.
No. They have the test done, dude. I'm driving a semi right now.
If there was a different magnetic field, that would be show up in geology.
Yeah, the ocean floor tracks our magnetic field. So again, there has to be another ad hoc.
For example, like you can have certain trees that grow faster when they're adolescents, or even explode after 7-10 years. They just explode in growth. And also depending on the conditions at the time, like I said, you have to factor in the amount of sunlight, how strong the electromagnetic field is. You have to factor in oxygen levels, CO2 levels, right? Humidity. This all has a direct effect. This all has a direct effect on the tree's growth.
If a tree grows faster, the only thing that happens is that the tree ring itself gets bigger. It's not like you get more. Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, what I'm trying to tell you is that there's different effects, right? That's all I'm saying.
Right, and all I'm saying is those effects necessarily would leave signatures elsewhere that we could find, and someone should look for those if they're really pursuing this scientifically. But every attempt I've seen has been
out there.
I think we've been observing plant growth for what, thousands of years. So I think
we have fossilized plants past that. Like dendrochronology is really interesting. You can find them and overlap them all the way from present day alive trees to hundreds of thousands of years ago.
Petrified trees, trees in different climate zones. Oh, all that. The mapping of basic, 50, 80, 100,000 years, that's pretty solid. Now, you want to talk about some differences millions of years ago? Now we're in a different level of archaeology or paleontology. In core samples, now we're going back, and still the consistency is quite high. There's not a lot of all kinds of bizarro, complete reversals of the current environment. Some variation. Ice, there was the period of glaciations and all those, but it's not like the Earth. The Earth did rotate a bit faster, tens of million, hundreds of billion years ago, a little bit faster.
Bro, it's just inference on top of inference. First of all, you're under the impression. Hold on. You're under the impression that the Earth is in motion. You're under the impression that the trees 100 years ago grew at the same rate than the trees 10,000 years ago. You don't know that, bro. And you're under the impression that when you talk about the ice, that you know exactly how much snow accumulated over 20,000 years.
There are bristlecone pines older than 6,000 years alive today. So
wait a minute. He said we're under the impression the Earth rotates?
Yeah, of course.
You see, now that level of denial of reality makes it hard to talk about the paleontology of the Earth.
Exactly.
I mean, it's like you're trying to write chapters in a failed ebook.
What are the ice the core samples based on? Are they based on temperature? Aren't they? Twice a year or something like that. I think. I'm pretty sure that's how they date the thing, right?
No,
somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Except Schlitzie.
They're saying the material.
Yeah, they take those core samples in that place where there's a 24-hour sun. That doesn't happen, apparently.
They say that the ice cores, depending on there's like layers of material, and they can say through the certain periods which they defined, they say this has happened at this, and we have this build-up of these materials.
Yeah, but it's based on temperature, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, because that's why they say it cools up, it cools down. But really and truly, before this climate change, they said it never altered more than 1 degree up or 1 degree down. So I don't know what climate change obviously is just like it's a way of funneling money into crazy people's pockets who have no regard for Earth. It's just about.
For example, with global warming, carbon right now is building up allegedly, right? But if you look at the ice cores, bro, CO2 levels 10,000 years ago allegedly were higher than they are today. So before fossil fuel emissions, before oil, before carbon, CO2 levels in the earth were greater, and they know this because of ice samples.
Yeah, but we had more forestation, so
There was a period where the atmosphere was very high in carbon dioxide, and during that time there were no land animals. It was the realm of trees and ferns, and the trees and ferns released a lot of oxygen that allowed animals to come from the ocean to the terrain where there is now enough oxygen for them to get by. So yeah, but we're not talking 10,000 years ago.
Yeah, dude, I'm talking about 10,000 years ago.
I know.
The CO2,
Well,
the CO2 levels were higher.
10,000 years ago, so it's quite nearly identical to now.
No, that's not the case at all.
Let's look at
that's
the
not the case at all.
century.
The ice cores show, and now if you use their dating methods, the ice cores show that 10,000 years ago you had more carbon than you have today. Significant amount more than we have today.
I think the
it wasn't a
oxygen levels
problem.
were higher also. Oxygen levels.
Wasn't 10,000 years ago like the agricultural revolution?
Yeah, that's so recent. That is recent.
Also,
You know
Ice Age in North America, right?
It's always funny how they pick and choose what they want to believe from science.
It's always funny to see how it's also kind of funny to hear all kinds of craziness without evidence.
Dude, I don't even believe in the 10,000 year Earth, bro. Honestly, I'm only using this as an example where you guys make claims like, oh, carbon's killing the Earth, but yet there was more carbon 10,000 years ago than there is today.
Okay, so now you're proposing an Earth which is not even 10,000 years old, that doesn't even rotate and orbit the sun. So that makes it very hard to have any sort of technical discussion.
That's how it usually is. People with purple hair and black fingernails.
Do you think there was an ice age, Tor?
It's lying, but do I think there was an ice age?
Yeah, lying. Sorry.
I don't know, man. I honestly don't think that. Not in the way that they claim, right? Where the ice retreated. You know that the northern continent, North America, was covered by a 2-mile ice sheet that gradually receded back after the younger dry ice, or 15,000 years ago or whatever.
Someone's hot mic.
Before the younger dries.
What about woolly mammoths? So there's because those aren't even fossils. Those are just
what about them?
Preserved bones in North America.
Interestingly enough, the woolly mammoth. We were raised thinking that the woolly mammoth's habitat was a frozen tundra, right? We've been indoctrinated to believe that. The latest science, after studying the fur, they're starting to notice that the fur wasn't even to trap in heat, contrary to popular belief, and that the woolly mammoth actually lived in a habitat that was deciduous. And how do we know? Because they found frozen woolly mammoths in the Russian tundra in Siberia, frozen upright from some type of catastrophe that occurred where it literally flash froze the woolly mammoth in place to the point where it was still chewing on deciduous vegetation. It still had deciduous vegetation in its stomach. It had not yet been acidified, right?
Yeah, of course.
Which in normal conditions,
they're herbivores.
Hold on. In normal conditions, right? The vegetation inside the stomach should have been acidified within half an hour. But this mammoth of great mass was flash frozen within a half an hour.
Who explained you this bullshit that it starts half an hour ago?
Anyway, listen to this.
You are adding acid in your stomach, and you are pre-digesting stuff, but it doesn't take half an hour. It takes longer. Have you ever eaten very well and then drunk a lot, and a few hours later you just vomited everything out? It looks basically the same.
Well, to be honest, Snooze, if you don't cook things, your body, depending on what you eat, can digest food much quicker. So if you don't cook meat and you eat the right kind of meat, it can digest in 15 minutes. So
that's bullshit. That's bullshit.
The point,
raw salad and the stuff is very raw salad and other uncooked, so fresh food, specifically plants, are harder to digest than cooked stuff. You're just bullshitting again.
As well as meat, especially meats.
Bro, listen. I'm only appealing to the specialists that study these animals,
You're appealing
right?
to. I made my.
Hold on, dude.
Then post a citation.
Bro,
appealing to
hold on,
bullshit.
bro. Let me
Post it.
talk, dude. These
What is that?
specimens went.
Let Lion finish.
Dude, I can't even talk, bro. Just give me a second, dude. I'm about to go back to work.
Finish, Lion. Go ahead.
Let Lion finish his statement there.
You could. I'm not trying to attack your worldview. I'm just trying to have a conversation. So these mammoths, right, that they discovered in the Russian tundra, they went through some type of forensic analysis, right? They did a biopsy on the stomach contents, all of that. Dude, it had deciduous vegetation in its mouth and in its stomach. Now we can debate over trivial things whether the vegetation would have been digested or not within a half an hour. That's irrelevant. The point is that whatever habitat this animal was living in had vegetation, ferns that would have only existed in a temperate climate. Go ahead.
Could he have been covered in an avalanche or something like that?
Stuff. We are discussing if you are calling bullshit or if you're telling bullshit or not. So post a citation. I don't believe you a single word. So post a citation about an upright standing mammoth that has basically stuff in his mouth.
I posted it. And it looks like the thing fell into a ravine, like the exact thing he's talking about.
Anyway,
and he could have died. Could have died suddenly, but that didn't mean he froze in half an hour. He could have been covered in a mudslide, and then froze over the however many years it took for him to freeze solid.
Mudflood.
I've got some breaking news. They've actually recreated a woolly, not mammoth, but it's a woolly mouse. A mouse with a woolly coat like a mammoth. And you reckon that they're going to resurrect the woolly mammoth. They have the technology. I promise you, I kid you not. This was an experiment about a month ago. We have a woolly mammoth.
So real quick, for the person that said that, did the mammoth get covered in an avalanche? It would take something catastrophic like that to freeze the animal to such an extent that the chemical reactions in the stomach were hindered. Because listen, I'm not the specialist, but they did all the math, how much heat would have had to have been transferred within a half an hour to stop the chemical reactions from taking place and breaking down the vegetation in the stomach. That's how they get the inference that animal was flash frozen.
Yeah, like a snow avalanche.
Just like I said before, it's always funny, the things you guys choose to believe when it comes to when you do research. Like you'll believe certain things, but when it comes to like the rotation of the Earth or the measurements of the Earth, all those things have to be lies.
So all or nothing, we have to accept everything?
Yeah, but where do you draw the line?
Where bullshit enters.
Okay, well, how do you know which things are bullshit though?
You use critical thinking, discernment. You don't believe everything.
Okay.
Was that difficult? I mean,
you just pick and choose. Yeah. I could just throw a bunch of claims out, and then I can say, okay, these here I don't want to believe, but these over here I'm going to believe.
Yeah, let me give you an example. You have a headache here. There's this little white pill called an aspirin. It's going to do wonders for you. That's one, right? The other one is, you see out there? You see that? That's a black hole. See, those are two different things, right?
Not the same thing.
Exactly.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about scientific claims like, paleontology or seismology, those type of things. When you guys bring those up as evidence for something, like you'll believe those things, but when it comes to other things, you decide that it's not true or it's fake or you don't believe it.
No, bro. So when I use this stuff, I'm borrowing from your worldview to do an internal critique.
It's your world too.
Do you know what an internal critique is?
I understand. Yes.
All right. So it's not that I necessarily believe in that stuff. Like I don't even believe that the Earth's 10,000 years old. So, but when I look up the data and they're saying that 10,000 years ago there was more carbon in the atmosphere, way more than we have today. That's an internal critique of global warming.
Okay. Do you believe that, or you just like what? I don't understand.
No, I don't believe that.
So why are you bringing up as some sort of evidence?
Because it's conflicting. It's an internal critique. So if I was, like, for example, if I was going to attack climate change or global warming, right? I look within your paradigm at things that can, seem contradictory or conflicting, and I do an internal critique.
On the surface, it might seem like it's conflicting, but you probably have to dig a little bit deeper.
Also, how do you distinguish objective assessment or discernment from confirmation bias?
That's the tough one.
Right.
That's the
That's
tough
a good one.
Yeah. That's a good point. Especially in these forums where people have dogmatic ideas, right? It's very difficult to do that discernment.
So it's very difficult to put your bias aside on either side, right? Whether you're a global or flat earther, and that is something you have to be cognitive of. But I'm honestly seeking for truth, and if there's legitimate evidence that's logically sound, right, that follows a logical syllogism, a sound argument, I'm gonna evaluate it properly, like it should, like all of us, right? But sometimes on both sides we have people that they fall into confirmation bias, and there's also something in confirmation bias. There's also something called belief perseverance. So when new evidence arises to the contrary, you guys try to find ways to disregard it and hand wave dismiss it. You might not even evaluate it properly.
What would you say is your biggest bias line?
My theological foundation.
See how honest he was? Right away, he said it. Right away, his theological beliefs. Right away.
Yep, nothing wrong with that.
Yep. That's an honest man.
That's fine. That's understandable.
The speed of answering a question is directly proportional to its truth value.
Problem with Lion's thing, it's not logical, dude.
He's extremely logical. Of course, he has some religious bias, but he's extremely logical.
No, I admit that I have my biases, dude. I'm not ignorant of that. That's why when it comes to getting a jury, you need people that are not a conflict of interest, ideally, so that the biases don't factor in. But it's very difficult to put your biases aside, guys.
You ever been in a jury selection?
No, I don't want to.
They're brutal and or
beyond a
ridiculous.
reasonable doubt, beyond a reasonable doubt is a big thing. The more and more evidence you have for something, it's more likely that actually happened.
Yeah, but you guys, like, not to put you all in the same camp, you guys got a huge imagination and it runs wild. And especially the ones that are good in math, I think you guys are the most vulnerable, right?
That sounds like their bias, see?
Yeah, it kind of is, because I'm not that good in math, right? So I don't really rely on math. So maybe that is one of my biases. Yeah, good point.
I'm not good at math. I'm not really good at math either. I mean, anybody can add, subtract, multiply, and divide. Not,
Yeah, same here. But if somebody shows you a mathematical calculation, let's say of a black hole or of time dilation, you'll tend to agree with it, right? Whereas me, I'll look at it and I'll say, what the hell are these guys talking about?
So
no, I'm completely prepared to disregard all of the deep astrophysics. That wouldn't change the solar system at all.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have to believe in a black hole or believe in time dilation. I don't have to look at any of that stuff to understand the shape of the Earth, which is the only thing that I'm really focused on. I don't have to worry about black holes or, Einstein rings or other galaxies. I don't have to worry about that. The Earth, Moon, and Sun system, that's it.
Yeah, but how could you? That's another thing, right? It's like you're closing your eyes. How can you put a limit on knowledge? It's like you're putting blinders. So after the solar system, you don't care what happens. I mean, how could you think like that, bro?
Well, the Earth is tangible, so
I'm
you
not, but
and
I'm
I
not
can
concerned
both
with
go
that.
measure it.
Okay, like I say many times, right? Let's say I give you the Earth as a globe, as a present. Here you go. Does that satisfy your curiosity? Are you good now? Are you good now?
I am 100%.
Roboting?
What else do I need?
Is everyone roboting?
Well,
Um,
I do have a question. If I can get in, I don't know. I just came back. So my question is this: if I see something that seems to have evidence, as he described it as a mathematical, I'm not sure. I forget what the term was. A mathematical something or other. Just seeing the math for it, to me, isn't convincing at all. Usually, in some of these cases, I can't do the math, or even if I can do the math, I don't bother to sit down and try to work out if the math, checks out, because some of that math is really freaking hard. But if I see if I see a white paper that looks rigorous, that says this is predicted, especially if I have a lot of other sources saying this is predicted, and then the evidence from this matches the prediction, is there a reason I shouldn't believe that?
No, if that question is directed to me, no, it's not. I mean, I'm not saying to put math out, like to completely, I'm not against math. I'm just saying that it seems, and there's a lot of scientists that agree with me on this, it seems that physics has been replaced by mathematical calculations. It's merely theoretical at this point. And it's not just my opinion. A lot of scientists are saying that.
Yeah, but don't those mathematics explain the physics though?
No.
No, that's just it.
They say that mathematics don't prove is not the proof.
We don't need quantum physics to measure the Earth either.
Formula to explain.
Well, look at it like
There's no
this. If I
mathematical
went out and
formula.
smelled a flower, do I need an equation to say what happened?
Yeah, that's not. I don't think that's physics though. Let's say the trajectory of
I can get the
hold on,
actual
hold on.
citation.
Let's say the trajectory of like a. Am I breaking up?
Yeah, you're kind of breaking up, but you're still hearable.
I was saying like the trajectory of like a cannon round. You can write a formula to a formula that'll predict the trajectory of that cannon round when it's shot out at a certain velocity and at a certain angle. Calculate how far it's going to go.
Yeah, that there is a formula you can rely on. Absolutely. Certain height, speed, weight, the metal ball should arrive here. Yeah, no one's disputing that. But let me give you an example of where math goes crazy. In other words, in your cosmology, time is reversible. Time could go backwards or forwards, and we know in reality that doesn't apply. See what I mean?
Well, all that means in the science terms is that you can do the math backwards and forwards. We also say that we never see, it's called the arrow of time or entropy. We never see that going backwards. Just wait. We never see that going backwards. So if you claim that you're reversing time, then that's a claim that you're reversing entropy, which is generally considered a non-reversible event. So, for example, you can't like unmix a coffee cup. If you stir it and mix it, you can't unmix it. So I would disagree. I mean, I would agree that the math says you can go backwards and forwards. That's true as far as I understand it. But if anyone's claiming that time does go backwards and forwards, they have to contend with other parts of science, the causal ordering postulate, for example, that say, no, you can't generally do that.
That's my whole point. Yeah, some things in math work out,
but that's not.
But in reality, they don't.
Well, but despite the fact that the math holds that you could do that in both ways, nobody, as far as I know in science, believes that you can actually do that in real life. So it's at that point, it's just a trick of the math. It's not nobody. It's like the Neo-Tychonian solar system. Someone can do the math that way. People look at it and go, "That's a cool math trick," but nobody thinks, or most people don't think that that's actually how our solar system works.
I think it's that. What's that fallacy you said about yesterday? Lying. Oversimplification, no? Because they're saying that, I think the argument is that mathematics is just a tool, but it doesn't supersede empirical observation.
Look, even Tesla, right? This famous quote about mathematics, even Tesla saw back in his day, they were veering away from actual physical experiments to just, imagination, like theoretical stuff.
I think on that front, what you're saying there is broadly true, but that's because the modern forefront of physics ignores almost everything that happens in our solar system, and is mostly, what you're saying is true, but only if it's focused on things like distant galaxies and the speeds they're traveling at, and the number of exoplanets and stuff they have. I think everything within the solar system is pretty locked down and solved, according to physics. I don't think people say, oh, physics doesn't understand why the moon is how far it is from us or anything like that.
Well, that's kind of, that's kind of like a local thing, right? So it's become like, look, our stuff works locally, so that's good enough type deal, Well, yeah. I don't buy that because I'm like a more universal kind of a person. I think of the whole system. So, I mean, it's fine for some people to stick at the solar system, and it's fine with me, but yeah, I want to broaden my vision. Like I want to know everything, basically. I'm greedy.
And do you feel that Flat Earth gives you more answers to those questions than classic physics does?
I never talk about Flat Earth. When have you ever heard me talk about Flat Earth, bro? The shape of the Earth is really irrelevant. It's like a minor, like Earth shape, I call it as the gateway drug to knowledge, right? The shape is merely the beginning.
Oh, come
that
on,
sounds exactly like what you just said about the solar system. Like, well, solar system, I put it in that bucket, but the shape of the Earth, I don't really put it. I don't need that bucket. Whereas right before that, somebody said the solar system is in the bucket, and we don't really need the deep space intergalactic cosmos shit. Like, you're just one step to the left.
We all know that you say there's no curvature. Come on, man.
Bro, look, I'm not saying that the shape of the Earth is not important, right? Obviously, it is. Obviously, the most important thing is where are we at, right? I'm not saying no to that. I'm saying even if I give you the globe, right? Even if I give you the shape, because you guys are shape obsessed, right? Okay, you have your shape. Now, that's it? You're satisfied now? You don't want to know about gravity. You don't want to know about what's out there. You don't want to know what started everything. You don't want to know the latest findings that contradicts all the. I mean, are you satisfied with just the globe, his globe, and that's it? You're good.
But do you think there's any physics or maths that is in contention about the shape of the Earth? Like, people might quibble over a couple of centimeters here or there, but there's nobody sensible saying the Earth has a radius of 400,000 miles, or the Earth is flat, or it's concave, or it's banana shaped. The only debates there are about, hey, you see that galaxy off there? How many stars do you reckon it's got?
Oh, no, it's not just shape and then you're done. If it was just shape and then you're done, I would say, okay, the Earth's a globe. No, but you're in a vacuum, bro. You have to understand that the place that they put you in is physically impossible. If you think about it with critical thinking, right? You're supposed to be on a ball, surrounded by water and air in the vacuum, bro. That's physically impossible. You have to understand that. And just by saying gravity and you don't understand SC, that's not going to get you anywhere, bro.
Well, it's like saying you have to us. That gets us nowhere. Like,
I don't think it's
that
possible.
are modelable isn't just the solar system. The weather's not modelable. They can't model radio waves bouncing off of ions in the lab. They can't model the magnetic core. Like basically, the dynamo effect can't be modeled in the lab.
Those are all claims.
But
that
I'm
need to
not.
be
But I'm not saying.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
Those are all claims.
Don't just act like everything's modeled out and figured out with a globe.
But I'm not
Those
saying
are all
everything's been
claims that need to
modeled
be-
Have
modeled
claims
to
with
within an
evidence.
infinite. Well, I'm not saying everything's been modeled to within an infinite degree. I'm saying where there are disagreements in physics is nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Like we're
For
locked
example,
down
with the
super
modeling
clear
of the
about
weather,
shape of the Earth, distance to the sun, distance to the moon, orbit of the planets. All of that stuff is nobody sensible is debating it.
but they have to model like open and closed system. Like they have to go back and forth with the systems in order to make the weather modeling system work. It's a bunch of garbage.
What you really should be wondering about and asking a question about is why you are so obsessed with models, and why every
Because
time
models
that
help us predict reality.
To test feasibility.
you're so
No, models help
conditioned,
us test reality, make accurate
so
predictions. If I've got a
conditioned
map, I can
to
get
repeat
from
that
A to
sentence.
B.
You're so
Right, that's a
conditioned to
model.
repeat that sentence, and if you don't have a model, then you're so conditioned to have a model.
Yeah, models are
You should
useful,
show
aren't
that
they
whatever
not?
you're
Do you
proposing
think
is
there are
feasible.
models? Could I ask the
They're
question, do you
useful.
guys think that models are sometimes useful, never useful, always useful?
Useful, but if it gets so stressful to like live your life without a model, then there is something more to the picture here than just a model is useful because it's kind of great to have like a blueprint if you're building a house and things like that.
Exactly.
Well, whether
So
it
they're
be a
useful and it's stressful to not have
model
them.
from the bottom
Bingo.
up or
Well,
mathematical models that actually work, whatever
know
it
what
may
a
be,
mod-
model
you know what a
organisms
model
biology.
removes?
Like, how else are you going to propose something's feasible without
You know
having
what
to
a model
demonstrate
will
it to some
remove?
extent?
You know what a model will remove? Sorry, Taylor, you'll go after me, okay? You know what it will remove? It will remove your natural curiosity.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. Why did you
Oh,
just cut in and overpower Taylor? You wait, then you go after Taylor, bro. What's wrong with you?
maybe I have lagged.
Plus, I don't think it affects your curiosity. You can be curious if a model's right or wrong. Go, Taylor.
I was pretty much done. I'm just talking about
if somebody gave me a map showing
dude, it could put you in a box though, right?
Could
a model?
in a box. What,
yeah,
a
just
model
out of going off piggybacking off of what TX said, it could put you in a bit of a situation where you can't a bit of a Plato's cave sort of situation.
Only if it could only if the model was so good at tricking me that I couldn't test it. But then you couldn't be a flat earther, right? Because to be a flat earther, you have to say, I've tested the model and found it to be false. But if it's possible to test the model and find it to be false, then how could it put me in a cage? Merely showing me the model helps me look at the black swan and escape the cage. So you guys are stuck in the difficult position of having the model both to be utterly falsified, easily and utterly falsified, and unfalsifiable.
The problem is here is that
obviously
like,
models are
24-hour
useful.
sun.
Can I just challenge the room though? Are models useful almost always in proportion to how accurate they are and how they show what you're looking for? Do we agree with that? Like a bus timetable, a car schematic. There is very few situations in which I want to be useful and a model will not help with that.
Okay, so
sometimes lock me in a box? Maybe.
So it's your
Isn't it
desire.
annoying whenever you have a bunch of like posed dictions though? Like because like if we were to just say, okay, this is the shape of the earth. Okay, just for this hypothetical, we're gonna say the shape of the earth is the AE model, just for hypotheticals. And then we say, okay, well, we predict that there's gonna be or whatever, we're modeling out this 24-hour sun. We can see it in the north, we can see it in the south, circling around you. And just on the model, like whenever Shane did it, it's like a ring of light around the South Pole. And you're like, okay, well, how does that work? And it's like, okay, well, that's kind of what they're doing with the globe in many cases. They're just doing a post-diction model, either on a computer or whatever it may be, and saying that's what it is without actually testing out the physics from the bottom up. And many people think, okay, the globe's got a model, but a flat earth doesn't. But if you actually look, they're not actually doing bottom-up testing for these things in proportion. Like with the 24-hour sun in the north and the south of the poles, like can you show that a 23-degree tilt will make it complete darkness in the poles during the different seasons? Okay, I can't find where that's modeled out even for the globe.
No,
So
no,
it's
See
kind
right
of
now, if you
annoying when you
want.
have
Do
closed
you
diction.
want me to rejoin? I can rejoin the chat on my phone with my phone camera and use my desktop globe and a single point source of light and absolutely show you that within seconds. Absolutely.
Go ahead.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, we do show that. I mean, the reason why this is so convincing is because, yes, the tilt, that is exactly what the tilt predicts.
You can just do it with a physical model and it's
But you will
done.
see
Hang on.
whenever you do it that there's going to be light attenuation around the ball to some extent. But that's not the case whenever they model out the globe. Whenever they show like a computer like simulation, it's just like a complete hard line shadow. And especially when you have like a very large
It could
light
be a
source.
gradual terminator line. The gradual line is decided by the surface of it, and as it gets closer and closer to parallel with the light, it's going to get darker and darker. There's going to be a certain point against which there's no light. But if you had a tiny bit of fog on the surface, a little layer that scattered a bit of light, yeah, you'll get a long thing. But I mean, can I share my video? It says video is not available. Oh, we've got too many people.
Somebody asked me if biological models are post-predictive. No, you have to use model organisms and use the scientific method to make determinations. Unless you're doing some like evolution computer simulation model on PopGen or something. But no, like whenever you do research, you're going to use a model organism and have a control group, an experimental group. I even have a negative control group too. So I got like multiple different controls.
So I think claiming these things for post-predictions is requires a definition of what you think that is and some evidence for it, because to me these don't seem like post-predictions.
Yeah.
Okay, then show it modeled, from the bottom up, not just like, okay, here's what we see, and we're just going to put that on a computer simulation to give you a visual depiction. No, like test out if they work.
Sure, but that's where I think that when you claim scientific, what that really means for flat earther is no true Scotsman. Nothing's quite science enough that flat earthers define science such that no flat earther has actually conducted science. Nobody anywhere has conducted any science.
That's an assumption.
No,
I think name a flat earther that's done a successful actual scientific experiment. Just one.
So they've boiled water, which is about the only thing that they'll make a statement about, in my experience. But
exactly, which isn't a test.
Just a second. The definition of science that most flat earthers hold is you can't scientifically test gravity because you don't have a gravity machine, which also applies to magnetism. You can't turn the magnetism dial up and down on a iron magnet. So it doesn't. But most of them would claim you could do science with magnetics. So it's a ridiculous double standard.
Hold on, you can with an electromagnet. You can dial it up and down. Huh.
Well,
There's always a background magnetic field. At any point in space, there is always a magnetic field that has an amount and a direction. And you'd never get to a space where there's zero of that. Free space has magnetic field lines through them, which means that it can't meet the flat earther challenge of can you turn off gravity? You've got to have a place with no gravity. Gravity's doing a thing. But the challenge is, I'm saying, flat earthers define science such that no flat earther has done it. To prove me wrong in my assumption, as Taylor rightly calls it, show me a single flat earther that has even done the boiling water experiment. And they haven't. None of them have a control.
First and foremost, what's a ridiculous double standard is that if you actually have someone who goes and attempts to test anything, you just discredit them immediately and call them non-expert because, you can't have anyone doing any scientific study because that will falsify your order.
No, he's right. He's right. Flat earthers do discredit anybody who does. Like, look at Jesse Path of Light.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
I'm agreeing with you. He does the experiment, and people are like, "No, you're abusing the tool."
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Oh, it wasn't.
You're deciding it to make it your argument. That's not my argument. My argument is that the globe side position specifically discredits everyone who is on the flat earth side because they don't understand or know or imagine any possibility for what an expert is on that side. So they just automatically assume that it doesn't exist, and therefore no one can conduct actually any kind of studies because you can't even recognize what an expert is.
It's not about who's an expert. It's about what is the test you did. No. It's
Riding
not
on
about who's an
eggshells. Do you want me
expert.
to post some of my data on my
Sure.
Twitter?
It's not about who's an expert. It's about what did you do. If you,
You
can
just made
show
a
us your
statement,
test,
Ty, that completely, you're just not aware that you're talking about yourself.
Yeah,
if you can
get the laugh out
show
there on me. I heard it.
if you can show a good test, it'll be agreed with, right? I think Bob did a great test, right, when he got a ring laser gyro. I even think FE Core did a pretty good test. But when they get a test that shows that the Earth is a sphere, they don't look at their own results. I don't care how much of an expert somebody else thinks they are. If they do a well-designed test and show me that they did that test, let the results speak. And the results continually
Okay,
do
well,
speak.
I'll give you a
When
link.
flat earthers do tests, they always either do one of two things. Do a really obviously terrible test and we can point out where it's terrible, not just by choosing which one says globe. We can show here Rakir made a Rakir gone. And then when they do good tests like Bob with a ring laser gyroscope, we can show you that they get globe results.
Bro, this is how fallacious it is. If you're going to create a new food, you don't automatically assume that or model your new food by a meat or a hamburger or stuff like that, because then fucking hell, you're creating a hamburger, dude. You're not going to automatically assume the recipe in what you're creating, just like copy pasting the model of someone else, because that's how you create, let's say, burgers now. If you're going to create a burger, for example, or just any new product that is, you can't just go around and have a model, you got
Let's go back to Taylor. Yeah, let's go to Taylor.
science, you got to observe, you got to experiment. You can't just use the model. The model is actually most often anti-scientific, you see.
No, it's not.
Because it gives you a
testing the
bias.
model. You make predictions based on the model and test them. Go for it, Taylor.
Yeah.
Explain your results. You've done a
Science. That's testing a model.
Yeah, there goes.
Yeah,
See,
exactly. That's what
you're
science is, man.
overpowering Taylor. You took it away from her again.
I don't think you did. I was just gonna say I posted some of my data
Right.
from my theodolite readings. This is my first set, and yeah, I plan on doing some experiments in June, where I'm actually gonna be trying to measure the atmosphere and test like what the refraction would be instead of like a post-dictive refraction.
Sure. So explain. Can you explain the test? Is it a point-to-point seeing if something of equal elevation is lower than eye level or something?
Yeah, but like I said, this was one of my first tests that I've done. Well, actually, there's 3 different tests on there that were repeated 3 different times. And then, so I agree that this is not a very good test because I should have been testing like atmospheric conditions, but I didn't have the equipment to test like the pressure and temperature gradients in my line of sight. So I do have that equipment now, and I will be doing more tests. Yeah, I'm still ordering the equipment I need for my experiment in June.
So it looks like the average measured is.
So for the Cat Islands,
closer
that one
to the flat Earth, yeah. For the average measured is
But for the second 2, it was in the
0.005.
middle, and then for the second one, it was in the middle. Third one, it was closer to globe. So I've kind of got a range of things, but this was looking over water, so it's hard to, things deviate a lot over water. I acknowledge that. The next experiment I'm planning on doing is over the salt flat.
And the last 2 that are closest to the globe, what distance are they all at? Sorry?
I don't remember all the numbers. They're all on the sheet. I documented everything I could.
Yeah, so
You can see it's an elaborate list of input variables.
So feet without refraction. So the further the feet,
And the refraction, I'm like, since then I would have never have put standard refraction because I don't think standard refraction actually exists. So that's my prerogative.
That's fine. You've got to test the model though. If you say I'm testing and disproving the model, but you ignore part of what that claims, then you're not testing the model. So you've got to
I mean, I just think
and show that
that there's no such thing as a standard refraction because the temperature and conditions are always changing.
Well,
if you want to be
you can go
precise, you're
above
going to measure
100.
those conditions, and everybody, including Jesse and other papers, acknowledge that.
Sure. I think the easier way is to go above 100 meters, and then it almost always is standard refraction.
Above 100 meters? What do you mean?
If you go above sea level, like refraction is really super wibbly at the surface. You can get really wild results, including lifting the horizon above eye level. So it's really junk data if you're down close to mean.
Do you mean 100 meters off of the ground?
100 meters above mean sea level. So
okay, because like you still like because if you're still on the ground, you're still gonna have those same temperature,
pressure.
Yeah, temperature, variations and gradients, like as you get from the solar radiation heating up the surface. So, I'd have to get on like some type of hot air balloon or something to get
My
off of the
understanding is
ground.
you just need to be above mean sea level. Even if you're at a high up lake, the air is thinner, so it is more average. Whereas
Because there's
down
valley
at sea
and
level,
mountain breezes
the
that actually
small
make very turbulent air on the mountains, even though they're technically above mean sea level. You're still going to have those radical like temperature changes like throughout the mountain. Mountains have some of the biggest temperature fluctuations.
Would it be fair to say in your results, the numbers that you got, the further distance you went, the closer it got to the globe? Do you think that's accurate?
No.
Well, that's what your numbers show. The numbers show that if you shoot a very short distance, you get a number that is way, way below flat Earth. But then as
all
your
of them are
numbers
pretty
go
short
out,
distances.
no, because you've got your feet hidden, and when your feet hidden is only 8.6 feet, the number's very small. But then when you get out to 53 feet hidden, which is a far greater distance because there's more hidden, it's 0.06, and the number you're looking for if the globe is expected is 0.055.
That's fine. Either way, it doesn't really matter for what I think is
So
happening.
but it's a direct
Because
question.
refractive effects are
Is
going to be
it true?
cumulative, so the further away, the more dip you're going to have if you have that
Bingo.
higher density gradient above the surface.
So is it accurate to say that your data shows the further you go, the more it matches globe?
I don't know. I haven't, like I said, I haven't
Yes.
looked at
The
each of them
answer's
and compared
yes.
them. But even if that
The
were the
answer's
case,
yes, it's in
that
your
doesn't.
data.
That's totally fine.
So
Totally
you
fine.
did an
Because even if it
observation.
was what I'm hypothesizing is happening, it would be a cumulative with further distance. Because refractive effects are cumulative. As in, the further you get away, the more refraction you're going to have, like, build up over time.
Yeah,
Whether it be
possibly.
one way or the other.
Like
Whether
I
it be
said,
things floating over the ground or sinking below the surface, apparently.
there are two types of flat earther tests, and I said that they are either bad tests or come back with globe results. This one's come back with globe results.
Yeah, well, like I said, that's why I'm measuring the actual atmosphere, because I think that standard conditions will give you bottom-up obstruction and disappearance.
Well, they can.
And that will be cumulative with distance.
Sure. Like
And keep in mind,
it's the
keep
worst
in
way to
mind,
tell the shape of the Earth.
yeah, but keep in mind there is a what they call standard refraction, which I call typical refraction, and that's a basic number which, when short distances, 4 or 5 miles, is sufficient. But but the real meaning of standard refraction is the standard refraction formula, in which you do put in the temperature gradient that you measured, the pressure at your observation point that you measured, the length of your observation that you measured, and then it will those coefficients do account for the adiabatic temperature gradient and the pressure temperature gradient, and those coefficients will return you an accurate angle of refraction. And I have tested it. I have put that to the test.
Do you think 0.13 of refraction coefficient is accurate?
No, not entirely accurate. That's sufficiently close. I use 0.15, but I have determined on my own that 0.154 is very good.
Yeah, I was reading a paper the other day about how, like, the refractive coefficient along the surface would actually give you like a negative value during the daytime. It should.
Well, that's why as was said, avoiding skimming the surface, as described, skimming observations. Now, if I'm on a ridge to valley, yeah, the light path is hundreds of feet above the valley floor the whole time.
Either way, whatever you're looking at is probably going to be near the surface.
Well, yeah, but that's still a very small fraction of the total length.
All
I
right.
got over 1,000. I got over 1,000 feet elevation change, and the far point was on a cliff.
The point is that you're on the ground and you're looking at things on the ground, so you need to consider the refractive coefficient of the ground.
Well, I did, and I posted measurement data, and you can extract a refraction value, and then you can dismiss it or you can try to further test it. I got 0.154, and I've been using that one for years, and I get sub-arc, 1 or 2 arc seconds of variation over practical testing.
Can I
Yeah,
ask you? Can I ask you, Taylor?
I can share this paper with you. I was gonna share it anyway, but it basically talks about the refraction coefficient on the ground should be like a negative number instead of a positive, so it'd give you like the opposite effect.
Taylor, I've reposted your thing, putting boxes around the relevant data. Do you agree that when the feet hidden is greatest, the measured amount is closest to the globe?
Oh, yeah, that's fine. I haven't looked at it before. I haven't compared those numbers, but either way, that would be the case if what I'm thinking is happening, because refractive effects are cumulative. So the further away you get, the more
like a
cumulative
globe it
refraction you have.
looks.
That's totally fine. Yeah, go ahead. I'll assume that what you just observed is fine. That don't matter.
Yeah. So what it's saying is, what essentially I think you're saying is refractive effects are cumulative. Therefore, the further you go, the more it'll look like a ball. Is that what you were saying?
If the refractive coefficient was negative and you had a higher density above the surface, yeah, which is what I predict is the case.
So we can tell how flat it is because of how globe it looks.
Well, if you actually do a bottom-up experiment considering all the variables, which is what scientific experiments should do, then you should be able to predict that.
Well, I don't pretend to be.
It should be predictable.
I think it's silly to pretend to be.
Then you should be able to subtract out whatever actual refraction is being caused. Then you might get some answers, dude.
But neither of us are going to do that, are we?
I am.
Neither of us are scientists.
I'm gonna do my best to do it.
Have you ever done any science?
Yes, I'm literally going to do an experiment today.
Is this an experiment? This one?
Not really. That was what the Globers told me to do, and I did it.
It's a good one. It's a good test. But it shows globe.
That's fine.
If I may ask, Taylor, what is the formula you have been using to make your prediction? What is the formula you have been using to make your prediction? It does not appear in your.
Yeah, this was done. This was done like in last November. So
yeah.
Are you asking about what my formula is now or what it was then?
No, then the one you have to make your prediction.
So now, which formula am I using? I'm just going off of basic refractive principles, and that temperature is going to be the heaviest variable in terms of determining terrestrial refraction, which is already stated in papers. So I don't even have to really predict that. But for the sake, I can just say it's an exploratory experiment, and I'll see basically whenever I calculate and incorporate all the refractive variables what I would observe. I'll just do an exploratory. I don't even have to make a hypothesis, but I'll still follow the scientific method, or try to the best I can, or at least try to isolate variables, which is what I think a lot of these experiments are lacking.
Yes, but can you post the formula you have been using or you are using?
What do you mean formula? Formula for what?
Especially for the flat Earth prediction. What formula you have been using? Can you post it?
Which formula are you talking about?
That's fine. There's some formulas I've been taking note of. The ones that you'd have to basically incorporate pressure and temperature to determine refraction. That's fine.
Please post it.
Okay. Give me a second.
So right the hand, I don't understand your your position here. Do you think that refraction is not a thing, or do you think that we have refraction wrong, or
it's like everything else in the world, right? You see an effect, a rock falls, a pen looks wiggly in water. And instead of just accepting that this is what you're presented with. You create this story. Well, not you per se, but religious people create this story of how it's happening. Oh, the rock must be falling because of this invisible force originating at the center of the earth that's pulling it down.
I got it.
The pen must, hold on, the pen must look wiggly. Hold on, the pen must look wiggly in the water because there's a photon of light that is moving erratic. Like, you're just making up stories.
I get your point.
And then you apply these stories elsewhere in empiricism.
So your point is not new, and you don't have to use multiple examples because it's all the same point, which is I don't think anybody has done the work to be able to make that statement. But people have.
No, it's demonstrated that you haven't.
No,
it's
demonstrated. How do you demonstrate that it hasn't?
When I ask somebody, hold on, I'll show you. When I ask somebody what is light, they don't know. They start going off on this tangent about, well, it's a photon and it's a wave and it could be electromagnetic radiation, what they don't know what it is either. It's not a physical object, but it's not an object, but it's physical. They just contradict themselves. It's moving, but we don't know its speed, but it's so fast that it's just, you just say you don't know how vision works. Why do you gotta make bullshit up?
Wait, whoa. So first off, it's not self-contradictory. If you think it is, you know what I'm going to say, right? You don't understand it, right? If you think that the idea that
no, I don't believe it.
The particle
understanding is not making it real. Just because you think you understand something doesn't make it real.
I wasn't finished. So you know about the double slit experiment, right? You're familiar with that. So how do you rationalize? Wait, hold on. How do you rationalize that? Because when people looked at that, they were like, "Whoa, this is really weird," and yet, that's what the data shows. So why is that a problem for you?
Bro, QE loves the quantum split experiment, even though he's never actually seen one. Now, the fact that he backs it, that's one of the reasons how I know it's bullshit. The other reason, it's the exact same thing. You see an effect. We're looking at the plate that the plate that gets the effect. Then we look at it and there's a different effect. Do you know why that happened? Nope. So we make up a story. Well, I guess my vision is impacting the photons somehow.
No,
so when you look at something, it changes. That's describing what they see. There's a difference between those, right?
He says that. Yes, there is a difference.
Okay, so
But they're
gravity,
doing this
the refraction thing we're talking about.
They're doing the one where they describe what they're seeing. That's what the
No,
data
refraction doesn't describe what it sees. It's trying to describe the invisible mechanism that's causing what you see.
No.
That's the difference.
No.
What you see is the wiggly pencil in the cup of water. That is actually what you see. The invisible reason why you think that happens is light is a photon that's changing its path through the density medium gradient, blah, 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 blah. Those are completely different.
So no, that's not true. We can test when we use a laser beam, which you don't like, but I don't know why you don't like it.
A laser beam is not vision. So you're reifying a laser doing what vision does. A laser will bounce. Hold on. A laser can go around a corner if it's a shiny surface. Your vision cannot do that.
Yes,
Again,
it can.
Your vision doesn't work like a laser beam, dude. If you think vision is a laser beam, that's right where the problem is. That's where it is.
Right the hand. Okay, we're gonna have to go back and forth, or this won't work. So first off, I can see around corners with a mirror. That is a shiny surface. That is 100%. Wait. I'm not finished. A laser beam is, as far as anyone knows, light. If you can give me a reason to think it's not light, I'll entertain that. But we know how to create lasers, and we know they're light.
No, you don't know what light is. A laser doesn't come out. Hold on. When I turn on a light bulb, quote, your light bulb, no laser beams come out of it. When I look through my eyes, no laser beams. So you then create a laser beam and say, hey, look, this thing, the illuminated light bulb with no laser beams and your vision with no laser beams, exactly like laser beams. And I'm going, how are they exactly like laser beams? And you go, light. And then I go, what is light? And then we go off into the tangents of words of photons and electric that you don't really know. So we now have vision and illumination the same as a laser because they're light, but we don't know what light is.
I think we should move on.
I'm sorry, but that's just that's not smart, right? The hand.
Well, you can say it's not smart, but it's reality.
Let me explain why.
Lasers don't come out of a light bulb.
Let me explain why I think it's not smart. Let me explain to you
but it's
why.
reality.
So
Do lasers
it's
come
a
out of a
really
light bulb?
dumb assessment of reality. So
Do lasers come out of a light bulb?
So light comes out of a light bulb. Light comes out of a laser pointer. Yes.
Okay, well then how are you combining a light bulb and lasers when they're completely different? How do you connect them? Because they're both bright?
My God, can you just wait a second? So if I have extremely high pressure water, I can use it to cut rock and metal. Does that mean that the water that's coming out of my faucet cuts rock and metal? No.
It's still water. You're still using water.
Hold on, hang on.
Wait, let me horrible analogy. Let me respond to that horrible analogy.
I was almost done. So
is water coming out?
When I change
water that comes out of a pressure washer? Yes, they're both water. Is the laser beam light?
Right the hand. Come on.
You know it's not true.
Is this just where you're just going to overtalk me because I'm?
No, you made your point. You said pressure washer, faucet. That's your point. But the point was the pressure washer and the faucet both use water. The same water. The difference is the laser beam is not coming out of the light bulb. You are not using the same thing. You're using totally different things. And then hold on, I wasn't done. And then you're trying to reify those three different things as being the same thing because of water.
The pressure, the water pressure thing is a very good analogy. It's not exact, but it's
Well, analogies need to be exact, dude. That's why they're not. So you hold on. You're making a laser beam water. You're making a light bulb water. You're making fire water. You're making them all water so that you can use water. Hold on.
I'm not making them all water. No.
Well, then don't use the water analogy. Use the light bulb, fire, and a laser so that we don't have to say. I don't have to say how your analogies don't work.
So why don't you do this? Right the hand. Go look up how lasers work, how they're created.
Go read a book.
Wait. I'm not finished. Thank you, whoever did that. Go look up how lasers work, okay, and come back to me. Come back in 10 minutes or 20 minutes and explain to me what you discovered that makes you think it's not light. But until you can do that, you're just saying it's not light, which people who understand how lasers work think it is light.
Tell me to go read the Bible.
Go ahead and look that up and figure it out.
Okay, yeah, and I'll go read a Bible after, and I won't believe in light or God. So reading a book is not going to make your reality. You have a belief about reality like a Christian. A Christian believes God causes light, right? You believe a photon causes light.
Let me know when you've looked it up, okay? When you look up the laser, let me know.
You're reading
why
a
it's
book,
not
dude.
light.
You're just believing a.
Why was everyone screaming? Damn.
I mean, it's just pure unadulterated denial of reality and such. I don't think there's any progress to be made. Right the hand is notorious. He just denies everything, and that's the conversation. And there's lots of other people that maybe would like to say something productive.
I didn't understand it.
He's not
surely a laser
lying.
is just a collimated light source, right? So it's exactly the same as a bulb if you put a pinprick or like a camera obscura in front of it. You're just going to get the same effect, a single beam of light.
You can't kick them out and call them a liar. That's not very...
Yeah, I think
No one calls him a liar. He said he's a denialist, not a liar. And he's also constantly interrupting and shouting angrily. I mean, if he would just be an nihilist, he wouldn't be that painful.
So, anyway, someone mentioned Jesse, Path of Deception, and his theodolite tests. So, why is he doing distance tests? Rather on that late thing, there's a distance test. I don't get it because they're not designed to test. Theodolites are not designed to do tests, regardless of whatever you were about to say. The sole purpose.
This was explained to you yesterday, Shitzy. You can get
angles. Why does
Huh?
it matter what something's designed for? Surely it matters how you can use it.
No, it does,
I don't care.
because you don't understand it. Maybe you should go away and read what a theodolite does, then come back and have the conversation.
What it does, sure, but not what it was designed for, right? Somebody could come up with a secondary use for something because it was very good at doing the thing that it was designed for.
It doesn't do distance.
It's now got a secondary use.
Obviously, you don't know how to use the machine.
Schlitzy, I already told you that a theodolite measures angles, and with angles, you can then start measuring distances.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
Yes, you
No,
can.
you can't.
This is trigonometry. If
No,
you
you
have
can't.
not if you have not listened in your 5th grade, that's fine. But that's not the
Any
fault of the
distance,
satellite.
any distance for a theodolite is measured independently of the device. The sole purpose of the theodolite, the sole purpose of the theodolite, oh my God, is angular measurement.
Yes, and
it's angular.
If you have one distance and two angles, you can measure. If you have one distance,
I repeat it until
you have one distance and two angles,
I repeat it until you can see that it's angular measurement. Prime
So Schlitzy,
design
can I
of
ask
the machine is to take angular measurements.
Fine. Schlitzy, can I ask you, if I know the length of a school bus, right? If I know definitely that bus is 22 foot long, let's say, and I park that bus very far away on a hillside, can I use an angular measurement to determine how far away the bus is, given I know the length of the bus?
No, because if you use it very far away, listen. Let me tell you. This is why you need to go and read about the theodolite. And when you read about the theodolite, then come back and we have the conversation. How about that?
Yeah,
It's
you're saying it measures angles.
Exactly what omnivore. Look, everything we say now is hypothetical because you don't understand the machine. So it's not. It's pointless talking to you. Go and read the machine. Yeah, but
so if I know the angle of a triangle,
just because it measures angles, you still don't understand. You need to read the machine. Then we can
You keep saying
have a
that. Say it again,
conversation.
Schlitzy. Say it again, Schlitzy. All you're getting is information from the theodolite. You're using mathematics to figure it out. That's it.
What are you going on about?
But have you read this machine, or are you just sure
that's
that
exactly
it
what I
does
told
you
you
think it does?
yesterday.
I know how
Have
the
you
machine
used one?
works. I know how the machine works. It's angular machine. It's to take angular measurements.
So if I know the
its
angle,
sole purpose is for angular measurements. Nothing to do with distance. Nothing to do with shape. Anything. It's angular.
If I've got
measurements.
If I've got
it's
the angle,
angular measurements.
So let me ask you a different.
It's hypothetical. What you're about to say to me is hypothetical because
No,
unless you know about the
Well, let him
machine,
say it. Let him say it.
yeah, but it's hypothetical. So like, look,
no, it's not. It's maths.
drop me out.
Let him say it.
Drop me out. Read the manuals.
Oh, now he wants to duck and run.
Find out
the
about the
manual he hasn't
machine,
read.
and we can have the conversation. We pick the
You
conversation
haven't
back
read the
up.
manual, mate.
Exactly what
none of us are
Omnivore
believing
said to the other guy.
So the
I
question
don't want to
for
be
somebody
kicked
other
out.
than Schlitzy,
I'm
because
just
Schlitzy can't answer it.
I can't engage
is
with you until you
in
know the machine. Because
trigonometry.
then, when you know the machine, you won't ask me stupid questions.
Come on, man.
In trigonometry, if I know the length of one side, i.e. the length of a bus, and I know the angle that that bus takes up, in trigonometry, I can solve that triangle and I can get all three sides and all three angles. Because it's going to be pretty much equidistant from my eye. It's going to be a massive isosceles triangle with the one end hitting the front of the bus and one end hitting the back. And if I know, okay, that's 2 arc seconds, then I can go, okay, that bus is 400
Right. Let me
40
put it
kilometers
this
away
way.
or something.
Let me
I
put it
don't
this
know
way.
what the angle is, but this is a truth about reality, and it's a geometric truth. It's not. There's nothing hypothetical about it. It is
Well, you're
definitely
super wrong
something you can do, such that
The
there is a
further
thing
away
called
you
the
are, the
rule
harder
of
it's going to be to
thumb.
differentiate
Yeah,
objects.
you're super wrong.
And the more fraction you're going to have.
So what you're having to make is an argument from incompetence. Where you're
Refraction
saying,
has
I am
nothing to
incompetent.
do with left-right
I am
angles.
incapable.
You
I'm
understand the
incapable
further. That's
of
I think
solving
he's
a
posing the
triangle.
distance issue.
You need to read the machine's capabilities, know its limitations, and you wouldn't come out with such a that statement. If you know about the machine, is outrageous. Why would
Tell me
you
about the
then
machine.
be taking long measurements? It's just ridiculous.
It's just ridiculous in what way? What's
Taylor.
ridiculous about it?
Well, it measures like in arc seconds, yeah. So like, there's nothing in between. It's like putting a feather on a scale, and it don't weigh anything, but you know it's on there, and it must weigh something. And the longer you're away, the more chance that you've got to actually make a false measurement or not measure correctly. So when you're saying, yeah, I know the bus size, it don't matter. It's the length.
What's
are
going
you
to get in the
hitting?
way?
Are you hitting the bus because the refraction? What you think you're hitting the bus, you might not even be hitting it. So it's
okay. I'll
You
deal with
need
the
to know the
refraction issue.
machine, then you can have the
Refraction is
argument.
not going to go left or right.
Schlitzy.
Refraction will go up and down. I don't care
Yeah.
about up and down. There is no
Oh, of
known
course it will.
refraction
Of
that
course
is
it will. It just
claimed
stays the
to
same
bend
every
the
day.
bus left and
Refraction
right.
is just
So if I
refraction.
get the front of the bus
If you
and
just
I get the
want to
back of
get
the bus,
distance, you only get left-right angles. You just get
exactly.
horizontal angles. The vertical aspect of that is not
Listen,
relevant.
So refraction
when
is
you
irrelevant.
when you look at anyone using a theodolite, the distance is always taken separately. It's not taken with the machine. You
No,
might take the
Schlitzy,
measurement later with the machine.
Schlitzy, look, Schlitzy, go on the internet, look up
You don't have to
trigonometry.
keep telling
If you
me
know, Schlitzy,
Schlitzy.
can you once listen to someone else? If you know the side C, and you know the angle for alpha and for beta,
God,
both
this
angles
guy is
that
just
are on that side, both angles that are on that side, you can calculate A and B. So you need to do one
where do you want to
measurement
go, A
of
and B?
length. You
Give
need
me
to
A
do
and
one
B.
measurements. You need to do one measurements from AB with a whatever tape measure or so, or a laser rangefinder, or whatever you want to use. And
Yeah,
then you use the
so-
two angles, and then you have the distance to see.
And what is it? What would that distance be then?
Okay, when AB is 1 meter or 100 meter, and alpha and beta are 60 degrees.
So why don't you
then
do
that
your
would
long?
also be
Why aren't you
100
doing your long
meter
distance
and
shot? Why aren't you doing your long distance shot?
If it can measure
Doesn't
angles,
matter.
it can get you an angle for a triangle.
Yeah, it does matter.
If your
because,
if your
that's where
claim
you're
rests
wrong.
on
This is where you're wrong.
your claim
This
rests
is
on you
seriously
being
where you're wrong.
incapable of solving a triangle. For you to be right, it must be that not just you can't solve a triangle, we can't solve a triangle. But the only argument you've got is I can't solve a triangle. Fine,
No,
that's a great,
you
admission to make.
you talk about
We have an
accuracy
angle and a
when
length,
you've got
so
no
we can solve the
idea.
triangle.
You
I
don't
think most
understand
people,
the
yeah,
machine.
you don't understand. I think
You
most
don't
people
understand the
understand
machine.
trigonometry, and I think most people
It
see
doesn't
that
ma-
Schlitzy
It's
has
got
no
nothing to
argument
do
here.
with trigonometry.
You don't have
It's
an
about
argument
the
here.
limitation of the machine you're using.
You have no
and you
argument
think,
here.
You think
the
the
limitation?
machine can see forever when it doesn't.
Who said that?
It's like ridiculous. I know
Did
the
you
length
say
of
it
the
left
bus
right?
and I take the shot and you think that you're hitting it, and because maybe you're not. Because
Maybe
of
you're not. So
refraction,
how
you
does
can't
it,
just
how
say
does it
that
work?
refraction's the same every day, because it isn't.
Didn't say that. I said refraction doesn't bend it left or right, and you're only looking left or right. So the
Listen,
refraction
you've
up and
got to
down
go
is
up.
irrelevant. I've
Like,
already addressed that.
it goes up in arc seconds. So like when you're taking the angle, you might think you're hitting it and you're not hitting it. So you wouldn't do it so far away. It's just ridiculous
How
to think
far
that you're going to do some like massive, I'm 1 mile away.
No, do it from 100 meters. The theodolite will still get you the distance of the bus if you know the length of the bus. You can do this at any distance. You're just making up a distance that's too far, but I haven't posed a distance. So make it 10 meters. Is 10 meters too far for a theodolite to tell you how far the bus is?
It's to take angular measurements.
Yeah, it can take an angle of the bus and it's going to take up a chunk of my vision. And because it takes
angular
up a chunk of my vision,
measurements.
I
Got
can work
nothing
out that
to
it's
do
10
with
feet away.
distances.
Yeah,
It's
you
not
can
designed
use,
for that.
okay, Schlitzy, direct question. Can you use angles to determine lengths? Yes or no? Can you use in trigonometry? Can you use?
I wouldn't be using angles. I would seriously and truly. I would not be using an angle. So, like you're asking me a complete question. I would not be using angles to measure distances.
Can more competent
when I can just measure the
distance?
I would just measure the distance. I don't need to find angles to measure distance. So, like, what you're asking me is a retarded question because it's.
Well, yeah, I don't.
Why would I
be able to do it?
Complicate single measurement? I wouldn't
Let's say I
do
needed
that.
to know the height of a church, right? And I can't climb up the church and dangle down a thing. But could I use an angle measuring device? When I know the distance to the church, I step back 20 feet from the front door of the church and I want to measure the top of the spire. Could I use an angle to come up with a pretty accurate number for the height of the church?
I think I could find the height of the church very simply. I wouldn't need
That's
to
not
know
the
that.
question, Schlitzy.
That's not the question. The question is,
That I wouldn't be
could
doing
I, a more competent
whatever
person than
you're
you? Not
saying.
you, Schlitzy. I don't think you can do anything. I'm saying, could a more competent person get the height of the church pretty accurately using an angle?
Well, now you've got to call names, yeah. That's like because you're like losing
No, come on. I mean, so he's asking legitimately, can it be
No,
done?
he's not.
Not
He's
can
asking
you do it?
retarded questions, and he knows
The
he
answer is
is.
yes.
and he thinks
No,
he
he's
knows.
asking the right questions.
No,
The answer's
oh
yes.
my
The
God.
funny,
The
the
answer is
funny thing
Schlitzie
is,
can't,
You,
but
you
competent
know,
people
what
can.
you people would rather do. You're
riding on
dying on the hill.
eggshell.
You're
The
dying on
funny
the
thing
hill,
is
then.
that Schlitzie is a carpenter, and he should have learned trigonometry either in school or when he learned the job. So as a carpenter, I think you also need trig at the one or other point, for example, to calculate the length of some diagonals, but probably Schlitzie is never calculating that, but always like trying to measure them on the get-go or so.
Yeah, squaring up a corner is a common use of a carpenter 3, 4, and 5 on the corner to make sure it's square. It's trigonometry that does that.
And there is a rule of thumb to guess distances of things. So it's something like if you can hide a person with your thumb, they are this far away, and if they're your thumbnail, they're this far away. Like there are rules that you can learn.
I have no
using
words.
perspective to guess the distance of something
failed
based
to
on its angular
engage
size.
That is it. That's the final nail in my coffin. I think you're absolutely, completely wrong.
I hope it's not your.
Yeah,
You like it. You
your
like
whole
mixing up
argument,
the
I
same
agree
wrong
with you,
music,
Schlitzie.
but it's good.
I agree with you. You would use a
ridiculous.
different measurement to measure a church because you don't understand how this system works. You don't understand how you can turn
Oh
an
my
angle
God.
into a length. So you would use a different method, which is why you don't
What
understand
do you?
why
How do
this
you think
method
of?
works.
What do you think a roof is? What do you think a roof is?
Top of a building?
It's full of angles. Full of angles. You've got valleys. You've got hips. It's full of angles.
How do you think they work out the proper length of a rafter? How do you think they do that, Schlitzie?
Or how did they measure the height of the Empire State Building?
I don't ask a lorry driver. That's for sure.
Well, what they might do is use a rule of thumb. If this rule of thumb works to determine distances, then that says angular measurements can give you distances. If this has been known by humans for thousands of years, you're now so incompetent, you can't tell how far away a human is because they're taking up less of your vision. We all know that people get smaller angularly as they walk away from us, but Schlitzie, in order to defend the flat earth, is now pretending he doesn't understand how perspective works.
No, I'm not. Who's defending flat Earth? Are you stupid? Are you
Please tell me you're a
fucking
flat earther.
stupid? Come on.
Is
Are
he
you
not a flat
fucking
earther?
stupid? Who said anything about flat Earth?
The carpenter
please
just
tell me he's a
tries to
flat earther.
debunk the professional surveyor in how they are using their tools, right?
Well, you don't think I've used a level, a laser, and you don't think I know how a theodolite works?
Okay,
Yeah,
let me ask
awesome.
you a
I
different.
I use the laser, and
you
now
don't know how a
I'm a space
right,
marine. Or what?
look, let's put it this way, right? I know how a theodolite works. Do you? Because we wouldn't be having this. If you did, we wouldn't be having this stupid argument.
And we
You
already
think you know how
explained
it
to you, it's an
works.
angle measurement device. It's an angle measurement device. The
Yeah,
length
sole
of the
sole
length
purpose.
of your
Listen,
the length
listen.
of your
Can you
base.
stop?
You have to
Can you
determine
stop?
somehow else. And the funny thing
Oh.
is, Schlitzie, what's the most important
Can you
tool when you
stop?
work?
I'm asking you.
You know
I've
what's
asked
the
you to
most
stop
important
20
tool? I think it's a
times.
tool that you don't have in your
Can you
box.
stop?
It's the
Stop
brain.
yourself.
You need to do
Stop
measurements.
yourself.
And after you do the measurements,
Yourself.
then you can do the calculations.
Stop yourself.
Please chill. Can I ask you?
I'm going to be working out my
Schlitzie?
I'm going to be working out my mute button powers if we don't calm down.
Yes, use them.
I'll tell you what, Left Lane. How about this?
Schlitzie?
Fuck yourself.
Schlitzie, can I ask you, if you've got a roof, right, and that roof is like, I imagine, steeper.
I'm not
in
doing a
snowy
hypothetical. We're
areas?
we're
You
now
build roofs,
diverting.
right?
I'm talking about theodolites, and that's all I want to talk about.
build
If you
roofs,
want to
right?
talk about a theodolite, I'm happy. You want to talk about nonsense or hypotheticals, I'm not in it.
Sure.
All right, then let somebody else talk. Let somebody else talk.
Okay, I put myself on mute. Thank
Well,
you.
It accurately measures
Absolute
angles.
rubbish.
And if you understand trigonometry, you can use that to determine the length of it.
Stop.
It's true. If you can't do it, that's fine. I get it. That's why you're a flat earther, because you don't understand how triangles work.
Nobody
No,
needs to
you're
be
an
muted.
idiot.
Just
You
go
don't
one
know
at a
The
how
globe
time.
doesn't even
How
have
simple is
triangles.
that?
It has spherical geometry. So their triangles
the
are greater
thing
than
is-
180 degrees.
Well, the thing is that the theodolite measures angles, and without the mathematics that you employ to use that information, theodolite's useless.
Yeah, just like you got to input the actual conditions.
I mean, the point about the theodolite is pretty solved, right? It can be used to determine different distances is the first AI review. You can use angles to solve triangles.
And the whole thing about,
trouble.
oh, that's now spherical trigonometry or spherical geometry. There is also a rule in surveying that what is up to 1,000 square meter or square mile or what? You don't have to account for the spherical part. So in lower or shorter distances, you don't need to calculate Earth curvature into your calculation of distances.
Right. Yeah, it's the same a plane.
Sorry, go on.
We were talking about horizontal angles and distances. We were not talking about measuring the Earth curve, Taylor.
Isn't that what we're trying to determine?
Schlitzie claimed that with a theodolite, you cannot come up with a distance. And that's just blindly false, because if you have one side and two angles, you can solve the whole triangle. And that triangle is laying horizontally, or it's laying flat on our Earth. We don't need to calculate the height of any point. We just want to come up with a distance of something.
You're lying, Snooze. I didn't say that. What I said is the theodolite.
You said that
the
they
theodolite
use the theodolite
isn't
to come up
designed.
with a distance.
No, listen, because you're wrong, and you can go back and record this. I said the theodolite is for angular measurements only. It's not designed for distance. To
Correct,
take
and I explained
measurements. No, you didn't.
I explained to you
You just
yesterday
said,
already.
"Oh, yeah, but with a trigonometry, I can do the distance."
Well,
and that
that's
wasn't my question.
Well, that's okay,
So-
Schlitzie. You're right. The theodolite does measure angles, but
And that's
without any
exactly what
other
I told
information,
you.
without any other mathematics,
It's
without the other things they use in surveying, the angle is useless. No, you're not listening, are you?
The sole purpose is measuring angles, and
Yes.
the sole purpose of a measurement wheel or a laser rangefinder is to measure. Shut up and let me talk.
Nothing to do
Shut
with
up and
distances.
don't interrupt, Schlitzie. Why are you
Oh,
interrupting?
well, you don't stop talking.
No, I just wanted to say a point after you said a point. So I let you talk. So now you can talk. Let me talk as well.
on mute because it's just pointless.
Yeah, that would be great. That would be awesome. So the theodolite, as you correctly said, is for measuring angles. So you use 2 times the theodolite to measure 2 angles, and then you use 1 time a laser rangefinder to use the distance between these 2 points that you had put your theodolite to, and look to the same target. And then you use your third tool, your brain, and calculate the 2 missing lengths to the point that you just have targeted. So with a theodolite and anything else that can measure 1 range, you can come up with 2 more ranges. And now you have 3 points. And from these 3 points, where you always have a known length of one of these lines, you can make another point and another point and another point and so on. So from that point on, once you had 1 distance, you can solely use the theodolite to measure more and more distances.
Like a tape measure isn't designed to measure area, but you can measure 2 lengths and get an area.
Here is the manual for the Leica theodolite, including the page in which it tells you how to use the device to estimate distances. Distance measuring with stadia lines, it's called.
I guess Snooze, as a suggestion, how about this? Like, if you know for instance, if you know non-distance, and if you can give 2 angles, see if you can solve the triangle just to prove a point. You can try something like that.
Sure. In reality?
Yeah, let's try that. Yeah, but just we can try it. That to just prove a point where Schlitzie keeps saying no.
Yeah.
At least we can say here you go. We got 2 angles, as Snooze said, and again, we use the laser rangefinder to find distance. There you go, triangle.
Yeah, I have to leave. I cannot
right now. You can do it short range.
Oh, short range, yeah. By the way.
Oh, where's my could I get out my?
When I need you, you want to leave. Come on. Just kidding.
Could I get out my sextant to measure an angle. Somehow I think it's not going to convince him. I think it'll be a wasted hour where he says that's not a theodolite. The question is, does it accurately measure angle? If one's got angle, can you use that for something else? Like, are you prevented from using the angle that the theodolite gives you?
You're a bit robotic. I should fix your connection or what?
Is that me roboting or somebody else?
No, Taylor, robotic.
Oh, not much, not yet.
It really.
But yeah, if you use a theodolite, it'll be an even better device for telling you that the Earth's a globe.
Even if you're using a total station, you wouldn't do it to try to measure distance, even though it's got a built-in thing to measure, or it's I can't remember what it is. It's a little device built into it, because they come out such bad readings. I don't know what your trigonometry. Yeah, you're correct. You can, but you wouldn't set it out with a theodolite. You'd come out severely wrong, and that's my argument. Nothing about anything else. Theodolite, total station, don't measure distance.
How wrong would they be though? Like, let's say we've parked a school bus a kilometre away.
Depends on the
day. How wrong is it going to get it?
Depends on the day. Depends on the day.
On the worst day, how wrong would you?
I don't know. What's your worst day? On your worst day, you wouldn't be able to take the measurement in the first place. So
I'd say it'd be close enough.
No, it wouldn't. Oh my god!
Even on the worst
this
day,
this is how I know you know nothing. It would be close enough. You're absolutely insane, you people. Why didn't you just go and look? You're reading it, and you're thinking you're reading it online because you've got this got you moment. But trust me,
we do.
Look at any. Just say, look, critique. Why you would put in Google? I would imagine it will come up. Why you wouldn't use a theodolite to take?
I've checked that.
Can
I
I make
posted
a
in the chat, and it says it's an angle measuring device.
Shut up and Google.
I did. I googled it. Here's what it said. I said, "Can you use a theodolite to determine distance?" And it says, "While a standard theodolite primarily measures angles, it can be used to determine distances, particularly in conjunction with other surveying techniques like stadia or tachymetry," which is what I said. Right? Google agrees with me. You can use it to determine distances.
I have a suggestion because Shubil, if he can talk or if he's free to talk, he can actually. He's the in-house expert, I would say.
Yeah, he's.
What's your
he's
question?
Good. You got load. Yeah,
Not my
Shubil has
question.
got all the information that you could ever want about surveying accurately. It just seems to not matter to some people.
Well, if Schlitzy's asking the question, I already know that he'll reject the answer. So I'm not really enthused to deal with a denier of so much technology and academic certainty.
Yeah, that's it.
Right, right in an extra. Do you want to perhaps repeat the question or his statement? If he's.
I mean, the simplest
or
one
do
is.
you want to carry on? Do you want to ask Shubil? Go ahead.
So we're not going to get there, are we? That's. I think a broader point about flat Earth is interesting, which is a lot of flat Earth evidence comes down to arguments from incompetence. So I don't know how to get gas pressure without a container, right? I don't understand why choppers don't spin. I can't get gas pressure differentials to occur in front of me. I can't replicate spin. I can't replicate a curve. All of it, I can't detect a curve, right? I go out and I bring lasers and I try to find a curve and I fail. Like all of the arguments that Flat Earth presents are telling you what they are not able to manage to figure out how to do. If you're trying to come in, Taylor, we got a quarter of a syllable.
So whoever just said that all flat Earth arguments, yeah. So all globe arguments are completely fallacious just from the start.
Maybe that could be the case.
So wait a minute.
That would be essentially be accepting what I'm saying is true.
I
That flat Earth
believe
arguments
that.
mostly, almost entirely rest on incompetence and saying, but you've got bad arguments too. So you're accepting.
Well, you could say incompetence, or you could say ignorance, because incompetence is wrong. I would go with ignorance of how things are because we're lied to, and we kind of can't really prove what we live on. I think that's the whole point
Oh,
of
yes,
a
you
lot
can.
of flat Earth
argument for incompetence.
Thanks. So please don't interrupt me.
Well,
so real quick, I won't monologue.
We can't test it.
So
What you said,
you
right?
can try and test things, but the important thing about testing things is that you remain in a sound reason, right? You have sound reasoning when you do these tests, when you do the scientific method, that you stick to the stringent steps, which currently scientism does not do. I know I went on my soapbox yesterday about this, but I just can't hear you say
It
that.
absolutely does do that. I don't know why you think it doesn't. Can you
It
point
absolutely
why you
doesn't.
think it doesn't?
Because any experiment or any globe proof that you can explain to me is on its face a presupposed fallacy. It's unsound from the get-go.
Yeah, that's your opinion. Thanks for that.
Well, that's to your understanding. Is it possible
Well,
you
someone
don't
explain.
understand the trigonometry?
Yeah, I guess that is possible, but more likely is that you guys adhere to a scientism cult who isn't interested in the truth, but just wants to reify their own world belief because.
No, here, wait. Here's my position. I don't use science. I don't use any science. Everything that qualifies Earth as a rotating planet to me is pure, simple observation. I don't have to use science. I don't have to use NASA. NASA could be lying every word they say. It doesn't change the fact that I can observe and understand that I'm on a rotating planet orbiting the sun.
Yeah, but my problem is like they're not accounting for all the variables. That's my issue with a lot of these tests.
There's no variables or controls that are taken into place, and then it's just presupposition to reify whatever theory they want to prove.
All kinds
like
of
word salad,
controls
though.
taken into place.
Word salad. I'm talking about a scientific method. How does using the steps of the scientific method sound like word salad to you?
So
because you're just saying all your tests, but which test it doesn't account
Well,
for
which
all the
test do you
variables?
think proves the globe?
Yeah,
That'd be the
and
first
then we can
question.
go through it.
Sure,
I wanted to
mechanical
ask left.
gyrocompass.
Yeah, which
Mechanical
test proves the
gyrocompass.
globe?
Mechanical. Well, I
Explain.
wouldn't say test. I would say the best evidence for the globe that we're on a rotating body is the mechanical gyrocompass.
Okay, so can mechanical
I'll let you go, Taylor.
gyrocompasses be influenced by external forces other than rotation?
No.
No,
Unless
they
you've got
can't be influenced by magnetism.
Extraordinarily powerful magnetic fields could affect them, but even far many orders of magnitude more than the background that we have on Earth, many orders of magnitude more doesn't affect its reading. No.
And we
Accounting for the background magnetic field.
Yeah, you can test it. You can pass a far stronger magnet past the magnetic gyro.
So how are we accounting
it
for the
won't widen.
background magnetic field? How are we controlling for that?
You don't need to control for it. You know that
we don't need to control for that.
It
you
went
know
from
that something
that they
more
do control
powerful.
for it.
You know
and they
that
don't
something
need
more
to.
powerful
That's crazy.
doesn't affect it. That's the same
Yeah,
thing.
it's
Same
total
force.
Agnes.
When it
So we know
Agnes.
magnets can affect them, but we don't control for the background magnetic
No,
field of the Earth.
magnetic fields can't affect them. You're just not.
Oh, really?
Well, I want to know what magnetic
Okay,
field
well, I have
she's
papers
talking
that show what it
about.
was.
That's true. So you're dreaming up an
Magnetic
extraordinarily
fields
strong
can
one?
affect gyroscopes.
Not gyrocompass. No, it's not affected by magnetic fields. Google it. Find it right now.
Okay.
It's not affected by magnetic fields.
Yeah, the gyro compass is not just a gyroscope.
Yeah, it finds the axis that is due north south. How does it know the axis of due north south? if it's on a sphere, it must find that, right? A spinning mass must be able to detect the torque imparted on it by being on a rotating body. So it's necessary if you're on a globe that you should find a
Hold on. Can you
rotating thing.
repeat that?
But
Repeat
if
that
you would
statement
say
you
that,
just
so what it says is, what I'm saying is, if you're on a rotating body, it is absolutely necessary. You must be able to detect the torque applied to a gyroscope if you're on a rotating body. But to
Okay,
say
can
you
we
do
be
detect that,
logical about that?
sure,
You
please try.
you made a bunch of
Go for it.
presuppositions. That whole thing was just one big presupposition. We must be able to detect this, but you don't explain how, and you don't break it down.
Sure, I can break it down for you. It doesn't mean it's a presupposition. What I'm
Okay,
breaking
well,
down for you is
your
basic physics.
explanation objectively had a presupposition imposed in it
What was the presupposition? That
that
physics works?
we must detect the torque of a rotating body.
Sure.
Yeah, but
Necessary
the
physics,
machine,
we must be able
the
to.
machine is
Yeah.
responding.
So
The gyro
so
compass is responding to that torque.
Can
There's
we?
a torque applied to every
That
object.
is another
If you're on a
presupposition.
so let me run you through the
Can you
presupposition.
admit that that was a presupposed fallacy?
If you think the presuppositions are bad, then that itself is a presupposition. Checkmate. All presuppositions,
How can you be
including that
scientific?
one.
Let's not go into verbal mumbo jumbo.
No, you
bro,
just can't
please.
live a life without presupposing things. It's just insane.
I just want to be sound. I just want to have sound arguments
not.
and
Yeah,
keep
you're not.
logic. Yeah, logic
not
and
logic.
reason are very important. You know,
They're
I
not
think
to
it's the
you.
bedrock. Absolutely,
Because
that's why I don't allow fallacious arguments to explain things that I don't know.
Everything has a
Yeah,
presupposition.
your argument is in itself a presupposition, and it is a false presupposition.
The argument,
cultists, man.
yeah,
You
the
guys don't
argument
even
is a
make
dern.
sense.
No, if you're saying
You don't even know
can't
my
have
argument.
presuppositions, you're saying you can't have presuppositions, but that itself is a presupposition. It's a dern. You're defeating your own argument.
Are we saying that to be logical and with sound reason, we're allowing fallacious arguments? We're
No.
allowing fallacious belief,
Presuppositions.
right?
Presuppositions.
That is in itself a fallacy, correct?
So tell me about the
No,
gyro
it's
compass.
not.
It basically just points north, right?
Points.
No.
Well, I'd say it aligns north-south.
Okay,
Aligns
so
with the
then,
axis of the
so
rotation
tell me
of
how
the
that.
Earth.
Walk me through how that
Okay.
proves motion.
Sure. So
Well,
it is
there
not.
is, as was exampled by FE Core, they got a gyro compass. They put it in a basement where but they still knew where north south was. They would turn the thing on, and it would just after a few minutes point north. And they go, "That's funny. How did it know that?" And he takes a magnet, takes the magnifier. That doesn't seem to affect it. So he'd turn it off, disturb it, turn it back on. It'd find north south because there is a gyroscope, and the gyroscope wants to remain in a fixed plane. But then they add ballast to the bottom to impart a torque, and one axis of the gyro aligns to the spin axis of the Earth.
But let me.
You said they add ballast to the bottom. Can you explain what that is?
Ballast. A weight is actually hung from the gyroscope. So as the gyroscope tries to remain in position, the reorientation due to rotation of the Earth, the ballast, the weight, is pulling it down, forcing it to depart from its initial plane of rotation, and then it aligns to the axis of rotation of Earth.
So basically, resistance towards pointing north is what you're saying?
No, resistance to remaining in its original plane by the gravitational attraction of the weight imparting a torque. Just like when you take, like as was seen, you take other gyroscopes and you get them going and they're just sitting there, not doing anything. If you just press on one of the gimbals, it'll start rotating around to combat that torque. So there's a weight, and that imparts the torque, which forces it to align to the rotation axis of the Earth. Now, I posted the video by FE Core.
It's a great video.
Watch it. It's 23
That is
minutes.
not a mechanical gyroscope, by the way.
Yes, it is. It's a
Except it is a spin. No, they take it apart.
It's not mechanical.
Except they take it apart. No, they take it apart. It is a spinning mass gyro. It is not a laser ring.
A mechanical gyro compass. You're just wrong.
Oh, it's not a laser ring, that one? Okay, I thought it was a laser ring.
Yeah, it's a teledyne. It's a teledyne spinning mass gyro compass, much like was invented in 1900 by the Sperry Corporation.
Oh, I'm glad you mentioned
I have a
that. You know
gyroscope
that
here too.
Gyro compass is what you need. So Taylor, would you agree that if you were on a merry-go-round or something that was rotating, that according to the way physics and gyroscopes work, you could, let's say, put you on a merry-go-round, you could detect that merry-go-round was rotating if you had a gyro. Would you agree in principle that's what gyros do? That's how they work? That's what their purpose is?
The point north?
No, the gyro detects rotation. It will attempt to maintain rigidity in free space, angular rigidity, so it doesn't care where it's moving, but it cares if it's tilting around an axis, and it attempts to stay straight there. But if you're on a rotating thing like a merry-go-round, you know, where the horses go up and down the boom, 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 it would detect that in that it would show that you're going around in circles. Do you understand that's what a gyro is?
Yeah, I understand.
So would you agree that if you're on a rotating body like a merry-go-round, it must be that if you have a gyro that works, that gyro must detect that, because that's what gyros do.
In other words, what he's trying to say is a gyro is designed to stay rigid in space. Yes, we all get that. That's childhood stuff. What about it?
So do gyros, I've got two questions and they're the same question, but it's just, I'm just going to ask you twice. One I'm asking, you can choose which one I'm asking about what. Do gyros detect rotation?
I don't know. I don't know if whatever the torque is that is being, resistance being applied to it or whatever you want to call it. Okay. How would we isolate if that's because of rotation or not, instead of like some movement in the magnetic field in general?
So yeah, if you couldn't figure out how to detect rotation, you might yourself remain unconvinced because you don't have the competence to check that.
I don't know if using
I
don't know if we put a magnet in the middle of a merry-go-round, if it would give torque resistance or not.
It would show. Definitely.
Okay, well maybe you should do that. I don't know. We need to isolate that whatever this torque is being because of the rotation instead of like some magnetic field movement.
Well, what that would suggest is you've got a merry-go-round going round in a circle. The only thing that's really meaningfully changing for the gyro is its orientation, and it's reading perfectly its orientation. But your suggestion is maybe it's doing that magnetically.
I have a question for Taylor. Taylor, do you apply the same standard of requirements on your biological tests?
Yeah.
So,
just
a minute. Can ultraviolet light change how genetics are expressed?
It could.
So, if you've done a test where there's a smidgen, one photon of ultraviolet light, it means that test is invalid because you didn't control for it, right?
Well, you need to. Well, first of all, you don't usually want to expose them to much UV light, and especially
not UV. Like sunlight.
Expression.
Like sunlight has a UV component, right? So if anything that you're doing, if the rat you're testing has ever been exposed to sunlight, even for a moment, that now is invalid, right?
What's our? Are we testing the expression of a gene?
We're testing anything that you've ever done, in biology.
Because if you have thymine dimers and pyrimidine dimers, that shouldn't change gene expression.
Let me finish for a second. Let me finish. If you're testing anything in biology and any of the animals that you're testing have ever been exposed to even a tiny amount of UV light, you don't know what's happened to them biologically.
So what you do, can I explain real quick? So what you do is you implement a control. You get animals that you're testing and you make sure that they have never had any exposure to UV.
To sunlight.
If you're testing DNA mutation rate.
To sunlight.
And then you look at the difference. That is implementing a control. Why
sunlight.
do you say
sunlight?
Exactly.
So
have a control where you get zombie animals?
FJ, just hold on a second. We can do the same thing. If we do this with UV light, we can do the same thing with air. Are they breathing a purely controlled atmosphere that we know has zero carcinogens or other? We have made sure there's not one molecule of something in there that we didn't want.
Can we make a laboratory or a chamber and control all the molecules in that chamber?
Not really, no.
You definitely can control how much UV, especially if it's a mouse. They don't really need UV light to survive.
So that was just a bad example. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, you definitely can. But if you're looking at DNA mutation rate, then that would be something to consider. If you say, okay, well, UV light causes mutation, you definitely keep them out of UV light. That seems logical.
So that was like the basic step of the scientific method, and yet you had a question about it. It's like you don't understand the basics.
Because I promise you that Taylor's
control. You implement a control.
environment. Taylor's tests are not all being done in a clean room. They're not all being done in a in a positive pressure environment. They're not all being done in windowless rooms.
No one is saying that.
Yes,
but
yes,
you asked the
are.
question. You posed the question. How do we?
They actually are being done in a
the
windowless room, but that's cool.
In what?
In a windowless room.
In a windowless room, possibly, but not in a clean room where there is absolute CDC style controls.
Well, whenever I expose a model organism to the environment, it is in
CDC.
a clean space, like in a
What's
fume
that?
hood.
What's that, Taylor?
They will be in a fume hood whenever you are exposing them to the open environment to try to protect from any bacteria.
I still don't understand that. So
Like, yeah, in terms of being clean, yeah,
room?
anytime you expose them to the open air, you're gonna have to sterilize the air.
Yeah, in a hood. It's called a hood.
I mean, when could you ever control for every variable?
You can never
so if
do
they're
that.
looking,
No one said that. No one said
Okay,
that.
wait, hold
You
on.
are such a.
Taylor,
Oh my
Taylor said
God.
exactly that.
so
No,
I
she
did post a
didn't.
video
Don't
of this
control
guy
for
with a
every variable.
gyro compass, apparently saying he didn't find any evidence of motion. I'm not a gyro compass expert, but this is 2 videos I did post that he's responding to FE Core with his own gyro compasses that were taken from planes. And another point,
Gyro compasses.
I forgot about it.
Yeah, gyro compasses on planes. What?
Yeah, they don't.
I don't know. He apparently has this
if it
nice
was
gyro
just
compass.
very-
I thought he got it from a plane, but maybe he got it from somewhere else. I'm not sure where he got it. All I know is
What
that
was
he
his
claims to have
question?
not found motion with it, and I posted 2 videos. That's all I know.
That appears to be a
shouldn't have
directional
motion.
gyro from like a Cessna.
Yeah, it should lock
Okay,
north and
well
stay
that's
north.
right.
The gyro compass should lock north and stay north. There's no movement predicted. So if you're saying he didn't get movement, that sounds like his gyro compass is working.
And a
how do you
directional
think it
gyro.
would? How does
A
like, let's say
directional
it's
gyro.
magnetic fields don't align with the north, right? We have to get magnetic declination. So how is north finding something when it doesn't know where that thing is? How are magnets finding something, i.e. north, when magnetic fields don't know where north is?
Well, to add to that,
Same way
these gyro compasses find true geographic north, related to the axis of rotation, and they're defiant of the magnetic, the magnetic plane of magnetic north. So they deviate from magnetic north anywhere they're at. And that's why they're on steel-hulled ships.
Well, so excuse my ignorance if I'm completely wrong here, but the question is, how does a magnet identify something that it doesn't know where it is? Well, it knows, where south is. So
it aligns. Yeah, it aligns with the field lines of Earth's magnetic field. A gyro compass
can't you
does not.
Can't you deductive reason from that question? How does a compass know where north is? It just knows where south is, so it does 180 degrees the opposite way.
No, it aligns parallel. The needle aligns parallel to the field lines. That's it.
Yeah, you've
it doesn't point at anything.
It is not a magnet. The gyro compass is not affected by even very, very strong magnetic fields.
He did not ask about a gyro compass. He
just asked about a pure magnet.
Exactly.
What I'm saying
so
is,
I was addressing that. So don't frame it where I'm.
A
don't know what
gyro
I'm
compass
talking about.
finds due north.
But he asked the question. The question was about a pure magnet. How does a pure magnet, like a magnetic compass, how does it know something? Well, it doesn't know anything. It just aligns parallel to Earth's magnetic field lines. Unlike a gyro compass, which they put on steel-hulled ships, which have great magnetic interference, which do not affect the gyro compass.
And find due north, this magical point that aligns with the movement of the stars using a gyro. So exactly again what you would expect if you're on a turning body that was turning on a north-south axis eastwards, as all the other planets are when we look out there. So if you were on that body and you saw the stars going around, you went, look, that light show up in the sky does suggest that balls orbit balls eastwards. What's a good way to test that? I'll get a spinning mass that must be able to detect rotation. And lo and behold, that mass is so effective at finding the rotation that you can find due north and due south using it, which is information that doesn't make sense. Due south doesn't mean anything on a flat Earth. There's no way.
How do we know it's detecting rotation?
Otherwise,
Yeah, you're just
How
That's
assuming
what
that.
gyros
how do
do.
we know?
Gyros,
That's just what they
definitionally,
do.
that's
They
what
just
gyros
work
Have
do.
like
we
that.
put a
Gyros
gyroscope on
detect
a
rotation.
merry-go-round and see if it like have we moved a gyro and see
You
if it
decide
actually
how it is you want, but gyros
Wow,
definitionally
that's
and
goofy, dude.
practically,
That was the
definitionally and
goofiest thing I've
practically.
heard today. You
Well,
decide
amphibious.
how it is.
Amphibious. I'm saying you decide what will make your mind up. But I think gyros are both defined as and used as things that can detect change in angular orientation. That is necessarily what they are defined as. They were made by Leon Foucault to detect the rotation of the Earth, and they do detect the rotation of the Earth exactly as they must if we are on a rotating body, as it appears when you look at the stars that we are. And if you're saying that's
how do we know
goofy
we're
and not good
detecting this
evidence,
rotation?
then I
That's the
don't
whole
know
thing.
what good evidence would look like if it wasn't a physical device that could point in the sky and say, that's due north, that's the axis around which we're rotating. You're like, it's exactly what it looks like the axis is as well. It
If
matches
you
perfectly with my other observation.
if you use circular reasoning,
Where's it
and
circular?
that you're presupposing that it has to detect it because of the rotation.
Yeah, that's weak, man. That doesn't even work. It doesn't
None
even.
of your
It sounds
arguments
silly.
are sound. None of your
Yeah,
arguments are sound.
that's what's silly about it. You claim that, and it's like
It's so
unfounded.
true, and you can't even admit it because
You're just
they're
using
detailed.
words and pretending is what you're doing.
Okay, you could say that, but that's just deceiving yourself and putting your head in the sand just farther, you know.
Can you steel man the argument, Amphibious? Then
And
you
I
should be able
steel
to
man
debunk it. Yeah,
that
so you
the
show what you think the strongest version of my argument is, and then show why that strongest version is false. If you can't steel man it, then your rejection of it is invalid, right? If you don't know what it is that I'm saying, then that you think it's wrong is meaningless.
no, because I listened. Just because
steel man it.
It doesn't. Okay, I will do a very poor job steel manning it because I don't know the details. I just kind of like heard the beginning, and right when I heard the beginning, you presupposed a bunch of things. It wasn't logical. It wasn't
So
sound.
no steel man. You can't steel man. You can just say I presuppose a bunch of things. You can't label those things. If you could steel man,
If you say it
was
again,
A, B, and C, right?
If you say it again, I'll ding a bell when I
Okay, let
hear
me
the
try
first
steel man.
unsound.
If you can't steel man it, you don't know what's wrong with it. It might be right. So you've just dipped
Yes,
Let
I
me try.
do.
I'm gonna
Go
try my
for it,
best.
Taylor. I think
So
you can do
basically,
it.
the gyro compass is going to always point north. Whenever you move it away from north, it's going to go back to pointing north, right? But you're saying that there's resistance whenever it goes back one way versus the other way because it's going against the rotation of the Earth. Is that correct?
Say again, the second bit about against the rotation of
So
the
whenever
Earth.
you move it away from pointing north, it's going to go pointing north again, right? But you're saying whenever you move it away one way versus the other way, there's more resistance because it's moving against the rotation of the Earth.
I don't fully understand what you're saying there, but I do think it's got.
So then
My
maybe you
understanding is they have hunting
that's
behaviors that are different, whether it's going eastward or westward. So if it's west of north, my understanding is it's like kind of something like between a jagged movement and a smooth movement, which
exactly.
is fine. What's the point regarding it? Were you going
No,
to
that
steel
I was
man
just
the
trying to
point?
steal it. I think I did a pretty good job.
No,
Can
that's
you
not a
ask
steel
me
man.
something
That's
back?
not a steel man. The steel man is gyros detect rotation. Yes.
That's it.
Number one,
How
gyros
does it
detect
work?
rotation. Number
That's the
two,
first fallacy, or the first
What if
why
I
is
would
that a
have said
unsound.
that?
fallacy?
If I would
Why
have
is that a
said that,
fallacy?
then
Not a fallacy, unsound reasoning.
Why is it unsound reasoning?
gyros detect
What's unsound
rotation.
about it?
Because
Are
you
you saying they
just
can't detect rotation?
presupposed.
They detect rotation. That's what I was
You
trying to
can't.
do.
You can't exist without
Didn't I do it
presupposing
pretty good?
amphibious.
What did I say wrong?
It's not about no. It's what it is about is it's not about them hunting one way or the other. It is that gyros, if you're on a rotating body and gyros work as they say on the tin, then it is necessarily the case that gyros will detect that rotation. And that rotation I also now need to make all the more difficult. If you're on a rotating body like a sphere or anything, a shoe, it can rotate through infinite different axes, right? So I could turn it end over end, side over side, or any variation in between, such there are infinite axes along which I could rotate that shoe. Plus, I could rotate it clock or counterclock along that axis, and I could rotate it infinite different speed intervals either direction, right? So I could rotate a shoe very, very quickly top over top or very slowly left and right. Now, when it comes to the globe, what this gyro compass finds, and all gyros find, is out of the out of the infinite axes, it picks the right axis. Out of the infinite speeds and directions, it could be the two directions, and infinite speeds, it could be going in either direction. It picks bang on the right speed and the right axis.
Wait, how do you
Isn't that
know?
interesting?
Eggshells.
Isn't that interesting?
Eggshells. How do you know? I mean, if they're lying about the shape of the Earth and the spin and everything, right? Wouldn't they? Wouldn't they,
right speed.
does anyone hear me?
Yep.
No, just don't get off topic because I want to ask him a question about that. But go ahead.
Okay, I'll make sure to interrupt you as soon as you start talking. Actually, do you think if they're I'll just restart. Do you think if they're lying about the shape of the Earth and the spin, that they wouldn't set up the way the Earth spins with how this sky pole or whatever anomaly is causing things to move? Like they would also set that up in that direction, right?
If you could set up, I would agree. If you could set up gyros so you could teach them, you would essentially have to teach them what due north-south was, and then have it match so it was telling you the same as what the sky was. It would somehow need to know both the time. No, not the time, sorry. It needs to know what due north-south is. That's all it needs to know. Yeah, the device needs to find out what it's seeking, which is due north-south.
I'm just saying
a different
the
way
model
than with the gyro, despite the fact it's got a spinning mass inside.
I'm just saying that the model of your Earth spinning is based on the effect, not you're not actually seeing the Earth spin.
No, we're seeing exactly what the stars look exactly like they would if the Earth was spinning around a north-south axis, and a gyro finds that same thing at that same speed along that same.
Yeah, they. But you're just begging the question, right? The model is made to match the observation.
Well, yeah, that's how you build a model. You look at the observations and you test them, and you go with which ones work.
Yeah, they both work.
Yeah, they both work because
it's not empirical.
Which is exactly what you would have, right? Do gyros detect rotation? Do gyros detect rotation? Both answers are yes. That's what they do as a functional device on a plane, on a merry-go-round, anything. And do gyros detect rotation of the Earth? Yes, they both do.
And
effectively.
And it's worth noting. It's worth noting that the gyro compass was invented specifically to exploit the rotation of Earth to make maritime navigation safer and more reliable and more robust on steel hull air ships, and has been in use, and many different manufacturers make them, and they're ubiquitous in maritime shipping. They're completely safe and reliable. If you're going around Cape Horn, if you were going around Antarctica, if you're going to sailing to Hawaii or some little island in the middle of the South Pacific. So safety and the fact that it was purpose built to exploit the known rotation of the Earth. Someone said, "Look at this gyro. Look what they do." And if you put ballast on it to force a torque onto it, then it aligns to the axis and all the magnetic declination charts and all the navigation gets better and safer. So it's purpose built. So you have to really deny human accomplishment of technology.
Okay, so we acknowledge an effect. So what's the cause is the question. What's causing
rotation
this?
appears to be the best answer.
It was designed because it was exploiting the known rotation of Earth.
Listen.
And it
Hey,
works.
really quick. Nice sermon
how much
from the
torque
Church of
should we expect?
Scientism. Great
How much
job.
torque should we expect with the rotation of the Earth? Because if we haven't tested gyro compasses and how they respond to rotation, then how would we know what to expect if we're actually exploiting the rotation?
Elementary. The thing is, y'all are ignoring the fact that they've been around a long time and they do what they're supposed to do.
Doesn't matter.
They work.
That's not what's in contention.
No, they've been tested. They've been tested before they got the patent. They've been tested before they put in manufacture. They've been tested, and trust me, you got to follow the money. There would be financial liability if they put out a fraudulent product.
Yeah, I'm not
but
saying it doesn't work.
No one's saying it doesn't work, bro. No one's saying it doesn't work. It's just a wrong
Measuring is rotation.
Because it's using a gyro. That's what gyros
So what?
It's
That's
all
what gyros do.
reification.
It's like saying how do you know that it's measuring wheel speed? If you're like, well, if there's a clicker on the axle, that's how you measure wheel speed, right? Gyros detect rotation by the gist is this, if you weren't aware of it, is like you spin up a mass, there's a torque applied to anything, but it's hard to detect that torque if it's just a mass sitting still. But if it spins up, it gets more inertia as the mass gets faster and faster. So it's harder and harder to shake it out of position, which means that it is then better and better at detecting change in angular orientation. And you can bolt any of these. So what you could do, if you wanted to test the rotation of the Earth, you could say, I can't zero out the rotation of the Earth, but what I could do is mimic the rotation of the Earth, where I get a mount, an equatorial mount, and I rotate this gyroscope once a day. So it's still another 24 hours, but I'll orient that in any direction. Now what I should get in the results, if the Earth is turning, is 15 degrees per hour eastwards, plus, as well as that, I should get 15 degrees per hour in whatever the axis of the gyro is. If I do that test, and I always get this result that's 15 in one weird direction, 15 in one consistent direction, then I can come to a very high degree of probability that what that's detecting is the rotation of the Earth and the rotation of the axis. If you're just saying, how do we know we haven't nailed down all of the variables? It could be magnetic, even though magnetic fields don't point there. It's starting to look like you just don't want to accept that gyros do detect rotation, and they do detect rotation.
Yeah, but you're tying two things together, right? This is what you've done. Because gyros detect rotation, you think because they've been manipulated that they always point north. Now, what would you say if I was to tell you that you can make a mechanical gyroscope point to any direction? What would you say to that?
I would say you're talking about a gyroscopic heading indicator, and you're flat wrong. Mechanical gyro compass will find due north on its own. We've had this discussion before. I presented the evidence before. I'm happy to present it again if you'd like me to.
So have I. What he just said is a total bull. So have I, and I'm trying to post that video right now, but it won't allow me. It's too big. He knows I posted a video of an expert saying that you can make a mechanical gyroscope. In other words, you can spin it up, have it facing east, and it's going to point east all day long until you change it.
That's not what he says.
That is a fact.
Not what he says.
If you found a guy who said that, like, sure, the chance you've mistaken it
Well-
is so high. The fact
well-
is the device, and you can just pull up the manuals, and you sue them if they don't do what the manual says, and they
Yeah,
find
but-
north on their own.
But eggshells, isn't that a problem for you that they find north? Like you're saying they are attracted to the magnetic field, right?
No, because north's a real place. Like magnetic
Yeah,
field's
yeah. So
wibbly.
So you're
North's a real
agreeing that
place
the
on the
gyro
globe.
detects magnetism.
No, it doesn't. It cannot be confounded with magnetism. You can
Oh,
pass
nice,
a
nice.
very strong magnetic field past it, and it won't do anything.
Nice.
The
So it
thing
detects
only-
north, but it can't be pulled by the magnetic field
Yes.
spinning. Okay,
Yes,
got it.
Yeah, deliberately ignores
Got
the
it.
magnetic fields, which don't know where
Nice.
due north is. But this finds a true spot that must exist on the Earth, right? Any object that's being
Wrong.
rotated will have an axis, and that axis will go through the object in a straight line, and that will lead to 2 points at either side of it that are 180 degrees apart that are fixed points around the which of it's rotating. That's necessary.
Incorrect. I'll challenge you and I'll make you a bet. I'll give you a gyroscope and some weights, and you make it point north for us. I'll bet you $1,000 right here. Open bet. I'll give you a gyroscope and some weights. You make it point north.
Sure. Yeah, get me a fog. Okay, do it. Get me a fog, a fiber optic gyro. Yeah, I'll do it for you. You send me a
Not a
fiber
fiber optic
gyro.
gyro. No. A mechanical gyroscope. Listen
sure. Okay, it's
carefully
just
to
gonna
my
cost you
words.
Gyro compass.
I will
Gyro
give
compass.
you.
Oh, brother.
Yeah.
I challenge
you, man.
anybody.
No, we can do it with a gyro.
brother,
You do it
you
the same
say-
with a gyro. You just show that
You
the
can't.
angle
I
that
bet
aligns.
you.
Yeah, sure. Send me a sensitive enough gyro. I'll fucking do it for you. I'll win you.
Oh,
$1,000
dense
to send
enough
you a
gyro.
back
Now
when
you
we're
know
on.
you know where the conversation is gonna go now, because I've had this one before. Now they're
If
gonna
you're
tell
saying
me
I want you to
that
be
they
able to
can't. Don't
detect it.
interrupt me. It's very rude, bro. What he's gonna do now is very predictable. He's gonna say, "I can't find the gyroscope sensitive enough." Watch where the combo is gonna go. Watch.
No, you can find a gyro sensitive enough if you want to pay for it, sure. But I mean,
Okay, so
otherwise
do
you're
it.
saying you're the one offering the bet. Send me the gyro. You're saying I'm going to send you a gyro, and I bet you $1,000 you can't make it point north. Fuck,
I'm not
yes,
gonna
I
send you a
can. I'll
gyro.
take
You
that
said it's
$1,000.
simple, right? You said you can take a gyroscope and make it point north just by adding weights on it. And I'm telling you, no, you cannot.
No, I wouldn't add
Go ahead and
weights
do
on
it.
I wouldn't add weights on it. I'd just see which way it's tilting, and that will already give you an indication that it's turning eastwards. And then you just go orthogonal to that is going to be north-south. Done. You just get a gyro working as it already works, and through its sitting it on a table, you'll be able to tell what north is.
Was that a double speak to you guys? Did that make any sense, or did that sound like word salad?
So
You
get a
said
gyro.
you hold on. You, sir, said that you
Double
can
speak.
make a gyroscope with weights because of the torque point north. from 100 different
Okay.
wells. This is
How
what's
does
going
it
to happen now.
how does it find a point that doesn't exist on flat Earth, right?
Don't
The
ask me
North Pole
questions, bro.
doesn't
You
exist
take
on
a
flat Earth.
gyroscope, you get some weights, make it point north. You can't do it.
Yeah, I can. Send it to me. Right. And until then you can't really offer any more judgment, so maybe drop the topic until
You
you've got
see
something to say.
all words. You see that?
Oh, yeah,
All
send
words.
it. Send it. You
It
said
took
you're
me
gonna send me a
2
gyro.
minutes
Send me a
to prove
gyro.
that they're just all mumbling. They just read a manual and they think they know what a mechanical gyroscope
No,
is. You do not.
Yeah, we've read the manuals. We've watched guys tear them down and show what the components are. We've seen them run
So
up
have
and
I.
taking
So have
north,
I.
and they do what they're supposed to do. They're on most every ship out there, and even on pleasure cruise vessels, they utilize them for navigation. They work.
Nobody disputes that. Nobody disputes that. What I'm
How do they
disputing is
find?
the belief that you think that a gyroscope could be made to point north. That's what I'm talking about.
I would show you a gyro compass. Yeah, just show them a gyro compass.
Yeah, and I'll show you a gyro compass that you can make point to any direction. I just can't post it because it doesn't have enough memory. You've seen it before, Left Lane.
I didn't see anything. No, hang on, guys.
Can I ask a question? What happens when you spin up a gyro compass?
It keeps its rigidity in any direction that you spin it up.
No, it doesn't.
Yep.
No, it doesn't?
It does.
How much you want to bet?
That's false
Sure,
right there. That's where the $1,000 bet
$100
needs to be.
Well, the
Yep,
FE
$1,000,
core
sorry.
video showed them spinning,
Mechanical gyro compass.
aiming it. The FE core showed them, letting it spin down, rotating it around so it's pointing some oblique direction. They turn it on, it spins up, and it slowly comes around and points north. And then the guy from FE core says, "Wow, it works."
Yep, it does.
Don't listen to my words carefully. Nobody is disputing that. My challenge to you is since you think you know how this works, right? Get a gyroscope, get some weights, like Eggshell seems to think it's so easy, and show us. That's all I'm
I don't
asking.
think it's easy to design a gyro compass. If you're saying engineer a new gyro compass and otherwise gyro compasses don't exist, then what's your point? Like, gyro compasses are complex devices. Engineers make them and they can find north, which isn't a real place on the flat Earth. There's no center of rotation. It's not rotating. How is a gyro reliably finding a fixed point on Earth? You can't answer any of that. So you're like, well, if you can't build a gyro with paddle pop sticks, obviously it's all bullshit.
Okay, listen, stop grandstanding. I told you. The claim is this. Try to see if you can understand plain English, right?
What's the claim?
The claim is that a gyroscope, you said it yourself, that a gyroscope, put weights on it, can be manipulated because of the torque. Those are your exact words. Because of the spin of the Earth, it finds north, right? So I'm telling you, okay, here's a gyroscope, take some weight, show us how it should be easy, right? It's the torque, the spin of the Earth. Why can't you reproduce it, Eggshells?
When you say, here's this gyroscope, I can't reproduce it because when you say, here's this gyroscope, you made it up. It's not real, right? You haven't got a gyroscope, do you? So what you've done is you've made up a fake gyroscope in your head, handed that fake gyroscope to me and said, why can't you make this fake gyroscope that doesn't exist? Why can't you make that point north?
Bro, your games are not going to work with me, bro.
Where's
your
the gyroscope that I can't...
wordsmithing games are not going to work. Get
Does
a gyroscope, get
exist?
some weight, or you have nothing, bro. Sit
Now
down.
we've got to go get it. Okay, so I don't have anything because
You
you're
have
demanding
nothing,
me at 2
bro.
o'clock in the morning, go buy a gyroscope. Or you're running from the fact that
Take all the time in the world. Take all the time. When the sun comes up in Australia, go to your nearest store, get a gyroscope, get some weights, and show us. It should be easy, right? It's the torque and the weights, right?
Obviously,
Eggshells?
just running from the It's obviously just running from the conversation. It's obviously you're just avoiding the conversation.
I'm right here,
kick the
bro.
can
I'm
down the road
laughing.
in the
I am
hope
running.
in the hope that we won't have to discuss it again tomorrow when gyros still detect rotation.
Buddy, your preaching is not going to affect anybody here, especially not me, right? You have a claim, show us. No one's running, no one's flying. I'm right here. I want you to prove your claim. I challenge
Build
you.
a gyro from scratch. Build a gyro compass.
No, not build a gyro. Buy a gyro. You said it's simple. It's a gyroscope with weights on it. You said the torque. You were laughing at people that didn't understand the torque. Well, guess what? I understand it. And I'm challenging you to do it. My claim is you can make a mechanical gyroscope point to any direction.
Yeah, you can make a mechanical gyroscope point to any direction and hold that heading. That is not how a mechanical gyro compass works. That's the bit.
So show us. Show us. This magical one
Get
you
the
have
manual- get the
points
manual
north
out.
all the time, right? On its own. Show us.
Sure. Yeah. Do you want the manual of the Sperry gyro compass? I mean, I've shared
No,
it before, and
no,
it talks about
seen that whole thing.
Can I just finish? Is that all right? And it talks about how it finds due north, regardless of which direction it's spun up.
It's something you seem not to understand, bro. Try to listen.
So unless I can build it myself from hand,
a mechanical
Sperry gyro
gyroscope
compass doesn't
can be made to point to any direction. You spin it up, it reaches, I forget the RPMs, 10,000, I think is the sweet spot, and it'll maintain that direction all day long.
unless it's in a gyro compass.
You need
No,
to
a
show us
gyro.
that.
I'm talking about a gyro compass. You
Okay.
need to
Yeah,
learn.
that's
You
a
need
good
to do
point,
some
my
more
friend.
research. A
Show us that.
mechanical
Show us
gyroscope
that.
is.
Because that doesn't exist, right?
I cannot
If the
post it
Earth's-
because it's too much. It's too
if
many
the Earth
megabytes.
if the Earth is rotating, what you're saying is impossible, right? If you spin up a gyro pointed in a direction, it's still pointing in that direction 24 hours later, when in our model it's done a complete backflip. Well, then you win. The Earth's flat, the Earth's stationary, and you win. Show us this gyro, not tilting.
I already
eastwards
have.
at
I
50
already
meters
have.
per
You're
hour.
not listening. You're just triggered,
the
right?
one you
I
can't
already
put in
have
the
the
chat.
video. I cannot post it because it's too many megabytes.
My
And
girlfriend
ask
goes
Left
to
Lane.
another
He's seen the
school.
video.
Yeah, I've got a girlfriend that goes to the other school too. She's really hot. I swear she exists.
You can point it
claim
out
whatever you want, bro.
Up in any direction is what the guy said. But a sentence later, he says, but due to Earth's rotation, it will align itself to the axis of rotation. So you left off the second half of what he said.
Didn't leave nothing off. I posted exactly what he said, word for word. The mechanical gyroscope.
Yeah, you clip a little short clip. A little short clip.
Any car, you see, he's gonna get triggered because he cannot let this go through, right?
Now,
word for
what I'm
word,
hearing
a
you say
mechanical
repeated.
gyroscope. You see?
What I'm hearing you say intermittently is gyroscope, and then, but we're talking about
the
gyro
ballers
compass.
are triggered. They can't let a sentence come out because they know they're gonna be destroyed.
Let's see,
I love
come
it.
on. I see.
You're speaking against scientism, man. It triggers them.
I
It's
know,
their
I know.
doctrine. It's blasphemy.
No,
They
he's
can't
just
let-
saying wrong
they
things.
can't let any truth get out.
What's this got to do with science? This is just engineering. No scientists build gyro compasses.
I said scientism.
Scientism is
It's a
begging the
religion.
question of the engineering is pointing to.
It's a modern
Amphibious.
made-up word that really doesn't mean anything.
Amphibious. I took a long
It's
time
a
to describe
word
to you
for your religion.
what you were misunderstanding about dark matter yesterday, and your conclusion was it's all just a gish gallop, which is not what a gish gallop is, by the way.
No, I know what it gets.
Just a minute. I'm not quite finished. You misused the term. Hold on. You're getting triggered now because I'm speaking into your anti-scientism. So I explained that to you, and you're not really well able to articulate what you think is wrong there. But I would be curious to hear it as like what things you think are non-scientific. How you think that the gyro compass is non-scientific.
Well, real quick, earlier I was asked to steelman the gyro compass argument on how it detects rotation. I said I don't need to. I would do a poor job right now, but I don't need to discuss the intricacies of that because in the first sentence, he presupposed something. So it made it totally unsound from the get-go.
So what do you think he presupposed?
That the Earth was rotating.
So let me ask, what do you think is moving the gyro compass in a way that facilitates navigation?
I don't know. I haven't looked into it, but
so you have no idea. So we have a hypothesis that it is the Earth's rotation. Wait. Let me finish. So we have a hypothesis that it's the Earth's rotation that's doing this, and in fact, when you have a model of an Earth this big rotating at this speed, and you have a gyroscope, weighted in this way, you do get that. That tells you that it should be a north-seeking gyro compass. That's how that's what the model predicts. So
first of all,
if I think I'm almost finished.
Cool.
I know I'm.
Thought you were done. Thought you were done.
I'm almost finished. So if I have a hypothesis that this should give me a north-seeking device, and based on my understanding of the world, and I hook it up and make it, and it does in fact give me a reliable north-seeking device, is there some reason I should believe my hypothesis is wrong?
Because it is not empirical to a globe Earth.
Well,
and to pretend
why
it
not?
is.
Why not?
Okay, what I can do, Amphibious, is make the opposite presupposition, and it will still work. Here's how that goes. If the Earth is stationary, then a gyroscope or gyro compass placed on it will detect no rotation, and it will not find any axis of rotation, let alone will it find a consistent speed and axis of rotation. So basically, if the Earth is stationary, gyro will not detect that it is rotating. Gyro
So you're
does
right.
detect that it
That's
is
yeah, but that's
rotating.
You're
Gyro
reapplying.
does detect that it's
as a
rotating.
gyro.
real quick.
Therefore, let me finish, guys. Therefore, the Earth it's just a contrapositive proof. So therefore, the Earth is not stationary. So now I've made the opposite presupposition. The test is still valid. It's a contrapositive proof that shows that the flat Earth is false.
Go ahead, Lion. I'd like to respond.
Yeah, that's under the premise that there's no other forces acting upon the gyro except torque directly related to the Earth's motion. What if it has to do with the sky, right? You got the luminaries, the sun, the moon rotating up. Hold on.
Okay, I want to respond to
the whole sky rotating above us. For all we know, there could be some. You ever heard of ether drag?
Yes, I have.
Ether drag on a cool mass.
Let me respond to Lion on that. So if you can show that this force possibly exists, you might have an argument. But first off, ether drag isn't even a defined force of any sort.
Do you know
there's
why?
no math for it. Just a minute, Amphibious. There's no math for it. There's no hypothesis for it. There's no evidence for it. So
you know why?
You can't say that either Mach's principle or some kind of ether drag is what's moving that compass, unless you can show evidence for that. Otherwise, it's what's called appeal to possibility. It could be happening, and we don't even have that. So it must be happening.
No, because it's how you interpret the data, right? If you have a specific paradigm that the Earth is already moving around the sun, and then when you go do some interferometry tests and you find some discrepancies in your predicted speed of the Earth or its rotation, right? Then you're going to come up with ad hoc, post-diction, right?
That's to try a flat Earth misunderstanding.
Hold on. To try to make your model work, right? So that's how you came up with the Lorentz contraction, the Sagnac effect, right? Remember those?
I've heard all of this. Yes, I know this dialogue tree. I got it.
Hang on a minute. Do you actually think that the Sagnac is only based on the presupposition the Earth is rotating?
But I switched the presupposition. I switched the presupposition on purpose so that we didn't need to get stuck in this Lorentz contraction shit. There is no mechanism. There is no mechanism through which a flat, non-rotating Earth can impart a torque to a mass. Moving stars aren't going to get you there. Moving stars are so far from being able to push around a physical spinning mass. So,
do you not see that you just presuppose that you know the distance to the star?
No, I didn't.
No, it doesn't presuppose, because
I'm presupposing a flat Earth and nothing else.
So far away.
Yeah, there's several ways of measuring that. The closest stars can be done by parallax. Then you have standard candle, Cepheid, supernova, and 1A.
You can preach the doctrine. You can preach the doctrine.
Don't get sidetracked into the stars. That's that.
No.
Wait. Amphibious will just say you can't presuppose to the stars because he has no idea how distant the stars are measured, and trying to explain that to him will just go into other. You're presupposing that light works or whatever.
It is true.
Just a minute. Wait. Let me finish my position here. If you can show that there is some other force that is at work, if you can show evidence for that force, then you have a hypothesis. But just saying it could be the spinning stars does not give you, there's no test. How would we test for that?
The thing is that every example, right? Everything that you're asking for, you would reinterpret the data to fit your model. So when it comes to the Coriolis effect, when it comes to Foucault's pendulum, when it comes to weather patterns, anything like that, you're gonna reinterpret it as it's due to the Earth's motion instead of the sky's motion.
You give us another. Could I make a comment? Could I make a comment?
Yeah, go for it.
If that is the case, then you need to come up with other forces, which do these things. You can't just say, well, maybe something, or probably could be, if this, then that.
Yes,
no.
I just said that. Yes, I said that.
I totally agree.
Here's a perfect analogy, really quick.
Let me address the
perfect analogy,
the data.
really quick. It'll take 10 seconds. This is from Bruce McGuire. Okay. So I predict that Bigfoot is going to deliver my mail in the mailbox at 3 p.m. I go out at 3:10. Yep, there's mail in my mailbox. Bigfoot delivered my mail.
So that's dumb.
That's exactly what you guys are doing.
Wait. I'll explain why that's dumb in a second. Hold on. I'll explain why that's stupid. But I want to talk to Lion because, Lion's not dumb. So hang on a second. Just hold your horses. So Lion, the reason why we're not reinterpreting this in our model is because, our model is created from observations, and Foucault's pendulum is not a post-diction. The gyro compass is not a post-diction. It's not like people said, "Oh, I created this gyro compass, and look, it points north." No, it's created from the theory, and and the fact that it works is evidence validating the theory. So if you want to say that the stars spin, and I can't give you any difference between that and the Earth spinning, I just can't do it. It's just my worldview. That doesn't work. You have to, in order to you would need to make a new prediction that would, differentiate between the star spinning and the Earth spinning. And if you can't do that, that's the test. Now, in terms of the Bigfoot stupidity, Amphibious. So in this case, this person is taking something that happens every day. The sun comes up.
Post-diction.
Well, it's a post-diction, but it's also
just as ridiculous as what you guys are saying.
Yeah, well, so do you believe that the creation of the gyro compass was a post-diction? That they created the gyro compass and then discovered that it pointed north?
But it's also that's why the contrapositive works, right? Which is if the Earth is stationary, then I will not detect that it is rotating with rotation detecting device.
But these guys just think some abstract unknown force is working. Go ahead.
So I want to address the presuppositions thing. I want to address the presuppositions thing first, which is he's presupposing the distance to the stars when I wasn't even talking about the stars. What you did was presuppose that the stars somehow affect a gyro on Earth, that points of light in the sky somehow manage to push around a spinning mass.
No, I addressed what you said.
Me of presuming the distance to them when I wasn't presuming that the stars do affect the gyro.
I heard the words. I heard your words state that the distance from the stars. That's what I heard. You did say
when I'm
we know how far the stars are. The stars are so far away. That is presupposing the
50
distance.
miles away.
Did you say that or not? Don't jump in, please. Did you say that or not? Did you say because the stars are so far away? Did you say that?
Not even when I'm showing how a gyro compass works. No, because that's a primary observation, and then you're seeking to test that in a way that ignores it.
Did you say that? I asked, did you say that?
Not when I was using it as an argument to why the gyro compass.
I didn't ask that again. Did those words come out of your mouth?
Did I say what I think to be true? Sure, yeah.
Okay, now we got to the bottom of it.
Hang on. Are you saying? I thought initially you were saying something mildly stupid, which is you can't have presuppositions when you're testing a hypothesis. But now you're sound like you're saying something even more colossally stupid, which is a human should never have any presuppositions at all. Which is it you're saying? Are you saying you shouldn't have one in a hypothesis, or humans should?
I'm saying you should try and use the least amount of presuppositions as possible when you are performing a scientific method experiment. Okay.
So
how many
especially
presuppositions were in that?
What are you talking about? We're talking about sound reasoning and logic. I know it doesn't compute because you are a scientism culture.
You just made
Sound
presuppositions.
reason and logic.
God,
That's a presupposition as well.
Eggshells.
You're now making more presuppositions.
Eggshells.
Okay.
Eggshells. I understand what you're saying. It's immaterial. He doesn't know how far away the stars are, and it doesn't matter how far away the stars are. What matters is if somebody is going to hypothesize that the rotation of the magical fairies is what's pushing the gyro compass around, they can't do that and then say my prediction for the magical fairies is exactly what the globe would predict. That you can't do.
You could say magical fairies, but when he brought up the ether, then you go, there is no direct evidence, no mathematics that will support that. And then I go, do you know why that is?
Yes, I do know why that is. Yes, I do. And I know why. Wait. And
let me explain why I think.
And I know why you think that it has been suppressed. I know both of them, and I know your dialogue tree. So go ahead.
Okay, yeah. The peer review.
Oh,
right?
The peer review.
Yeah, the peer review system is fundamentally flawed with only the scientism doctrine getting passed. If you go
So you
against
believe
that,
that's a claim. That's a claim. Yeah.
Because they found no motion of the Earth is why they got rid of the ether. But I've been trying to. There's the magnetic field drift east to west. Do we have drift?
Taylor, that. I'm sorry, but that is flat Earth stupidity. It's derp. It's not actually what happened. It's not actually. That's not actually how it works. Do you know that after Michelson Morley failed to detect the ether, Michelson went around and continued searching for it?
No one is buying this bullshit anymore.
A static ether. A static ether.
They suppose
Which
most
I
of
don't-
the Earth, they claim that they knew the Earth is moving, right? So we're gonna find some movement whenever we do these experiments, but they didn't find any, so they got rid of the ether.
No,
And
that's not true. No, that's not accurate.
Fine. Can I go back to the last point about the gyro compasses?
Yeah.
Okay. Does the magnetic field drift east to west?
I don't know what that means. That's a magnetic.
No, the magnetic field does not drift east to west.
Okay.
Short of decades long, it shifts a little bit.
Okay. So apparently they do say the magnetic field does have a westward drift.
Over many decades, for fractions of a degree. Yeah, it's progressively changing, but not on a daily, hourly, monthly, weekly basis.
Right.
Can it drift east to west? Yes, it can.
Okay, so what does that
Well,
mean?
not enough. Okay, that won't drive a gyro compass.
So what about the gyro?
What do you think that means, Taylor?
I don't know. It's just something to consider.
No, wait. No. Come on, Taylor. The words came out of your mouth. What do you think it means?
Think that the gyro compass is not detecting rotation. I think it's detecting some sort of drift, and we're not isolating any variables. Are we moving
Can you explain what westward
let me
drift
respond.
means?
Let me respond to this, please. Can I? So you think there is some unknown variable in the workings of the gyro compass that people are not accounting for?
Please tell me, have we even measured how much it should have, how much torque resistance there should be because of Earth's rotation?
Yes.
Okay, show me the map.
Ask the guys who created the gyro compass. They created a precision device that works based on rotation of the Earth, based on some fairly simple, law of motion principles. I mean, when you say "show me the math," do you really believe that the people who created this thing just guessed at how much they needed to do? Is that your position?
I don't know who created it. Can you tell me? You seem to know about who created it. Who did?
So maybe we found this gyro compass in the sand, and we don't know how it got here, and we don't know if mankind created it. I mean, if that's your position, Taylor, I'm
No, you're the one
I'd
saying
be very amused by
created
that.
to detect Earth. You said it was created because we knew Earth was moving and it would detect it. So
Yes.
that's who created it.
It's created by a number of nautical, mechanical engineering corporations.
When?
Is this just desperation?
Yeah, this is all they do, especially her.
So Taylor, is this just desperation? Like if I answer those questions for you, would
I
it make
thought
a
maybe you can
difference?
enlighten me on it, but it's okay.
Would it make a difference if I answered the questions for you?
I mean, I'd like to know. I'd like to know why it was
You know,
created.
you can look up who sells gyro compasses and how they're created. That's something you can go look into. I don't know all of the manufacturer for
Fine,
the
I
gyro
don't
compasses,
care.
but it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. You're exactly right. It sure doesn't. I agree with that. It does not matter. But
No.
my contention is that we're assuming that this torque, this resistance is happening because of Earth's rotation.
Yes.
I think that that's an observation that they attribute to Earth's rotation. But how could we figure that out?
Okay, so the way we can figure it out is this: we can say with precision how much rotation the Earth, the Earth's rotation would affect a gyro compass of this mass and this spin, et cetera, et cetera. That's something you have to know to create this.
What equations would be used for that? I'm skeptical of that claim. I'm just going to let you know.
How so? Why so?
I'm skeptical that we actually can predict the amount of torque with the amount of rotation in a non-predictive manner.
So I don't know. I don't know how I don't know the math for that specifically, but I do know for the Foucault's pendulum, which is at least in a related thing. So when Foucault came up with the ideal for his pendulum, he predicted that it would deviate by the cosine of the latitude and direction based on the hemisphere. He didn't create the Foucault's pendulum and then figure that out. He figured that out and then created the Foucault's pendulum to show that. Okay? Is that, are you...
Yeah, but you have to remember that, like creating a gyro compass is not just taken out of thin air. It's based on known physics, mathematics.
Right. Yes.
And the word.
It's ridiculous to say they can't figure that out. But
Yes, you can't ignore all the knowledge which has already been acquired.
She's going saying I doubt it. I don't know how to do that. I don't think anyone could do that, which is not a very smart position, but okay. But do you think that Foucault had to build the Foucault's pendulum in order to figure out how much it would process? Did he have to test it at all the different latitudes? Go.
So I think that the Foucault's pendulum should have a much more profound effect if it was because of Earth's rotation. Now, show me the math that it wouldn't.
So the Foucault when Foucault created the pendulum for the first time, he did it based on the math to show that it would process by the cosine of the latitude. I mean, do you think that he actually had to run around to each latitude testing it, Taylor, in each hemisphere? I know you don't think that. You can't think that.
Wait, what? Repeat.
I know you don't think that. You can't actually. It would be insane to think he had to do that. So what's your explanation?
How did he make it independent?
What?
So my concern here is that we're attributing effects to cause without actually isolating variables.
Well, I know you say that, but can you point to the variable that's not being isolated?
We have the scientific method to isolate cause and effect to figure out what is causing this effect.
So what variable is not being isolated?
Variables. So maybe here's an idea. You take a gyroscope and you put it on a merry-go-round, as the guy mentioned earlier, and see how much it should process and see if that's what we're seeing in Earth's motion. Compare what the effects are with what we're actually observing.
Well, to put it on a merry-go-round, you're going to need a centripetal force to apply the torque because you don't have gravitation towards the center of the merry-go-round. So that's not exactly straight up. But keep in mind, for hundreds of years, it's been studied by everybody in many universities for over 150 years. So if you don't think that they didn't do due diligence over that period of time, just because you think they didn't, well, that's kind of gutsy.
Well, how did they establish cause and effects?
Well, you're going to have to look into the history of it, because none of us is going to have that in the top of our memory. But we do know the history of the Foucault pendulum as it was first displayed and was brought forth in advance, because he knew by the math this was the probable outcome, and then he tested his hypothesis, and the outcome matched his hypothesis.
And it's been tested over and over and over again, and he matches.
What a joke.
Properly set up focal pendulums confirms his hypothesis.
How did he make it independent of the thing he was testing?
That doesn't make any sense. That's just that's just this.
I just don't make no sense.
Well, there are Foucault pendulums at different latitudes, which verifies the math by looking at the period. Yes, as it was pointed out, cosine of latitude times the sidereal day length, and that bore out by further testing.
Yes.
I want the math for how he predicted the gyro compass before.
Google it.
Google it. So that's something you're going to have to look up, Taylor. You're going to have to look into that. I don't know.
Because if I didn't, people would get on my butt, and I do. So if you may claim, you should too. Just hold yourself accountable.
It doesn't.
But you're not going to read the math. It's not going to make any sense to you, is it? Really? Be honest. Are you going to be able to read the diagram?
I need to Google it from now on.
Yeah,
it's just not going to make sense.
All of us are aware that you're not going to be able to validate the math. So in this case, it's just like the Hail Mary. I hope they can't provide it for me. It's not.
This is what truth seeking has turned into, ladies and gentlemen. This right here.
So the problem is there's a fundamental misunderstanding of how science works. There's no proof of cause and effect in science. It's just stronger and stronger correlations. There's no way to account for every possible and impossible confounding variable to demonstrate that those confounding variables aren't there, aren't affecting it, or just don't exist. If you suspect that there's something else involved in the system, you can devise your own experiment and disprove previous findings. But until that happens, say that, well, it might be some magical boilo making the water boil, that's always present whenever there's heat and we just don't know about it. I mean, point, like, why bother?
Okay, so can you be honest and can you say it is a possibility that the Earth is not a globe?
It is a possibility that the Earth is not a globe.
No, whoever was just talking.
Yeah,
can you say that?
It is a possibility. But it's
I want to hear. Wait, I want to hear the words. I want to hear. You got to say the words. It's important.
This is.
Yes, it's a possibility.
This is a.
Don't interrupt him. Don't interrupt him. Say it, please.
A third time? Yes, it's a possibility, but it's such a remote possibility. It's not really
you have to say the entire phrase, please. Please say the entire phrase.
Say what I want you to say.
This is hey, don't say it anymore. That's the same coding statement.
You can't even say the words because it goes against your scientism.
Listen. Let me say this.
Say it. You think it's blasphemy?
I said it 3 fucking times. What are you talking about?
No, you didn't. You didn't say the exact words. You said, "I think it's a possibility."
Oh my God! What is
wrong with you? The entire words.
What are the exact words? Oh, everyone, shut the fuck up.
Loud noises.
Just put this to bed.
Like I said, Amphibious is gonna, goes for the dumb, award. So
you're the goofiest motherfucker.
That's fine.
I know.
Tell me what the words are. Tell me what the exact phraseology is. So I can repeat it.
It's possible the Earth is not a globe.
Do you remember the final experiment?
Do you
remember the final experiment? All the flat earthers
would have to be different. So
at least he's truthful.
No, it was just the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Amphibious. The stupidest thing I've heard this year. So
Here's the problem. If there's a concaver in here, it's definitely not the stupidest thing you've heard.
How is that the stupidest thing you've ever heard to accuse you guys of practicing scientism?
No, it was the you didn't say my specific speech.
The point is because
I think it's a holy, I think it's a holy mantra. That is really dumb. What's going on here, Amphibious?
Why is that dumb?
People
literally won't say it.
I'm explaining it to you. It to you. So what's going on here is that you don't have anything kind of the grip on science that you think you do. You think you have this great understanding of how science works and how philosophy works. You do.
No,
you do. Yes, you do.
No,
yes, you
I
do.
don't.
Well,
I'm coming at it from an
it turns out that I can read minds over TCP/IP, and I'm reading your mind right now, and I know that you believe that you have seen the flaw in modern day science and have seen how it has been corrupted and turned into some kind of religion. Okay, I'm
anyone with an elementary. I'm not saying that I'm.
I can tell.
Anyone with an
I know how you think. Your head is like glass to me. So,
great,
listen.
yeah.
So,
Professor X,
what's going on here is that because you believe that, your presupposition is that all forms of science that do things that you don't agree with, that provide information that you don't agree with, must be false. That is your presupposition.
That was a false statement.
That is your foundation.
Now I will reply. I am not claiming to have a very intelligent understanding of science. I am poking holes that an elementary level minded person who is just honest, if you have the basic understanding, you can see, and you're honest with yourself, you can see why
flat Earth doesn't work.
System,
it doesn't.
Good injection. You can see why the entire system is just a complete house of cards. Now, when you are emotionally invested heavily, you can't admit that to yourself.
You're not emotionally invested.
It's a house. Yes, it is a house. It is a house
not
of
at all.
cards. But at least
never
it's
said
built,
the Earth was flat.
Okay?
Never did I say the Earth was flat.
Not that pile of shit that's on the floor that's called flat Earth. Okay, at least
You guys let the concaver speak. Come on, he's trying to push his concaver stuff to get at least a second person.
Who's the concaver?
Who wants to do it? Who's number two? Come on, somebody go with him.
I think Amphibian. If your point is about making presuppositions, I would like to lay this challenge at your feet. Say a single statement about the Earth that you think is true without any presuppositions in it. If you're saying people reject things because logic and reason tells you to reject things that contain presuppositions, make a single statement that doesn't presuppose a different thing.
If a human goes without oxygen,
the concaver's a better flat earther than you are, bud.
Bro,
if a human, I'm not a flat. What?
It is true.
Interjecting
right
and
about
breaking.
concave Earth being
we were no, that was that Ali G guy. That's Q-Op, the useless flat earther that's done fuck all for flat Earth, no map, no model. I'm
glad I'm
see how triggered they get when you point out the
cry about it, bud. Cry about it. You got no map, you got no model.
In their scientism fucking religion, they spiral out of control.
Ladies and gentlemen, 90% of flat earthers, they're actually religious, and this guy here wants to talk about the globe being a religion. But stop insulting your flat earth friends.
You guys
stop
follow
insulting your flat earth friends, bud.
He's just
got all you've got is arrogance. You, your boy Q-Op, your girl Taylor, all you guys have is arrogance.
What's going on here, guys?
Hey, hold on. If you guys are so smart, hold hands. If you guys are
someone calling someone else a religious zealot, I was calling someone else a religious zealot an insult to Christian.
A retard. If you're so smart, hold hands with your flat earth friends and make a model.
Listen to this guy. He's so triggered.
Don't speak in the server until you have a map or a model. Simple as that.
You don't need those things.
With your little
I'm not making a positive claim, fuckhead. Hey, retard. I'm not making a fucking positive claim.
It's a presupposition.
Don't even stoop down.
Can you respond to my
wait, Taylor.
Can you say a
Taylor
single
said,
thing?
"Don't stoop down." Taylor, you are down. You in flat Earth is down. It's stooping up to come to my level.
Listen
When
to
you
this guy. He's a troll.
take
That's cool,
accountability,
man.
when you take
Australia is in the
accountability
sky.
for a
All right.
map or a
What's going
model,
on? What's
you're
going
stooping
on here?
up.
Insult hour. Chill
Yep.
out, bro.
Tell me
Chill out.
how sermon.
Is it
How
insult
next
hour?
week's sermon
Concave,
goes
yep.
for you
Concave.
there,
Fuck
partner.
you.
I hope you have a
He's a
great
religious.
day.
He
Yeah,
cites his
see you
Here's
later.
religious.
the
Fuck
hope.
off.
I hope you have a
Ridiculous.
model. I hope you can hold
Relax,
hands with your
relax, bro.
friends and
Listen,
come up with a model.
I'm gonna mute you if you continue. Okay? Don't do that.
I'm going
please.
to mute you.
Yes, I will mute you now. Where is Jesse to imitate me? I will mute you.
Let him get it all out.
Yeah, it's funny.
So
Well, the
can you
problem is the
respond to
concaver.
this
So
positions?
the concaver
concaver
doesn't
is the
understand.
solution, retard. The concaver has made
No, the
flat
thing
Earth
is,
models.
Can we please move forward just a little?
Yeah.
Yeah, but the
Q-Op,
concaver
know
doesn't
your
understand.
place in here, bud. Q-Op, know your place in here. You are below me in the pecking order, bud.
Why don't you let anyone speak?
They're just taking shots at one
I
another.
just silver muted him. Let him chill out a bit, and he'll join us in a bit. Sorry about that, Taylor. Anybody?
Amphibian, can you make a single statement that doesn't contain a presupposition?
I'll give it a shot. I'll give
Yeah.
it a shot. Okay. I'll give it a shot. Humans will die if they cannot breathe oxygen for a
So it presumes that
long
humans
duration
exist,
of time.
humans that time exists, that humans breathe oxygen, that oxygen exists, humans breathe it.
What we understand of oxygen.
Are they
What we understand
presuppositions?
of oxygen.
Is that a presupposition?
He's using a knowledge base. Uh-oh.
Oh.
That is not fucking fallacious. That is not unsound.
I didn't say it was unsound. I said it was a presupposition. I think presuppositions can be sound and logical. You're the one that thinks they can't, and you can't make a statement.
No. I agree that everything. Can I explain? I agree. You cannot be completely free of presupposing things. The level of how ridiculous one presupposition is very. Dark matter and dark energy.
What's the stuff? No, we're talking today about gyroscopes and whether they detect rotation. Do you think gyroscopes detect rotation? Is that a presupposition?
Yeah, you are presupposing that
observation.
gyroscopes were, first off, you're presupposing that gyroscopes were created to detect the rotation of the Earth. When asked who made the gyroscope, who made the gyroscope, no one knew that. And they said it wasn't important. But if you are making a positive claim, it's important to know those details because whatever company or whatever individual made that should state, hey, this is why I made this. And then you can use that as evidence.
Is that relevant? Why is that relevant? Somebody could it was created to detect the rotation of Earth. So Leon.
So how do you know that? So how do you know that? Was it just in your doctrine
we're
that
discussing where the presuppositions are that are so egregiously bad? You're now telling me I need
the presupposition.
Which is the presupposition?
I'm
not including who made it.
Created. The car was invented so that
whose car?
I, just myself, could drive and perform a drive-by. Okay.
Is this a presupposition or is this an example of good logic?
This is an example of exactly why whoever created the gyro compass. That's why I meant gyro compass. Whoever created that did it for a specific reason. You made a positive claim.
But I'm saying
the car invented it so that people could do drive-bys. That's the reason they created it. Do you see the unsound reasoning?
Explain it to me again, the unsound reasoning. Is this unsound reasoning that I'm making or that you're making? Are you doing the unsound reasoning? Because it sounds like
I'm making an analogy.
The Earth is moving.
I'm making an analogy. You said the gyro compass was created to detect the Earth's rotation, correct?
No, the gyroscope was created to detect
You literally
the Earth's
said that.
Listen. The gyroscope was created to detect the Earth's rotation. The gyro compass was created to detect cardinal directions.
Okay. The gyro compass, the
Right.
gyroscope was made to detect the Earth's rotation. Do you know who made the gyroscope?
Wait, so gyro compasses were not made to detect Earth rotation? Wasn't that what somebody said earlier?
That's exactly what I'm saying, because I thought he said that and he repeated it. So I'm just a little confused. I am regarding that statement.
No, but the gyro compass, the gyro compass was purpose built the gyro compass was explicitly designed to exploit the known rotation of the Earth.
Oh,
It
then
says it
when
was
we
created
ask
to provide
who made
navigation.
it, yeah,
No.
when we
So
ask
it
who
was,
made it, I'm sorry, continue to.
whenever I look it up, it says
matter.
like it was made to do accurate navigation.
Sure.
Find
Yeah.
true north. So
You're
wait,
not
is
looking
that,
at
is that
the
for Earth
scientism
rotation or
doctrine.
is that for navigation? I'm just kind of curious.
As I said, I'll say it again if you want. The gyroscope was made to detect Earth's rotation. The gyro compass was made to detect cardinal directions. So thank you, Taylor. You agree with
I
me?
didn't
It's good we
know
agree.
you're incorrect, your friend.
We're all saying the same thing. It's just you guys keep missing it.
Okay.
Okay,
It's
so
our, it's
Where's
our,
the egregious? So we're on the
Really?
topic of egregious
we've been talking
presuppositions.
about
And
all morning. That
where's
was
the
not created for
presuppositions?
Earth rotation. That was created for
Where's this
navigation.
It's always used for
So-
navigation. Yeah, cardinal directions.
Well, there we go. What we've been talking about
so
all
do you
morning is
concede?
define Earth's rotation.
What should I concede
Exactly
based
my
on that?
point.
What are you suggesting?
You're not listening. So you're the
It was
one
created
mishearing.
for navigation.
This doesn't sound like you're making points. It sounds like you're both backpedaling wildly to
What?
get away from the fact that
Dude,
a device can
made that
detect
point. You
the
made y'all
axis of
made that
rotation
point.
of Earth.
It's astounding. These are, you guys must be like paid agents. It's astounding the level of circular reasoning that you do, and
What's
it
the
is
circular
complete.
reasoning?
You just keep repeating things and
Oh,
projecting. It's unbelievable.
now I'm
It's the
projecting.
dogma, bro. It's the dogma.
No, is it a
They
true
have to
statement?
dogma.
Is it
Can you make
is
up
it a
your
true
mind?
statement? Is it a true
So-
statement to say that the gyro compass was designed with in mind to utilize the rotation of the Earth in order to make the gyro compass point to true north?
That's what you guys
That's not
claim,
correct,
right?
and I can show you proof of that. Would you
Point
like
to
to see
true
it?
north.
Yeah. And let me point out why that statement is unsound. We're talking about presuppositions. So I made
Go
an
for it.
analogy. You don't know who made the gyro compass, right? We
Why is
come
that
to that
relevant?
because if you're going to make a claim about what it was created for, how can you make that
That's
claim
not what the
without
claim is.
knowing the details? He just said it. Left just said it.
I just posted
I
the
don't
video
need to
that
know who
I
made
said.
it.
Describes the purpose for which it's created.
Yeah, who made it? That doesn't matter.
It does. How can you know the reason if you don't know the details of who made
Because
it?
I know how it works, and I've read about it. It talks about it, and it works. So I
Oh,
don't know
see
how you
how
could argue with
unsound?
that. Just
See
because I
how
don't know
unsound that is?
who first thought about it, that's bullshit.
So I don't know who made the
That's not
car.
what it was.
I don't know who created the vehicle, but it was because they wanted drive-bys to be performed all across the cities.
I don't understand what's that analogous with, and is that a true thing that people created cars for drive-bys? And what is that doesn't
That's
make any
how
sense.
ridiculous
That's
you
a
would
joke.
say.
It's
They
profound.
created cars.
It's profound.
So
They
weird.
created
Because I
cars to
can
do car
do
bombing.
because I can do drive-bys with a vehicle.
Yeah.
I'm stating that vehicles were created to do drive-bys.
Right, which is insane.
That's exactly
but either
what
way,
you
can
guys are
still
doing.
use- Right.
That's
Completely
exactly what you
irrelevant.
guys are doing with
What is
the
the car
gyro
doing?
If you don't
compass.
understand what he's saying, there's a bigger problem here.
If what you're saying is the reason it was created to do something is what it's limited to doing, I don't agree with that, right? If somebody goes, they created the car to do drive-bys and I happen to notice I can pick stuff up from the shops with it, the only thing that matters is what the device does and does it do that thing. If the device does find
perhaps.
Let me finish, please. If the device does find due north, then the guy who might have been trying to like hunt weasel with it, but it happens to find true north, it doesn't fucking matter why he created it, or what his name was, or what day he did it on. It just matters, does this device use the rotation of the Earth to find due north? What day he did it on? There's a whole bunch of irrelevant things. If you're saying you've got to know more stuff about it, so because I might ask you a pop quiz, you've got to show why those pop quiz questions
That is your presupposition, real quick. I'm sorry.
Can I get in, guys? Please?
Yes, go for it.
Please,
But that's
I've
your
been trying for a
presupposition.
while.
Go
Please,
for it.
everyone's excited. Just listen carefully, right? I posted a short video, 1 minute. I want you to take 1 minute out of your life, if you don't mind, to see what I'm telling you. That a gyro compass is a man-made device and it can be pointed to any direction. Please watch the video as it relates to the gyro compass. It'll take you 1 minute.
Oh, the Indian guy? Yeah, watch the whole video. Watch the whole video.
On that same little clip, if you go find the original, the next words out of his mouth were that it seeks true north. No matter what position you put it in, it does seek true north.
You are lying there. I don't care if the next words out of his mouth is he likes strawberry pudding. That's irrelevant. The point is,
what he says is true. What he says is true.
Don't piss me off. The point is that a gyroscope could be made to point to any direction. I don't care if he likes hockey or football after that.
You can point it in any direction you want, but when you fire it up, it seeks true north.
You're incorrect. I challenge anybody to listen to the video. I posted
the proof. 1,000 on that, let's see. You want the 1,000 on that?
To piss me off, bro. Every time I bring that up, you keep saying
the receipts. See, I've got the receipts.
Lying.
I'm going to get it, and you're going to eat those words.
No, you ain't gonna do shit, bro. Get whatever you want. What I posted is in the video. It's indisputable. Anybody could watch it. Now he says that a gyroscope is a man-made device. He clearly states that, and he says it could be pointed to any cardinal direction. What he says after about football or hockey is irrelevant, my friend. Everybody, please watch the video right now.
It's a clip. It's not an entire video. It's a clip. He cherry-picked a statement.
I think you can.
That's all you guys got. That's all you guys have.
That's all they have. The video is there for proof. Anybody, please watch it right now. He's lying, straight out lying.
Let's trace it back to its source. I'll be curious to hear.
Watch it before you talk, before you flap your gums. Watch the video and learn new information, please. I implore
you. Don't think a quote in context is more valid than a quote out of context?
What did I just say? You gotta be a paid agent. He's right. Either your brain doesn't work or I don't know.
And then they project. Oh my God, it's unbelievable.
Oh,
since it's SC that presented it, would you present us with a link of the original video?
It's right there. You can click the whole thing, click video. You know how a short work? You know how
no, I'm talking about the original, where that clip came from.
All there. You go to the short that I posted and press video. You can watch the whole video. It's 5 parts. Don't fucking bullshit me, Left Lane. You know how that pisses me off, bro.
Your business is calling.
Yes, in the video posted by SE, if you go to more, you'll find all parts, full and complete.
Is the part that I'm saying correct? Does he specifically say you can make a gyroscope point to any direction with the weights? Does he say that? Do those words come out of his mouth? Yes or no? Anybody could watch the video. The answer is yes. I've been looking into this 5 years ago. Bob the Science Guy first brought this out. It's not my first trip at the rodeo. Bob the Science Guy brought this out 5 years ago on Jose's, and I debunked it then.
Does the video, SE, this is a yes or no question, does the video describe how spinning masses can be used to utilize to detect the rotation of Earth and present to the person the direction of true north? Is that what the video spends 20 minutes describing?
That's part of the video. Yeah, he goes into the whole thing. There's 5 parts, like I said.
So of this 20-minute video that describes how gyro compasses detect true north by detecting the rotation of the Earth, you're saying he at one point let slip that that's not true.
Let slip. You see the kind of stuff they try to pull, man. It's unbelievable. Like Like, bro, you should be a lawyer. Your bull is not gonna work with me, bro. Understand that.
And people are seeing through it.
Let me finish. I'm not done. No matter what you say, if he likes cherry pudding, chocolate cake, the fact of the matter remains that a gyroscope can be made by weights to point to any direction. There's nothing that you're going to say after that that's going to change that.
Yeah, no, you found your cherry. You've got your
Oh my
quote.
God, that's all they can say. That's all they can do.
That's all they have, cherry and pudding, bro. That bull doesn't
And
work
that's
on
why
me.
no one, exactly. That's why no one is buying their bullshit anymore. So many more people can see
The
through
whole
it. Yeah.
video describes how a gyro compass works by detecting true north. That you're agreeing with, right? The whole video
contradicts what SE's saying.
The whole video contradicts what SE is saying, but he's happy that he thinks he's found one quote that might halfway support it. But he's ignoring
No, it
the
doesn't
fact
contradict.
that
Listen to what the video
it's a 20-minute video
explains.
describing how gyro compasses work.
Listen, maybe you didn't understand the video. Let me tell you what the video explains. The video explains that the gyro compass has been manipulated by weights to find north. This is the part you don't understand. You don't understand when the guy says the gyroscope can be manipulated to point east all day long. So if you set it to point east, when you turn it on, it's going to point east. This is the simple part you do not understand, sir.
The next words out of his mouth after saying that is, if you do, it will not work after it's been spun up due to the rotation of the earth. Some reason that's cut out of your clip.
Fuck.
Does
it really say that?
Put it in. Where does he say that?
Oh, shit. Oh, God, SE. Oh, somebody get the man a
I
nap.
posted the transcript. I posted the
Listen,
transcript
buddy,
where he says,
like I
where he
said
says,
again, I'm going to say it
however,
again until it enters your brain. Anything
A
he says
bloody
after
nose.
that is irrelevant. I'm going to say it again.
Oh.
A gyroscope can be made to point to any direction by weights. Anything you say after that will not change that fact. Now, swim on it, drool on it,
however,
and
it
dance for
doesn't
me.
happen so because the Earth on which the gyroscope is placed is spinning on its own axis, and it all goes slow. The movement of the Earth has an impact on the gyroscope, because of which the gyroscope experiences movement along the vertical horizontal plane known. Yes, well, you have to include the subsequent sentence. I'm sorry. Just because he said you can point in any direction, however, that does not happen on Earth. You must include the full context.
No, that is not anything to do with the context. He says, and he repeats, he says, listen to me carefully. The reason I'm saying this is because a compass can be made to point to any cardinal direction. Any direction. Doesn't matter.
However, that does not happen on Earth.
Where does he say that? However, that doesn't happen.
At
on Earth? Put it. I want to hear it.
I posted the transcript. It's at 114 in part 3.
114 in part 3?
So
Okay.
good.
Yeah, you can just read the piece of transcript I posted.
And anyway, besides one video, you can actually go and read what gyroscope does and how it works.
And gyro
Yes, we did. I did this 5 years ago.
And gyro compass being
No,
being
you
the
didn't.
variant.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I looked at it 5 years ago.
You just showed us you didn't do nothing, and you keep lying
You
and
didn't do it.
doubling down on.
I want you to keep playing the video over and over. I want you to have dreams about it tonight. SC pointed a
Didn't do
video
nothing.
that
Hi,
said you
SC.
can make a gyroscope point to any
SC fucked
direction,
up.
sweetheart. Say it over and over.
I will not agree.
And my dream is right there. And it says, however, it doesn't happen so because the Earth on which the scope is placed is also spinning on its own axis. Thank you very much, SE.
You can say whatever you want now. I repeat.
No,
I
I'm
want
saying
you
what
to
the video.
take-
I'm saying what your
I want
post
you to
said.
take a
Listen,
gyroscope, get some
This
weight,
is what your
sweetheart, and
post said.
make it point north. I want you to do
And
it.
this is your own
Thank you,
post. I'm reading your own post. However, on Earth, because of the rotation of the Earth, it doesn't happen. Got it.
But the gyroscope don't detect it.
No,
rotation.
He doesn't understand what he just
Thank you,
said.
Bob.
If he doesn't understand what he just said, it's amazing.
Yeah, the cog disc.
Yeah, I'm just
The
reading your own.
This
I'm just
sits
going through
in
the video
because
you posted.
they have to have this, right? There's no
They're
way
on the
around it in their
hill
mind.
and they want to die.
It's a religion.
It is literally a religion. Even when you show them something, they're gonna not see it. They cannot see it.
Hey, SC, why don't you
Thank
bounce,
you, Bob.
That doesn't make something a religion.
SC, why don't you bounce it off me?
It's
What's your
all faith-based. It's faith-based.
Do you remember the scene in The Fly
What do you
when the
mean?
guy puts the gun to his head, kill me?
What's the faith here in science? There's no faith in science.
No, there's no faith in real science. There's faith in scientism, which you guys practice wholeheartedly.
Can we talk about the gyro?
You don't even know what scientism is.
You preach it every day.
Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with it because of Globers like you.
Can we talk about the gyro?
First they were saying no, it doesn't exist. He can't post it. He's lying. There's no such thing. Then when I post the video, they say
Nobody said that.
They just will not.
Nobody
see
said
it.
that.
It's that simple. It's a waste of time.
We said
They're not
you
in it
took
for
a
the
part
truth.
of a sentence.
Someone needs to
We
make a
said you
song.
took a part of a sentence to make a claim.
SC, you know, SC, you know, I'll be honest with you. Why don't you post it? Why don't we talk about it real quick?
Bro, you just keep believing you're on a spinning ball in a vacuum 1.5 minutes. You can do that, bro. I'm just going to post evidence and I'm going to hear you guys interrupt me and get triggered. And it gives me pleasure to hear that.
No.
I swear to God.
I come in to talk about it, and you're basically ad hominem me for your argument and to just disrupt the discussion. Let's talk about it a little. Maybe you're not getting the answers you're feeling that are qualified and satisfied.
I can only hear Napoleon.
I've never really liked hominy.
Is that Zanuck?
You got it.
That's Zanuck,
course
the
it's
gyroscope
Zanuck.
expert. Yeah.
Well,
It's not like you guys haven't had this conversation probably 50 million times, right? With each other?
Yeah, so
Hey, what's up, Stace?
Hey, Stacey. Hey, sweetie. Hey, so SC, what's the objection? You're not getting the answers you need. They're not satisfactory. I get that. I know why they're not. So let's talk it from a different perspective. No pun intended.
Here we go.
I'm not looking for answers, bro. I just showed you. I posted. You were talking about gyroscopes, and I made some clarity, and I just showed something. I'm not asking. I'm showing. I'm showing something.
Dude, don't be that with me. You know what I'm looking to find. A little discussion. So what did you post? Where's the video?
We're not gonna play the whole thing for you, bro.
I'll watch it myself on my own time. But can you summarize what you actually got out of it? Just high level.
The point is they're saying about how gyroscopes, gyro compasses prove rotation, right?
Correct.
And I remembered when Bob the science guy brought this up like 5 years ago, and I had done some research on it, and I had found that you can make a gyroscope point to any direction. You probably were there in that convo years ago. Maybe you remember.
How does that prove that the Earth does not rotate?
Well, again, in the post that SE just put up, it says, however, due to Earth's rotation, it doesn't happen.
Huh, that's weird.
So he contradicts himself. In other words, he says that you can make it point to any direction, but then he says he can't. That's what you took out of that.
Well, you can make a gyro. Well, any gyro can be
You're going to go to your dogmatic belief, and you're going to interrupt me.
In free space,
like you're doing right now.
In free space, you can make it point any direction. However, on Earth, that doesn't happen because of Earth's rotation.
How does he know that? It's a presupposition.
Well, wait, hold on.
Let me ask you a question just for clarification. So, does it have to be touching the ground, like physically making contact with the ground, or can it somehow? Is the Earth actually transferring the momentum, somehow conserving the momentum, even though it's not touching the gyro compass? And if it is, I want to know how that's possible. Go ahead.
All right, you sound like the more you're interested and more inquisitive here as a group, as part of a member of this group. Do we understand how a gyro compass actually works? Do we know what we're talking about here? We're not talking about like a gyro in a Cessna 172 that has a set of pendulous vanes, which that whole orientation. This is a whole different set of mechanisms, correct?
Here comes some doctrine.
Right. We already talked about the difference between a gyroscope and a gyro compass. The gyro compass has a ballast and weights that counteract, and somehow has resistance to the Earth's rotation, i.e., torque. But I'm asking you, how the hell is the Earth transferring that torque to a gyro compass in the air when it's not making contact with the Earth? How is a conservation of momentum transferring? Go ahead.
You're throwing a bunch of terms out there. You're throwing a bunch of terms, and a lot of them are good questions, but they don't apply to the scenario you're actually laying out. If you have, like, for example, in aviation gyro. It can be oriented in any position you want. That's you can cage it, and then it'll set up and orient itself to however you want it to be set up for the conditions of the direction of down. And once it's caged, everything's relative to that direction of down. Now you can fake it out by putting in an airplane that's taking a high G maneuver over and over.
We're not talking about planes. Don't take us to space.
I'm just trying to get an analogy.
On the ground.
So on the ground, so the gyros are not on the ground. There is an orientation to down, and they're also resistive to any kind of change. The torque is induced to the gyro compass by this change. If there's any directional change, it will try to remain in rigidity in space, and that'll manifest itself into some type of directional indicator that'll show where you're going with respect to this orientation change.
Danik, you just deflected. Okay, let me ask you. Do you think that the torque, right, is due to gravity or centripetal forces?
Not centripetal forces. Well, gravity is a centripetal force. That's actually part of the main component of a gyro compass. This direction of
Wrong. Gravity just sets the orientation, the direction of the compass. It stabilizes the compass, right? The torque isn't due to gravity.
No, the torque.
Exactly.
If the vectors of down change with respect to the gyro compass, it will induce a torque. That's how gyro compasses work.
The gravity just sets the orientation. It sets the gimbal, right? So it's perpendicular,
right,
to the ground. Look this up, dude. It takes 2 seconds. Just look it up, dude. It's not gravity that's I'm transferring the torque. It's the Earth's rotation.
Well, no,
you're getting to the two. You're conflating.
Danik, you came late to the party. You're screwing everything up, bro. We already been through this, man. Catch up, please.
Well, it sounds like he's. I didn't say that was the situation. I said that down will change. The direction of down changes. The direction of down cannot change without there be a torque induced to the gyro that's been oriented to the original down. If you have a down and it's set up, and then you move the down direction by either having the Earth rotate in the scenario or in your scenario, or have it in an airplane or something, move it someplace else and change the forces, the direction of down, then you will induce a torque to it, right?
We're not talking about the down direction. We're talking about the rotational said claim of the Earth. Get with the program.
It only changes if it's left or right. Banking.
Again, so if it's not gravity, why the compass is experiencing torque? How can it be transferred? Right? How do you get a conservation of momentum without actually having contact with the Earth itself?
Because you have the one thing that's constant here is that there is a direction of down that you set up in the beginning. You oriented this mechanism. It's not contacting the Earth. All you have is some direction of down that is basically trying to say this is the orientation, wherever the gyro is, and if I change this thing that's holding the structure that's holding the compass, and I actually move that, it'll rotate. There'll be a precession, which is mean the outside moves, but the gyro stays rigid inside. But we don't see the outside move because we're part of the outside, so it looks like the gyro is actually moving, but it's not. That's how the gyro actually works. It's these two reference frames that we're trying to orient ourselves with and use as the as the foundation for what's moving and what's not. The gyro is not moving, and the direction of down is moving.
What do you mean the gyro is not moving? What are you talking about? What's not moving?
It's rigid in space.
You mean the wheel spinning, right? Not the base of it.
Right.
Okay.
The base will actually be moving or turning. It knows when
now
you're turning.
starting to get it. So how is the base going to turn if it's not on the ground?
There we go.
Because the ship and the cabinet that holds it all, it's gonna be moving, but the gyro tries to stay rigid in space. But it's spinning, but it's not like a gyro, a rotational gyro or a spinning sphere gyro. It's a
They
wheel
just make
gyro.
up stuff to go with the dogma. They have no idea.
I'm not making it up. It makes sense, doesn't it? The fact that the ship moves, this gyro stays kind of rigid.
Wait, I don't know if you guys were talking about this, but that just made me that just blew my mind because it's such a debunk. I just looked up if gyro compasses detect Earth rotation while in a plane, and they do. That means it's, like Lion saying it's not attached to the Earth. It's kind of flying around randomly. That means it's being pulled by some invisible force that travels through the plane.
That they want to ignore. That they want to
they're gonna say, I'm not gonna say it for them, but I know.
Debunked, I guess, right?
But SC, in the video where it says a gyro can be made to point in any direction in space. However, on Earth, that does not happen. So I don't know how else you're going to figure out.
How you don't. Yeah.
How does he know that?
In free space, there's no other influences. And in the exact same paragraph, it says, however, on Earth, it does not happen. That is your your quote.
Look, bro, the gyro, the spinning wheel, I want to make this clear to everybody because I don't think maybe some people don't understand that, right? The wheel itself is designed to stay rigid in space. That's how a gyroscope works. You guys understand that, right? It's not
in space.
The
in
wheel.
Space, yes. In space,
it's not you understand it's the base that moves, not the wheel. Do you do understand that fundamental principle, right?
No. That's why the wheel is gimbaled.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah,
That's it, bro. You can't have a combo with these guys. They just don't know.
No.
I think that's exactly what SE means. So if you move the gyro compass and you see a different reading, the wheel inside keeps its orientation, but because you move kind of the housing, you read something differently.
Snooze gets it. Finally somebody got it. Yes.
So and if you're on a ship and that housing of the gyro compass is connected with the ship, and your ship is turning 180 degrees, the reading on the gyro compass will show something different, 180. So if you point north and you have an N directly on the marker, and then you turn your ship south, you will read south because the rotating wheel keeps its position in space.
Yes, finally. Finally.
Let's see, I said that. And the other thing I was adding to that is that.
No, you didn't. You don't even know.
Yes, I did. I said the ship. I said exactly that. The ship, the container, the cabinet, the wheels inside, it's spinning. It has an orientation. The ship moves. It acts like, I mentioned the word precession, which is the reason why it looks like the wheel's moving, but actually the ship's moving. That's what we use that term rather than saying that the gyro actually is moving. So I said all that, and we've said it every different way I can think of so far, except for a couple more that we can get into. But that's the reason why when you move over the surface, hold on, it's not connected to the ground. And Lion asked me, how do you transfer this momentum? And I'm not quite sure. I kind of know what he's getting at there, but we can get to that a little later. But the fact that we've already now under all, and you agree, SE, that we have a ship or this containment of the gyro wheel, which has been oriented to north at the beginning. This orientation is now relative to that orientation. We're seeing what changes, and what's changing is the ship changing, not the wheel. And it looks like the wheel's moving, but it's the ship that's moving, and it gives you this direction relative to north for the orientation and the pointer at which direction you're actually going now. Because it
Sure,
knows
he's a good lawyer.
And it's important to note that if the pointer and the wheel and all that can be pointing in any direction when it's turned off, and when you turn it on, it will find north on its own. You do not have to crank it around to north; it'll find it on its own.
That's the part you don't get, bro.
Yeah, that's
If
the
we
part that we're
set it-
talking about. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
Yeah,
how does
yeah.
it
Go
find
ahead,
north?
Lion. Go ahead.
No, so
Yeah.
we got gyroscopes and gyro compasses. We understand the concept between a regular gyroscope, right, where the wheel spinning makes the gyroscope maintain its rigidity in space. But when we move on from a regular gyroscope to a gyro compass, which is the thing in question, how the hell is it finding north?
Because of the ballast and the imposed torque.
Right, and how is the torque being transferred to the gimbal itself, the gyro compass itself?
Because it's mounted in an instrument housing. The instrument housing is on Earth either in a vehicle or in a lab or in a truck. Yeah, it's just fine because
that's it. Perfect.
Because the fact that even if you put it into a hot air balloon, it'd still work.
That's what I'm wondering, in the air, because you said that in the air. So how does it work in the air?
The same way it works on a ship.
Don't usually have them in the air. These things tend to weigh a lot.
No, exactly. Now you're mixing exactly.
Yeah, okay,
You're
you
mixing it
don't.
up.
Yeah, they're inappropriate for aviation given their bulk and weight, and there are other options. However,
Yeah, do you know
that
why?
doesn't
Not
mean
because of their bulk. No, not because of their bulk and weight. Because you need the rotation of the Earth in this said scenario for that
No, it
gyro
still
compass to work.
It'll
And it
still
has
work.
to do with down.
It would still
It has
work.
to do with the direction of down. Every change that the Earth makes, if you're on it, if you sit there either on the ground or in a balloon, the down is the same from me standing here or from underwater or from on an airplane. And if the Earth moves a little bit, the way the direction of down has moved, oriented with this gyro, when it spins up, knows which way north will be. But
Can you guys correct him so he doesn't just keep saying this over and over
He's
again?
just correct.
Can a baller correct him?
No, he's correct. What's wrong with you?
SE, and whoever was involved here, I just posted a YouTube short of a professor. He posted some videos on YouTube showing this torque and the rotation. And so he's sitting on a turning disc and is creating a torque on the spinning wheel, and that causes him to spin. And the same would happen differently. If you would spin him, that gyro would kind of tilt, it would turn. And with that mechanism, because the Earth is slowly tilting, that gyro is tilting in the direction of north.
I love
It's
the
not
fact
about
that you
the
guys.
tilt, it's about the spin producing torque, bro, on the model. That's what it is. It's not about the tilt.
It's a symmetric. You can exchange that. So he is tilting the gyro, therefore he is turning, and the same would happen if he's just try to stabilize the gyro vertically, and someone would turn him. Then the gyro would tilt, which we call precession. And the same thing happens on a gyro compass on Earth. So these torque forces are introduced to the gyros, so it's aligning to north.
All right, okay. Let's say that we grant you that. What if you put it inside of a vacuum chamber? Would it still precess?
Still work.
Yes, it doesn't matter.
Okay, and why is that?
By the way,
What is the what are okay? But you have to. You
air
can't
has
just
nothing to
assert
do
that.
with
You have to explain. But you exactly. So when Zanuck was saying it's because of the air, you guys didn't correct him.
Not the. I didn't say it was the air ever.
In an airplane, I think Zanuck said something in. Was it in an airplane or what? If you're moving in air.
I'm wondering in your model, how is the momentum being transferred?
There is no momentum. So the momentum for a gyro compass is transferred due to gravity. Therefore, the torque is introduced by the downwards force. So the torque points down.
No, wrong.
And the stability in space is not transferred. So this, the precession that we see different. Wait a second. The precession that we see different readings on the number is introduced to the system of the gyro compass by the outside housing turning with the ship or with the airplane or whatever, or with the Earth. So the housing is turning and the gimbal is turning with the Earth. Gravity introduces the torque vector downwards. That's the only thing that is introduced, the downwards force, and therefore it's aligning. On an airplane, for example, you have 3 gyros. There is nothing introduced, or nothing kind of, no torque vector, so they are just stable in space.
It's not gravity, it's the spin of the Earth itself, dude.
No, but
they don't get it, bro. They just.
It's
No,
not
wait,
gravity.
hold on. What do you mean they don't get it? See, this is the thing. You guys take.
Let me try real quick.
You guys take an undeniable proof that Earth is spinning and say nuh-uh, and totally saying by this nuh-uh incredulity, you now have proof, so-called, that the Earth isn't spinning. This is fucking amazing.
Yeah, thanks for your input. That was amazing.
It's
because it's true. You guys take definite proof that the Earth is spinning.
Yeah, you know, you guys are getting the disconnect from this in the air part of the scenario. We don't care if it's in the air, on the ground, in the water. This direction of down that was just mentioned by was it Snooze? I think was mentioning that. It is down. If you are in this structure that's containing the gyro and down changes, that'll induce a torque on the gyro. That torque on the gyro will manifest itself into something we call precession. It'll look like the gyro is turning, but it's not. So the ship orienting it, you can say not even turning, orienting itself differently will give a torque on that gyro. And that's
Do you know that it has a ballast? The gyroscope has a ballast on the ship, so it's designed to keep level. Do you know that?
Yes, that's part of this. That's why.
So why are you saying anything about down?
Because down is related to the orientation of level. If the boat changes, if that level changes, which we say happens on a spinning Earth, not saying that that's what the scenario is, just saying that's how we look at it. If that happens, there will be a torque introduced to this structure, acting on the structure that makes the gyro look like it's moving in a different position. That's the direction of down is
Danik, you
determining
do
that.
not understand. I don't know why you're going down this road. You do not understand the most basic, fundamental explanation, your model, about the gyroscope. It's due to the Earth rotation. Do you understand that?
Yes.
That is the explanation. So why are you talking about down?
Because it's. I seriously, we have it down.
Oh my God, man!
Hold on.
Something is definitely wrong with you.
Are you saying there's no gravity now, SE?
Wait, NASA,
like you guys are mentally deficient.
No,
NASA,
let me, Jesse, please, let me have one sentence because I don't want to belabor this too much. You said it's due to the Earth rotation. We all are agreeing with you, and how that manifests.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that's the explanation of the gyro.
And let me just finish the sentence. I asked for that at the very beginning of what I was saying here. So if we're saying it's due to Earth rotation, yes, if it's due to Earth rotation, we're saying that. And we all can agree that when I drop something, it goes down, and there is a vector. If that vector
that is irrelevant to the discussion.
It's important how it works, moron. Listen to him.
So if we have a direction down, this vector down, and if that vector down changes due to if we're rotating, that vector relative to this gyro, which is fixed in space, relative to how it started to where it's going, that vector of down will be different compared to the spinning in space gyro compass, which is not supposed to move, but the down direction moved because the whole structure holding it, the ship, the airplane, the submarine, whatever, anything holding it has moved in a curved path. Because it's moved in a curved path, the direction of down relative to that structure has changed. That introduces the torque to the system, which shows the movement of precession. I can't make it any more simple than that. This is really the way it is. I mean, I'm not lying, all right?
Remember the professor on the chair. If it's only the Earth's rotation and he wouldn't hold it or so, yeah, then he would just kind of turn as a Foucault's pendulum was once in 24 hours. But because he's tilting it, so he's putting one side down, one side up, and there the direction is relevant of the gyro, so the turning direction. So if he puts one down, one up, he turns in the opposite direction. Okay? And the same happened if he holds it, he tries to hold it rigid, he tried to hold it vertically, but someone would turn him on the chair. Then there would be a torque introduced because he tries to hold it away from him. Yeah? If you would not touch it, it would just stay where it is. It would turn 90 degrees when he would turn 90 degrees. But because he pointed away from him, the tilt happens. And that is what's happening on the Earth, because we hold the gyro compass and the Earth rotating. Due to the balances, we hold it down, it's orienting itself. That is the rotation
God
plus
bless
gravity.
you. If you didn't get what I said after all this, God bless you. Kumbaya, my lord. You have your model. Revel in it, bro.
You said it's rotation. That is correct. But it's only
Revel
half.
in it, bro.
SE, you said it's rotation, which is correct, but it's only half of the truth. It's the rotation which shows basically the direction, but the self-orientation happens due to gravity.
Gravity, all right.
Kumbaya, me lord. Kumbaya.
Now we see why it is all just one big house of cards.
Hey, I thought, SC, you were never about Kumbaya. Remember when you gave me shit about Kumbaya?
I couldn't help that. My apologies. I couldn't help that one.
That's good.
Evidence of intersecting plums too.
That's why critical thinking is essential, guys. That's why critical thinking is essential.
Well, so no different from the gyro compass is the 3-ring laser gyros. Why do you think these airplanes sit on a runway and actually can tell what latitude they're at by the rate of this change due to Earth rotation? You can't even leave unless after 8 minutes you determine, oh yeah, we are at this latitude that we should be at based on this change of the Earth movement, the circular path we're taking with us being in the airplane holding the gyro, just like the ship. How does it know this? Why does this change always happen? And it's directly indicates what latitude and actually longitude too that you're at.
It's just a model you guys made correlating with this effect or observation on
it works perfectly.
Like the Michelson-Morley, you guys just reinvented physics to make it work with the model, but it didn't.
Totally incorrect, but nice try.
Thanks, nice.
Yeah, that was a stretch. I mean, I get that point, but wouldn't it make sense that maybe the fact that it does work indicates that the Earth is round and rotating? Or would
No, I mean we can make a model where we're like surrounded by bananas and like you could still find your way around the Earth.
Oh,
like,
please give me that model. Let me see the banana model, please.
Well, I think Concaver is showing a good banana model right now.
Tell me what do you think causes that then? So you're sitting there, you get this 3-ring laser gyro, which measures an acceleration in all directions, and it measures this 15 degree per hour rotation of the entire surface, regardless of where you are, north or south. What do you think is causing that then? I mean, you tell me what you think is causing that.
You know what we think.
You don't know, so you don't know what we think. So you're not thinking.
No, I said you know what we think.
No, you tell me. What do you think causes that? Every time you have an airplane and you land, and you go to an airport, you're in a commercial airliner, and you're looking and you initiate this 3-ring laser gyro, it will tell you what latitude you're at, and you're expecting this 15 degree per hour. It tells you you're doing a 15 degree per hour rotation. It tells you this on the surface of a sphere.
It's like bananas going. It doesn't matter.
No. So if it's
like
not the Earth is flat, let's say, and it's not due to Earth being round, it's not due to rotation. What would cause this everywhere you go all over this flat map? What would cause this weird 15 degree per hour rotation?
There's a very continuous like
ether flow.
We're eating ether flow, which is like it measures. Yeah, that's what the.
In order for that ether flow to work, it has to be spherical.
Please, Concaver. No one wants
to
do
because it's the same rotation everywhere. It has to be
concave.
Spherical ether.
But he's right. It would only work on the spherical Earth.
Well, there is no ether.
And the reason why I know that is because I actually tried to model it Q-op, unlike you.
Yeah, but that's a different problem, bro.
So back to if the Earth's stationary, okay, and we're measuring this thing, then it would have to be some kind of ether flow, right? Well, in order for you to model that, it would have to be fully spherical for it to check out in all the latitudes.
It's amazing how the ether flow is faster at the equator and goes opposite directions depending on what hemisphere you're in. That's another issue that you guys never explained.
That's even one level higher than the ether boys will tell you that.
Yeah,
the ether boys. They didn't try to model it. They just flapped the lips. If you try to model it, it's either the dual pole flat Earth setup or fully spherical. That's the best
Yeah,
you
but
can
that's
do.
if you believe. That's you
Thank you
believe
very
in all
much.
the southern stuff, which a lot of flat earthers don't.
Well, then they're idiots because you can go down there and look for yourself. There are flat
No, we
earthers
can't
in
go down
Australia. Yes, you can. They went
Or
down. What do you
Australia.
mean you can't?
I'm talking about like
What
past.
do you mean
like,
you can't? You can
Yes,
you
you
can pay the
can't.
money. You can pay the money and go all into Antarctica just like they did on the final experiment. That busted that whole thing wide open, didn't it?
I think we proved that
it was all stage. It was fake, right? All the CGI, and they really didn't go there. And Witsit was in on it. I mean, come on. It's like there's always an objection for something. You just can't look at this stuff and say, you know what? It's more like that. Every single piece of evidence we bring is maybe some of it, maybe it's right. I mean, just how about that as a possibility, rather than trying to say every single thing you see is faked, and everyone is in on this conspiracy. It's mind-boggling.
Yeah, but if the Earth was flat, it would be like that, though, right?
Yeah.
It'd have to be, probably.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you.
There you got to win. Put that in the win column.
He's unable to escape the box in which he's in. Earth's flat for him. He's convinced of it. Can't model it. There is no model, but all his questions are just in favor of staying on the flat Earth. All the debates, asking Globers any questions, they're all fake because they're never going to go to the globe because the Earth's flat for them. So they're in this predicament here. It's called being gatekept.
It's true.
Gatekept. Gatekept or gatekept?
You don't want to get out of this box. You just don't want to. You can't leave the box.
You guys are in the box. You guys are literally closing the box. What are you talking about?
What are we talking about? The fact
The
that they have no
concave
evidence.
is literally closed. The globe is literally, the map is it ends. You can't go anywhere. You guys, like, we don't even know what's outside, like 60th degree south latitude.
It makes you feel
Yes,
better.
we do. Wait a minute, hold on a second.
Remember
Yes,
that
we do. You forget again that they were down at Witsit and Jaren.
Yeah, I don't believe that, dude. I don't think they went.
They were down at 80 degrees north, 80
there.
degrees south. What do you mean you don't believe it? Get on the plane yourself then and go down to 80 degrees south.
They videotaped the whole thing all the way down there.
They videotaped on the moon.
Are you kidding me right now? Seriously?
Dude, I'm not kidding you. We literally thoroughly debunked it.
You have not thoroughly debunked it. You thoroughly nuh-uh'd it, maybe.
Nuh-uh?
Yeah, you certainly said, no, it's not possible, despite the fact that it is possible and they were there and they had multiple ways of
You literally
measuring
believe
the fact that they were
everything.
there.
You believe vaccines are safe and like effective. So.
Let's go to vaccines now. Now we're going to jump off the flat Earth. We're going to go to another nuh-uh topic. Let's go ahead. Go ahead and change the topic. Typical. This is what happens. This is what happens when a flat earther is losing an argument. They change to another topic.
I'm just saying, you can't have a discussion with someone that is closed-minded to everything.
That's right. We can't have a discussion with a flat earther because they're totally closed-minded. They have no evidence that the Earth is flat. What's your evidence the Earth is flat? Please tell me.
Ali, you just please give me one. You said we totally. You said thoroughly. Use the word thoroughly debunked the whole Antarctica thing. So can you give me the best? You should be able to do this because you said thoroughly. So give me the one of the best pieces of evidence that you think debunks that whole trip. The best one.
The repeating cloud is my favorite.
There were no repeating clouds. What are you talking about?
No, it was lens flare. That is a not moving.
I know what it is. The one that totally.
Wait a second. This is a non-moving camera. This is a non-moving camera. The lens is completely stable. It's not moving at all. If the sun is at one specific position and you have a tiny scratch on the lens, it will look like this.
You know how lens flares work, bro?
And you will specifically expect that 24 hours later it will look exactly
I got it. I understand. I know you guys call it a lens flare. It looks like a cloud. We'll call it a lens
flare. I mean, I asked you for the best.
Wait, don't cut him off, guys. Let Ali get it out, guys. Come on.
Can you please say as next evident the missing of parallax, please? That would be super awesome.
Right, so would you agree that the lens flare is caused by the sun, like the light from the sun going through the lens, right?
Yes.
No,
it's
so
on the scratch of the lens.
Would the lens flare track with the sun? Would it move with the sun?
No.
Not on a non-moving
The lens
camera.
flare would move with the sun if you would have a camera on a mount that tracks the sun, because then the lens would keep all the time its orientation to the sun. But here, that's not the case. The lens and the sensor are stable, but the sun is moving. Therefore, you have every time, every hour, or every minute, a different angle of light hitting the lens. That's why the lens flares change.
Well, a cloud also wouldn't keep track with the sun, but that's a pretty good. That's
What?
a good. Yeah.
Cloud? What?
Yeah.
So we don't understand photography and.
Well, it's not.
wrong.
It's not.
What else? What else? Well, what's it vaping? That pretty much destroys everything, doesn't it?
No,
just
please
debunks
say.
it.
Please
Pick
say
spot
parallax.
says you don't.
Come on, say parallax. Okay, what's the next evidence? Hello, am I?
The PFE. There's like a picture of like the mountain that the supposed camp is next to, that the camp's missing from. That it's
that's because the camp is behind a hump, and that's specifically what you see on Dave McKeegan's video when he's filmed a plane landing at the camp, at the Union Glacier camp, because the Blue Ice runway is close to the camp, and you see literally the plane in front of the mountain disappearing below the ice, and it's still kind of in full flight. So there's clearly a hump of ice in between.
Did you say the
Oh
pleasure
my
camp?
goodness.
Next.
Did
Yo,
you say the
Q-Op,
pleasure camp?
Yeah, come on, grasp at some more straws.
Yo, Q-Op, did you give NASA show what he was asking for?
What?
I asked for evidence for the flat Earth, but apparently I'm not going
He
to get
really
it.
wanted. He really wanted to see that banana model of yours.
Too, I'd like to see the banana model, along with banana physics. That would be good.
Can you smoke the banana model? That's what I want to know.
Bananics or something. I don't know.
So was that everything that you thoroughly have debunked on TFE? Or is there something coming up before you're changing topics?
I could turn on my computer and just give you guys I could show you. It's stupid to just debate like a lens flare, a cloud that you guys say is a lens flare, which we're not even looking at. So it's kind of dumb.
What about footprints? Do you want to come up with footprints next?
Who you admit?
I never said anything about the footprints.
Oh, come on, man. Can we get a real combo going though? You guys really want to talk about?
Or how about this stupid Sean that connected the shadows to the position of the sun and said now, haha, local sun, which is super dumb.
Yeah, I didn't make that argument.
Okay. What else? Come on, what do you have in mind? I'm also finding barefisted. I don't have my computer here, so come on.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. I mean, Witsit and Jaren didn't come up with any of their own footage. They said that we're gonna get
No, that's incorrect. Witsit has posted lunar shots with solar filter, and he also has posted a 360. However, that wasn't his camera, but he has posted it.
He posted someone else's video,
agreed that this was legit. Next.
Legit. What do you mean next? I didn't even fucking finish. I was halfway through a sentence.
Okay, Jaren posted 5 hours body cam footage that he showed from exiting the plane, over walking around, over riding a bicycle, over smoking together with Witsit, which he claimed he didn't do, and seeing the 24-hour sun, including the live streams, the multiple that has happened during midnight sun. So,
and Jaren had an SLR on a tracking mount with a proper solar filter and photographed the sun periodically throughout the entire ordeal. So he has a chain of the sun and the sun spots and the sun not changing size and the sun not setting.
But you can't go past 60 north. Remember that, or 60 south. Remember that.
Also, remember, this is the strongest, most compelling, completely debunked? Thoroughly debunked. Thoroughly debunked.
It has to be
We're
thoroughly
already
debunked.
having a discussion about your best. This is your best. You said, hold on. You said this is your best piece. I asked you for the best.
What
You
is my
gave me the best, and you're giving me lens flares as your evidence. That's the
No, I
best
didn't say
you
lens
got?
flares. No, I didn't say
No,
lens.
he said clouds and could not understand clouds because they are not there, the clouds, then they are there, and then they are just leaving without any movement. Yeah, you see something appearing over a desert, you see clouds appearing, then disappearing again, and that's clouds. And the next day, you see other clouds actually moving over the sky, but those same clouds appearing and disappearing again.
So that's evidence?
No, it's not.
I mean,
I'm about to stream it. I don't know why you guys are like acting like you're debunking something we're not even looking at. It's weird.
no, you're the one who's thoroughly debunked it. We're giving you. It seems questionable at best. At least questionable. No, at best questionable. So what do you give me something else then? Give me another besides your.
I'm going to stream the videos because we're talking about visuals, which is ridiculous.
Yeah. So while he's working on streaming it, I just got a quick question. So all the scientism cultists in here, the globe defenders, can you explain your thoughts during the COVID-19 quote unquote pandemic?
Oh fuck me! Here we go. Let's change over to COVID now that
This
we've
is
thoroughly
just a quick
debunked you on the
question.
flat Earth.
This is a quick question.
How about you answer my question? How about some evidence?
Ignatius Shield, stop. Let him finish.
No, wait, hold on.
Ignatius Shield, stop and let him finish.
Hey, how come?
I don't know where the moderators are, but please
When I
let
ask
people
for evidence
finish.
for the flat Earth,
We have two different topics running right now.
I just
Why are we
wanted
changing
to sides.
Let him
finish. Because he is working
Rob
on
wants to
streaming a
change the
visual.
subject because he loves Witsit so much he can't bear to hear the TFE be debunked.
No, don't deflect even more, Q-Op. Come on, man.
No, I didn't just read your mind. No.
Okay,
No, I have no opinion on Witsit, so forget you, man. I wanted to hear what the guy had to say, and he got cut off.
No, he didn't get cut off. We just wanted to stick to the topic.
Yeah, he did get cut off. That's why I'm jumping in, because there's no moderation here. SC Montreal, I know you try your best. I'm not hating on SC Montreal. He's the only one here that moderates.
Yeah, NASA get directly muted for just saying we would like to stick on topic.
He cut off the other guy that I'd still like to finish
Who was it, Rob? Who was it? Who was it? I'll make sure.
I don't know. I'd like to know who it was that was speaking.
Okay,
Me
finish
doesn't
up,
help.
guys. Let's be adults, man. Finish up, bro, and then we'll let NASA go next.
Thank you. I just had a quick question, not trying to change the subject because there was silence on the mic because we're waiting.
Can I just stream and then we can go to COVID?
Yeah. I was waiting. Yep. Go for it. Stream it. I was just posing a question while there was silence waiting for the stream to happen. But apparently we're children here and we cannot do that.
Yeah.
So
we can't do that. I get it. Thanks. So that was the Amphibious J that said me. I just wanted to know who was speaking. That's all.
Don't presuppose it though, Rob.
that's all you guys do.
Oh my god.
So okay, say what
Okay,
are we
so what's
looking
up?
at?
Somebody's streaming?
We are looking at the mountain. What's wrong with the mountain?
Yeah, that's just the start. Well, that's the thing I was talking about. That's the same mountain. You would agree, right? The same face of the same mountain.
Yes, except compared to Witsit, I'm not lying. Yes, that's the same mountain.
Yeah, well, exactly, right? Do you remember Dave Weiss and Witsit both said that's not the same mountain, but we can all agree that
because
that's the same mountain.
Witsit is stupid. So okay, it's the same mountain. Go on.
Because they were lying, because they were hiding the fact that there's no camp in that picture.
No, the point is Witsit is a notorious liar, and once he cannot explain something, he pulls just stuff out of his ass and tries to deceive people. That's why he vaped. That's why he complained or said that this is the wrong mountain.
Where's the camp? Where's Union Glacier camp? So if this is the same time of the year, if this isn't a different, if this isn't, wait, what?
The one in the lower both pictures, you are at Union Glacier Camp. You can see at the distortion of the mountain that this is clearly a wide-angle shot. The top image is from Midway Point. Midway Point is roughly 1 mile or so north. So in that area north, they camped 24 hours because the organizers of that ALE were afraid that the sun would be too close to the mountain there. That's why they moved away. Halfway Point is the halfway station of the marathon that happened the week earlier. So they are further away. And I just said Dave McKeegan showed a video that I cannot show right now, but it's in his debunk, showed a video where he's filming a plane landing at Union Glacier, and that plane is disappearing behind that white ice area that you see there that is in front of the mountain.
I don't know where you're. Are you saying the camp is somewhere like in the horizon there, like tiny little camp?
Yeah,
Like you're
this
saying
white,
it's too far away.
this white area in front of the horizon is not flat. This is not flat ice.
Okay, so but the mountain is about the same size in all the pictures.
No, the mountain, you can zoom in stuff, right? And
It's
you see also,
it's literally big. It's bigger in the top
wait a
picture
second,
than the middle
you
one.
see.
Classic Flurf. Insist on video, get video, hate video.
Sorry. I forgot to press button on push to talk. So you see in the middle of the mountain. Can you move your mouse to the middle of the mountain? There's a big rocky part on the middle picture, maybe. Can you move? Yeah, this one. Yeah, exactly, that one. So you see there is some ice area below it, right? Before the foot of the mountain, there's an icy area below it. Same at the lower picture. You see also there's an icy area. At the top picture, however, you see that there is barely any icy area before the white plane, seemingly plane, appears, right? So from the point of view that we have there, this white area and the horizon of the white area is in front of this mountain, and you see that it's higher than on the lower two pictures.
All right, okay, whatever. So, but you would agree that. So, I don't really follow. I don't know where you're saying the camp is. You're saying it's, I don't know, whatever.
In the dark area, or behind the white area.
Would you agree that if they were faking 24-hour sun, they might have gone to this location at 2 different times during the year where the camp might have not been set up? Would you just agree to, like, we could just meet halfway so we can move on to the next thing?
There is literally footage where they are driving from Midway Point to the camp and exiting the car at the camp.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no, that could be taken at, yeah. That could be,
No, it's the same time. It's the same time, and they did stream there.
Got it. Yeah, you're right. Sorry. The camp
did live stream. Wait a second. Don't say however. Jaren did a live stream from the camp, talking with the audience.
I know, but they also make Hollywood movies where they claim to be on in Mars, and you know what I mean. So like they could.
Do you think this is a Hollywood
He's running
production?
around. He's running around with his mobile phone.
Yes, very convincing. Dude.
Talking, showing there, showing there.
There'd be too many people involved. All right, can we move to the next one, bro? This is taking.
Okay.
Take forever. All right.
Okay, 1-0. Next.
What?
Yeah, you give up. You go to the next one. Next.
I did not give up, dude. The camp isn't there, bro. It's like not that hard.
Pretty sad.
All right. I don't know if like this is turned up like enough for you guys, but right there is this is in the Dave McKeegan 24-hour sun 360, I believe. And I zoomed into an area in the background which has like two.
How long is the video? How long is the video that Dave McKeegan posted there? Is it the short one, the first one that he posted?
No, this is the long 360 one.
What's that? Is literally going like, what is it, 24 minutes or what?
It doesn't matter, dude. This is in the background of this. This is in the sky and the TFE footage, and there's a fucking. There's two lines. You see the lines?
Yes, I see the lines. Okay, I explain you something about compression. So video compression works so because you have to have a lot of information, you have to make it smaller, but still you want to show a lot of details. So what do? You take uniform parts in the video, and these uniform parts in the video you basically just make one color. You don't make it a lot of details. Once the details are very, very small and the contrast between the details are very, very small, you basically ignore them. But once you come to a point where you see, okay, now the threshold is exceeded or the threshold is passed, you have to make the next color. So you step a color and then you say, okay, this next blob of 100 pixel with specific coordinates, and that's you see why you have always horizontal and vertical lines, because these compression artifacts are working on squares and on areas. And these areas and these coordinates get the same color.
You just compression artifacts. Got it.
So it's very easy to reduce the size and have enough room for the
Okay.
other areas that are fine.
After I play this video, or this is just a picture, just say compression artifacts, and then we can move on. I'm just showing the pictures.
No. This is just MPEG or H.264 compression. Yes.
Cool. Thank you. All right, that's not a and it's definitely not a 360 stitch, right? Because it turns like 45 degrees here, right?
No, wait a second. The 360 stitch is something that happens on the raw material. Afterwards, there's the compression
Got
on
it. It's
that.
not a stitch. It's not a stitch.
area.
It's an artifact, compression artifact. Got it.
Okay, so 2.0 next.
Let me just show more compression artifacts.
Yes. 3.0 next.
This isn't actually a video. I thought it was. Here there's like repeating clouds, right? So this
No,
cloud
these are not
right here, this
repeating
line-
clouds. You increase the contrast and zoomed in, and this is the compression artifact. This is how video
Got it.
compression works.
I know there's
You
a lot of
cannot
artifacts. I'm just showing artifacts, bro. You're right. I'm just showing compression artifact. There's a compression
Okay.
artifact over here. This weird line over here. This cloud doesn't even match up with this.
Everywhere in that video is compression artifacts because he tried
Yeah, no,
to
I'm
upload
showing
it.
them. Yeah, I just love compression artifacts. I'm showing them. Yeah.
Good. By the way, I just saw a compression artifact in this live stream because your mouse was creating a kind of a tail. That was also compression artifacts because you have moving pixels in H.264.
Yeah, if you don't want to get compression artifacts, which is the thing that you're showing, you should get raw footage, but I don't know if it's available. But yes,
Here's-
everything, those blocky things are just compression artifacts.
The camera is still recording an MPEG or MOV, which is still directly compressed. There is no raw recording on these cameras.
Oh
It would
yeah, I
be
forgot.
insanely
Wait, wasn't it the
big.
360?
Yes. Two
Oh, yeah, then-
360
yeah, those
cameras.
suck. Yeah, those suck.
This is a team that went. This is a Brazilian team that went to Antarctica. During around the same time of the year, when there should be 24-hour sun, and they're it's like a video interview, and he talks about working from 9 a.m. to like 10 p.m. And I actually like understand Portuguese, and he says like he literally calls it nighttime. So this is actually whatever they wrote isn't even what he was saying. He literally said they work till nighttime.
Okay, so we have your word against the translators. Great.
It's super easy.
Let him finish.
When my kids go to bed, we say now it's evening, you go to bed. And now it's night because they have to sleep. Still, we have your sun until
There's
11
24-hour sun.
o'clock. It's still called night because we have day and we have night. And if your sun is not setting, you cannot say, oh, we have always day. Let's work 24 hours, 7 days a week. No, you have to sleep. You have to finish your work, and then you say, we worked until 10 p.m., which is literally night. He didn't say until darkness.
That's
Next.
good. Also, their Iceland Air plane was, the plane that what is it? They rent or whatever is an Iceland Air plane.
Yes.
And there's all these like, that's Jaren's face, and he's taking a picture, and they're giving ads for like Iceland. That's obviously like not the most compelling thing. I thought it was interesting that
It's an Iceland Air. It's an Iceland Air plane with Iceland Air pilots.
Not
and
a South
Iceland
American
Air
plane, not a
persons.
Punta Arenas South American plane, an Iceland airplane, which is interesting.
Yeah, it's because you know why it's an Iceland airplane?
Yeah, tell me.
Because these dudes know how to land on ice.
Oh, nice. That's good. That's not that good.
What? That's not a good. You really think you hire a Florida pilot or so, who is shitting his pants when he sees a snowflake landing, or do you think you will hire a person who is normally always in a year landing on ice and flying from Iceland to Finland and so on, all the northern routes to Canada? All these areas are covered in ice. They are also I'm flying twice a year to Helsinki, and they don't care a shit of an icy runway there. They just land there. If I'm starting here in Frankfurt from my airport, they are shitting their pants and cleaning the runway 10 times before you lift off when there are some snowflakes. Of course you want to have specialists landing there.
Hey, Snooze, you're kind of monologuing, bro. Come on, keep it shorter.
I'm pretty much done.
Okay,
The rest of my
Wicked
stuff
is a
is on my
liar. Yes.
phone,
Okay.
video,
Next.
so- Yeah, the rest of
Yeah,
my stuff is on my phone. I'm pretty much done.
Okay. Cool. So that Witze the liar is, we all agree, and cool.
I love how Witsit eats up all your guys' brain matter.
You're literally defending him. It's funny. You're saying that like we somehow like Witsit. or something.
How am I? Hang on.
Defending
How am I defending him?
You just did.
No, how?
I just said Witsit is a liar.
You're saying somehow that like what we're saying is just based on our like dislike for Witsit. You're trying to defend him.
Right, so that's not me defending him.
Just ironic.
You're an idiot.
Rob is gaslighting Quap. No, I'm just joking.
There's only one way to find out. Let's get it on.
Queue up. Tell us the Geo story.
The Geo story is not for a big server like this, especially with like people like Riggs on here. He's in here somewhere, right?
Me, you know what I find weird about that? Not the vaping and the snow crunching and all that stuff, right? That's fine. I mean, anybody has their own like ideas, right? What I find, like, should I use the word strange or funny, is 3 flat earthers went somewhere to film the 24-hour sun, and neither one of them came back with 24-hour footage. Now that I find strange.
Four flat earthers, and the one is creating a documentary.
You guys know that Witsit's not going to be in the documentary, right? And fucking Lisbeth is definitely not a fucking flat earther.
Wait, is Lisbeth not a flat earther?
Everyone's a shill.
No, that's just NASA.
Okay.
So I don't know if Witsit is literally not in the documentary or if he was just not in the trailer. Do you know more?
No, pretty much. I didn't really look into it more, but I'm pretty sure that's.
The truth is, you guys think all of this is fake and Witsit is fake is because you subscribe to a particular flat Earth model.
And you subscribe to Concave, so it has to be real.
This is the reason why. This is the reason. Well, listen, don't overspeak me like this when I'm delivering truth, okay? It's because whether you think it or not, you're subscribed to the AE model, which is bunk. It's flawed. It doesn't work. It can't work, and you don't want to budge from that. There's other flat Earth models that solves this issue, and you don't want to budge from it. Where is the truth seeking?
Where are you
Where
mad,
is
bro?
where is the questioning your own reality? Why must we sit here and badmouth our own brothers when we could go and question our own reality?
Everyone go to Concave.
Hold on, are you saying the Concave can explain that, bro? The 24-hour sun?
No, you guys are deluded mentally in the head. I'm not talking about concave Earth.
That was a question, bro. You didn't have to go to the deluded mental. It was a question.
I think
so stop sticking to the AE model. Stop thinking Antarctica is an ice ring around the fucking world. That's why you think it's fake. It's because you can't model it in that setup.
No.
So rather than seeking the truth and questioning your own reality, you go and you bring down your own brothers. You badmouth Witsit. You've been badmouthing him for 5 months.
You're definitely
for 5 months.
Witsit literally steals from our community.
It's fucking pathetic, man.
I know it's pathetic.
Queue up, back to the drawing boards. Eyes off the globers, look within yourself, back onto you. You've been convinced of a falsehood. It's so false, it's so bad, you're attacking your own.
I'd love to keep listening to you, but I'm not going to.
Yeah, I know, it's hitting you deep, bud, I know it.
Yeah, you're red pilling me hard, bro. I gotta really contemplate my life because of your manic concave outbursts right now. It's really compelling me.
So how does Witsit steal from the flat Earth community?
Crickets.
Yeah.
E-bags will eat you.
No, Cub's gone. We'll never know. All the mysteries of the modern world.
So the intriguing thing here is earlier, I don't know who it was, but they were mind-boggled that people that didn't subscribe to the globe doctrine could ever question it. They were mind-boggled at it. So I just wanted to ask, like, all the scientism cultists in here, did you get vaccinated during the COVID-19 pandemic? Did you listen to the state? Did you trust the state during that time?
I cannot answer on account that I had died suddenly.
That's a yes.
That was sick what the government tried to do to you guys.
So you trusted Fauci and the state. Can you confirm?
I'm letting you know that I died suddenly of tachycardia or whatever the other one was that you're on about, and as a result, unfortunately, I cannot answer.
You can take the fifth. Yeah. God bless America for that. You can take the fifth.
I did not trust Fauci. I did trust Professor Drosten, who was the one who was first isolate or and developed a test. A SARS specialist in Germany, and BioNTech. Yes.
Did you support lockdowns? Were you for
Against
the state
it?
stripping
Took it
our
only
freedoms?
because I had a ticket to go to my sister's wedding, and I'm pissed I did because I think I got some lingering effects of either of the COVID I got after I got the shot, which is kind of funny.
I was forced stripping your freedoms. My freedoms were okay.
So lockdown in Germany had worked differently. We were quicker doing the lockdown. I know that in the US, I remember that the whole spring break still went on and they didn't stop it. At that time, I think we had already lockdown. There were some mistakes done during the lockdown. For example, that they told the people that they are not allowed to go out in the streets for, I think, 2 weeks or so. Wasn't that hard as in Portugal, for example. Portugal was really heavy. But yes, I did support that, and I did also support the second lockdown that we had in the next winter when Omicron came. And the good thing is the isolation helped multiple of my elder aunts and uncles to survive, because we always tested ourselves. We never went there. They got vaccinated pretty early, and I know from other people in the same age, they just died on COVID pretty quickly.
Okay. Were they put on iron lung or a ventilator? I mean,
no, they just died. There's no iron lungs anymore.
I meant to say ventilator.
Yeah, they were on ICU, and then they died.
Yeah, so the same with some relatives of mine. Now, there is a variable in there that is very precarious, right?
Yeah, my brother is I don't know what the term is, but the kind of leading doctor of the ICU unit at the university clinic, and he killed his own auntie, or what do you want to say?
Really? Okay. Appeal to
Yeah,
extremes.
really. Okay. All shit
Appeal to
conspiracy, right?
extremes.
Hang on. The respirator is the last line of defense in a patient that's respiratory compromised. You got them on 100% O2 on a non-rebreathing mask. They're still not perfusing. Intubation is the next step, just because their lungs are so damaged.
Okay,
their lungs are so damaged that they died anyway. They died anyway, right?
And the next step, wait a second. The next step after the ventilator is artificial oxygen implant in the blood. So in good equipped clinics, you will then have a machine that is kind of dialysis, and you add oxygen artificially in the blood. And this still didn't happen due to organ failure then.
Thank you for that info. So we can see that you just like to appeal to the extremes, and you don't know what compartmentalization is. So you doubted
Does it have
yourself.
anything to do with the last line of defense and protocol on a respiratory compromised patient?
Let
him
know
go.
why
We know
you even
the-
brought that
we know
up.
the
It has
deal.
nothing to do with what we were talking about.
Compartmentalization. Yeah, I've heard this.
What is that?
Yeah, you've heard logic and sound reasoning.
I've heard
but you just
heard
don't
people
apply
who
it.
don't understand compartmentalization use it as a buzzword because they can't explain how this conspiracy would work. So the idea is
Does
just, well, the good people didn't know and the bad people were doing it, you know, blah blah blah. Yeah.
Omni, can you steelman that for me? I never heard that word.
Okay, compartmentalization is where
talk.
members of an organization only know what is necessary to do their job.
So your example with your uncle or cousin killing his family members because he worked in that environment is you're not
I
understanding
wasn't quite finished yet.
compartmentalization.
I know. I wasn't quite finished yet. So the compartmentalization exists in certain types of organizations, like the military to some degree, you know, where you have a need to know before you can get access to classified data. You know, it can also apply to, for example, terror cells, where the cell structure means that if one of them gets uncovered,
Got it.
Still okay. So
Okay, what
anyway,
has medical care with that to do?
What it doesn't do is operate the way that, you know, that this guy thinks it does.
Yeah, can you the other guy explain what compartmentalization has to do with medical care?
Yes. So your family member who works at the academic healthcare center does not need to necessarily know that what he is doing is bad, just like a lot of pediatricians don't know because of ignorance that the vaccines that they inject into little children and babies are metallic poisoning.
Yeah, that's not how it works.
They are not.
That's not how that works. Every doctor,
Yeah, that is compartmentalization.
involved in administering any kind of medication, they're well aware of the mechanism and interaction of the drugs that they're administering.
They were taught
Doctors
their
are
medical
not
school
fucking
doctrine.
ignorant
Can I
about
talk,
what they're
Cliff
doing.
Lane? Can I talk, Cliff Lane?
Yeah, you don't want me to finish, do you?
You were fucking. You made your statement and then you just babbled on. Go for it.
Yeah, you're saying that doctors are practicing medicine not knowing what they're doing. That's absurd.
Not what I said. I said they are ignorant of the fact that the medicine they think is helping people is really poison because they go to a medical school doctrine. They are indoctrinated by the same companies who create the medicine. They write that curriculum. They come up with what the doctors are taught in medical school. If you don't abide by it, you don't get your doctors.
You talk about presuppositions, man. You're purely presupposing everything you're saying.
not in a ridiculous manner. Not in a ridiculous manner.
And his own research, which he's totally done.
It is proven. You can literally prove and look
It's
up who.
proven. Yeah.
You can look up who creates medical school curriculum that doctors have to go through. I want you to do that.
It's
Take your
them.
head out of the sand and research that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the one who taught the medical curriculum in the US are not the same as in the EU or in Germany. And
but it's all
at the university where my brother is studying, they only learned basic medical information. The whole like anesthesia or the ICU, so the intensive care and that stuff, is typically not directly taught during study. It's taught afterwards in the job where you do your I don't know what the English term is, like your specific doctor, like if you're an anesthesiast or a surgeon or so on. That happens in Germany, happens after the university.
Does not refute my point.
So, and my brother did studies on ICU care. He did research on ICU care. And at the university clinic, they are developing new methods because they see what helps better. And they are far advanced compared to a normal clinic. And they are not just following what the state are telling them. They are researching. They are developing new stuff.
You have to understand that part of being in the group that what's his name is in, Amphibious, is that when you join that group, you automatically get numerous doctorates and, you know, all sorts of high level, upper degree training and stuff. It's
Well, anytime a new medicine comes in, you know,
You guys are so
another medicine comes in that's like innovative, new, novel medicine. That's every doctor in the country before they're allowed to administer, prescribe, or whatever. They have to go learn what it is and what it does. Every single one of them. You can't just go around pushing drugs that you don't know what they are.
The goofery. The goofery is astounding within all of you.
Is that a
No,
technical term?
that's fact, Bubba. I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it is fact. The goofery.
Is
is
goofery
real.
a technical term?
Let's take radiology, for example. I think this is what he's trying to say, right? Not that the medical profession is all wrong, right? But take something like radiology. It's stuff that they will give you knowing that it could possibly kill you only because the current teachings of the medication is this is the best we can do, right? Kill everything and
Wait a
hope it
second.
works.
What are you referring about radiology? Radiology is the business of looking into people without cutting.
Oh, sorry.
open.
Chemotherapy. I think I got that wrong. I think I meant to say chemotherapy.
Yeah, and chemotherapy, you basically take something that kills someone because the cells that are growing faster and would kill you anyway within a few weeks are affected by the poison earlier and more effective. And the normal body cells are not that highly effective. That's how we know we could treat these people. The other option would be just let them die in a few weeks. Otherwise, they may have a year, or they can kind of fight against the cancer.
Well, that's the assumption. Yeah, that's what I'm trying.
No, that's not the assumption. That's the evidence. All my relatives that had cancer, fortunately, there was not so much. But once they stopped the chemotherapy, they died within few weeks.
So they did the chemotherapy first, and then they stopped it, right?
One apprentice not. He refused to take the chemotherapy. He also died directly in a few weeks, not after 1 year chemotherapy and then dying.
So Amphibious, you challenged us to look up who does the medical licensing, and I thought I knew, but I wanted to double check it, and I was right. The medical licensing is done by medical boards as established by the 10th Amendment of the Constitution. Those medical boards are provided by the licensing fee that they charge to all doctors. The pharmaceutical companies are not involved at all.
Okay. I didn't say who gives them their license. I said who develops the curriculum. That's what I asked.
They do. That's what they do.
That's what they do.
The curriculum's a state of flux. The curriculum is ever changing.
Now that's a false. Well, you're not considering that these heads of these pharmaceutical companies are not also part of whatever.
They're not. That would be
You just want whatever you're saying.
They're not. That would be against the 10th. That would be contrary to the 10th Amendment.
It happens all the time, my brother.
So this is a case where his constitutional rights are gone because he doesn't like the constitutional right.
Right. I'm looking at the list of the board members. Could you name one of them that's a pharmaceutical rep?
Nope. I will have to do research on that. But I know the head of Merck was part of the CDC, and she got promoted.
That's not
to the head of Merck.
That's not.
I'm just saying there is a. Okay, go.
Buddy, the CDC has nothing to do with the regulation of who can be a doctor. That's not what they do.
I understand that. I was providing an example because I can't come up with a specific example. Okay. I was providing an example that these things happen, that these organizations that are ran by the state are also infiltrated by the ones that, if you just follow the money, are also profiting off the drugs that they sell.
I'll name you one guy, Fauci. Are you going to tell me Fauci is a legit person?
Hold on a second. Are you under the impression the CDC is a federal organization?
Never did those words come out of my mouth.
Do you think the CDC is a state-run organization?
Who
I
cares?
think it has ties to all kinds of statism factions.
So, okay. So now we've established that this person isn't in charge of the medical license and isn't in any way related to the topic that at hand. Do you want to support your original claim, or would you like to continue down this red herring?
So this will be very vague, but I do recall.
It will be vague.
I do recall the CEO of Merck going from a position of power in some government organization that was in charge of the childhood vaccination schedule. And as soon as she implemented all these numerous vaccines to the schedule, then she left that organization, went straight to Merck, and got paid untold millions.
So are you saying it's inconceivable for you that there could be connections between people that pay off government employees and medical stuff, like Fauci, for example? Do you have full confidence in what Fauci was saying during the period of COVID? Kool-Aid, that was to you, if you don't mind answering.
Yeah, I was making noise. I didn't want to hot mic. The short answer is not all of it. There was some shit that he talked out of his ass that he shouldn't have, but most of his science was good.
How about the mask?
No, the U.S. population didn't know how to wear or use them, and I don't think they were effective.
Okay, wow. All right. I thought you were going to go completely okay. All right. So you're not completely sold on the bull. Okay.
They would have been effective. They would have been
not effective, or what?
No, masks would have been effective, but the American population is too stupid to use them correctly.
Oh yeah. I saw people with cut holes in it and so on. That's the mask were literally a reason why we could open here in Germany pretty quickly again. We had forced masks indoors, and we could dampen the pandemic where other countries still had to do lockdown because the people did not want to wear the masks.
So my whole point, I'm sorry, I had to step away. I had a call. So my whole point with bringing up if the globe defenders, scientism cultists supported the state, the government's taking away freedom, and the majority do, and it just highlights the mindset and complete need for being governed. They need this doctrine to follow, but if you call it out, they get really triggered.
Yes, there's no pressure. Let's say if the government in, let's say, 2030, they have a RFID implant and it'll be linked to your healthcare status. So whether or not you received the recent vaccine, that will determine your ability to go out into social gatherings. Are you okay with getting an implant? And would you be the first in line?
It seems that you're not very well educated about world politics and opinions of countries. In Germany, the public is one of the most aggressive when it is about data protection. And we have the biggest ethical hacker organization worldwide, the Chaos Computer Club. And we have, for example, stopped that the Europe introduced some blockchain shit for the vaccination certificates, because there would be a central database of all these names, and the German organization got it through that we had vaccination certificates that were not stored in a central database, that were just a trust chain. So you get a certificate. You can scan your own stuff. No one else can check if you are vaccinated or not. Only I myself had the certificate on my phone, could show it if I want, and didn't need to if I didn't. And not the insurance companies, not the doctors did know if I was vaccinated or not.
No, I know that. Thank goodness for that, and thank goodness
And
for
I would
the Germans.
definitely not get any implants.
Amazing. Okay,
You had
thank you.
5 boosters, Doug.
Imagine now, this was a
that's not the question you think it is, and it's definitely probably not the flex you hope it is.
What do you mean?
Was this a
Was that for me,
social
Army?
experiment? You guys think a social experiment or an actual medical emergency?
I think it was a practice run, and they probably did deploy a bioweapon. But it was definitely, I think, orchestrated by the government as a trial run. I think they were discussing, remember, prior to the 2019 epidemic, they were in discussion of how to deal with such a pandemic. So I think it was definitely a practice run.
So which one was the bioweapon, the vaccine or or COVID?
The vaccine for sure, because the virus is fake. It doesn't exist.
The virus is fake, right? 7 million.
Eden, come on, answer for yourself. So what was the bioweapon, the vaccine or the virus?
The
Oh, I
vaccine.
think I answered.
How many people died? How many people died of the vaccine?
I don't think. I think maybe half of the
Jump
vaccines
number.
were placebo. That's just my opinion. But
How many people died of the vaccine? If it's a bioweapon,
I have an answer to that. I have an answer. Apparently, the same amount of people, more or less, that would have died from the flu, funny enough, in that year.
No,
incorrect. It was much more people died of COVID than the flu that year.
Definitely.
I said more or less. I said
No,
more or less.
no, not more or less. Not more or less.
See, the problem is that people actually when people that got the vaccine, fewer of those people actually died than people that didn't get the vaccine. But that's okay. But you guys can spin that all you want.
Actually, there was lower numbers.
Oh,
incorrect. Totally incorrect.
In 2020, there was lower numbers.
That's because the vaccine didn't come out yet. But
No, because there was a 3-month lockdown period, so
before
people
the
didn't get
vaccine,
run
thank you.
over, even though they were listed
Actually, more people died during that thing, even though
Oh, yeah.
the fewer.
Okay.
The statistics are incorrect.
You got your data. You got your data.
Yeah, people were dying.
I got the
That's
data
why
if
they
you
did
want
the
it.
close on. No, you have the data.
I got the
Yeah,
numbers
sorry.
if you want.
No, you don't. You don't.
In
What are you looking
2020,
at?
there was less. I
Look
guarantee.
at the
I guarantee you.
look at the excess. Look at the excess deaths. Don't look at fewer people
Oh,
died
yeah.
in car crashes. That's okay. But look at excess deaths. Look at the total number of people who are dying. That one.
Yeah, now prove the
Okay.
causation.
That's
Yeah,
what they
but-
changed it, didn't it?
Oh, because
causation
so wait a minute.
That's per
There was
capita.
there was a
That's per
vaccine
capita.
going around. So there was a COVID and there was a disease going around that people were dying of, but that was not the cause. Got it.
Oh, right. Yeah, so that's the claim. Now you're gonna have to demonstrate that's the cause. Go
Yeah, we
ahead.
do that with the excess deaths. We do that quite well. Thank you.
Oh,
very
so just affirming the consequent fallacy. Very good.
That's
Yeah,
not
nice.
affirming the consequent.
Yeah, absolutely it is.
No, it's not. You don't know what affirming the consequent means. This is
You're
this is
backing it up
data.
without no
That is not
citation.
affirm the consequent
course
fallacy,
it is.
you idiot. No, it's
Because
not.
you haven't
moron.
proven. Dude, you don't even know what COVID is. If I ask you what is COVID, you would have no idea. What is
It's a
it?
virus. It's a
Oh, really?
coronavirus.
Okay,
Yes.
prove it exists.
Prove it exists to you? I can't because
No,
you're
Exactly. Thank you.
No,
you. I can't prove it exists because you're thick. That's why.
Hang on. We've had a biochemist actually show us imagery that he's done himself of the virus itself.
No,
Oh, really?
no. That's absolutely rubbish. They
the
say
mRNA,
they actually
right?
isolated
Yeah.
it.
Right.
Well,
It was
and
just a whole
They
fake
got a
thing.
sequence.
It was just
They
a whole
added the
fake thing.
sequence.
7
They
million
added the
people
sequence.
died. No, nothing.
Generated by a quantum computer.
Yeah, a bunch of people
from China.
you know,
Deny.
millions of
They did.
people died,
And it
then
was
that's-
very flawed. If you know what
Why
how
don't we ask? Why don't we ask like Rob Skiva? I wonder if he's still around to talk about it
I wonder what qualifies Schlesy to call it fake.
because he's a denialist.
Because I tell you what, right now, I'm in the process of taking someone to court for a vaccine that I received in 2003. So
Don't
shut them
post
out
medical
because
stuff.
I know
Shoes. I mean,
I've got a
Steph,
vaccine
don't
injury
post-
from 2003, so I know. Done a lot of research, more than you, fat boy.
Thank you, Schultzy. I hope it goes well.
I just posted pictures of the
Bad
life
boy.
expectancy, and you see here that there is clearly a dip in the life expectancy in 2020 and 21.
Wonder what caused that.
I don't know. Maybe
Yeah, you asked.
Must have been.
maybe
Must have
I
been
think
something
We did a
before.
lockdown,
asking
weren't we?
a
People weren't
question
going out and getting run
is not a
over.
demonstration of the causation of what might have caused excess deaths. Asking a question isn't proof at all. It's not
that
even evidence.
that is a direct effect of COVID because we
Oh,
saw
and
the
what's
full
COVID?
we saw the
Yes,
full
news guy.
A virus.
hospitals.
A
Yeah, and what's
virus.
COVID? Hey,
A
saw
hey,
coronavirus.
genius.
we saw
Hey, what's
we
COVID,
saw
sir?
the
A
overflow
Yeah, and
of
what's
coronavirus.
COVID?
news.
Yeah, and
A
what is COVID?
coronavirus. A coronavirus.
Oh, and how do you know it exists? How do you know it
You don't think
exists?
it
Because we
exists?
had
Right,
because
because you can't see it, right?
okay.
Electricity doesn't exist either because you can't see it, right?
You're so triggered. Yeah. See, there you go off
So
into some red hair, some irrelevant shit. Because you don't actually have the proof that would
Oh, the
demonstrate
proof
the
exists
virus
to you.
exists
I can't
scientifically
prove it to
as
you
a
because you're
pathogenic,
sick.
submicroscopic particle that can infect you at any time, any moment, anywhere. You have to go off into these like irrelevant shit. Yeah, that's because you don't have anything to prove it exists.
So we know
Yeah,
we
you
know
don't have
COVID
anything that
exists.
combats anything that's said. Yeah, you have nothing but words. That's all you got.
We know COVID exists because we had already experience with coronaviruses before. For
Oh, how do you
example,
have these
MERS.
experiences?
For example, MERS and SARS-1.
Oh, how do you know those
And we
exist?
had and
Oh,
How do you know
those
those
fake
don't
exist?
too.
interrupt.
Yeah,
Hey,
Don't
everything's
hey,
fake.
interrupt.
hey,
Don't
Everything's
guys.
fake. I
interrupt.
got it.
Oh, yeah, you're just making claims.
Come on.
These are
Don't
more
Everything's fake.
claims.
Right,
interrupt.
I got
The
it.
same
I'm
shit.
just explaining to you.
Another virus,
Don't
another
interrupt.
claim.
I know viruses
So,
are fake because you can't see them, right?
No
Got it.
demonstration.
okay.
Viruses
If
are
you
fake
wait,
because you can't see them, right? Got it.
if you just listen before you're calling bullshit, you can bullshitting or calling bullshit afterwards anyway. That's no problem.
left
And I
is
know you will
listening.
do, but first you can listen. So
His method doesn't work if he
we
listens.
had already experience with other similar viruses that
Claim.
had different infection chains. That's
Claim.
true. But we knew how to test for coronaviruses. We had
How?
to separate the virus and
How?
then specify the tests. And regarding the separation of the virus, I can post a paper if you want, but that would be a DM because I should not post papers with virus, something, electron microscope, and so on. You can also literally BioNTech was working on mRNA vaccinations on the theory, on the mechanics, on this kind of creating the RNA, like artificially programming an RNA, but they hadn't any use case for it. So they had a technology. They had no use case. It's a very small company. It was basically like a Kickstarter, or what? How do you call it? These small companies that are growing with funding money. How are they called?
Snake oil company.
Startups. No, startups. It was basically a startup. So and they were seriously close to being broke. And then COVID came, and then they saw, okay, this is an RNA virus. We can program that same RNA to produce the same spike proteins. And then they got the whole funding money, and the acceptance process was super quick, because you suddenly have thousands and thousands of people where you can do the testing, where you can try out the vaccination, where you can see if it works, where you see the evidence, where you have your 50,000 or 5,000 people in the control group and so on. And within weeks, you basically had your study through. So yeah.
Insane.
And in my opinion, that whole thing makes sense. But other people, your mileage may vary.
Insane. Remember that song, Insane, in the Membrane.
Where's the party at?
Huh?
Hello, left lane.
What do you say, Leo?
Not much. How about you?
How much? Running around over here on the east side of the United States. I don't see you anymore.
Oh, well, probably be hard to see me anyway, because I live far away from where I used to live.
Well, we both
like an hour north.
Prescott.
No, Prescott's way further north than that.
The north on 17 or north on 60?
Is it north?
Yeah, but you got to have access to it.
I live in Mesa.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I drove right through there many times. Used to.
But you probably drive over the Superstition Freeway, right? Or the 202,
yeah.
or
202 and Highway 60 to Globe.
I probably live about 15, 20 miles away from that, so seeing me would be kind of hard. The curve of the earth will get in the way.
Yeah, the Devil's Canyon's hard to see out of.
Where would I go if I wanted to touch the curve?
Where would you go? Anywhere on Earth.
If I touched the ground where I am, would that be the highest point of the curve?
From the furthest, from a person far away, yeah. from your local position, it would appear flat.
Yeah, but regardless of appearance, that's just apparent. Would I be at the top of the curve or the bottom? How about that for a question?
Clarify, the top or the bottom of what?
The curve.
You're on the top of
staying
it.
far
Would I
enough
be in the
away,
middle
you'd
of
be
the curve?
at the top. So I'm not following what you're trying to say.
Well, what I mean to say, right? If I was on a ball, wouldn't I always be like wherever I was? Wouldn't I always be on the top because everything's falling away from me?
Yes.
Yes.
You will always be.
If I walk away from you, far enough, obviously if I'm like a foot away from you, you're.
Think about what you just agreed to.
Yeah, you are the king. You are the king of the hill. You are the king of the hill. You are special. You are very special, Schlitzy.
If I move away from you,
don't try and make a joke of like because you just agreed.
Yeah, just agreed that you're super special.
Go up here.
You're the top of the hill.
I can't get out of I can't get out of the door now because my head is swollen.
Obviously, if I move a foot away from you, it's going to be like appear the same. It's not going to appear like you're curving away from me. But if I get far enough away, then you will appear higher than me.
But remember, you're on a ball, so like
That's what I'm saying.
Wherever you are on the ball, everything falls away from you.
But if I'm only a foot away from standing 1 foot away from you, or let's say 3 meters away from you,
yeah, but if
that's not far enough to recognize the falling away.
But just imagine, I make a machine.
No,
like
let's not imagine. I'm exactly a meter away
machine.
from you.
Yeah, I can make a 1 meter away machine, and it takes macro computerized stacked images and replicate that distance, the curvature and everything. Even though it's like super superficial, it's still registered. What would you think about that?
How much curvature is in 1 meter? How much curvature would that be?
I don't know. Last time I tried to work it out, I was told I was wrong.
The problem is are there any tools that can measure that?
I had to take 2 distances from separate horizons to get the curvature. So do you know what? I haven't got a clue. I thought it was just one curved machine. No, there's a whole lot of curved machines apparently.
Are you just trolling?
I'm not trolling. I kid you not.
I don't even know why you're talking about a machine. Me and you are standing right next to each other. I walk 1 meter away from you.
If I pushed you, would you roll down the curve?
Oh my gosh. You're only 1 meter away from me. I'm not going to perceive that curve. There's not an instrument alive, I believe, that can measure that curve.
What if I made one?
Then you would be the first person to make an instrument that had that much accuracy.
Do you reckon I get GoFunded?
Yeah, try to do a GoFundMe for that. Go ahead.
Maybe first think about a mechanism how you could actually do it.
No, just make it up. I say I've actually got the know-how. I just need the funding. Then when I just make a machine with nothing in it and just say that it failed, I have to back to the drawing board. There was a were you here the other day when there was a guy and I think he was from Australia and he was talking about some super accurate thing for mining. Do you remember that?
Are you talking about PhD Tony?
Yeah, it could have been.
It was the gold.
I think he's a bit based, isn't he?
Cold atom gravimeter.
The gravimeter-based mining, yeah?
Yeah,
there is something to do where it.
It was able to detect.
I can't remember what it does.
Density below the surface, up to 2 kilometers.
I can't remember what it does. It was. I think it like sends patterns down, looking for deposits of certain things. I can't remember what it's called. It's like a special meter to, what they use.
Yeah, the gold atom gravimeter.
Can anyone remember that? He works for a mining company, yeah? Okay. Maybe not. So if I push you definitely wouldn't roll down the curve.
I don't know what that means because, like, if we're staying a meter apart, there's not instruments that can measure that curvature.
Okay. But you do know you're on a globe, yeah?
I have no evidence that we're not on a sphere, on an oblate spheroid.
Oh, you have no evidence?
Yeah, there's no evidence that has been ever provided for me in the past few years that I've been in this arena that shows, number one, that the Earth is not a sphere, or even shows the measurement of how flat the flatness of the Earth is.
Well, it's kind of, you come to the conclusion that it's unfalsifiable.
But I have heard it's measured flat.
Yeah, well, provide a measurement of how flat it is.
Flat.
Snoozer's got measurements.
Of how flat the flatness of the Earth is.
Yeah, he'll give you someone else's
how
video
flat
to
is that?
prove it.
It's very flat. It only curves something like
Very
10
does
of a
not
fraction.
say how flat. That's too vague. I want an actual measurement.
Yes. It's very flat. So if you make a horizontal measurement and you go a mile away, it's flat up to 8 inches. It only curves 8 inches away. It's pretty flat.
Is the equation VF over 8?
Probably. Great. And I gave the example of me stepping away a meter from somebody. And that's 1 micrometer of curvature.
Yeah, I think someone said the Earth is like 24 miles around. So
24,900, almost 25,000 miles.
I went for a drive the other day. I thought, God, I must have left the world about 5 times. Oh, 24,000.
It's all closer to 25, so just say 25,000.
That's a lot.
Yeah. So a meter compared to 25,000, or how many meters is 25?
The Earth's circumference is 40,000.
It's 1 meter times 25,000.
40,000 and I think 40 kilometers. So 40 million meters.
It's like a marathon. Except it's
roughly
millions.
like 1 million marathons. Yeah.
So if I step a meter away from somebody compared to the millions of meters the Earth is in circumference, 1 meter is nothing.
Yeah, 1 meter, it's 40 million degrees.
So if I put a glass on the floor, it wouldn't fall over.
If you put it on a table and the Earth is rotating, it wouldn't fall over. Yes.
How does it do that if it's rotating? 'Cause I've tried to do this. I've tried to like swing my table around my head, and all the drinks fell off.
Because the Earth and the table is part of the Earth system, so it's rotating with the Earth at the same speed as the Earth at that latitude.
And if you look how fast the sun moves, that's how fast the Earth is moving. The Earth is moving kind of slow.
I suppose you've got to get right in the middle where the core is to get the speed, isn't it?
What?
Is it? Do you reckon it's going fast? Well, like apparently we've got a new scenario. The
Well,
core,
no,
the
you could probably put a stick in the ground, and because when light hits an object, it creates a shadow. You could probably do some math and figure out what speed the rotation of that shadow is going.
Would you be able to
over
do
the
that on a
period of the day.
sundial? Could you do that on a sundial?
Or how
Yeah,
fast
I use a stick because a stick is more affordable than a sundial.
Yeah,
You
but
can
if
go
you've got
get
a
a stick
sundial,
from
you
your
might as well
tree.
just use the sundial, no?
But a stick from your tree is a lot easier and less expensive than a sundial.
You can make a sundial.
I mean, you can get a sundial if you want, but you can get something for free off your tree. Off a
Does
tree.
the stick have to be straight? Can't be dog-legged.
I mean,
You don't even need a sundial or a stick. You could just use your shadow. Just go stand in the sun. That's what.
I've got sticks.
it doesn't matter. Like, you're trying to put all these variables that don't really matter. As long as the object is blocking the light of the sun, creating a shadow, and you have a tool to measure the amount of time that it takes to rotate one complete circle around you, so it's facing the same direction you are, you can measure the rotation of the apparent rotation of the sun.
So you're telling me if I stick a stick in the ground, just one stick,
Yes.
and it's going to create a shadow,
Yes, whenever light is blocked by something, it creates a shadow. It's a
and that
fact.
shadow, which way is it going to go as I'm looking at the floor?
As you're looking at the floor and the shadow moves, I think it will move
clockwise.
Clockwise.
Okay. And then it will so the shadow will create a circle. So what? Yeah, but surely you'd have to get up at first light to get that circle. Otherwise, you wake up at 4 o'clock.
Well, at your latitude, you're only going to get the daytime because you won't have shadows at night, so you won't see the full circle. And then there's going to be after Louis Matthews. That's why I put up the picture that was done there at Union Glacier, because that was a very clear 24-hour sundial.
Yeah, he did it with his and I knew it. Well, I bought a sundial the other day. That's what I bought it for.
We got to have a baseline here. Do you agree that when light hits an object, that it will create a shadow?
Undoubtedly.
So you agree with that?
Yes.
And you
at what angle?
Can you agree that you can measure how fast that shadow moves across the ground?
I think you could set a timer, yeah, for sure.
And then you could deduce by that how fast either the sun or the moon, or it means the sun or the earth was rotating based off of that?
Well, I'd have to do some trig to find out the estimated distance, wouldn't I? I'd need some form of...
Well, yeah, you'd need math to figure out.
I need some equation to work with, otherwise I'm just going to be guessing.
I agree. But you would agree if you had that equation and you plugged in the numbers, you could figure out how fast either the Earth or the sun was moving in a circle, right? Because the shadow is stationary, correct?
Well, I wouldn't say it was moving in a circle. It may be just...
First of all, is the shadow stationary or is it physically moving?
I'm sure it would be moving because the sun would be moving. So the shadow is going to, have a
No,
cause.
but the shadow does not. The shadow can't physically move. It's not a physical
No,
object.
but what I mean to
The
say, it's going to be
appearance of the
rotating
shadow.
around the stick, isn't
Right.
it? It's going to be, like, say it starts off in the west, and I'm coming around to the east.
Right.
And it's going to be like, it's going to move that shadow sort of like clockwise underneath me.
Right. Either whether the Earth is rotating or the sun is rotating around the Earth, either or, the condition would make it so that shadow rotates around the stick, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Then with the mathematical equation, you could deduce how fast that movement is, correct?
I would imagine. So yeah, if I trig the sun, I'd most probably have to find 3 locations.
Why are you triggering the sun? You're triggering how fast the shadow is moving around the stick. You don't care about the ground or the sun.
I need another variable.
You don't need to know whether it's the sun or the ground moving. You just need to know that the movement of the shadow around the stick is moving. That's all you need to know.
So what equation would I put in for that then? I've got a shadow moving around the stick. I don't know anything. I ain't got a speedo on the shadow. Or I could just say that it took this time to do. Say we did it in quarters, and I said, look, it took 2 hours and 50. I need something else to make the equation. Time over distance, Or are you telling me that I could do?
I am saying that it is possible to measure the length of the shadow and the distance it travels halfway around, because it won't do a full circle, and you could measure that length in time.
So you're saying that basically it does. I pretend I've got a pretend circle. It's done 1/4, which I know is 90, and it took. That's going to be my equation, yeah.
And it took half the day.
Yeah, just for instance, yeah. So you're going to do that. That's the equation.
Yeah. You can figure out the diameter of the circle.
It's going around in a circle. I'm going to, do 1/4 of a circle, which is 90 degrees. It's just like, it's assuming I'm on a ball.
No,
welcome to the globe, hey?
Shape. I'm not assuming any shape of the Earth. I'm just assuming, not really assuming anything. The shadow does move.
Yeah, but it's going to be the equation is going to be on the basis of a circle.
Yeah,
so it moves
because
90
it's
degrees.
going in a circle, or do you think it's going in a different shape?
Well, we don't know, do we? Because we don't get the full circle.
Well,
we only get,
you can
get the
deduce
shadow
from the time the sun rises to the time the sun sets. If it continued in that path, it would be a circle.
Yeah, and I just posted what's called an armillary. That you don't have to do any trig.
I don't think you would get that circle. You're saying I'll get a circle, but I beg to differ. Even if, look, imagine
if you get it right at sunset or sunrise, and then measured all the way throughout the day, I'm guaranteeing you get half of a circle.
Yeah, but this is what I was going to propose, right? Imagine I'm on an island and I've got a tractor and I've dug away everything, so everything's level. I'm just on bare, just
perfect. And you have it stick in the shadow was created by the light
that's
block.
the only thing I've kept.
It doesn't matter where you're at on Earth. You could be in the middle of the ocean. As long as the light is blocked, you would still get the same thing.
Okay, but even better.
Although to get the full half circle, that would be on equinox. At other times, like in the summer, it'll be more than the 180 degrees, and in the winter it'll be less than 180 degrees. But
I'm going to be in June, the longest day of the summer.
There you go. Then you're going to have more than a half circle of shadow.
Yes, I want about 15 hours of shadow.
But the whole point is you're trying to disagree that it will form a circle if you could have.
Well, I don't know.
For hours. If it's half a circle and then the sun goes down, what other shape would it create than a full circle if the sun didn't go down?
I think, to be honest, there's reason behind this, and it's kind of a little bit questionable.
No, you're just denying reality. If it forms a half circle and then the sun goes down, if the sun did not go down, what shape would the rest of that half circle create?
Well, it wouldn't, because the sun, we can't do hypotheticals here because that doesn't make sense. So you're assuming a circle when maybe it won't be a circle. Because it's
what
not...
other shape would it create?
Well, it would create whatever.
Test it.
Say, like, if you called it from just as it comes up from sunrise, yeah, to sunset, without nothing in the way, I don't think that's a circle.
Go test it and prove me wrong. It'll be about half a circle or a little over or a little under, like Larry's saying. Go
kind of an oblate, maybe like a weird shaped circle. I'll give you the dues. It's going to circle.
An oval is a circle. It's just oblong.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It's going to, so like, is it a circle? Is it like cylindrical?
It's a circle. Whether it's a little bit longer on one side than the other, it doesn't matter. It's still a circle.
You know what? I'm going to have to go somewhere and get that. I've been to a few places.
Let me ask you a very simple question. If you have three lines that connect to each other.
If I have 3 lines, I'm going out.
What shape is that?
No, I'm joking. No, I'm joking. Go on.
If you have 3 lines that connect, and those 3 lines create 3 angles, what shape is that?
Right. You've got 3 lines, and they all connect. What shape is it?
To make 3 angles, what shape is that?
Well, you know what shape it is, like, unless you want me to tell you.
Yes.
You want me to tell you? A triangle.
A triangle, yeah, because tri means 3.
Yeah. Angle.
So if you have a half circle,
there's 3 of them.
Is it logical to deduce that if you could see the rest of the movement of the object blocking, or the light being blocked by that object, if you could see the rest of that, isn't it logical to say that it would form a full circle? Whether it's a little oblong or not, it's still a circle, right?
Well, I would like to see that shape because there's most probably... this is my personal opinion. This is my personal opinion, right? I get
Go
what
do
you're
it
saying.
then.
I get what you're saying.
It's not that hard. You just grab a stick and watch it during the day.
Yeah, but look, I'm not in a place where I can get that full thing. I'm in a built-up area. I'm in a city.
You don't
I'm in
have
London.
to look. You look at it. You look at it in the morning when the sun rises. You stick the stick in the ground the night before. You walk out, look at it at sunrise, then walk back out and mark where that is. Walk back out at noon, and then walk back out at sunset. Mark each one, and then logically deduce if the sun didn't set, what shape would that complete?
I reckon it'd be, say, like a shape from sacred geometry, for sure, 100%.
It'd be a circle.
You know, like the shape, the flower of life or something like that?
Why do flat earthers have to be so dishonest?
I'm not being dishonest.
Why can't you just say it and form a circle?
But it's not a circle. A squashed thing isn't a circle. A circle is like a wheel on a car. A circle is The steering
But
wheel on a
circles
car.
can have multiple. I mean, an oblong circle is still a circle.
An oblong circle is still so. Hold on, I'm gonna.
An oval is still a circle. It's just oblong.
Let me think about what you just said. Yeah, what I thought. An oval is not a circle. Though both are closed, curved shapes. Yeah, that's it. Because the math, you get different maths for it. So if you're assuming it's a circle, your maths is totally wrong. How about that? Just on the face value of you think it's a circle, I'm telling you it's not. You're telling me a circle. Doesn't matter. Even if it's an oval, it's a circle. No, it's wrong because there'd be a different calculation. I knew it. Circles are what's that? Symmetrical. You know, you chop a circle in half, you got half a circle. Stick another circle on it, you got the circle back.
Mm-hmm. And I'm guaranteeing you.
Right, listen to this. Right,
With
cut
the shadow,
in half,
with
cut
doing
the egg
this,
shape in half, and you
with
throw the
doing
other
this
bit
thing
away.
on the ground with the shadow, it will form a circle. It goes from 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock and then to 12 o'clock, and then back to 3, and that would be a circle.
You have to extrapolate that, or you have
No,
to
I don't.
guess.
It's logic.
Look,
the sun rises at 3 o'clock. At noon, it will be at 6 o'clock.
Right.
And
Listen
at 9
to this.
o'clock.
Listen to this, and you have to listen
sunset,
carefully.
it will be 9 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
If it stayed up till midnight, then it would be back at noon, 12 o'clock.
I don't think so, because it would be out of our viewpoint. So that's just hypothetical. That's not true.
Hey, No Tanks, are you there? I thought I just saw him come in. No Tanks.
I think he fell asleep.
Would you agree with me on this?
I just walked in. I didn't hear anything.
If you stuck a stick in the ground and at sunrise, the representation of where the shadow would say 3 o'clock. And then when you get to noon, it would be at 12 o'clock or at 6 o'clock. And then at sunset, it would be at 9 o'clock. And if the sun was still up at midnight, then it would be back at 12 o'clock. It would form a circle, correct?
Maybe. Form a circle.
Nah.
When it comes back around, I don't think so. It depends on where at and what time of the year.
This is my personal, honest opinion, right? The sun. I'm watching it come up on the east. Yeah, I'm down at the imaginary flat beach. Nothing in my way. Yeah, I've got my stick. The only thing I've chopped everything down on the island. I've just got my stick. I stick the stick.
What shape is a clock?
What shape is a clock?
Clocks that have hands on them and stuff that you tell
Yeah,
time
I got
by.
one.
What shape is that?
I got one in my kitchen.
Perfect.
Guess
What shape
shape
is that?
it
Is that a circle or is it some other shape?
It's a cat. It's the shape of. It's in the form of a cat. I kid you not.
Is it a circle? Yes or no?
No, it's a cat. It's got 4 legs.
And is a cap a circle? Yes or no?
No, it's just a cat.
Confirmed.
He's saying that he's saying he's got a cat clock. Like it looks like a kitty cat.
Cat Earth then.
It's not a stuffed one. It's not a stuffed one. It's just a funny clock.
With the eyes slide back and forth, all shifty like, and while its tail wags every second.
Well, it's kind of hunched and it's like a funny color as well. It's like pink.
Not one of those suspicious black cat clocks. Then those are classic.
There's like I wouldn't trust. I wouldn't trust the time, and it's like I think the battery's gone, and it keeps coming up like it's wrong. But yeah, it's
still a circle.
It's not a circle. It's a cat. It's got 4 legs and a tail. It's like saying like
the part with the hands, where the hands go around the numbers, is a circle.
It's just on the body.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. The hands and the numbers create a circle, correct?
The three is like it's coming out of its butt. So
you
the
have
9
12
is
o'clock,
like it's
3
coming out of
o'clock,
its mouth.
6 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 12 o'clock. That creates a circle, correct?
Yeah, well, you look at it like that. The hands, if it
yes, that's
if I
exactly
watched
how
it
I'm looking
and
at
it
it.
went
If the sun
full
rises on
rotation,
3
yes, it would
o'clock,
be a circle.
sets on 6 o'clock, what time would it be, or where would that where would the light be if it was at midnight?
At midnight, it would be on the cat's back.
It'd be on 12 o'clock.
Yeah, 12 o'clock, cat's back.
Which would create a circle when you get back to sunrise, correct?
I don't think so, because the first, well, I don't know. If the right, imagine my cat. Imagine the stick
No,
is
I
in
don't
the
want to
ground.
care about the cat. Look at the inner part of the cat where the hands are. That is a circle.
Yeah. So
that's what I'm talking about. If the sun rises at 3 o'clock, which would mean one hand is on the 12 and one hand is on the 3. At noon, one hand would be on the 12 and one hand would be on the 6. At midnight, or at sunset, one hand would be on the 12 and one hand would be on 9 o'clock, or 9. And then at midnight, if the sun were still out, you would have both hands on the 12 o'clock.
No, I think you're wrong.
Nope, I'm 100% correct.
No,
How many
because
degrees
look,
between each number on a clock?
I'm down at the beach. I got the right.
I don't care where you're at.
I'm looking at the sea.
A
I'm looking
circle
at
is
the
still a
sea.
circle.
To
and
my
your
left,
clock-
I noticed that the sun's coming up, and the sun will come up. It will get to the high point, and then it will fall away, and then it will go out of my sight. So it's never ever going to form a circle unless you presumed. If it stayed out, which it doesn't, then you could, and it's not going to be your circle what you think it is. It's going to not even resemble a circle. So I think this is where
If
you're.
it's a half circle and it goes back around to that point where the
Well, it's
sun
not going to be a
rises
half
again.
circle,
What?
is it? It's going to be some kind of compressed circle or some odd shaped looking, circle. Even
Why
if
don't
you
go outside and do this then? At sunrise, mark a spot on the ground where the shadow is. At noon, do the same thing.
Do you know what?
Then at sunset, do the same thing. And then draw a line between all of those and tell me what shape that line is.
Okay, tomorrow I'm going to do this.
I don't think
No, you
it'd be
won't.
a circle.
I don't think it'll be a circle.
Like an oval, it'd be like
100%
a
won't be a
squished
circle.
circle.
Yeah, squashed. Like an odd shaped circle, like it's been taken
It'll
drugs
be
or
half
something.
of the circle or thereabouts.
Yeah, but if you then formed, whatever you got on the top, then you sort of pretended it was folded in half and unfold it. It's not going to be a circle. It's going to be some weird shape. But we can do that.
It'd be
The
a circle.
ratio of how close the top of the shadow is at noon, sunset. Because at sunset, if you have the straight view to the horizon, that shadow's
It's going to be a weird shape.
It'll be half a circle still.
it'd only be a perfect circle at closer to like one of the poles on the equinox.
Okay,
Yeah.
but it will still be a circle.
A shadow.
Even that would be kind of flattened and weird.
Oh, okay, but here's the question for you. You connect all the dots from 3 o'clock till 6 o'clock till 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock back to 3 o'clock, and you show a child this shape, what shape would they say that is?
Is the stick the center of that circle?
I
Or
think
the
they would
center of
say
the
it's
circle
like
be
a
somewhere else?
squiggly line, dude. They'd probably say it's like a squiggly like a you ever seen the stock market symbol? They'd be like, look, it's like a stock market symbol, Daddy. Look at it.
Dad, your shit is
Thanks for
weird.
being dishonest, like all flat earthers.
You know what is funny
That is what it
regarding
would
TFE?
that is what it would look like, man.
You know
I
what's
know what's
funny
funny.
regarding
Snooze, I know
Yeah,
what's funny.
what?
You nearly got me.
Okay. Regarding TFE, the I think it was where's Wally or so who made calculation how the stick would look like on in Antarctica at the 24-hour sun, and exactly which length at which time of the day this shadow will have on I don't know 2 feet or 3 feet high stick, and they put a tripod there with a 360 camera, put some boulders, some snow or ice boulders there where they predicted it, and guess what?
I don't know. They built a snowman.
It completely matched. The shadow was exactly there, and it was an ellipsoid.
What's an ellipsoid?
Yep. And the calculations of the
if you
ellipsoid
get
that they did beforehand matched
Are
completely
you
the
saying
observations that they got.
an eclipso? Calypso?
Yeah, but I mean, Snooze,
You are
that
also
is the
calypso.
point. Like, depending on where you are on Earth and what time of year, you're gonna get. I don't know if like Leo has like an ideal situation of or what he was describing that the sundial would scribe out a perfect semicircle. That's just not what would happen at all locations.
That's not what I said.
Oh yeah, I'm
But
not sure.
Jael didn't.
If you're
Jael
representing
didn't.
the times of the days by the time on a clock, so sunrise is at 3 o'clock, noon would be at 6 o'clock, or you could say noon is at noon on the clock.
Well, noon would be at noon. Roughly
Yeah,
it is.
I mean, you could do that. Then sunrise would be 9 o'clock, and then
The
noon would be
problem is
noon.
the normal clock has only 12 hours, right?
Then
The
noon would be
sundial has
noon.
24 hours.
Yeah.
Then sunset would be 3 o'clock.
Do you have a specific position on Earth in mind, Lyle?
Anywhere.
So
I mean, look at installation instructions for an actual sundial. Like they're not just sticks in the ground.
No,
You gotta
I
angle them depending on where you are.
I wanted to ask, are you referring to a sundial or just a normal clock and the shape?
I'm comparing to like if you obviously the sunrise does not come right at 6 o'clock in the morning ever, hardly ever, right? But
6
representing
o'clock.
whatever time it would be on the clock, so 5:58 a.m. or 4:38 a.m. whatever, you could go to noon according to the solar noon, and that's going to be exactly 6 hours after that point, or 6 o'clock.
I mean, on the
I'm just making the time
on the
easier.
equinox. Yeah, okay, but on the equinox it rises literally at 6 o'clock, and it sets at 6 o'clock.
Cool. I'm just kind of making the times easier because 90-degree angles, which would be 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and 12 o'clock. 90-degree angles. Those 4 angles make a full circle.
So you're always assuming that you're on the ball, so you can do
No,
your
I'm not.
geometry.
No, that's on a flat surface.
I'm assuming that light when it hits an object can be blocked by it, and I can look at the shadow of the light being blocked. I don't care what the shape of the Earth is, but we know that whenever light is blocked by an object, it creates a shadow.
Yeah, true.
If I took that shadow where it starts in the morning time and went to solar noon, that would represent a 90-degree angle from the starting point.
Yeah, but what you got to understand, and I think you're failing to understand.
I'm not
that
failing to understand.
You
choose
are,
not to
because
understand.
the sun isn't circling above us, so it's never ever going to represent a circle. It just comes through. It's passing. It's like an Uber going past. It's not coming
He's
around the
not
block.
referring to a sundial. Schlitzy, he's not referring to a sundial.
It's referring to a stick in the ground and the sun passing over.
No,
And
no, that's your assumption. He never said that.
Yeah, you guys always add stuff into what I say.
Okay.
We know that when light hits an object, it can be blocked. The light can be blocked. That creates a shadow.
Okay.
Now, if you take that idea and you say, put a stick in the ground at sunrise, the sun produces light. When that light hits the stick, at some point on the ground, it will create a shadow because the light is being blocked by the stick.
Okay.
You take that position. In 6 hours or solar noon, that'll move 90 degrees from that position.
Yeah.
You go till sunset, that'll move in about another 90 degrees from that position. And if the sun would stay up, you measured it again at that next point, it would be another 90 degrees, which creates a full circle.
But this is where you're listen, I don't know. Maybe I'm just stupid and I don't get it. I don't understand.
Before 90 degrees make a circle, yes or no?
Yeah, but the sun isn't on a circle around our heads. It's never going to make that circle. So I don't get.
So what shape does it do?
You're assuming it would, but it isn't, because the sun is on a path and it just whizzes past us. That's
Perfect.
why
I never
your
assumed
circle is
what
never
shape
going to
the
be
path of
round.
the sun was. I don't care.
I don't know, Dan. Maybe I'm not the person to
Did
say it to Snooze.
you
because
ever
Snooze gets
hear
it.
me talk about what shape the path of the sun was? Did I ever say that?
Yeah, but I did, and that's what
I
you're failing
didn't.
to.
You're putting
That's
words
what
in my
you're
mouth
failing
I
to
didn't say.
understand. The sun isn't circling above my head, so regardless of the shadow, is never ever going to form a circle ever. Regardless, and you could do the
Go
hypothetical.
try it then.
Yeah, if the sun stayed up, it doesn't matter. It's gone. It's like driving past, like it's a drive-by. It's like, oh, hello, sun. Oh, bye, sun. It's never ever going to go around your head. So when you say, imagine if the sun stayed up, no, it doesn't, because it's gone. It's disappeared. So you're not going to get your circle. And
Have you ever driven 300 miles an hour?
have I drive at 300 miles an hour? No, but I've drive 180. I know what it's like.
Okay,
Trust
so
me.
you know what that's like. So
Yeah.
you could only imagine what it'd feel like to drive 300 miles an hour, right? I mean, 180 is pretty fast.
180, like, believe me, things come at you at, like, you can't even blink your eyes because, mate, you'd be in the back of someone. So,
well,
I understand that much.
I mean, okay, could you imagine what it'd feel like driving 200 miles an hour?
Yeah, not much faster than, I don't think it would make a lot of difference, but 180 is enough. Yes, you don't
So
want to
why
be
is it
driving
hard
more than
to
180.
imagine going from 180 to 200, but you can't imagine sunrise to solar noon being a 90-degree angle? Why can't you imagine those? Why can't you
That's a really
imagine
bad
one
analogy.
thing, but you can't do the other?
Oh, look, 180. Seriously, you're putting. You if you brake too hard, you're going to be fucked. You know, you'll put the car into such a crazy situation, it would be insane. So if someone pulled out of you, you broke
But
hard,
that didn't answer
you're
my
gonna
question.
dip. You're gonna go into the boom, boom. You'll be like, you most
Cool.
probably need 4 lanes to pull
So
out.
180 miles an hour is fast. 200 miles an hour is fast. You can imagine what it'd be like to go 200 miles an hour because you've been 180, and it's 20 miles an hour isn't that much difference.
No, that's true.
Okay, but why can you not imagine that?
Well, it was 185.
The angle that it creates going from sunlight or sunrise to solar noon is a 90-degree angle. Why can't you imagine that?
You say it like that. It's just don't mean it. Because I know the trajectory and the path of the sun. It's not circling around me.
But if you go do that and it is 90 degrees or thereabouts, what are you going to do?
Well, look, I'm going to have to try and do this because I just know it's
See,
not.
the difference between me and you is I don't have to. I already know that it's going to be about a 90-degree angle, maybe a little bit over, maybe a little bit less.
Imagine this, yeah? Look, you got a circle. You got half a circle. It's like 180 degrees, yeah? You could pretend like say you got a circle 360 degrees. You folded it in half. You got half a circle, yeah? Now you're telling me an egg is the same as a circle. Well, look, let's do this, right? You fold an egg in half, and I don't mean long ways. I mean like you've got a fat end and you've got the thin end. You fold it in half, cut it in half, yeah? Now you put the thin bit on, it's conical. Do you then put the other bit conical, or do you put the fat bit at the other end? Because
I don't get what this has to do with what I'm
because
saying.
it's a confusion. What you're saying isn't correct. You're trying to say that, oh yeah, but it's not a full circle, but it don't matter, it's a circle. It's not a circle. And I think this is where you got your maths. This is where you get your maths wrong.
I'm not
you
getting
can't
my
say
maths wrong.
measurements. I want a measurement, and that's not a measurement. This is what this is all about, a measurement. And you're telling me 360.
And you would get about a 90-degree angle if you went from sunrise to sunset.
Yeah, if I went with your
sunrise to solar noon and looked at the angle of that, you get a 90-degree angle.
Yeah, then I'd be talking shit because that's not what I see. That's just a guess.
What would be the explanation of if you did this and you did see a 90-degree angle?
Well, then I'd shut my mouth and say, do you know what?
Go do it tomorrow then, please.
I will.
You will be wrong. I guarantee it.
I've actually got where I've got the perfect place where I can get this.
And I'll even give you 1 plus 1 minus 1 degree off of the 90 degrees. So I'm giving you. So if you get 91 degrees or 89 degrees, that'll be close enough. Because I'm not expecting you to have an exact measurement.
90 degrees. Well, let's try and work.
You don't have the capability of doing an exact measurement of the exact amount of degrees that will be. That's why I'm giving you an error bar. And I'm sorry to say this, but Larry, who does surveying, he deals with error bars. He does not have exact measurements.
I know, he's rubbish.
In fact, no measurement is exact. Even if you go get a ruler and you measure 1 foot, it's not going to be exactly 1 foot. Exactly 12 inches.
Why not?
Because they don't cut rulers to that precision.
Yeah, but I wouldn't.
They don't need to.
I'd pull a tape. I'll pull a steel tape measure to measure 12 inches. I mean, I wouldn't even measure. I'd actually go 1 to 13. That's how I take my measurements. I'm a carpenter, so that's.
Yeah,
you know,
so
I'd never.
Should know. You should know that a tape measure is not an exact amount.
Well,
it's roughly right. There's an error bar of how close. Like, if you're wanting to measure a 17-foot room, and the room comes out to like 17.00005 inches, you're not going to tell the customer that. You'll just say it's 17 feet long, right? Whether it's on the minus side or above that, it's still 17 feet. They're not going to care if it's 5 trillionths of an inch.
Well, let's put it this way, right? when I look at my CAD drawing and it says like I've got to build a stud wall, and it says like it's 17.5 inches, or well, say it's like 10 meters 50, 10 and a half, or yeah, 10.5 meters. You know, I'm gonna think, well, I've got like 4 meter lengths of 4x2, so I'm gonna lay that down, you know, and then I will cut in what I need, you know, or 2 of them, and then cut in the rest, and then my stud, because my stud wall is just the stud wall. It's actually the plasterboard will come in, and even if I'm that 0.000 away, and you put the boards on, it's done, because it goes to the outside, to the, you know, to the internal wall, and he will return on my stud wall. So that's not necessarily true.
All right, let me ask it this way. You said you're a carpenter, correct?
Yeah.
When you're laying carpet, you probably have laid carpet before, correct?
No, I'm a carpenter with wood.
Okay, but usually carpenters also lay carpet. But anyways,
which carpenters you know? But go on, I'll go with that. I've never laid carpet, but I've seen it being laid.
if a room is measured to be 17 feet by 10 feet,
uh-huh,
the carpenters are the people who lay the carpet go and measure out exactly 10 feet by 17 feet, or 17 by 10? Or do they get a little over so they can cut it exactly to fit?
Because they do. They'll have the roll. They will go in there to try to get one roll down with no join. That's their aim.
Right. But what I'm saying is when they lay the carpet down with that roll,
yeah,
they have the carpet. They don't lay the edge of the carpet right against the edge of the ground where the wall and the floor meet. They'll always go a little above that and cut so that it's flush, right?
Well, what they've got like they tack something along the edge, so it'll be like about 10 mil away from the edge. And what they'll do, they'll put their carpet down, and then obviously they'll stretch it over that. It'll stick, and it like bunches up against the skirting board to make it nice and tight. But you'll have that dip, so it'll curve. You'll have actually a curve, you know, because it'll be like hooked onto the, I can't remember what they're called.
Cool. So what I'm saying is when they lay the carpet, it's not exactly the same
like,
length as the room. It's either longer or shorter, right? And then they stretch it to match the length.
Well, the stretch is so like, yeah, it's the stretch. That's why they put those strips down to stretch it. But it's so it means the skirting board nice and tight.
They'll get longer length to stretch and make it flush with the ground, right? They'll get a longer length than this 17 feet.
Yeah, sometimes they have to cut it in, but like, you no big deal. I'm not a carpet fitter, so I ain't got a clue. But
even
they
like
do something like that.
If you go grab a measuring tape and look at the distances between the lines, to what accuracy do you think those measurements are? Like each 1 inch mark, do you think is actually physically?
It's going to be within a mil.
Exactly 1 inch, with no error in between.
Well, I don't know. It's hypothetical. Could be. You might be right.
How would you test that? Because you need something to be that accurate to measure that, right?
Well, I don't know. I only know about wood. I can tell you about wood. If you fit a wooden floor, you know, you can't fit it to the wall, because if you fit it to the wall, you're gonna the floor will buckle up. Even if you stick it down to the ground, even if you stuck it down with adhesive, it's still going to move. It's going to move in the winter. It's going to move in the summer. In the winter, it's going to contract. In the summer, it's going to expand. That's why if you've got a door and it don't shut in the winter, don't shut in the summer, it will shut in the winter, and vice versa.
Or when you're cutting like the floor, what is it, baseboards? You have to cut almost like a weird angle to get the two baseboards on the corners to match, right? It's not an exact 45-degree angle.
It's a mitre. It should be 45 degrees. Yeah, should be 45 degrees.
But you have to cut them opposite angles, right?
Yeah, you'll just turn the board around and just cut. You'll use a mitre saw. It's a standard cut.
But are they exactly 45 degrees?
But 100%, unless you've got a shit saw, then they won't match up. You'll
So
see that they won't match up.
Cut those and measured. Is this exactly 100% 45 degrees?
I'll tell you a scenario. I'll tell you a scenario, yeah? I'm in a flat. I'm putting the skirting down. Yeah? I'll cut it 45 degrees. I won't fix that to the... Say, like, I've got, like, a column. Like, or the profile of a column. So that corner, I'm going to stick that and then fix it. Because it doesn't matter if that wall's square, because it most probably won't be square. So I'll just fix that. And what they'll do, the guy who comes in and paints it will caulk it and then paint it.
Yeah,
You know?
to anyone driving, this is dangerous. So y'all take that in mind. If you're driving, you may be getting sleepy. So y'all be careful.
2 minutes. What?
Please.
Why do they need eggs? Yeah, but why I don't know. Why don't they have eggs? I'll be right back. Okay.
Yeah, I think our left leg just killed the chat.
Hey, that's enough.
That's what I think.
Hey.
I just have no idea where that
That's
conversation
enough.
was going or where it was or what we were even listening to.
Well, welcome to the welcome to globe theory.
I do know if you trace the sun across the sky, sun up to sunset, and then you try to guess where the sun is at midnight. Yeah, that needs to make sense, right?
The sun would be somewhere else in a different part of the world, I would imagine.
I don't know.
Left lane. You know
It's
that.
good
Anyway.
Because what? I don't mind it at all. I wouldn't mind if it was all over the house. Garage?
Right. Nice talking. Go to sleep now.
Really? This playing chess. That's good. Are we gonna do anything for May 5th? Where?
Is this a hot mic competition? Because I can hot mic, but the best of them, bro.
It's somehow more interesting than our last conversation, though. How mad is that?
I just got here, but the last conversation did sound like watching paint dry. I think. You know, there's a silver lining in every artist's impression of a landscape.
It's interesting. It is interesting after all these years, people have been having these conversations. And the fundamental difference that I see is the globe defenders are statists.
And still no flat Earth evidence.
I'd say, where's this flat Earth evidence, Amphibious? Please give me some.
Where's this curvature at? Where's this elusive
no, wait,
curvature?
You can measure curvature.
I would just show them a picture at this point. That's good enough.
Yeah, well, you can also measure it in your backyard, solar noon. But where's any flat Earth evidence? Got any flat Earth evidence?
Yeah, we see too far.
Oh, we see too far. Great, excellent. Anything else other than it looks flat?
No, it doesn't just look flat. It falsifies the curvature.
No, it does. So that's not. Oh, by the way, falsifying curvature is not what I asked for. I asked for proof for the flat Earth, not proof against the globe.
You didn't argue against my first point, which
Excuse
was
me,
all globists are statists.
I asked for evidence for the flat Earth, and you gave me evidence against the globe. Do you understand the difference between that?
No. What did you say?
I asked for
Repeat.
evidence for the flat Earth, please. Not against the globe. We see too far as an anti-globe argument. I want evidence that shows that the Earth is flat.
So the whole thing is pointing holes in the globe model.
Nope, that's not it.
Falsification. Falsification is independent of replacement.
Falsifying the globe is not proof that the Earth is flat. Sorry.
No one said that.
Oh, so
No
you're not
one
a flat
said that.
earther? You're an anti-glober?
I am questioning the realm.
No,
that
you're
we
an
live on.
anti-glober. You're an anti-glober. Got it.
No,
'Cause
I'm
all
not.
you have is anti-globe evidence. Is there any evidence for what shape the Earth
But I'm
is?
not like out. I'm not out to get the. I'm not like mad that everyone. Well, I guess I am a little upset that we're taught
Yeah.
like
So
this
what?
is fact.
So
when it's a
where is
theory
this evidence?
that has been
Where is this
disproved.
evidence? It hasn't been though. Where's this evidence for the flat Earth though? If you know what the Earth is not, do you have any proof for what the Earth is?
I mean, just common sense.
Common
like you look
sense.
at
There we go.
large
Another
bodies
one.
of large
Ding, ding,
bodies of
water. Here we go. The other one. Water, and it looks
No,
flat.
it's
That's all you
not that
guys
it
got.
looks flat.
Anything else?
Water.
You
if
measured
there
it
was-
flat?
Can I talk?
Yeah. Have you measured it to be flat?
Can I talk?
Have you measured it to be flat?
I would like to finish my previous statement
I
before I
asked a simple
answer that.
question. The answer is either
I don't
yes or
care.
no.
You interrupted with a question, and I won't answer it until I get to
Okay,
say what
fine.
I was
How
going
much?
to
How much spiel? How much time do you have to spiel before you
say.
paid my
Probably
question?
like 15 seconds.
Okay, go.
Thank you. So you have large bodies of water in a lake, right? If there was the curvature rate that they tell us has to be for the entire system, the entire model to work, you would see that the reflection of these lakes that are like in mountains or near trees, they would be contorted. They would not be complete mirror image. It'd be like a funhouse mirror. That's like one
That's
common
like
sense
you
idea.
see that meme, right? With the where it shows you that curved It's a small curved mirror, right? And it's all, as you rightly point out, it'd be like a funhouse mirror, and that seems like a fun, like a good meme, thought-provoking meme. But what if it was ever so slight?
So then
Gradual, I mean.
you're getting into the realm of being a coincidence theorist. You have all these things to the contrary, but you just write them off as coincidence.
Well, no, I'm not. It's not. It's a false It's not analogous. That is my point.
Because the curvature is there. It is just so small that we cannot visualize it or what? Sense it? What? We don't have to fly as if it's curved. We don't have to build buildings or survey as if it is curved. We don't. Every military weapon that is like ballistic missile or anything like that treats the Earth as if it is non-rotating and flat. It's in the manuals, because academia tells us this is a fact, and they teach this doctrine, people cannot accept the fact that we are being lied to, so they bury their head in the sand.
No, we're not being lied to.
No.
We're not being lied to, though.
No.
We're not being lied to, though, because you can go out and do some very simple observations yourself and show that the Earth is not flat. Very simple. Fifth graders do it all the time.
Yes, I hear this, and every time I get an explanation,
have you done it?
It is completely unsound.
Have you done it?
I have
Every
one I would
time
like to
I just told
present to
you,
you real
every
quick.
time that I try and get an explanation of how to do that, the explanation is not of sound reason.
It's totally a sound reason. The fact that you
Would
say
you
it's
like-
not sound
I have
reason.
one.
Shoot.
So you mentioned the military. Do you know where Navy ships are designed?
I can't remember exactly. Norfolk.
No, I'm sorry. Where the whole designs are tested, where they're actually tested.
No.
So
I
it's
can't
a place
recall.
in DC called the David Taylor Memorial Model Basin. Okay. Basically, what it is it's a track that runs in the basement of this building next to a body of water. It's a man-made body of water. Whatever. We control everything. Hold on.
Kind of like the.
So the important part about this basin, and we're talking about basin number 1, the high-speed basin. At every point along the rail is the same distance from the surface of the water, except for a tiny portion near the north end of the track, but I'll talk about that later.
Hold on. Repeat that. I'm trying to listen.
Okay, so there's a track that holds a crane that pulls the model boats through the water, so they can make sure they're going to hold in high-speed maneuvers. Does that make sense?
That they're going to not take on water during high-speed maneuvers?
Right, exactly. They're going to pull this model boat through the water to see how it works. This is a process that all U.S. Navy ships go through. The rail that's on is known to be manufactured with a curve in it. However, every point we measure from that rail to the water is identical.
Have you verified this for yourself, or is this just globe doctrine?
I have been to the basin and verified it myself.
Wait. You saw the curvature in the rail?
You can't see it. It's too small to be able to see it.
So what exactly did you do to confirm this curvature in the rail?
I measured the rate of change of the rail, and I assisted in taking the measurements, the calibration measurements from the top of the rail to the surface of the water. Well, technically the tip of the gantry crane.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me get your words right. You assisted in taking the calibration measurements.
Mm-hmm.
Are those those are the words that you use?
Right. I was a college
Can you
kid. I was a college kid. I was there for the human-powered torpedo test, which
Okay.
was a test that, whatever, it doesn't matter. I was there, and while we were trying to get our torpedo into the water, we knocked one of the calibration sensors off as punishment for us fucking up that.
Are you
the Navy-
whippersnappers?
Right. As punishment for us knocking that calibration off, we had to assist the Navy technicians in recalibrating and readjusting everything, making sure it was still plumb.
Okay. Can you elaborate on exactly how you went about doing that? How you assisted?
Yes. I helped push the gantry crane slowly down the rail as they took the measurements from the tip of the gantry crane to the unrestrained surface of liquid water.
I'm gonna have to look up because in my mind I'm seeing like a Hot Wheels oval track.
Nope.
Okay.
It's no oval. It's a straight line. Like it's in the basement of a building.
But you said that it had ships testing high-speed maneuvers. How are they testing? How are they testing these models doing maneuvers on a straight track?
Because high-speed travel is primarily what Navy ships do, and being able to do that in a small scale saves a whole lot of money versus building a big ship and then watching it sink.
I understand that. Okay. Okay. So it's just I'm having a hard time visualizing this, but that's okay. I would just so you
Google.
you calibrated, you took measurements to make sure that the calibration was correct from the start of the rail all the way until the surface of the water.
Right. That's where that's what the measurement is. It's from the top of the rail to the surface of the water.
And how long is this rail?
About a third of a mile.
And how much curvature is expected on the heliocentric globe model?
I don't know what you mean by that question.
You said you confirmed the curvature, right?
I confirmed the curvature of the rail. Yep, it was a solid thing in front of me. I was able to put.
And in theory, you are saying that you confirmed the curvature of the Earth via this rail.
Right.
Okay. So what
I have
was
a known
the curvature?
I have a known curved rail, and the measurement to the surface of the water is equal at all points, except for the far northern edge.
You have a known curved rail. That is the crux of what we're trying to figure out. How is it known that it's curved? And what
Because it was
is
manufactured to be curved.
Okay, so you were told this?
Well, yes, I'm not.
How can you verify? How can you verify that it was manufactured to be curved? Or is this just the college doctrine or the Navy is what they're saying?
So you can look up the engineering specifications. Unfortunately, I wasn't old enough. I don't predate World War II when this facility was built.
Okay, so you're taking this.
Hold on, buddy. Hold on. You asked a question. I'm going to answer it. Okay. You can take the doctrine and the engineering specifications held by the Corps of Engineers on how it was built. You can then actually take a square up to the rail and measure it.
Did you do that?
Yes.
Okay, so what was the curvature rate? What was the amount of curvature that you measured for a third of a mile?
The curvature rate was 8 inches per mile squared.
Okay,
Are you asking for the sagita?
How much curvature did you measure for a third of a mile?
That question is malformed.
How many feet of curvature did you measure in a third of a mile? Why are we playing semantics?
Because are you asking what the sagita was?
I don't know what the sagita is. What does that mean?
If I was to connect both of the ends, it would be the distance from the top of the rail in the middle to that line. That would be the sagita.
Hold on. If you were to connect both ends of the rail.
Right, with hypothetical line, the sagitta is from the top of the arc to that line. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, can't you convert that into feet from the beginning to the end of the rail? There should be curvature in feet.
Sure. If you want it in feet, it would be 0.0058. My math is bad to calibrate into feet.
Okay. Whatever you calibrated, whatever metric you calibrated it into.
Yeah, it was about half an inch.
Did you
The
just
sagitta is about
make,
half
did
an
you
inch.
have to just look that up with the curvature math online?
No, I know what the rate was. What I looked up was the conversion to feet, because you want it in feet for some reason, even though we're talking about half an inch.
Okay. You get what I was trying to say. I may have used a metric that would be a fraction. You know what I mean? I used the metric that should have used inches instead. So you said it was, I'm sorry, can you repeat? How many inches?
It's right about half an inch.
Okay. And you verified that this rail had half an inch that was accounted for via this calibration measurement.
Yep.
Interesting. Okay. I will
This
have
calibration is
to
done.
look into that.
This measurement is done every 6 months if the U.S. is on a wartime footing, every 1 year if the U.S. is on a peacetime footing, and has been since World War II.
So why are now globe defenders saying the 8 inches per mile squared is not a proper way to account for the curvature of the earth?
Because it's technically not the right formula, and it ends up with the sagitta, not the curve, not the drop from horizontal, which is what you're looking for.
Okay. Okay. So the curvature rate calculator, I'm going to have to look up. Does it take that into account to give like how much? It tells you how a length of curvature that should be.
Dude, it's a physical rail and physical water. I don't know what you're talking about.
No. I'm not talking about that anymore. I said I would have to look this up. Okay, I will look into this. I'm just now asking about the 8 inches per mile squared. I believe you. I believe that you did a calibration measurement in college. Okay, I don't think you're lying. And I think you were told it was because of the curvature. I just don't, I don't know
So
if I would have to be there myself to discern, you know, if what they were telling me was true.
So
It's
why
open-
why
it's
would it
open-
exist?
Hold on, real quick. It's open 5 days a week. All you need to do is be a U.S. Citizen or a citizen of an allied country.
Okay, you said this was DC or Washington State?
DC.
Beautiful.
It's called the David Taylor Memorial Model Basin.
Okay.
So why would it curve if Earth wasn't curved?
I am disputing the fact that they say it curves.
What, you can go measure it yourself or something?
I would have to be there to see if it was just a machine that went down the rail and then put up some arbitrary number.
So is China real or not?
Yeah, I think China's real.
You ever been there?
Nope.
Then how do you know it's real?
I've been close. I've been to a bunch of third world countries, so
I guess what I'm saying is, if you
that's
can
my
only
discernment. I guess I would discern.
Oh, so
I think that's important.
You cherry pick what's real and what's not real.
You can call it that, but
I'm
I would
calling it
just okay. Well, I would call most globe evidence Unsound reasoning.
It's not though. It's perfectly good science. You could do it yourself. This is a great example.
Okay, I will go there and then I will report back.
Yeah,
How about
well,
that?
You do the Eratosthenes measurement too?
That's a joke.
No, the Eratosthenes measurement is not a joke. It's done lots of times. And
Presupposes. You want to know? It presupposes a distant
Incorrect.
sun, doesn't
Oh, distant sun? Yeah, that can be measured. You can measure the sun.
it? Okay, and then when we get to the crux of that, that's all presupposed.
Nope, none of that's presupposed either.
Nope.
Easily done.
Absolutely.
Absolutely not.
You just can't admit it.
It's
your
worldview
does not want to be shaken. It's okay, man.
Your worldview doesn't want to be shaken with facts because we have facts.
What are you talking about? My whole worldview was changed. I used to believe in the globe.
Oh, then what happened? You got in a car accident or what?
Well, I do have some head injuries from military service, but
I'll believe that.
I still believed in the globe after those head injuries. So I just think it's kind of like I got older and wisdom kicked in.
And you got Alzheimer's.
A little bit of wisdom. I don't have Alzheimer's. I don't have Alzheimer's yet.
A little bit
no
dementia.
No dementia yet.
Well, then how come you can believe things that are fake without any evidence? I'm just asking you for evidence of the flat Earth.
No.
You haven't given me any.
I have, because I'm not making a positive claim. My only positive claim.
You're not making a positive claim. Oh, come on, come on.
The only positive claim that I'm
channeling
making. Can I talk?
Stop channeling Whitson, please.
Oh my God! Just because he's sensible, the only positive claim that I'm making is that the globe is falsified.
Not though. You have no evidence.
It is. It is unsound.
No, does not falsify the globe. Sorry.
You just said measuring the distance of the sun is proven.
A couple different ways.
Yeah, explain.
All right. Radio signals bouncing there and back.
Radio signals.
Yes,
can't bounce radio signals off a black body.
Yeah, it's not a black body. It's not a perfect black body. Sorry.
Not a perfect black body.
That's correct.
So you're just playing semantics.
Nope.
We don't even know what it is.
Yes, we do. Actually, we know quite what it is.
You look at it and you think it's composed of these. You think it's composed of these gas, and there's no way to prove it, but presupposition and not sound logic.
It is way to
logic and reason has been. It is just totally. It is not to be found in this model.
Yeah, no, it's strong in you. I understand.
Yeah, I can tell you that all your evidence is presupposed, and I can show you how on a basic.
No, you can't. It's not though. It's simply not.
Okay.
Everything you say is
radio
false.
waves. Have you bounced radio waves off the sun?
Personally,
calculated. No,
I've done to the
you're
moon.
going off of someone that said that.
Yeah,
that works.
Reported in the literature. Yeah, and the amateurs have done it too.
In the scientism doctrine, right?
Nope, it's been done. We can bounce radio waves off the moon though quite easily. Prove the moon is quite a ways away.
It does not prove anything. There's other variables.
Nope, none.
What if you're okay? I'm not saying there is a dome, but what if there is bouncing off the dome?
You take your radio wave and aim it slightly away from the moon. It doesn't bounce back.
What if that is because
maybe? Well, let me make up some shit.
You're not taking controls and variables into account.
Totally am. There's nothing else there. You solely aim it slightly away from the moon. It doesn't bounce back.
This is what you're told.
No, this is what I've done personally.
You just told me you didn't do that.
Not to the sun, to the moon. Moon bounce is easily done. EME they call it. Earth, moon, Earth. Done every day. It's probably somebody doing it right now.
So that presupposes that the radio waves travel. Yeah, you're trying to measure distance. That presupposes the speed of these radio waves.
Yep, and that's measured too.
Not without presupposition.
Nope, no presupposition.
Okay,
by the way,
how that's measured.
Do you have a laser?
Have
you gone to Home Depot? I want you to go to Home Depot, spend $30 that you borrowed from your mom, and buy a laser ruler.
What a pompous asshole! All right, what?
So
Continue.
go to Home Depot, borrow $35 from your mom,
Got it.
and get a laser measurer and measure stuff, and then use a ruler. You know, you probably have to. That costs a little bit less, but you might have to borrow that too, and you can verify the fact that it's accurate.
Well, if you read the literature on how distance is measured through a laser or through radio waves, there's a lot of presupposition in that literature.
None. Sorry.
Yeah, there it
Nope,
is.
there's not. Sorry, it's all proven science.
Proven science, except for the scientists that disagree with you. But then those are just quacks.
Have you
right? Those ones are crap. They're not the high priests.
People that disagree are obviously not radio operators and haven't taken a lot of science.
Has he read any of the scientific papers regarding astronomical refraction? One of the 14,600 which has been published since 2021. Of course not.
You know, the cool thing is about the like, I was against the whole moon radio wave bounce thing for a while, but I think I'd rather adopt it because the really cool thing is that during a new moon, nobody can bounce anything off the moon. But they say that the new moon is just the light being like kind of drowned out by the sunlight, but the moon should still be there.
You mean the moon is you mean during a solar eclipse? Perhaps it might be difficult.
No,
because of
just during a new moon. Even.
No, during a new moon you can do that. You just have to know where it is.
Nobody's ever done it. That's why
Bullshit.
I'm like, you know what? Maybe I'm on board now.
I'm calling bullshit on this one.
Oh, you're saying you have evidence that somebody's done that?
Yeah, produce evidence.
I can't show you the absence of evidence, but if you have the evidence.
Well, it's your claim. You show me.
I can't show you the absence of evidence, but if you have the evidence.
Then why did you make the claim?
Yeah, that there's an absence of evidence of anybody ever bouncing a signal off the moon during a new moon, which would, if it's a rock in space, it's still there. How come it's
it is
nobody
still
can
there.
do it?
You have to know where it is. You can't
Exactly, and it's not there. That's what I'm saying. They can't.
Correct.
Yeah.
They do.
So I used to. That's what I'm saying. I used to resist it. I think I'm on board now because it disproves the idea that the moon is like this object that can bounce waves. If now maybe it's some sort of light that like interferes and it bounces the signal back, but being an object in space has been disproven by this radio
That's
signal.
incorrect. No, it's the
fact
fact that the radio phase bounce off the moon shows it is a physical object and not some sort of a hologram or bullshit.
All right, so we put it to the test during a new moon. No, can't find the moon. Doesn't bounce back.
Phase of the moon
Therefore, it's not
has
a
zero
physical
effect
object.
on EME.
It should. Yeah, you're right. It should.
Yeah, you
So,
shouldn't.
What's going on?
It doesn't. You do it all
What's
the
going
time.
on?
So can you produce it?
Can I produce it? Hey, wait, it's your claim. It's
No,
your claim
I
that it
can't
doesn't
show you
work.
the
We're
absence of
asking
evidence.
for that evidence.
Fine. So what do you want? You want to? Well, I'll tell you what. Wait till the next new moon. If you want to prove this to yourself, wait till the next new moon. Go to.
Got him. He's done.
No, you don't
He's
have
done,
it.
everybody.
I'm not done. Fuck off, morons. We do it all the time.
All the time we do it.
Yep, all the time. EME has no effect on the moon. You made this claim.
Man.
You made
You're
this
a cultist,
claim.
bro.
You made this claim that it doesn't work. I'm telling you, it does work. Moon phase has zero effect on this. Now you can't do it when the moon is not above the horizon, where your local horizon. It's difficult to do EME. But other than that, it's in the sky. It can work.
Well, a whole bunch of like ifs, like if this, then that. Just show it.
How do you want me to show it to you? Because you're not gonna say no.
You show me a guy standing outside with his hand, his right-hand radio thing.
Oh, with no YouTube video. With a YouTube
no moon
video,
in the sky, and then have him be like, "Aha! I received a signal from no moon." I mean, we call it the new moon, but I want to see the video of him bouncing it off nothing and saying, "Here it is." That's what you said you've done, right?
I haven't done it with a new moon personally.
But you won't even consider the fact that it's a possibility.
No, consider the fact that coming from you guys, no. And then you have asked for evidence that you asked for evidence of it, and you said, "I can't prove it. No absence of evidence."
I can't give you the
it's just
absence
bullshit.
of evidence.
It's
I
bullshit.
can't
It's a
give you the
bullshit.
absence of
Then
it.
show me someone who says that it doesn't work during new moon.
There's no evidence of anybody doing it.
No, there's no evidence. Do you think that someone You think that you've found something that no one has ever noticed before? That you,
Perhaps I
not
am
knowing,
unique.
not being a radio operator, never having done it yourself, just made up some shit right now that it doesn't work during new moon, and I'm supposed to take that as gospel because you fucking said it without any.
No, you're supposed to be like, nah, dude, look, here it is. I got the evidence that it occurs.
I just showed you some. There's no. You don't think that it would be when how to do moon balance, how to do EME, it wouldn't be oh, by the way, this doesn't work during the new moon. And by the way, how far from the new moon does it work? Like how many days, How many days a month doesn't it work?
I don't know. I'm doing your research for you now. Let me see how many people haven't done it.
You're not going to find it because it works. You just made this up.
Oh.
Yeah, just give him a chance. Give him a chance. He's going to get it.
It's painful.
Oh yeah, you make up some shit too. Come on, you guys just make shit up, and then I'm supposed to like work to find your negative claim, all right?
So what else can you say that's not full of ridiculous presuppositions?
To you, nothing, because you assume everything is a presupposition. You're obviously, you have a little more brain damage than you think from the.
Possibly, I'm not going to argue that. It's a possibility, yeah.
Let's all listen to NASA PhD.
Yeah.
NASA PhD.
As opposed to Gin CBR,
Let's-
middle school dropout.
Let's listen to the high priest of the scientism.
Do it yourself. Science can be
Doctrine.
verified.
Yeah.
Do it yourself.
NASA Shield.
Call
NASA
up
Shield MD.
Call
Master
up-
of double talk.
call
Master
up-
of disaster.
Call up your local ham radio club. Google it. Ham radio club. I bet there's one nearby. Ask them you want to see EME moon bounce, and they'll probably hook you up with somebody.
Just can't measure that curvature. You can live on a ball.
Sure.
But you don't see the
I've
curvature.
done it.
You don't experience the curvature.
You do. I know, Jim. It's hard.
You don't go upside down when you go to the. You don't go antipolar when you go to the south pole. But you're
Actually,
the
you
ball.
do.
You don't
That's
feel the
what it
spin, but you're spinning. Okay.
In that sentence, you said 5 things, and all 5 are wrong.
What a magical ball we
You
live
said
on,
5
eh,
things in
ladies
that
and gentlemen?
sentence. All 5 of them were wrong, Jen.
And they all go against the doctrine, Jen.
Nope, they all go against.
All go against the
Then they can all be observed, all be proven. If you don't have your head up your ass like Jen.
We proved it.
Yep.
Don't question it. It has already been proven.
No, prove it yourself. See, this is the problem. You guys don't. I want some. Do you have any evidence for the flat? I asked you before. I know Jin doesn't have any. I've asked him for a couple of years, but you seem not to have evidence for the flat Earth.
Yeah, NASA, can you get your head out of your grandmother's vagina and go and clean up?
Oh,
Because
that's a
you're
good
coming
one,
up with
Jin.
verbal diarrhea
Oh,
again.
let me
Get
apply
out
some
of here.
ointment. Let me apply some ointment for that burn.
Why don't
Where's
you
your flat
get
Earth
out of
evidence,
your
Jin?
grandmother's vagina and go
Jin,
and
where's
clean
your
up?
where's your flat
I've
Earth
told you
evidence,
about it.
Jin?
Don't keep going there.
Jin,
Because
flat Earth
you're
evidence.
coming back as a constipated glober that's
Flat Earth
cognitive
evidence, Jin.
mad. Get out
Evidence
there.
for the flat
You're
Earth,
in
Jin.
you're in your mad world of Newtonian physics and Einstein lunacy. That's the world you live in.
Yeah, I know. Where's your evidence for the flat Earth, Jin?
Why are you obsessed with that? You can't admit that falsification is independent of
Oh,
replacement.
thank you, Witsit. Thank you. Obviously, Witsit's your
Do you-
flirt daddy.
Okay, do you have a rebuttal to that?
Yeah. Where's your evidence for the flat Earth?
You're so dishonest. It's so clear. Oh my
I
goodness.
know Witsit. Witsit too. Witsit's obvious. You're flirt daddy. I thought Witsit was on the outs with you guys. You seem to be parodying him quite well.
Dude, I'm not a cultist like you, man.
You are though. You keep on parodying Witsit.
You are though. I said something sensible.
No,
I
you
don't
parrot
care
Witsit.
because it was sensible.
You
And
parrot
no
Witsit.
one, you can't rebut it. So you
Parrot. You're parodying
where's your
Witsit.
evidence?
Yeah, where is your evidence? You don't have any.
This doesn't work. Then what do we live on?
I've got 2 questions for you. NASA, I've got 2 questions for you if you're ready. 2 questions if you're ready. That's all. If you're ready. Could be
Where's your-
possibly 3.
Do you have any evidence for the flat Earth, Jin?
Well, I've got 2 questions, so let's see if you can answer them. Are you ready?
Go.
Are you ready for the questions?
Go. Let
Question
me
number
hear.
1,
Let me hear
okay?
dumb questions.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Here we go. We've got a 12-inch ruler. Okay, 12-inch ruler, and we have a tiny little toy plane. Now we can operate it. It's going to fly across that ruler for 12 inches, will the flight be horizontal to that ruler, or will it be a curved trajectory? If I fly that toy plane across that
What's the
12
expected
inches.
curve? What would be the expected curve on the globe over a foot?
No, I'm asking you that I'm on a ruler. The plane is on a ruler. When the plane flies across that length of that ruler, will it be a curved trajectory across that ruler? Will it be?
What is the expected curvature of the Earth over a
No,
foot?
I'm not looking for curvature here. I'm just asking you, will the plane fly level across that ruler or will it not?
What, do you know what the expected curvature across a foot distance is?
I'm not looking for curvature on the ruler. It's level. I'm asking you, will the plane fly level? I've got a ball here as well. I'm trying to gauge something. If I have a toy plane on a 12-inch ruler to fly the length of the ruler, will that plane fly horizontal and level to the ruler? Yes or no, NASA? Simple. It's not.
It would appear to be again because the curvature of a because the curvature
I'm not playing I got
Let him answer. Let him answer.
because
Just let
the
him answer.
curvature over a foot on the globe would be infinitesimally small and unmeasurable.
Yeah, I'm not looking for curvature. I'm asking you. I'm
Of course
asking
not.
you again. Okay, thank you. It will not. It will fly. Will it fly horizontal? Yes or no?
You could make it fly horizontal.
Yeah. Will it fly horizontal? The length of that ruler.
You could make it
Yes
fly
or
horizontal.
no?
You could make it fly
Yeah.
horizontal.
I'm just asking you. Can you fly it level across that ruler horizontally for 12 inches?
Can you? Yes, you can.
Okay, good. Now I've got a ball here. Okay, a ball. Toy aeroplane. On the ball now, will that ball follow the curvature of the Earth all the way, or will it be level and straight like the ruler?
So you don't understand how aviation, obviously.
Asking you a basic
level means
question.
level means a level means
basic question.
level means
A
the same
basic
distance.
question.
God damn it,
Stop
Jen.
repeating yourself,
question.
Jen.
No, I can't talk to
basic
Jen.
question.
I can't talk to Jen. You won't even take the
It's
answer.
a basic question.
Stop saying basic
basic
question.
question.
Jesus Christ. Say it 15 more times. It's so ridiculous. You're so retarded.
Well, he's not answering it, is he?
Listen,
He's
when a plane
something
flies
else.
through the air, it's not going to fly in a straight line anyway. It also depends on atmospheric conditions. It depends on whether there's fucking lift up underneath the plane. It depends on the speed. It depends on the angle of the wing. Yeah, no shit. It still depends on all of those things I just said. That's called fucking fluid dynamics of air, retard.
It's a toy aeroplane in a classroom. Toy aeroplane in a classroom. Will it fly and take a
Toy
curved trajectory
aeroplane.
all the way around the circumference of the ball?
Oh my
Or will
God.
it be a straight
Repeating piece of
horizontal
shit.
flight like the ruler?
It's in a classroom.
Are you answering the question? Will it
This
be a
guy thinks that the Bonneville salt flats can't possibly have any curvature because the vehicles are going so fast they would fly
again,
off into
you're not
space. He
answering
said
the
that just the other day.
You're not answering the question. My position hasn't changed. The salt flats are flat. They're not curving. Now.
Yeah, why? What would happen to the vehicles if they drove at that speed on a curved salt flat? What would happen to them, Jen?
If they were doing land speed records, accidents would ensue. Now, please, let's get on with this.
So there's no such thing as spoilers, right? Good job, man. You
You've
get it
got
all figured out.
spoilers, You've got spoilers and drag and yes.
Yeah, there's nothing that could possibly push a downforce on the actual vehicle at all, right? Good job. Oh, you got it all figured out, man. You're the guy that everybody should go to for the answers. You're a smart guy. I can't wait till the Yakuza figure out what you're teaching those children.
Should an aeroplane flying around a ball in the classroom follow a straight horizontal flight, or will it follow a curved trajectory? Simple as that. Simple question. Answer it, please. We are the champions, my friends. We keep on fighting to the end.
Just a delusional psychopath.
What a loser, you people. Dunk, dunk, dunk.
So
you've all bitten the dust. Dunk, 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 dunk.
You're in a flat earth cult.
And another one down, another one down, another one down, bites the dust.
So he completely loses the argument, but he thinks he won, so it's all good.
Yeah, what says something playing chess with a pigeon?
What a wally you are, boys. What
Yeah,
wally
it's
you are,
unbelievable.
man. You can't even
You
answer
can't
the
get
question.
to him.
So NASA got the perfect one, the ruler one correct, and he stumbled on the ball. There you are, stumbling on the ball because the ball doesn't exist. There you have it. There we are. We're the champions.
So
love
I wonder why they can't come to terms and they crash out when you say falsification is independent of replacement.
It's just a horse crap term. It's just a bullshit term.
Wow.
It's not a bullshit term. It's correct. It's full of
Like
integrity.
it's logical. It's like
bursting
sound
with
reasoning.
integrity. It's
You don't-
bursting with sound reasoning and integrity.
Flat earthers can't say sound reasoning. Seriously. It's like a fat guy calling somebody fat. It's retarded.
Dude, you are
No, it says
you have your
nothing
head
about
so far up
offering.
your ass, dude. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it says nothing about offering an alternative explanation for anything. You're just denying
don't
one
have to do
thing
that. It's not
and not
necessary.
replacing it with
We're
anything.
not
So
interested in
what
the
is
globe.
actually
It's
happening?
not a globe. It's not a globe.
What is the
It's not a
option?
globe.
Do you
We
offer
don't
us
have
an
to
option?
replace it. It's not a
The
globe.
option is that we are being lied to.
It's not a globe. Yeah, we don't have to replace it because it's not a globe. We don't
That's
have to
the
replace
option.
that. We don't need to replace it. It's not a globe, is it?
Oh, there were no weapons of mass destruction. We were lied to. But what weapons were there then if they weren't of mass destruction? There has to be other weapons there. Then what were they? Why did we?
Three fucking sticks. Yeah, if you watch the documentary called Beyond Treason, it documents exactly what those weapons were and the suppliers.
The weapons of mass destruction.
Biochemical weapons. They were buried in the desert
and
in
the United
Syria.
States. I say again, if you watch the documentary called Beyond Treason, you're going to see that Russia, Saudi Arabia, Britain, who is the other one? America supplied Iraq with those weapons. It's in the documentary, Beyond Treason.
We're not going to get through to them. They're going to continue to believe these perpetual liars because they don't want their worldview shaken. And no matter what we point out,
You
to them,
think there's a
how
giant ice
ridiculous-
wall around the planet? You think there's a snow
don't.
globe around the planet? Who are
I
you
just-
talking to with this shit?
I've never said that before in my life.
Yeah,
But we all live on a flying magical dirt pizza. Right.
Dude, you are so
Check.
triggered.
Got it.
Look how
Who said
triggered you
that?
are. You had to make shit up
Yeah.
just to come to terms with the fact that I'm spitting truth.
Yeah, you're spitting truth about a flat earth. You sound absolutely delusional. You sound like a schizophrenic. Like one of those gang stalker people.
I
You sound
recommend
butthurt,
you block or
Yeah, he's
mute
super
several.
butthurt.
Yeah,
He is super butthurt, dude.
he's unable to
He's got a
have
weak worldview.
without getting so emotional.
He's got a weak worldview, and he gets all salty about it.
The thing is,
I'm just really stupid, arrogantly stupid people do piss me off. You are correct. When people are really wrong and really arrogant about it, I do get pissed off. It is
When they
annoying,
don't get
especially when somebody like Jin just keeps repeating nonsense over and over and talking over people all the time. It is infuriating. You are correct. Stupidity bothers me. That's why all of you flat earthers drive me crazy. Because you're too fucking stupid to talk to.
Everyone else for your own lack of self-control. Blame everyone else for your own lack of self-control. That's like going to the judge.
No, I cannot control myself around you people. You are correct. I cannot. I have to tell you how stupid you are. You are correct. I can't help telling you how fucking dumb you are. You got me figured out. You are stupid, and I can't prevent myself from telling you how fucking stupid you are. You are correct.
We got the brakes on, guys.
You are correct. You are stupid. Stupid.
Come on, stop.
Crashing out.
A pistachio nut is pleasing to the
I haven't turned down. How's
pleasing to
everybody
the
else doing?
touch. You crack open the pistachio nut, the aroma starts you salivating. You chew the
Just
pistachio
shut up, you
now you're
gobshite
enjoying
mumbling
enjoyment.
retard.
Yeah, Jin, you're provoking, Jin.
Tampon.
It doesn't matter what
And you're only
Pistachio. Pistachio. Shut up.
You already
Who cares?
stated that flat earthers just drive him crazy. So no matter what, we can say the sky is blue, and he's gonna just.
No, I said stupid people drive me crazy, and
He's
flat
gonna go
earthers
crazy.
are
Yeah, I think-
stupid.
is
There's a
it-
big
do we
difference.
I haven't turned down. Is everybody turning him down, or is it just?
Yeah, I turned him
just
down
me?
to like 1%.
Yeah.
Good. Go fuck yourself.
I'm not
I don't
turning
give a
him down. I'm
shit.
going with him.
Turn me down,
And
please.
it's
Turn me down.
tampon.
I don't give a shit.
Tampon.
Anyone that
How does that
disagrees
bother
with
me?
my religion is
How does that bother me? If you
Just
turn me
don't
down,
give a
how does
shit,
that bother me at all?
We don't give a shit.
These imbeciles.
Please turn me down. Every one of you flat earth fucking retards, please turn me down so you can't hear me call you dumb anymore.
I'm dealing with your sorry ass. Like I said, you are worth less than cow dung elephant dung, and
Okay,
rhino
Jen,
dung. That's a very useful resource that we can use to grow our vegetables and fruits. You, on the other
I'm going to
hand,
mute you,
can only be
Jen.
regarded as a used tampon. Used
Jin, he's been
tampon.
muted. It's okay.
Tampon.
Oh.
Used.
You don't have to keep on fighting, Jen. It's over. He's down. He's out.
Hey, Jin, let's cut him some
Yeah,
slack.
that's there's absolutely nothing fun, nothing entertaining, nothing enjoyable about that back and forth. So we're gonna go on and move on to something else. I mean, anybody got a topic?
They just can't handle. They just cannot handle when you don't claim anything. You don't claim to be an expert or be hyper intelligent. You just point out elementary level reasoning and how the globe model does not add up. It does not hold up to
Yeah, I disagree
elementary
with that.
reasoning. And when you point that out,
I
they call
disagree.
you an imbecile because they're
No, I
triggered.
disagree
You
with that.
cannot
It's
talk
just like,
against the scientism doctrine.
yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
Lefton, do you want to
but I
go?
disagree with that. We talk like we can talk about real simple observations, like I said earlier, tracing the sun across the sky, and you've drawn that half circle, and then the sun sets. Now you need to close that circle, guessing where the sun is at midnight. That works fine on a globe with a rotating planet. Works fine.
Is that
The
100?
north-south
Is that
celestial
100?
poles at 180 degrees from one another. Works fine on a rotating globe. Those are things that everyone on Earth can observe and figure out for themselves. Those are not incoherent. There's, it doesn't violate any laws of physics or anything like that.
You know what
Those are the
doesn't
type of
work on
things
a
you need to
rotating
argue
globe?
with.
You know what doesn't
What's
work on a
that?
rotating globe? When
What's
they
that?
tried to prove what the Earth was made out of, what they teach is fact, but it's
No, they
complete
didn't teach
bullshit.
that as fact. No, they didn't
Yeah, they
teach
do.
as fact. I
You
mean,
never
they
learned
do
that in
teach.
grade school.
They do
You got
teach
the
to the
Earth's
best of
crust.
our knowledge.
You
No,
got
wait,
the
they do
mantle.
teach. You're going to shut up and let me talk. They do teach that to the best of our knowledge, this is what we think it is, and it's
They
based
don't
on
phrase it like
a
that.
rich vault of knowledge, right?
They don't phrase it like that.
The seismic data, all the intellect that they've gathered over the years, and it's probably pretty
That's a
accurate,
complete cope. That's a complete cope. I'm sorry to cut you off. They don't teach it like that. They don't
Yeah, they do
offer
teach it.
No, they don't. They don't even mention.
Have you taken any classes
that
in geology?
They don't even mention that the Russian borehole completely dismantled the entire
No,
theory.
it wasn't complete. There weren't some things exactly accurate, but it wasn't a complete failure.
I
The
brought that
Earth
up earlier.
cannot have a
in,
molten
what's his name?
core
I brought
that
that up
is
earlier in Gems,
responsible.
actually about geology. Have you ever heard of the principle of horizontal origin?
No.
In geology, I mean, this is just like an interesting fact. In geology, they treat all the stratus of the rock as being originally horizontal. So when they measure the Grand Canyon, they say, listen, here's like a cavern, and they have the rock formations uniformly across the earth connected in a horizontal orientation. So geology assumes the earth is flat and that all rock formations were formed, or I don't know, came into being, I guess, in a horizontal orientation, and then life took place, whether it's Jen, your mic's open. Whether it was like the sun came out, the trees grew,
Okay,
and
thank you.
the rivers flowed or whatnot, and caused caverns in the rock.
Yeah. In fact, they say that one geologist estimates that 90% of all valleys have an underfit river at the bottom, indicating that they're actually evidence of a massive flow of water at one point. Yeah, I recommend watching, since you mentioned geology, Left Lane, feel free to take a look at the work by Andrew Snelling, PhD, and John Whitmore, PhD, on their recent findings of the Carbon Canyon Fold in Grand Canyon.
He's just going to call him a quack because he doesn't preach the doctrine.
No. There are several theories about the Grand Canyon and how it formed. Each one might have their own validity in their opinions, but I don't think that anyone knows exactly what happened.
Well, they've taken a lot of potential former geologists don't really know because they weren't doing field work. So what these two did, they went to the Carbon Canyon Fold, 5 miles away, same level, and right within the fold, they took samples, gave it took it to get thin section manufacture slices so they can be analyzed under the petrographic microscope and the electron microscope. And they found that there was zero evidence of metamorphic rock change. So metamorphic rock is rock that was put under immense heat and pressure. And you can actually look at the difference between regular rock and metamorphic rock. And one example of metamorphic rock is granite. It's called, what is it? It's like a sandstone that's turned into granite. And essentially, they analyzed the fold and found no evidence of that metamorphic rock. So right now, Left Lane, the current paradigm states that this was deposited, it cemented or hardened, and then it folded over millions of years through immense heat and pressure. But if that was true, you would have metamorphic rock, and you would see these cracks under the electron microscope. But what they found was no crack. They found the quartz was very tightly fit together, no cracks, and that's making them rethink the order. So it was deposited, folded quickly like mud would, and then hardened over the years. Yeah, thank you.
If I was going to draw conclusions on that, I would want to look at other people's opinions and ideas about it and see how they compare, I guess.
Great idea. And speaking of the matter, Left Lane, where do you think all the matter comes from? All this stuff around us, because a lot of it isn't compressible, like water and mercury. Do you think that was compressed in a black hole, or do you think it's eternal, the matter? Or anyone?
Well, yeah, whilst he's thinking, please be advised that moon rock is not metamorphic rock, okay? Moon rock isn't metamorphic rock, okay?
Oh, yeah, interesting. Thank you. Yeah, quartzite.
Yeah, I mean, my point.
I think it's called quartzite, where it's sandstone that went under metamorphic change, and you can see under the molecular structure, it's a lot different to regular rock.
Yeah, what my only point was that he brought up geology, right? And my point is that the best of the best in the field, they use two principles: lateral continuity and horizontal origin. Now, lateral continuity states that the layers of the sediment initially extended laterally, left to right, in all directions. In other words, they're laterally continuous, and then the horizontal sediment is to get the age of the rocks, right? And they have everything in a horizontal orientation in its origins, by age, by layer, and then they study these formations to see what's shifted, what's now sloped from that horizontal baseline that is continuous due to the lateral continuity across all of the Earth. This is what geology is based on, not a globe.
Interesting. Yeah, it reminds me of like pancake batter. It just flattens out laterally.
No, I mean this is the thing. There's an origin story out there that you kind of touched on that part of it. The part that you touched on was there's this story out there that all of the that the rocks coalesced through a big bang, through gravity, etc., into all these different forms. But what the evidence shows, right, and then trees grew up and they had water, they sucked in the water and caused whatever, and the pressure caused tectonic plate shifts, etc. But what the evidence shows is that the Earth, the physical rock, the Earth, came into its beginning completely horizontal, laterally, uniformly across the Earth. And it shows this through the testing of the layers and through fault lines, etc. Yeah.
So the Himalayas, where there's actually, at the peak of a mountain, there's rock from one continent and rock from another continent right next to each other in a vertical fashion. What about that?
Yeah, that vertical will be measured from the horizontal baseline. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, that's how they can figure it out, right? So they can. That's how they'll figure it out. I mean, this is your exact point. I mean, maybe I'm sure it's got something good to it. But my point is, in order to figure it out, right, and even to have a basis to start from, they're going to need to use what they've already discovered, which is the rock formations originally come in this orientation. And now what could have caused other rocks, like in the Himalayas, to now fall into this different orientation. And it's really just simple. If you just imagine, like Eden was saying, like a cake, like a layer cake with pink, yellow, blue, whatever colored cake, chocolate, whatever. They're like, okay, now the chocolate is on top in this area where it's on the bottom everywhere else in the world. So let's find out what happened. That's how they're going to figure out what happened, just by using common sense and measurement.
Yeah, some people have theorized these layers were probably laid out because of the ebb and flow of this massive flood. Right, like the tide coming in and out, wave upon wave, because I believe it rained for 40 days straight, and then Earth was covered in water for 150 days in total, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, you can find out the where the contours of the land, like Eden's saying, from the water. There's something called like the Amazon water basin. And what it shows is all of the water on the earth is connected. So now you can tell they know the elevation of the land due to the flow of the water, the streams, the rivers, all emptying into basins. Now we don't have that information. Probably only like the military has that information, like to the T, perfect. But there's the basins all around the world, drainage systems naturally on Earth that are also correlative to the horizontal and lateral continuity.
Yeah, no tanks. You know what I was finding recently? Odd. Okay, so we see all the craters on the moon, right? I didn't calculate or find out how many craters have been estimated to be on the moon, but I did look at Earth and how many impacts we've had. So I looked at medium-sized impacts. So it was half a mile in diameter, and we've had 900,000 of those type of impacts in our history estimated. 900,000. They said 70% approximately within water, so that leaves about 30% hitting land. So that leaves approximately 250,000 of these huge asteroids or comets hitting Earth. Do we have that many craters on the Earth that you guys know of?
And why are all craters 90 degrees perfect?
Yeah.
Why isn't there any
impacts on a degree or side impacts? Yeah. Well, I guess gravity. That might
gravity.
They say that what is it, like inertia? What would it be? Like there's like a blast radius prior to it hitting the Earth. That would be their excuse. The
blast radius prior?
There's carrying the energy with. Yep. I don't know the term for it. I don't know the term for it.
Yeah, it kind of blows up at impact. But I mean, they've actually done these tests where they shoot a projectile at 45 degrees into a bed of sand, and it makes almost a perfectly round impact mark.
So, Leflin, shouldn't we have approximately 300,000 of these impact marks around the globe?
I would say probably during at one point in time there probably was, but I mean, if you consider, the 4.3 billion years, that it's had time to cover it up, and we've gathered up about all the material that we're going to gather. There's no more material to gather up.
What happened if the impact
in the oceans?
If the impact was more than 45 degrees, what would happen now?
And what if it wasn't into sand?
Yes,
that's right. There were 900,000 medium-sized impacts, and 70% were claimed to have hit the water. So that leaves 30% hitting land. So this is half a mile approximately.
Sorry, where are we now?
Impact craters.
Oh, okay.
On Earth, yeah. We should have approximately 300,000.
300,000, is that all? That seems like a low number.
Yeah, I mean, due
to
what presuppositions, like the time? I mean, due to how what they base this on.
On the time, as far as like guessing the age of the Earth, or what?
Hang on. You said 45 degrees would prove a 90
That's right.
Yeah. So what about Do you think something hit the moon more than 45 degrees at some stage?
Yeah, there are some linear impact marks on the moon for sure.
So, what was the point of the conversation?
Well, I was just touching on. I think somebody said, well, like what good is like flat Earth or something like that. We got to have the globe because we have geologies based on the globe and whatever else. The only thing that stuck out to me was geology for the reason that I mentioned earlier was the things that are required for these geologists is the principle of horizontal origin and lateral continuity, which assume a flat. Not even assume, they measure. They literally measure the sediments of the earth, the rock, to be in a horizontal orientation, and all measurements that they make from that, with fault lines, etc., are from that horizontal orientation to then discover fault lines and whatnot.
Ah.
The useful stuff, and all the sedimentary layers, they align continent to continent. You know. Then you can team that up with the like Amazon basin, the Spanish, all the water basins, and find out the elevation and orientation of continent.
I hear you.
Yeah, see, it's just like, I don't know, man. It's just like, yeah, I get like we're just guys on the internet, right? And some other guys figured this stuff out before us. And while they figured out that and they figured out the Earth's a globe at the same time, these things contradict each other. We're never going to be able to like go prove it. We can just take their information and see which model, quote unquote, it fits better, right? But yeah, I mean, all the stuff that's usable, in my opinion, is flat Earth. It's just the usefulness, and the globe is just like like a transformation.
In what way is it useful? For what?
The thing I just named, I don't want to name it for the fourth time. I just did it. The horizontal origin, the lateral continuity to measure the Earth, fault lines, elevations, the water basins that show the elevation of the land.
What say you? He answered your question. You have any reply?
Yeah, zero specifics that I hear. Give me one thing that it's actually used for. The flat Earth is actually used for
Yeah,
something very specific in
lateral
real life,
continuity within
not in your head.
geology. Yeah, in real life. Yeah,
Are you
the
listening?
geologic surveys using lateral continuity, which again states that the sediments of rock are originally oriented in a horizontal position. If you can just imagine like a cake layered, and they traverse continent to continent, the rock layers to show what's happening if something hit a fault line is going up or down relative to that horizontal baseline set in place by the earth, the rock, the dirt, over
Yeah,
distance laterally across
this
the
is
earth.
shape agnostic.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that doesn't give you, that gives you the like, it depends on what you think of when you think of Earth, but it gives you the literal shape of Earth. You think of Earth as something different than me, but yeah, that's what it gives you.
Okay.
So, whoever just asked that question, do you believe that this most recent Blue Origin, quote unquote, space flight, do you think that was truthful?
It was a PR stunt.
Can you elaborate?
Yeah, it's just a, all that is a very expensive amusement ride. That's all it is.
I think
Yeah.
flat Earth theory is retarded, and I think that was fake.
Okay. So, you think they lied to us? How extensively did they lie? What do you think happened?
Would you call marketing lying?
Everything's a lie.
Yeah, I don't know. Why do the flat earthers think that that the Blue Origin thing had to be fake?
I wasn't going to bring it up, but thank you. It has to be fake. Did you see the fucking thing?
Yeah, no. I asked which,
That's not evidence, mate. That's just you saying
which
it's fake.
Globers believed that it was fake, or do you believe that it's
I
real?
met one Glober. His name was Morpheus. He
I
said
think
it
about
was
80% of 80% of Globers know that was fake by now.
Okay, so I want to know what they think happened and why.
Jeff Bezos.
Why do that Globers know it's fake?
That's not evidence.
Yeah, I disagree with that.
I think it's
Yeah, I don't.
80%. Okay. 65. Final offer.
Why don't we do a poll in the room? 100% of the Globers here believe it?
Believe what?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I do not believe it.
Well, if I had the money, I would be on the roster for the next flight.
Because that's you're fucking Indian, man. No, I'm just kidding.
It's kind of like I take this. It's the same way I took NASA Shill's moon bounce approach. Like if we, I know he's not here, but the same kind of approach is like if we say, I don't even know why it would have to be fake. It's just they shot something up in the air and then watch it come right back down. Big deal. And then the other thing that comes into play was the same thing as one of the other rocket launches. There was, so you'd have to throw the baby out with the bathwater. There was an observation of the moon that was supposed to be under the Earth at that time on the Jeff Bezos rocket launch. So it's like, is it fake now, or do I want to say it was real?
Did that door open prematurely, or did it not?
Yeah, see, that's the part that I think is fake. There's trickery afoot.
The door
I want
opening
to clarify really quick. Can I clarify? When I ask fake, I mean like not like they didn't launch them in the air. I think it was an amusement ride, right? But I don't think they went into 0G, right? Maybe they just fell back down. Maybe
Why don't you think they went into 0G?
Because they were in the studio.
I don't know. I don't know.
You could be in 0G.
If you go on the vomit comet, you're in quote unquote
exactly.
0G.
Okay. Well,
Yeah,
that's what I mean. I don't think it was space 0G. I think it was just free fall vomit comet.
You don't think it was in orbit?
But here's the thing, guys. I mean, we see rockets launch all the time. We know that we can launch rockets. I used to play with rockets some years ago. It's just it just went way the fuck up in the air, and got outside the atmosphere. So I don't know what's so
they didn't go
unbelievable
past the
about
moon.
that.
They didn't go past the moon, so they didn't go outside the atmosphere.
They didn't go past the what? The moon?
They didn't go past the moon, so they didn't go outside the Earth's atmosphere.
I can't believe somebody still believes that.
Did you know that?
So we're talking about like the exocorona with the moon and stuff.
I'm being technical.
Well, actually, you're not, but okay.
Yeah, there are components of Earth's atmosphere that are like blown off through solar wind and escape Earth's atmosphere. Those are like a slight concentration of those particles around the moon, but it's not really breathable atmosphere like you can fly a plane in.
Yeah,
you're technically considered outside of the atmosphere when you're about halfway to the moon. So
No, it extends 500,000 miles. It goes well past the moon. But
you don't know your own doctrine. You don't know your
that's
own
not
doctrine.
true at all. Here, I'll post it right here in the thing.
How far is the moon?
So yeah. So guys, if you're a flat earther and you think the atmosphere goes to the moon, and you think that it's clever to say that, because you read it as a headline. It's not. We either think you're misunderstanding it, or in the case if you do understand it, you're intentionally misunderstanding it. Yeah, the geocorona. So it's not quote unquote the Earth's atmosphere. It is, individual particles of like freaking hydrogen and stuff that are just out of, way past Earth's general
Double speak
atmosphere.
on me. It sounds like double speak. But anyways, back to the.
So wait, Eden, why does it sound like double speak? Why do you think that's double speak?
Because you're
Sounds
saying
pompous a little bit. Yeah.
what it is, the Earth's atmosphere. Which one has it on me?
Sure.
Quiet. I want to hear that again. Say that again, Eden.
Okay, the original claim was our atmosphere was confined to Earth, and then recent.
Shut it, the log.
All right, so I'll explain why it's not double speak for Eden, because I'm disappointed, but I think he's being sincere.
Yeah, no offense, but you can correct me. So initially, the atmosphere was confined to Earth, but now it's been changed to going at least 500,000 miles into space.
Okay, right. I got it. Okay, so the reason it's not double speak is because most people. Hold on. Is 4? Can you hang on a second? The reason it's not.
Sorry, I'm just correcting him. It's
The reason
391.
The reason it's not double speak.
Okay, we don't need corrections from you, buddy. Thank you.
The reason it's not double speak is because what we generally consider to be the atmosphere in common parlance is the breathable atmosphere, or the very upper reaches of it to the ionosphere. Either one of those is fine to talk about as the atmosphere.
It's sermon hour, everyone. Listen up.
I'm explaining to Eden what the words mean. Amphibious.
Scientism sermon.
You need to be muted.
Scientific
practice of sermon. So
listen to the high priest.
Look, Eden wanted to understand. If you don't want to be taught something, just go on mute, and you won't have you won't be in any danger of learning things.
Okay, continue.
Yeah. Okay, so that's what we mean by the atmosphere. Now, some science, some clickbait headlines, do say that yes, it goes out far past that, because what they're talking about are individual atoms or molecules that have either escaped from Earth's gravitation to an extent where they can extend out to the moon, or been pushed there by solar winds, something like that. So these are not atmosphere in any sense that you would normally mean it. They are, we're talking about like one, less than a gram of gas per cubic kilometer, which is a enormously small amount of gas, and it even has a special name called the geocorona. So if you're going to be technical about it, you can find, and there may be a particle that was once in Earth's atmosphere even further out. Like I wouldn't tell you how far the furthest particle of hydrogen, atom of hydrogen that was once in Earth's atmosphere has gone. I would have no way to know that, but it doesn't matter. The physics of it are not doublespeak, and what is actually said, if you read what the people who discovered this put out, is also quite clear. So it only seems like doublespeak if you really, really, really want it to be doublespeak. Okay.
Thank you, Omni. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I'll retract that from you as doublespeak. So yeah, I my sincere apologies and thank you. So Omni, just on the Blue Origin, and you guys can go back if you want. If there was a 10% chance of catastrophic failure, would you still be willing to go on there?
I wouldn't go on there with a 10% chance of catastrophic failure. I wouldn't. I'm not that enthusiastic. I mean, to go up, because it's just go up and come back down. Like I wouldn't pay a lot of money for that. So it's not. I mean, it's a cool experience, but the same with going to Antarctica. It's not worth the money to me.
So what did you think about their patch?
Honestly, I haven't paid much attention to it, but I don't think the hatch is proof of anything.
No, not the hatch. We can get to that. Their patch.
The patch.
Uniform.
The patch.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've seen people turn it upside down. I have seen tons of. So do you remember? Like I think it was Procter and Gamble was claimed to be satanic in like the 80s.
Okay.
Do you remember that?
I was born in 87, so I don't know.
Well, okay, so you don't remember it. So you can go back and you can look at things that have you heard of the game Dungeons and Dragons that has been claimed to be satanic?
Yeah.
So there's a long line of things that are claimed to be satanic that I don't think are satanic. You know?
Okay, so
That's just because you love Dungeons and Dragons, you dork.
What's
Who
that?
doesn't?
Okay.
The
So, yeah,
heliocentric
anyway,
model
no, I'm
is
not
claimed
impressed
to be
by the patch.
satanic. The heliocentric model can be argued to be satanic.
Sure, you could argue. You could argue that the the ramen
Pretty
I ate for
reasonably.
lunch was satanic. It's
You could argue that Omnivore's little icon there looks kind of
you
satanic.
can people. Yeah, there's a bunch of bunch of people in the other server who decided I must be a Satanist because I put biomechanical omnivore into Midjourney and used it for my icon.
Okay, so your point that there has been a lot of quote unquote conspiracies of a lot of things being satanic or having, a nod towards Satanism. And that feeds into my point because at some point, if you just turn a blind eye to all of it, then you yourself become a conspiracy theorist, coincidence theorist.
A coincidence theorist. Well, maybe I am, but I'm aware that false positives are really the concern in that. So, for example, I don't think literal pictures of Baphomet are some kind of clandestine signal. If somebody's going around sporting the Baphomet, I don't know if I would call that literal Satanism because I'm not sure whether or not the mythology or the I don't know what Baphomet was considered, but I mean I would see that as a very plain symbol. When
It does seem like a coincidence that they're trying to give you this origin story of Baphomet on the Blue Origin story trip.
I'm aware of what you think, but I got to be honest. I don't think you have discernment. I think you just think you have discernment.
It's all bullshit.
Good argument.
Well,
I think that thing looks
calling it
like
like
a
I see
demon
it.
upside down.
I'm calling it like I see it.
So
Don't you see it though? Don't you see it upside down? You don't see it?
Yes, I saw it. I saw it turned upside down, and it looked like something else. But I also looked into the backward masking in music. You're too young to remember it, right?
You don't need to play it backwards. Just listen to Mr. Crawley by Ozzy. Okay? You listen to Led Zeppelin, some of their songs.
Yes.
It's out in the open. You don't need to play it backwards.
Okay, so do you know what was claimed when you play them backwards?
Dude.
Yeah. I mean,
and do you know that it does not deliver?
Yes,
do I know that it does
thank
not?
you, Satan.
Omni, I think I heard one that was saying "Hail Satan" and a few other things, but was that proven wrong?
Did you play them backwards?
I think Joe. There's a guy named Christian. His channel is Good Fight Ministries. He did a whole documentary series on how the music industry from blues to rap and rock, where they sold their souls to the devil, and I believe he did share one.
Okay, so I back when this was actually happening, and I was young. There were several media pieces. So to play it backwards is at that time was difficult. You might have an easier time doing it now with digital tools, but at the time, there were quite a few people who looked into it and were like, well, I heard something in Stairway to Heaven that sounds like there's no escape due, which is not what was claimed. And the other stuff is just garbled. I know somebody.
Are you a Satanist or not? Like,
how do I what?
Are you a Satanist?
No, he's Christian.
Oh, okay.
Are you a Satanist?
I don't think so.
I don't know. You might be. If I turned you upside down, would I and played you backwards? Would I hear a bunch of satanic stuff?
No, you probably just hear me. Please turn me back right. No, stop.
I got another coincidence for you here, Omni. So I typed into Google. This doesn't even seem right though. I typed in the letter IESN in Greek, and it says the Greek word for IESN doesn't exist. It likely refers to the Greek word for Jesus, which is very closely related. Some people pronounce it Jesus or Yesuus in Koine Greek. So that's probably not meaning too much to you right at the moment. But if you flip that patch upside down, it then forms the letters IESN, which closely resembles an upside down Jesus. Is it just another coincidence on the patch?
What do you think the upside down cross means?
I don't know. Upside down
Does
Jesus.
anybody here know what the upside down cross is?
Yeah, blasphemy.
Do you know what a St. Peter's cross is, Mr. Blasphemy?
Upside down cross.
Okay, so why did St. Peter want to be crucified on an upside down cross?
Why? I don't think it actually did. But...
Oh well, maybe you're maybe you don't know the things you think you know.
I know fuck all, bro. I'll tell you that right now.
I think you might not know the things that you feel sure of.
I know fuck all.
Yeah, so
I know.
You said something like I'm not worthy to see something like I wasn't worthy to hang on this green cross or something. Yeah,
you
that's
just
what it
Googled
says.
it. Yeah, good job.
No, let me see.
So the upside down cross, which is commonly believed by people like you to be satanic, could be used that way. Absolutely could be.
So is that what they're saying?
Turns the cross upside down
in the upside down patch?
I don't think the fact that
you're justifying it. What they mean on the upside down patch when it looks like yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
Why did it give this? I'm just saying it gave this result real quick.
Yeah,
weird.
I got it. Yeah. That it kind of, sort of, maybe if you squint and spell it wrong, could be something related to an ancient word for Jesus.
I don't even know where the AI overview got the arrangement, but it just said IESN does not exist, but it likely refers to the Greek word for Jesus, not even God or literally Jesus. I don't know where the AI kind of assimilated that from.
We don't know shit, bro. Everything's a fucking lie, bro.
Well,
everything.
Like I said, I'm not impressed by. So someone said, "Oh, you'll be a coincidence theorist." No, this is what you're talking about is, as far as I can tell, indistinguishable from coincidence.
Oh my god!
Listen, man, if you flip this thing upside down, I'm not even really like.
I know I think
it's funny.
All your priors, and you get a little spurt of serotonin in your brain when it happens.
It looks like the guy. Yeah, it looks like the bad guy, and then it's saying so far. I'd have to go and do it. It looks like the bad guy. It has these letters that once you flip them upside down, spell Jesus upside down. I don't know. I would start like, where do you draw the line? Like
I would, like I said, if you're desperately looking for something, you're gonna find more of it, than if you're not. And a lot of that's gonna be called positives. So, if you believe that the world is a gigantic conspiracy pointed at you, you're going to interpret everything through that lens, and you're going to see.
Google did it. Google thinks it's a conspiracy.
No. Google showed you a face in the cloud.
I just typed it in.
I know you typed it in, and it told you that it's misspoken and took a guess at what it might mean.
Everything is mind.
Yeah, I want to know how did they make that? How did they jump to? It could have said apple, orange, banana. How did it literally give it? I don't know how it even got that information. I have to look more into it, I guess.
Well, go ahead and look. It's
it could have said monkey. It could have said anything.
May I just say if you? Sorry, I'm not.
Taking Back Eden believes that the federal government is paying off Chat GPT so it won't make a picture of a flat Earth.
Probably is. Well, listen, I mean, I don't know. Even that.
So wait,
that's a
so
tough
then
one
why
because
did it
you
blow
go to-
the why did it blow the lid on the satanic conspiracy for you?
I don't know. It doesn't. It's not hip yet. It's like just like, oh, this fucking no tanks guy. He knows something. But like with the flat, like giving you an image of the flat Earth thing. It's like you probably heard the discussion. Having that discussion with a newcomer, they're like, they can't even picture. They literally can't picture a lake. Like, you know what I mean? So I don't know how the computer's going to do it.
Can't picture a what?
No, when somebody who's never even heard of flat Earth before comes into maybe you haven't heard it often, but when it comes into the conversation, they keep saying, "But then what shape is it?" Like, right? I'm like, no, it's not a shape claim. Just imagine like the water and the land coming out of the water. Like, no, I can't even imagine that. When the sun is just in the air? This is crazy.
Yeah.
Fuck you, flat earthers.
So,
like, how can you not imagine?
Let me explain something to you. Have you ever played the game Halo?
No, I don't play video games, but
Okay.
I've seen it.
So, do you think that flat Earth might look something like Halo?
Google Halo. I literally don't play video games.
What's that? You sound kind of muffled to me.
I don't play. I don't play. I don't know. I don't play.
Okay.
I don't play.
He's saying
Okay,
he has
I
he has
think
no
that-
idea what you're talking about.
I think that an actual flat Earth would look nothing at all like the Earth we see. Okay.
I see it now. This weird ring. Yeah.
For one thing, I don't think we would see stars on the horizon because those stars would be through thousands of miles or more of atmosphere, assuming that it's Earth with a dome over it. And they would be distorted incredibly, and we wouldn't see. It just wouldn't look like this. Also, instead of seeing this crisp horizon that we see most of the time when we can see the horizon.
We do.
Go ahead.
Oh, you go ahead. I'm listening. Sorry.
Okay. So if we instead of seeing a crisp horizon, we'd see this incredibly muddy, smear as, the light slowly attenuated through the atmosphere and it stretched out over, who knows what. And it would mostly be at eye level instead of below eye level, which is where the horizon generally is.
Yeah, I agree with that one. And it's like that's the proof, though. Like that's the proof that it's flat.
Why? Because
that it's not flat
at all. Because a flat Earth horizon wouldn't look at all like the horizon we see.
Yeah, when I look at when I go outside, like if you were to go outside up to a high mountain peak, right? You'll go and look. Say there's a tree line off in the distance. The trees are not the same height. They're not all the same height, but it looks like nice and crisp. But there's like something that's undulating. So when you go to the ocean and the waves are going up and down, for whatever due to the angular resolution limits and what's the other one? The Rayleigh criterion. Yeah, I believe that's what it's called. That's what forms this straight line of two things like kind of mixing into the straight line. But yeah, it's not flat. So you get the crispness because the water is bouncing around up and down. If it was like completely still waters and no undulations, it would probably be like the way you're imagining it, like just kind of fade out.
So it doesn't. I'm not just talking about on water. I'm talking about anywhere we see a horizon. So I could be wrong about some of my assumptions about how it would look, but my idea. You're saying well, normies can't imagine it. I don't think you can imagine it. I don't think that.
I would imagine the same
try
thing.
to imagine how you think a flat Earth should appear. You just go, well, just like this one because the Earth is flat, and
just like it looks.
Right, I know, but that's because you have a presupposition that the Earth is flat, so you think it looks just like this.
Come on.
Yeah, but I'm a not flat guy, right? So like the ocean waves, they go up and down. That's why there's a crisp line, because it's not flat. If it was perfectly still, flat, and stationary, I imagine it would fade out the way you're saying it should.
Well, like I said, I press X to doubt. I'm pressing X right now.
Yeah, if there was no because what we're imagining, there's just no distinguishing change. So it should just kind of kind of just fade out because there's nothing to distinguish one thing from another. But there is, because there's undulations, there's the color of the sky, there's the color of the water, there's sharpness, and then there's you know that criteria that's met when two things that get within that limit, they blur together as one thing, and that
I know
that
you're
is
making up
optical.
stuff about the Rayleigh criteria, but
No,
that's
that's
not
what
actually
it
how it
is.
works.
You can see it on the screen. They'll show you. Google.
Alright.
I'll meme it if you want. I'll give you the meme if you want.
You can put the meme in meme pool.
Yeah, and they show it. They show it with like two little dots of light that become one light. Even though they're two, they're distinguishable. But then at a certain instance, they become
And then
one
they
crisp
disappear from
line.
the bottom up, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
Yeah, but the bottom up is like almost. It's almost like an arbitrary, nominalistic type of like the bottom of what? Like what distinguishes one thing from another thing?
Are we talking about like Zen Buddhism now, or?
Yeah, what distinguishes one thing from it would have to be some sort of property or attribute that's different than the other thing to be able to distinguish it. Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah. So.
I don't.
So like to say the bottom, it's obstructing the bottom of the boat. Like, it's not obstructing the bottom of the boat because it doesn't know. Like it doesn't know what. Whatever it is doesn't know what a boat is. Like
it doesn't matter.
It doesn't know what a boat is.
It doesn't know anything. It's that there's something between you and the bottom of the boat.
Right, something different, something to differentiate. So it doesn't know what a boat is. It doesn't know what water is. Yeah, it doesn't know what blue is.
I don't know why.
Yeah, it doesn't know what.
I think you're. So I don't know if you're being serious right now or you're just memeing. I don't know. So.
No, I'm telling you, there's no the reality doesn't know. Like the thing, like we're just looking at the world. We're saying, okay, there's this criteria. Yes, right. So it's like there's this thing called the Rayleigh criterion, where the angular resolution limit, where when two things meet, they become one thing. These two things don't, optically don't know the difference. The thing that is distinguishable is something different. So the bottom of the boat is just different than the different in color, different in angle, differently than distinction.
So no tanks. I don't think the reason I don't think you're being serious is because I'm trying to make sense of what you're saying, and I can't. I understand. So it's possible that you think something is totally true and you're just not communicating it well, or you're just doing the flat Earth greatest hits thing. I'm not sure.
I am.
If you really think that is the case, we can look at ships being obstructed from the bottom up, and you can try to explain to me where you think the Rayleigh criteria is going on there.
Yeah, diffraction limit, Rayleigh criteria. Yeah.
What's the diffraction limit?
The size of the angle.
So it.
Like the smaller angle, like the world doesn't know, it can't distinguish one thing from another. It's just, and it becomes one thing. That gives you that crisp line.
So no. So
yes.
So what is the?
And when
no, that's not what the diffraction.
When the sky is a vibrant white or whatever, and then the water is a blue, reality doesn't know, so it just mushes them together and gives you this.
All right, so
this line. Yeah.
Right, I get that I understand that's what you think. I understand that's what you think, but there's no reason to think it.
That's what the science shows. That's what the diffraction limit of the light.
100% not what science shows. Okay,
you can see it on the screen.
Can you? I never have.
Just type in angular resolution limit.
Yeah, I did.
And what you're going to see is two dots that are the same dot.
No, that's not.
One dot.
That's not what I see.
How can two things that are not the same thing be one thing? Yeah, how can? Yeah. How can two things become one thing?
I know what you're using. I think you might be using Bing. I'm not sure. I'm getting diffraction patterns. I'm getting
Google.
Something completely different to what you're getting.
Yo, Omni, what do you think would happen? Like, let's say the Earth was flat, right? Because you guys think curvature is the reason things disappear in the horizon. Let's say it was flat. What would happen to the traffic lights, or sorry, the highway lights as on an infinite plane? Like, what would happen? And would you ever be able to stop? Like, because you agree that the lights are going, like the highway poles are going down, right? Because of
Yes.
perspective.
Yeah, I agree that perspective would still happen, but that wouldn't produce a horizon that's at all like what we witness.
Well, so what? But what? Yeah, what would it produce? Like you would like, would you ever? You would always be able to see all the lights, like.
No.
So what would they do?
Okay, so you would see them get squished by perspective. That is not just down, but also squished from the sides. Right, that happens too. Yeah. And the
There's nothing in the
wait,
field of view.
hold on a second. No tanks. The road goes up towards eye level, right? So we would see the lights get squished towards the vanishing point. We would see the road go up, rise up towards vanishing point. But because that vanishing point does not have a limit, a physical limit to it, what we would see instead is it would become like this gigantic muddy, smear of stuff, because we would be seeing a much greater distance, generally speaking, than we see today, because we can generally see
like,
more than 3 or 4 miles of air.
But the farthest, like the farthest pole would be obstructed before the one before it, right, closer to you, right?
No.
The farthest pole wouldn't be the
You
farthest
use
pole
the word
wouldn't just
obstructed.
obstruct the
So
most?
wait. So queue up. If you're going to ask questions that are yes or no, I'm going to give you yes or no answers, and then you're going to say, "So you're saying," and it's going to be something that I didn't mean. So if you want to do that, we can do that. It's
Okay, let's say at the point everything squishes, you've got, like, let's say two poles. The one that's farther is going to be the one that got to that point first, right?
Yeah, yes, I would say so.
Okay, so the difference between them that appears to be like a height difference, that's the same thing as the bottom of the ship disappearing before the top of the ship.
So when you see, no, it's not. So when you see two railroad tracks that are more or less parallel coming together in a point, are they disappearing from the bottom up?
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. You just said no to what I said. I thought that was a
Yeah.
dumb.
Yeah, I said no. I told you that no, I don't agree with that. It's not like
What'd
the
you
boat.
say?
I told you no, it's not like the boat.
Or what'd you say after that? I zoned out.
I told you I don't agree with your assessment there.
Yeah. What'd you say after that?
I said something about railroad tracks, but you weren't listening because I had already said no.
I mean,
Anywho, I mean, maybe just hit the AS14, or maybe hit the image icon, like maybe you're just looking at the text. Hit the image button, and you'll see it. Angular resolution limit, and then images, and you'll see two dots, just two dots that become one dot.
Okay.
Well, he said he couldn't see it, the picture.
So Omni, if let's say that they're at this horizon, right, in the infinite plane where you stop seeing things, it would be easy. You would still be able to see something that was taller, right, than something shorter that was at the same distance, right?
Yes.
Okay, there you go. So that height, so the height also
Well,
adds
wait,
to you
wait,
being able
wait.
to see
Hold on a
something
second.
still. So on a ship that's disappearing because of that's being going below the horizon, that the top of the ship is the part you're saying you could see if there
No.
was like.
No, that's not how it works. So I'm looking at your two little dots, no tanks, and until you can show me them being cut off from the bottom up, it doesn't help you.
Yeah, flip them sideways now. Like you're looking at the picture, left and right. Just
Yes.
flip it.
And as they converge, they don't get cut off from the bottom
Yeah.
up.
Now that's
Yeah.
one's bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's still curved.
What's the difference between it? Wherever you want to arbitrarily put the difference, that's the bottom. The one thing is different than the other thing, and you say, well, that's the bottom of
not cut
something.
off. it's not cut off as a flat line. I'm sorry. It doesn't. It
It's right
does
there
not
in the
help
picture. I'm
you.
looking.
Huh? It doesn't help
I'm
you.
looking right at it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what you
cut
do
off
is you
as
put
a
a
flat
bunch of
line.
these, right? Like
Okay, show
this is
me.
a
Here,
single dot.
I'm posting it into the chat. Where's the
No, it better be in the meme. It better be a meme pool.
okay,
It's
I'll put it
not. It's in general. Omni, can you also please let me use pictures?
Also, I want to let you know Demock's a little punk.
Yeah,
So
Demock's crashing a lot.
I
because-
put your picture in there. Which one of those is disappearing from the bottom up?
Hold on, I'll tell you when I look.
Okay.
I don't know where the fuck your chat thing is on. All right, that one, the one in the middle, and the one on the right.
Okay, so
You just gotta flip them. You gotta rotate the picture.
I understand you think I have to flip them, but in
Yeah,
order for
rotate
it to
the
be
picture.
disappearing from the bottom up, part of it would be cut off. No part of that, no matter how I rotate that, is cut off.
Yeah, those are two things, right, that are same, right? So now you have boat, right, which is white, and you have sky, which is blue, and then you have ocean, which is green. Yeah, those are the things that are different. So those things are going to cut each other, quote unquote, off.
Those aren't
'Cause they're
things
different.
receding, though. Those are things just getting closer together.
This is
Yeah,
so
to a point.
So no tanks. The Rayleigh criteria does not actually support what you think it does. Okay, it doesn't. So
Yes, it does.
well,
They arbitrarily
if
we're
I
saying here's
thought
the bottom of a boat, but reality doesn't know it's a boat. Yeah.
if I thought you could talk
Reality doesn't know
intelligently,
boat. Reality just says green or blue. That's it.
if I thought you could
By the
talk
way-
intelligently
by the way,
about
one
the
thing-
Rayleigh criteria, if I thought you could talk intelligently about the Rayleigh criteria, then I would, I would be like, well, here's why it doesn't. But the fact that you just are claiming it does, and have you read anything about the Rayleigh criteria, or just looked at those pictures?
You can see it in the pictures. You can just see it right there. You can see it, and then you apply it to reality. Like, oh, listen, this is what happens to two arbitrary points of this size in reality, in the picture. Now, if I apply that to reality on the horizon, where ocean blue and sky white, well, those two little dots would be the position where two things that are not the same are meeting and merging into one thing, right? So then you put a bunch of little dots left to right, saying, okay, well, this is happening all the way across left to right. So the Rayleigh criteria, left to right, at that spot where two things are different, create a crisp differentiation at that point. And there you go. And you got
Okay,
your,
if I
you got your
zoom
crisp
in, if
horizon.
I have a telescope and I look at it, will I be able to resolve those two dots again?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. Yeah.
The limit, the limit is you can't zoom in a limit. That's the limit. Yeah.
Well, okay, so within a limit that we don't know what that limit is, we don't really know how that limit works. We just say, yeah, within a limit sometimes. No, that's not how any of this works. That's not how optic works. So
that's what's called it's called the diffraction limit.
Yes,
it's the limit.
But if you zoom in, yes, there's going to be a limit to what your eyes can resolve. But if you have a nice pair of binoculars, you can exceed that limit.
Yes, yeah. So, and then that's where the we see too far comes in, and then people will say, well, listen, well, how come we can't see forever? Because you've reached the limit.
Why don't we put a light on the top of the boat and a light in the bottom of the boat and see how far away the ship has to go before the two lights become one light? How about that?
That might be a good idea, but see what I'm saying, Omni? Like, people will ascribe these arbitrary things saying, well, the boat is now the lights at the top and the bottom, but reality doesn't care if you call it a boat and say this is the top and bottom. It will just distinguish the light at a point where it's different than another, point of light. Doesn't care. Reality doesn't care what we call it. Yeah, so when you get your wave, and your undulations, like of the tree line, where it's like going up and down, meeting the meeting the sky, and it looks like a super crisp horizon of the tree line. Then you zoom in the trees, and you're like, dude, some of them are 20 feet taller than the other one. How did it look like a straight line when I zoomed out? Well, that's due to this this phenomena that we're looking at on Google and flipping pictures sideways. Yeah, I mean, and then I don't know. QOP had I think he was going down a decent path with the, putting things off in the distance at different heights to see how they would kind of render themselves. And I don't think anybody's really ever done that too much. I did a family picture like that one time. I thought it was funny. I was like, listen, let's make everybody the same size. So we did like a trick where everybody just backed up and went forward, so that the sister could look like she was as big as the boys. It's kind of funny.
No thanks. Do you see what Bull Knight posted?
What does DMOC have to say about it? Let me see.
Nothing intelligible, I imagine.
He might have something. He might have something good to say. Give him a chance. Have you guys ever met DMOC?
Hey, Damon speaks better in poetry. Keep him muted, please. This poetry is wonderful stuff.
Yeah, but do you see what Bull Knight posted?
He asked, "Why is who's the artist who puts rings around things?"
Yeah, before that, the one where there's 3 color dots merging and they don't clip each other.
Yeah.
They just blur colors together. Soft, fuzzy colors.
How do you know that? Where's one line distinguished from the other line?
Oh, you
Where's one color
moron.
distinguished from the other color?
Not. That's the point.
I know. Don't trust your eyes
No,
when it
so
shows you you're wrong.
it's a point where one is distinguishable from the other one. Is a
Yeah,
point.
then they blur together, don't they?
Yeah, so that we have a bunch of points. Can we extend points
That's
along the
called
line?
this is a demonstration of the Raleigh criteria. This is what it is. It's not what Witsit says it is. This is what it is.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. This is what I see in reality, right? So these things, these points, right? They can be extended across a line, I guess.
No, points are points and lines are lines.
Okay, can a point lie upon a line?
Yeah.
Like a horizon line?
Any line.
It's not a horizon line. This is a Raleigh criteria. Get those two are
I'm just
different.
asking if these points could rest upon a line.
Despite what Witsit tells you, the horizon is not a Raleigh criteria phenomenon.
It's not a line.
It's not a Raleigh criteria. The Raleigh criteria has absolutely shit to do with the horizon.
If I were to say, hey, point to the horizon line, would it contain all the criteria that was necessary?
Let's change the topic again. You got it.
Why? You don't want to talk about this anymore?
No, you're changing the topic away from the Raleigh criteria.
No, the Raleigh criteria is what causes.
Is it Reddit or Ready?
I don't know.
It's what causes us to see a sharp horizon line. Yeah, this was the point.
Oh no, it looks like the town in North Dakota. North Carolina. Sorry.
Right.
It doesn't cause a horizon line. So fields of color that are adjacent to each other don't merge into each other because of the Rayleigh criterion. If anything, that line.
Why do they do it?
The contour between the two gets sharper.
There we go, Omni. There you go. Sharper.
No, it's not what you're saying.
I can't really hear what you're saying. You're too low. I gotta turn you up.
Can you hear me? Is that better?
A little bit. Shout some more.
So two adjacent fields of color won't be affected by the Rayleigh criteria the way you're describing. If anything, that boundary between the two will contrast more. It'll get sharper.
It'll get sharper with what?
Because of the Rayleigh criteria.
Yeah, that's what gives us a sharp. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
that's
it's
what I'm
not
saying.
what makes things disappear. That's not
That's what makes things look sharp. That's what gives you the
No,
sharpness.
we're not talking about looking sharp. We're talking about things disappearing. Look at this picture. Look at the boat picture.
Where's Omni? Where's Omnivore? He's fucking bailed out. He's going to leave me here to defend a fake point. The point was, Omni made. He said there should not be a sharp horizon line on a flat Earth. It should
That's
blur into
correct.
nothing.
That's correct. It
But
should be.
according to the Rayleigh criteria, that manufacturer
No, the Raleigh
said would
criteria.
create a
No,
sharpness.
incorrect. The
But now
Raleigh
you have no
criteria.
sharpness.
The Raleigh criteria would create a blur
Oh, blur of what?
of light when everything merges together into a big blur. So you don't understand
At a
your own
point,
freaking
it
model. You don't
merges
understand your own
together
freaking model. That's the problem here. You
fucking
just you know some words.
to a point.
You know some words and you throw them together. Horizon, Raleigh criteria. Where's hyperbolic vision? Come on, I want to hear
Yeah,
all
what do
of
we
it.
call that point?
What are you talking about, Bullback?
If I were to point at the horizon,
You clipped most of that. I didn't hear anything.
It's probably best we didn't hear it because it's probably just nonsense.
Oh, sure.
Oh, sure. Assuming something is nonsense. Sure.
no, I mean it's just like reality not caring what we and it'll distinguish one color from another color.
Hey, you see that picture I posted? How come that boat is
point
beyond
at
the
the horizon.
horizon? Why is the horizon sharp and the boat
That's it.
beyond it? Both.
It's easy. You can just look at. You can just see it. You're like, look, here's
Yeah,
the
yeah, I know.
dots.
Look at the picture I posted. No tanks.
Anyway.
You got a horizon. You got a ship behind it, and you can't see the bottom of it. You can only see the top, and everything looks crystal clear to me. Huh? No Raleigh criteria in that one.
I don't see a picture. So where?
Half
All right,
past
so
the
the
hour.
reason the horizon is sharp is because reality doesn't. What we.
Well, while he's roboting,
Yeah, that's what you should expect that's what you should expect.
Now you want, according to the Raleigh criteria, you wouldn't see
Yeah, that's
this.
the Rayleigh talking of fuck what we call
Rayleigh,
and what we call
Raleigh, whatever.
ocean and what sky, and it bringing two things together.
Yep.
Who's
unfortunately-
roboting here, NASA?
You are. Unfortunately for you, this has nothing to do with the Raleigh criteria, despite with
Who's
which it
roboting?
is
Manufacturer or me?
You.
no,
You're
no, no,
roboting.
no. That's not what I said. So you're presuming I'm saying you're right about what the horizon should look like on a flat Earth. That's what it should look like if what we see as the horizon is an obstruction. Then you're going to get a sharp line.
All right, how about now? Same?
Yeah.
You only robot occasionally.
So all these schlubs start coming home from work and clogging up the Wi-Fi.
Are you borrowing your mom's Wi-Fi or something?
I don't know, honestly. I don't know. It's the same time every day.
Borrowing his employed neighbor's Wi-Fi.
Can I borrow your mom's dildo? Just to stick it up your ass.
Yeah, I would just. I mean, listen. I
Don't
would
me.
just
You
apply,
brought
like,
up fucking your mom, right? Okay.
I would apply like just principles of like universal continuity. It's just that Rayleigh criteria would apply everywhere. The same thing as perspective would apply everywhere. Same thing as that Earth curve would apply everywhere.
Perspective and Raleigh criteria do not.
You're going again,
do not-
Andy.
Perspective and Raleigh criteria will not make the horizon appear the way it does. Sorry.
He's coping. He's coping.
Well, I'm trying. DMOC is really the expert on this. That's why I'm
No,
wondering
fuck,
why
DMOC's
he's not
an
chiming
expert on
in.
anything.
I doubt that.
I miss D-Mark. Bring back.
I'm
D-Mark.
loving. No. Please keep him muted. He makes wonderful poetry when he's muted.
Yeah, you can see it. It's crashing out really bad.
Yeah, but he's right though. You're a pussy, see.
He is not right.
Oh, he's not. Sorry, I thought I just said he was.
Have you guys all listened to the classic No Dirt in Middle? This is the classic. The classic
It
game.
is.
Here, let me post it
It's a
again.
good one.
Hey, he's right though. Your mom crashed on my bed last night. Ask her. All right, I will refrain from profanities. I apologize.
Here it is. Everyone, just take, it's like 2.5 minutes, called No Dirt in the Middle.
Is that like if you spend 2.5 minutes in space, you're an astronaut? Like Katy Perry?
Well, if you got as much money as Katy Perry and want to go up on the Blue Origin, I'd call you an astronaut.
You would?
Yeah, if you did that. But no flat earther. First of all, no flat earther has the money to do that, and second of all, no flat earther is going to do it because I don't know, they're just too chicken. I'd love to do that. You pay me to go up and call me an astronaut.
What the fuck did you just say, bro?
Oh,
So,
Daymark, you shifted to the wrong chat. Please go back to the chat.
No thanks. I had a question. So when we're looking at the horizon and a boat appears to
Speak
go
up, motherfucker.
behind- When we look at the horizon, there's a boat that appears to go behind it. What happens to the bottom half of that boat? Like what happens to that information? That light?
I'm gonna use Bull Knight's picture. I'll show you. Hold on.
Denmark, you're okay.
Alright, there it
These
is.
boys are a bunch of fucking ball tires. Don't worry about it, man.
What am I looking at?
That's Bull Knight's picture. He showed the Rayleigh criteria, creating a sharp, straight line that had if even in the most slightest different coloration there. Yeah.
Yeah, you covered half of it with
No,
a ruler.
I went below the other half so you could line it up and see. Look, it's a straight line.
Okay,
It's a see-through ruler. You can see through it.
Yeah, I'm going to
So now you
use
see that
Bull Knight's
sharp
image.
horizontal line?
Yeah. Do you see the one I posted?
It's an orientation.
Bull Knight posted it earlier. Do you see this one?
What are these people talking about? Is it on main chat or what the fuck, bro?
Yeah, it's the one. Yeah, it's like the one that I use. Yeah.
Yeah. So you see those dotted lines above those wave crests?
Is that where you would like your neck cut off? What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
Do you know what those are?
Yeah, those are the place where you can draw a straight line connecting them. Yeah.
No.
Those two little dots. Yeah.
No, that's not what those are.
You can draw a straight line, and they'll be in alignment with each other. Yeah.
No.
You want me to do it to this picture too? Hold on. All right, give me a minute.
No. These are constructive.
That's not what the Raleigh criteria does. Come on, you've been told this 1,000 times. Why do you continue to say lies?
So when you have and his was that no, it's not Bull Knight. That's AC. Is that Asia? Spelled with a 4. The Raleigh criterion talks about, especially what is it, Abbe's criterion? I think Abbe's limit or something. Talks about where these waves construct and destruct. The minimum. Let me read it because I'm going to get it wrong. Which states that two objects will not be resolved if any part of the central maximum of either of the images falls within the first minimum diffraction ring of the other. So what it's saying is that when these two objects coincide with the other object's ring, the first ring that's not like the central one, that is going to be stronger, right? So this is showing that that information, that light, is not lost. When two lights near each other are too close together to resolve, they'll actually be brighter. Does that?
Yeah, you might even get like a green flash or something at some point on the horizon.
It's nothing to do with a different color. It's just it's going to be brighter. You don't.
What are you telling me? It's
lose
not about
any of that.
you literally get if you get a yellow sun and a blue ocean, you get a green flash. What do you mean? It's nothing to do with color. What is? I'm going to ask you a very
You're
simple
not
question. What is
mixing
if you were to get like a
You're not
painting
mixing
canvas
a
and you
yellow
mix
sun and a blue ocean.
and you mix yellow and blue together? What color do you get?
What are you talking about?
What color do you get? Yeah, you know it. Go on, you get green. Just say it.
Yeah, pigments.
Additive light or
Pigments.
subtractive light?
I'm following Tinks. I'm following, dude. I don't know why they play stupid.
Get a green.
Do you see
Yellow
how I
and
was
blue
wrong
get
about
green.
additive
Green
versus
black.
Light
diffractive
does
color,
not
though?
mix the same way pigments mix.
Prove it.
Kill me. Holy shit. All right.
But I am on like 5% battery. You guys check it out.
I got a proposition for why the bottom of the object is obstructed
Should be interesting.
or obscured. And it's pretty easy too. It has nothing to do with Rayleigh's criterion.
Oh, that's a no
You ha-
thanks.
So you have a lot that goes on, right? You have light attenuation, angular resolution, refraction, diffusion, on top of everything else that's going on, right?
Curvature.
Yes.
Okay, so we know about the oceanic layer, right? The reason I'm bringing the oceanic layer up as an example, or the marine layer. Now, in surveying, why is it recommended to do long distance surveying at least 100 feet above the marine layer?
Is it refraction?
Refraction.
Yes, it has to do with the conditions, right? Because near the marine layer, it's a lot more chaotic. You got water splashing up, you got evaporation, right? The water vapor, you got a lot of stuff going on. And even you might have heat rising if it's on a
Flying
hot
fish,
surface like the desert.
Jumping whales.
Right? Well, in a similar concept, the closer you are to the crust of the earth or the bottom of the earth, right? Imagine the light that has to travel to your eye, right? The light that's closer to the crust is going to be obscured a lot sooner than the light at the top, right? So that light never gets to make it to your eyeball because of refraction, right? Because and the light that's being refracted will bend towards the denser medium. It will bend towards the earth, causing it to never even make it to your eye. And it's not resolvable either. Even if you try to zoom in, you won't be able to resolve it.
You know how infrared cuts through atmospheric dust better than visible light?
Yeah.
So too does VHF radio, and it gets cut off by horizons too.
Would have resolved it. Told you I had an explanation, bro. You don't have to accept it. But it's a very logical one.
That has no demonstrations, just suppositions and assertions.
All right.
And misunderstanding of refraction.
And whales, apparently.
So you're on a fucking ball, right? Is that what you believe?
Like
You're living in a big fucking water ball.
Somebody wiser than me said that the light rays become arrested. They never get to make it to your eye.
How specifically? Like that's not a thing that's observed.
I just told you. I gave you a list of reasons why.
How many decibels per kilometer does visible light get arrested through close to the ground? There should be a rate. Like this should be known and measured.
It also has to do with the angular resolution because the observer, right? The closer you are to the bottom, the more acute the angle is to the object, right?
That's why I get stuck on radio because antennas don't have resolution. They just receive it or they don't.
You understand why your vantage point, right? The observer's height makes things appear, right? No. And then, like, for example, there's only two ways to make an object resolvable that's been obscured by the horizon. One way is to get closer to the object, and the second way is to raise in elevation. Hold on.
All right.
By raising an elevation, what happens to the angle to the object?
It increases.
It becomes more obtuse. And then if the closer you get to the object, the same thing happens. It's the only ways you'll be able to resolve something that's been completely obscured, including the bottom of the object.
What about binoculars?
Binoculars aren't going to help you in this case. It won't change the angular resolution. or not the angular resolution, the angle of incidence.
So it doesn't change the angle of incidence, but it definitely does let you see things much more clearly at a distance, including the bottoms of them.
It'll let you see the object, but it won't let you see the bottom of it.
Yes, it will.
Even with binoculars, the light rays won't reach the binoculars from your perspective.
No, here's the thing, though. There would be a hole there. You see nothing. It wouldn't displace the top of the ship to appear as though it's now where the bottom of the ship should be. You're talking about displacing the entire vessel to accommodate what you're talking about. It doesn't make sense.
Also, real quick, this I just posted something about the angular diameter.
Speak up, motherfucker.
Fuck me. I just posted something about the angular diameter of distant objects, right? The angle in angular resolution has nothing to do with the quote angle of incidence between you and a distant object. It's the size, the angular size of that object at the eye. That's the angle intended at the eye to do with angular resolution.
No, that's why I corrected myself and I went from the angular resolution to the angle of incidence. It's two different things. I understand, bro.
It's just angle of incidence. You should be able to recreate it at small scale.
They both apply, though.
No, they don't.
In this case,
angle of incidence has nothing to do with anything, especially nothing to do with angular resolution or perspective or optics.
So the light rays, right? What happens when they scatter? What happens when they refract? When they refract, what's that called?
When they refract, the light bends on its way to your eye.
Right.
Right.
It bends, and the amount it bends, right? If it bends more, it has a higher angle of incidence.
No. I don't even know what that would mean. So when light comes off, like scatters off an object, it goes in every direction, right? Like
no,
I
know, I get it.
In every direction. The light that we see from that object is just that one path the light takes that reaches our eye. Everything that goes above our eye or below our eye or to the left or right, we don't see that anyway.
Okay, I'm trying to convey this to you, bro. You're trying to get me on a technicality. What I'm trying to tell you is that the closer you are to the ground, right? The object, the part of it that's closer to the ground, is because of light scattering and because of refraction. That light is going to end up hitting the Earth's crust, dude. It's never going to get to your eyeball, bro.
Yeah, but we're going to see the light above that bends similarly to that light that bends down and hits the ground. There's light that goes at a higher angle that bends down and hits our eye. That's the light that we're going to see, and we're not going to be able to tell the difference.
And for the same reason that you won't be able to see the object, because your angle to the object is so acute, right? It could be almost parallel to the crust. You're not going to be able to see that thing. The only way to be able to see it is if you make that angle to the object more obtuse. You have to widen the angle. And by widening the angle, you get a better vantage point. You can see the object.
No. The only thing that angle is going to affect is if there's obstructions between you and it. If you get higher than something that's blocking your view, that's the only difference that particular angle you're talking about is going to matter.
You can keep saying that, bro, but I don't know why you're denying this, dude. This is like
because
basic principle of perspective.
No, you don't understand perspective when you say that. That's the problem. There's no law of perspective that will allow something above your eye level to go below your eye level. None. Your Raleigh criteria doesn't do that either. So basically, you're cocking out your ass.
No, bro. You know for
any
a
evidence?
fact that
Any evidence? Any evidence of this? Should you have an experiment?
Let it finish.
Well, hold on, bro. Hold on, dude. Why are you guys denying sinking refraction and stooping refraction all of a sudden?
That's not how sinking and stooping refraction works.
So, all right, but when you combine all these problems with optics, right? When you combine both sinking, stooping, and then you start including Rayleigh's criterion and diffusion and light attenuation, when you combine all of these things, that's why we see objects appear to sink and part of the object become obscured by the horizon.
Incorrect.
It's not just one thing. It's a combination of factors You guys are trying to get me on a technicality on either Riley's criterion, or you're trying to get me on a technicality on angular resolution when it's a combination of factors, guys.
No, what we're trying to get you on is reality, and you have no explanation for it. Raleigh criteria doesn't do it. Perspective doesn't do it. None of the other crap that Whitsitt says does it.
Putting them together doesn't do it either.
Yes, it does. Dude.
No,
It's
it
been demonstrated
doesn't.
in the lab, dude.
Oh, what lab? Show me the lab. Show me the results, please.
There's plenty of footage out there, bro.
Footage.
I'm driving some
Footage in a
Look up,
YouTube video, and a YouTube video made by a flat earther, right?
Yeah. So look up Pebbles in a Pond. Look up
like
that
I said,
account.
a YouTube video made by a flat earther.
We know what's going on there.
What about light diffusion? You don't think that's a factor at all?
That'll give you.
If you look at the pictures we're posting of the boats going over the horizon, it doesn't appear to be a lot of light diffusion there.
I'm saying I would expect the reflected light from the object that's closer to the ground to be diffused a lot quicker than the theoretical light rays that are up higher.
Why?
For all the reasons that I just mentioned, dude. What do you mean?
For all
why?
the bullshit reasons that Whitsitt fed into your brain. Gotcha.
Yeah, dude, Whitsitt's not my freaking.
Yeah, he is. He's
No,
the one
he's
that
not,
wrote.
dude.
He's the one that wrote the textbook on the horizon.
No, dude, it's not Whitsitt, bro.
He wrote the flat Earth textbook on this stuff.
Dude, I've been listening to a lot of guys, bro. Whitsitt's my friend. He's not even a mentor.
Why do you ape him? Why do you parrot what he says?
Honestly, I don't know if Whitsitt said that. I came to the understanding myself, dude. I listened to Rob Skiba. You ever heard of Rob Skiba?
Yeah. He's like dead now, and he died of COVID, right?
Yes, he did. Rest in peace, Rob Skiba.
After he denied that COVID existed, he died of it. That's pretty ironic.
No, his wife they got a book out there. You should read it.
What? How I didn't get vaccinated and died of COVID?
They killed him, dude.
Yeah. What do you mean they killed him?
The protocol killed him.
If he didn't have the protocol, he would have died days earlier.
No, it was the remdesivir along with the oxygen thing. What's it called?
Yeah, the oxygen thing kept him alive.
What are those things called?
Ventilator.
The ventilator killed him. The ventilator kept him alive. He would have died much earlier without that machine.
Maybe. I don't know, bro. I'm not a doctor.
That's for sure.
Topic.
I was gonna say, yeah. I mean, it just doesn't do any good to argue about that. If those deaths were preventable, it's a tragedy. If you think they were killed, if you think it was literally murder, that's,
I don't think it was murder. The doctors, there's a hierarchy. They're following what they're told to do, man.
Actually, they're pretty much making it up on the fly.
They believe this protocol was the best bet.
Actually, they were sort of making it up on the fly because, it was a brand new syndrome.
Yeah. Anyway, so I will say this: I've heard a great deal of people talking about, flat earthers talking about these various optical phenomenon, and I'm not an expert in optics, but as far as I can tell, they're misunderstanding how the Rayleigh criteria works, and they are misunderstanding how refraction works, and it's
don't forget
obviously
perspective.
It's obviously very easy to understand that if I see something at or near the horizon that I can't make out, if I have a good pair of binoculars and I look at it, or a telescope or something, then I can get a much better view of it. So it's unclear to me why people would be so certain that there's some immutable characteristic that happens, at some distance where you can no longer zoom in on things. It seems to be far more likely that optics works either identically to the way we say it does or very close to the way we say it does. And there's actually an obstruction there that is appearing from the bottom up, which is why we can see part of it quite resolvably and the other part not resolvably. So, I don't know how to test it other than to find things that are partially resolved, that are partially obscured from the bottom up and zoom in on them.
I understand. I understand where you're coming from. It is a rational inference to if you were on a globe, that you would expect the bottom of the object to become obstructed with a geometric horizon. That makes sense. I'll give you that. That makes sense, right? But what would you expect on a planar Earth? You think that you would be able to see infinitely?
Yep.
So it depends on what you mean by see infinitely. Do you mean that atmospheric attenuation would eventually block my vision?
You think that we should be able to see the Eiffel Tower from New York?
Okay, okay. Since you didn't answer, I will break it down. It's a much longer answer, but sure.
No. So light attenuation is a factor, absolutely, but that's a given. Go ahead.
If I can see on a flat Earth, if I can see the dim stars on the far horizon, which is presumably thousands and thousands of miles away, and they are just as bright on the horizon as they are overhead, then I have to conclude that, I should be able to see the Eiffel Tower because there should be, mountains and shit far, that I should be able to, to see the Alps.
You definitely should be able to. You should be able to see Eiffel Tower if you had enough magnification, a big enough lens. You should be able to see the Himalayas, though, if they're silhouetted behind the sun.
All right. You guys are talking shit now, bro. Just fucking
No,
jam
you should be. You should be able to.
You should type absolute fucking bullshit.
You should be able to see all the way across the English Channel.
Shut your fucking face. Man.
Well, hold on.
I know. You can't do it. Therefore, it has. It starts off with the Earth is flat. Therefore,
I'm not saying. I say the Earth is flat. You're just talking shit.
No, we're not. You should be able to see
your mouth.
the Rocky Mountains. The Rocky Mountains are big enough angularly for you to see from Chicago. Why can't you see them from Chicago?
It's fuck off, man.
Because I'll give you a hint.
You're so fucking retarded. It's unbelievable.
I know. It's really horrible when we use facts.
I'm actually getting.
I know it's really facts when it's really amazing.
Listening to you ball bags.
I know it's amazing when we bring up real facts and you guys have to
real facts? What real facts you brought up? What real facts? Tell me the real facts about
if the Earth were flat.
Tell me the real. What's the real
facts? If the Earth was
up
flat.
Your hallway, a big camel.
If the Earth was flat.
Hold on a second.
Then we should be able to see the Rocky Mountains from Chicago.
If you think this is how you're going to get people to keep coming here, you're sadly mistaken, Omni. I'm about to leave the server if this is how it's going to continue towards people.
I told him to back off. I told him to back off on that. I don't know. Maybe you think I should should ban NASA Shill and everybody else.
No, that's not what I said. But this is not how we should conduct ourselves towards each other. I don't think I come in here and talk to people like that.
Why are you saying it to
I don't expect to be talked to like that.
Well, he was talking over me. He was willing to say what I would have said. Then I'll just, shut up. But
NASA, I would like it if we can't moderate for being an asshole because everybody's an asshole to somebody else. But we can try not to go to that level of derision unless like an escalation of force. So I think that Amphibia said some stuff that I thought was A, he was trying to be insulting, and B, was pretty dumb, and I told him that. But that's going to happen. So
he was saying he was saying it to mute me. He was saying it to what's the word we're using? He was basically going to drown me out. And am I supposed to cave to him all the time when he does that?
So
yes. You're the Glober. You're held to
unmuted. Yeah.
I would like to Yeah, I would like to be a little bit generous in terms of letting people talk. So I mean, probably I don't know if it'll ever reach the where you would need it to be, Rob, but I don't know. I don't know if anyone's found a solution that'll work for.
We can always make a snowflake debate room where you're not allowed to make any.
Yeah, but we just don't need. So
can I respond to Omni?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I'm not asking for perfection, Omni. I'm sure you would like to have flat earthers on your server to converse with and maybe see why they believe what they believe, not to just deride them and call them stupid. That's not going to get them to keep coming around. Your server will die if that's what you want. Or you could just be a bunch of Globers backing each other up. I don't care. But I do like to have conversations, man. So I just don't like to be talked down to.
Okay.
That's all. And I'm not asking you for perfection. But I'm asking everybody.
I don't think you were. Okay.
I just want everybody to do their due diligence to not be a fucking asshole.
Well, I would like that as well. And NASA, you're super aggressive, and you can be pretty insulting. And yes, I know you think you were being talked over, but if somebody says, "Hey, mod, I'm being talked over," or puts a message in the text chat, and a mod sees it, I've informed people to be the mods to be on that, to be like, okay, blank will go next. So, that's probably better than just singing over somebody. But
yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure NASA still is satanic.
Well, NASA still is one of the,
All right.
I forgot.
We gotta ban that guy Omnivore. He said something not nice.
He's one of the demons, demoniacs.
Yeah.
Anyway,
demons.
Hey, Omni. I heard some fluffers asking for a pussy room. How did you say that?
No, he was not. He was not.
Pussy room.
He was not at. So we are not opening the champagne room on my server. So no.
Aww.
And he was not asking for that. It was somebody else's suggestion. Now we do have a room for strict debates, and we can have rooms that are much more heavily moderated. Although, I don't have the funds to pay somebody, and I don't think anybody got time for that. So,
can we just do time limit or structure with a mod when you can and people really want?
Yeah, but then you have to have the other person agreeing to the structure. It's gonna be more time spent figuring out what the rules will be of the debate and what the resolution will be than it would take to actually have the conversation.
So you do at least one type of a structure in advance in the rules for the room, and if someone wants, he can go there and he can call Omni to judge.
I do not pledge to be. So there are some people on this server today that I have no interest in trying to moderate. We had Jin versus Dawn, and I don't need that in my life. Okay.
Obviously, Omni. I don't plan to abuse you with a highly infectious diseases like Jin. You will pick them yourself before.
If you want to actually schedule a debate, yes. If it's like me and somebody else want to go at it and have a debate on whatever, and you want to do that here, yes, that is something that I will try to make happen. I'll either try to moderate it myself or get one of our mods to moderate it with rules. That's doable. It's just it can't be like the Jin Dawn thing was just like ad hoc. It just sprang up, and I was just like, well, people seem to like this, but I am moving to the minimum safe distance. So,
I didn't hear this one, but you need to understand.
Yeah, it was down.
Yes, but you need to understand that no matter the server, no matter who mods it, it will forever be this way because the nature of the topic and the participants, let's say.
Of course it's going to be, of course it's going to be contentious. And, because it's technical, there is going to be, I mean, look, it's not going to be a super easy conversation to have or necessarily be easy to mod in terms of everybody being calm. So like Eden is generally okay by me. But when he says the same thing that we had a conversation on yesterday and trots it out like it never happened, that does, like, I hear that and I'm just like, I want to say something. We talked about this like at length yesterday, and now you're treating it like that never happened. What's going on with that? So
yes,
but I'm just pointing out that that's a person who most of the time, when they're engaging, it's not a problem. But some of the time when they're engaging, it gets my attention in a bad way. So, everyone's going to be like that to an extent. It's going to be different stuff, but it's gonna happen. So,
Can I give you an idea? I don't know if you have the time, but I cannot do it myself. There is other groups of flat earthers that you may be not aware of, but you would like to bring to this server. Like, Viku Darziv and his gang of the panel guys that sit always in panels and groups.
No, I'm not aware of that.
So there is many flat earth streamers that what they do, they usually sit in a stream for like 4 hours and they complain about the final experiment and stuff like that. And I can give you names of those people because they know me, they will not come. But
okay.
If you
all right. Okay, yeah.
Because they do it.
Yeah, I can put. I mean, I would like to invite all kinds of. So tomorrow we're having Grayson Hawk come in to debate evolution, the Big Bang Theory, and abiogenesis. These are not my topics. They're not stuff that I generally stay out of those debates because I know that I don't know enough about them to debate them with people. But Grayson does, or says he does, seems to. And, that's we're going to host that.
Which is amazing. All I'm saying is you need to speak to creators like Grayson and maybe bring them or bring the fluffers. I will give you in private what YouTube's
send me the information. As far as I'm concerned, anybody who is enjoying being here or thinks it has potential, you should invite your people. I'm trying.
Yes.
I'm going to try to make sure that that people have a place here.
Also, it's a very different type of fluffers that I am talking about.
Okay.
That actually they already moved a stage from denying reality to going to simulated reality and sun simulation and stuff like that.
Well, simulation theory is not.
No, there is like groups believing the plasma sun of David Weiss.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, I mean,
imagine the fun of debating them.
Okay,
imagine, simulated theory.
Look. I think getting people in here who have different beliefs, as long as we can be productive. Like there are ways to have the conversation productively. So yeah, send me that. And if they have no interest, that's totally fine. And if they come here and have fun, that's great. So I mean, that's,
do you know
I'm
Sovereign? What are you saying?
I'm having
EMA?
fun, What do you call a dog? It's barking in the background. What do you call him? The Frenchie?
Rocky.
Raggy. Shut up, Raggy. I was kidding.
Yeah.
Who is the moron that tried to attack me in the middle of that sentence?
Me,
No,
I'm the fucking moron.
It was because my dog was barking. So it's okay.
Wait, Omnivore, where did we land? Am I allowed to make fun of Manufactotum or not?
You can make total fun of Manufactotum.
Okay, great.
Manufactotum.
Yay.
Hey, Manufactotum. Speak up, Bert.
He doesn't care. you can.
Yeah, I noticed.
You can say anything. He'll just go on mute and do
So,
whatever.
is a simulation actually?
Wait, I can say anything like Nathan Oakley says anything? Or...
Yeah, don't do that.
I don't need a safe space for the record. I'm good.
I know. I know you don't need it. I know that. Yeah, nobody.
Yeah,
nobody
you're not 24/7.
Nobody was asking for a safe space. That was bullshit. That was not what anybody was.
In my
not what
opinion,
Rob was asking for, and I know you're not asking for it, Lion. But a more rigorously moderated space is a possibility. We just have to figure out how that would work.
By the way,
I mean, I don't mind the outbursts here and there and the jokes and maybe some ad hominems here and there, but don't go overboard, man. You know, you got to be reasonable, man.
I think that trying to match energy is good. If somebody says, you're into scientism, you worship the scientist, and your high priest are Neil deGrasse Tyson and whatever else, I'm gonna probably see that as not especially friendly. And kind of insulting. But
if you don't pray, you don't get the check.
But I find it hilarious sometimes, like the stuff you guys say. And even Jen yesterday had me cracking up. I was muted, but him and a guy were going back and forth, and he was just throwing insults left and right. But I don't know, it was just hilarious.
Jen is a special case. So, and Dimmock is something of a special case. I was gonna try to no cuddles. I was offering Dimmock a chance to be unmuted. All he would have to do is talk to me and see if we could find a way for him to obey some of the rules, and he wasn't interested. So no, he was not. It was not spurred out and muted. It was me trying to find a way to unmute him and him not being interested. So,
Lion, where can we find real flat earthers?
Right here. What you talking about? They're in here. They've been in here.
Beside you, we already talked.
One at a time. I have to step away for a second, try to talk one at a time, and
All right, everybody at once.
The biggest servers, the biggest servers right now are Nathan Oakley's server, Jim's, politics. There's 2 politics servers if you want to go recruit flat earthers.
No,
I only did a little bit of recruitment.
Are you a flat earther?
You can call me that.
No, because it sounds to me you're a reality denier. Because there is no flat earther right now. Can you find me a flat earther?
I beg to differ.
Tyler, are you a flat earther?
Can we go back? Hey, can we go back to the conversation we were having? Or
sure.
Omni, you still there? He said he had to go.
Yeah, he went away.
So you guys think that you would be able to see infinitely on a flat Earth? You'd be able to see the pyramids. You'd be able to see the Eiffel Tower from America. If that's what you think.
With a limited enough atmosphere, for sure.
And depending
we have a telescope.
So 3,000 billion light years away, you can still see it.
Even in a vacuum, right? Just because of perspective, it would be very difficult to see the Great Pyramid of Giza or the Eiffel Tower. Even if there was no mountains, like let's just say you had a line of sight to the Great Pyramid of Giza. You really think that you'd be able to see it?
You
I have a
understand
question.
according to us, you can see 93 million miles away quite easily.
No, I
Yes,
know,
but
but when
I
you
have
have,
a qu-
well, the
but
difference
I
is when
have a
you hold
question.
on. All right, dude, go ahead.
Dude, you have to let
You
the guy
say
finish, man. Frenchie, let the guy finish, bro.
no, but he is asking me if I can see endlessly. Okay, but he needs to tell me where does the Earth end? Like, do I have a wall in the end of it? Like 5K wall that can hide something or no?
What are you hiding? What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm saying you cannot speak of a situation of a flat Earth that you can see forever, right? But does the flat Earth has an edge or no? Is it infinite?
Who knows, bro?
Flat
Can you
Earth?
see forever? Is the question.
Yes.
You
Yes, you
can.
can see forever.
Okay. Well, let me tell you, you're wrong.
Okay, so explain, please.
Explain how you can't see forever.
How far can we see?
Holy
Can you see the sun?
Well, how stupid are you?
Well, look, you can see forever. That's depending on the size of the object that you're actually viewing, right? So potentially, yes, you could.
Well, not
Yes.
according
Yeah.
to
In theory, you can.
Wait, what? Wait.
So,
How big is it?
did I stutter? Let me repeat myself. Okay.
No, you spoke perfect English, motherfucker.
Okay, great. Okay, then I don't need to say it again then, because you said
Yeah.
what?
Yeah, I'd be quite happy if you shut up.
You'd be quite happy for me to shut up, or perhaps maybe I won't.
So this has been this has been simulated. You know that, right? They've done simulations where perspective makes the object compress into the horizon, even in a vacuum, right? Even in video games, this is a concept. You can't see infinite. Because of perspective, the viewing angle the more acute the viewing angle to the object.
So
it basically
not only.
It becomes it becomes one with the horizon.
No.
But
it's not the viewing angle.
No, because you're talking about angular size, right? If
No,
you
he's
if you
talking
have
about
if you have an
something
object if you have an object that's large enough, the angular size increases. If it's smaller, the angular size decreases.
No, he's talking about the angle of incidence.
Well, all of that is
I'm
relevant.
just-
The angular resolution, the angle of incidence, and the viewing angle from the observer to the object all are irrelevant.
Yeah, the angle of incidence is not a real thing.
Listen to it.
No, but the angle of incidence is a real thing, dude. That's what. Yes, dude.
That's the way the light ray hits an object.
What
The
does that
resolution
matter
is
to
even
how you're
just for
viewing the object?
microscopy. Like if you have like a high resolution, so basically resolution's being able to differentiate two different points. And it's like the distance, the minimum distance in which you could still resolute or be able to resolve, two different points.
Right.
Yeah.
It's nothing
Yeah,
to
right.
do with the angle at which you're looking at the object. It's the size, the angular size subtended at
And
the eye.
distance.
No, it's subtended at the eye. The angular
Size and
distance in your view.
Now, what about a point source light, like a strobe light on a radio tower? That's just a single point, so we're not worried about it compressing. It's got, many 1,000 lumens, and again, it's a point source. So where's the edge? How does angular size get involved with that if it's got sufficient brightness?
It's not
Well,
okay.
that
So
would be attenuation. I mean, you couldn't see it forever. You can't see a light blinking forever through the atmosphere.
Yeah, not forever. No, but just about 60, 70 miles.
So let's say you have a 40-foot tower, right? That 40-foot tower, as you start to move away from it, starts to what? Shrink in angular resolution, right?
Yeah.
And not only does it shrink in angular resolution, as you start moving further and further away, the viewing angle is also shrinking. So the viewing angle is different from the angular resolution. The viewing angle has to do with the
absolutely nothing.
It has to do with dude. You could do a triangle to the object, And you could see that the triangle becomes more and more acute as you move away to the point where basically you have parallel lines, dude. Once it becomes parallel, dude, the object is basically gone, dude. It's now become absorbed into the horizon.
I'm talking about the bright light at top, just the singular point, not the fact that the tower is now shrinking a little bit, but the singular point at the top. When does that stop being visible?
It depends on the conditions of the day.
Yeah, so 60, 70 miles. Now,
Are you
when
looking
looking
at
at the
medium that's
stars,
near the surface? Are you looking?
yeah, when looking at this, like looking at the stars,
Okay.
no star is bigger than an arc second. So it's a point of light, and maybe they're 400 or 500 light years away, not millions of light years away, and we can't see those. But our local group, right, and like Polaris, that star is less than an arc second in angular size.
Let me explain, dude. This is what Omni, Omni invoked the stars earlier and the moon and all that, right? So, the stars, even the stars, the closer they get to the horizon, when you're near the equator, what happens? It disappears before it even reaches the horizon. You know that, right?
Correct. Okay.
This has been observed. Even the sun and the moon can disappear depending on the conditions before it even reaches the horizon. It should still be viewable, but it becomes obscured completely. Gone. Just disappears.
Depending on the conditions, though.
Yeah, and yeah, because they set like the sun sets as the Earth rotates around, and you can no longer see the sun, and then stars you can no longer see, and since they are significantly dimmer, they'll be in the haze layer, really close to the horizon, but quite often you can see stars set. So it's not always, but yeah, condition varies, but but they disappear below the horizon as the Earth rotates. Yeah, got it.
Even like Venus, you won't see it right away. It'll just pop up. Above the horizon. Not right at the horizon, above the horizon.
Well, Venus is so fucking bright. Yeah, you can see it. You can see it be, occulted by the horizon.
So even with the sun, sometimes, yeah, you could see it set completely. But there's been times where even the sun, the bottom half is gone.
Yeah,
you can't see
it. There are times with cloud layers. Yeah, got it.
What was the point for this?
Yeah, so even the sun, dude, even the moon, even the stars can become obscured before ever touching the geometric horizon in your model. Because of the same things that we're talking about. Light attenuation, light diffusion, refraction.
No, it has nothing to do with either first of those that you mentioned.
It has
Moon and
to
the
do with
sun
all
are
of
too
that.
bright for any light attenuation to take effect on them to that extent.
No, that's not true at all. Why do you think that the sunsets are amber in color, red in color?
Well, it's red in color because the wavelengths, the only ones that I can pass through are the longest ones, which is in red.
Right, and what's that called?
Refraction?
Light attenuation.
Rayleigh scattering.
It's called the light attenuation, dude.
No, light attenuation
that
is
is.
light decreases in power over distance, not changes in wavelength over distance.
Right, there's certain wavelengths that can propagate further, right? That being the red color, the red spectrum, deep red, right?
Yeah, that's why they call it Rayleigh scattering.
680 nanometers, right? That's light attenuation in action, dude.
That's why light scattering, not light attenuation. Light attenuation would mean that it would decrease in brightness by quite a big margin, not change its wavelength. So it's called.
The point is the closer you are to the horizon, to the ground layer, right? Not only do you have a thicker atmosphere, you have all types of dust particles, pollen, water vapor, evaporation, heat rising. The list goes on and on and on, right? And because of all of that, you have obstruction the closer you are to the ground. So why do objects get obstructed at the bottom? A host of reasons why.
Yeah, but
The effects that you mentioned to obscure the sun, it's really gonna be a special day. It doesn't happen every day because of those. It's actually quite rare.
Okay, what is causing this?
This?
I mean, just let me see. I gotta look.
I mean, technically, it's the same thing.
Now, Shubil, are you asking to get the flat earther's answer or just to say, no, that's not it, here's the actual answer?
I'm just trying to make discussion. I don't know. Somebody could talk about it. I'll tell you what. I won't even respond.
No, that's fair. I just don't know why you were asking.
What's up?
Because
I see.
I was asking because I was wondering if that's due to Rayleigh criteria.
So I see the first GIF of the sun setting, and the second of seems to be either an object at different distances. What do we got there?
Looks like a cruise ship going off in the distance.
I'm driving a semi, dude. I can't be looking at that, like zooming in and shit. But I don't even. If you said it's a ship, so you're asking me what causes that? The object.
Yeah,
to sink over the horizon?
I was wondering if as the ship is going away and we can only see this top stack, is the hull gone because of Rayleigh criteria?
No, not solely that.
Is it gone from light attenuation?
It's a combination of factors. I mean, those things do have a part to play. They're a factor. But in this case, that's just simple refraction, dude. In my opinion, that's just, to me, that looks like sinking and stooping, dude. Because it looks like it's not even, there's all types of, yeah, dude. It's all wavy and shit. It's not crisp, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you look up right now, if you go look up Dr. Thomas Young, and there's a paper from the University of San Diego. It explains the 4 different types of refraction, and I think it's stooping refraction that causes compression effects, and then sinking causes objects to appear below the horizon.
And so when he describes the horizon as the visible edge of the globe, because Dr. Thomas Young is very much globe oriented. So okay, I'm glad we're on the same page. He has the radius of he estimates the refracted light path is typically about a 30,000 mile arc. By my measurement, I get about a 25,500 mile arc of the reflected light path. So yeah, we're on the ball with Andrew Thomas Young.
You ballbag.
Well, not only, but most, like, I'm pretty sure all 4 of those refraction effects that he mentions still have the light bending downwards, which means the apparent image of the object you're looking at is going to be raised in your field of view.
Yeah, that's why we're totally online with Dr. Andrew Thomas Young. And that's why, and I had never heard of him until Jeremy over on Geos, he brought him forward and he was saying, oh, look at all this, it's like, wow, look at all these profile orthographic views showing the Earth's radius, the light path, the refracted light path. Yeah, it was very enlightening. I completely embraced.
So if you read the paper, you know that you can get both types of refraction, superior and inferior mirages, looming, towering, stooping, and sinking. Hold on, and have the light all bending downward, just at different rates.
So the refraction, the light bends downwards. The The mirages, not necessarily.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but you can have all those types of effects, those types of phenomena, with light all bending downwards.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
Where before
In fact-
people, they hypothesized that maybe there was the light bending up or bending down, inverted layers of gradient densities.
He agrees with you.
You don't necessarily need like inverted layers. It's just about the rate of which the gradient.
Yeah, and
if it's more extreme,
by
if
the
it's
way-
less extreme.
Right.
Go ahead.
Speaking, by the way, the light is still bending down, except it's doing it at less of a rate than standard refraction.
Sorry.
So, again, these are postulates because we've demonstrated in the lab, not me myself, but there are people that have done this with liquid nitrogen, right? As a proof of concept. Granted, we don't have liquid nitrogen like that in nature, obscuring our view to the object. But on a planar surface, you can get objects to become obscured from the bottom up. So, for all we know, you could still have light bending downwards on a planar Earth. And because of that, the light rays get arrested. They never get to make it to your eye because they hit the crust of the Earth. And there's no optic in the world that will make the object resolvable if the light rays are completely becoming arrested, completely becoming diffused or obstructed by the crust of the Earth.
So if we're going with Andrew Thomas Young, he's completely all about the globe, right? So that's what we're going with.
But in normal refractive
Right,
situations,
it would happen
when
on either.
light is regardless bending down, why do we still see it if that light is hitting the ground?
I told you already, bro. So when we have the object, right, you got to consider the object, the part of it that's closest to the ground versus the top of it. The light rays, the theoretical light rays that are reflecting off the object are going to be obstructed sooner because they're closer to the ground. They never never ever get to make it to your eyeball and your retina and the senses in your corner. The cones in your eye, dude.
So how can we go all around an object and still see, like if I walk around a house, I still see the face of the house, right? Even if I'm like oblique to it?
Okay, I'm not following what you're saying. If you move around the house, what?
Yeah, I'm walking down the street, right? I'm coming up to a house, and I can see the front of the house I can see it kind of at an angle, right? And as I walk past it, I'm then able to see the front of the house head on, and as I walk beyond it, I can look back and I see the front of the house now at the other angle, right? I can see the front of the house the entire time I'm walking past it, right?
I don't know. I'm not following, dude. I don't know what you're trying to tell me.
As I walk past the house, I can see
Yeah,
it the
yeah.
entire time. Yes?
Yeah.
Right. What is the light doing? How is the light leaving the front of the house and entering my eye that I'm able to see the house the entire time? What path is the light taking?
No, dude. I mean, the light's just reflecting off the house, off the siding.
Right. At what angle?
Various angles, dude.
Yes. All angles.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
all
as
angles.
he walks away as he's standing in front of the house, and the house is like a 30, 40 degree field of view. He can see the whole thing. As he's walking away, yeah, the face of the house becomes diagonal to his view. So now it's going down to 5 degrees, 3 degrees, 2 degrees, but he can still see, even when it's like at that little 1 degree, he can see the close gutter, the windows, the front door, and the far gutter. But they're almost on top of each other, but he still sees them all.
Right. So as
Right,
the
so-
sun shines on the house, every point on the face of that house is emitting light in every single direction.
Yeah, I agree. It's scattering in all directions.
Right. So
Okay,
if
and
something were causing that light to bend, right, there would be some portion of the light that would be bending past my eye, but I would still see every point of that house, however that light is bending, because some angle at every point of that would be the perfect angle to reach my eye.
Yeah.
Right. So there's no situation in which light will bend down to the ground and I just not see that object, right? I just don't see that specific light that's
Well,
bending down to the ground. I see
so
all the light that's
well, let me
bending
explain.
that meets my eye, and I still see the object.
So in a hypothetical scenario, right, where you had a planar surface for like 100 miles, right, and you had a house, and you started to walk away from that house, and then you had infinite amount of liquid nitrogen. Just as an example, right, if you put a layer of liquid nitrogen between you and the house near the bottom layer closest to the crust, you would notice that that house would probably become obscured. Why would it become obscured?
I'm not sure that is the case. But if it were the case, that would mean that every path the light could possibly take would get bent down. Like I would just see at some point, I suppose, however we're laying out this liquid nitrogen, if it was bending the light in such a way that it would bend all the light downwards,
What are you talking about?
I would just see darkness. But I
Liquid
don't know if
nitrogen
there's you could
downwards?
actually do that.
Okay.
The reason it's a hypothetical scenario, it's just a thought experiment. But the reason I bring up the liquid nitrogen because this has actually been done in the lab on planar surfaces, where they release the liquid nitrogen, and you could see the object become obscured. You don't even need liquid nitrogen. They've done it with just with winter air, where like just regular winter air can make objects obscured.
More likely, what's probably happening is that the ground before that is getting refracted upwards.
Well,
But I'd have to see what you're actually talking about.
What are you actually talking about?
You talking to me or him?
You.
He's talking to you, dude. He wants to fight.
What
I don't understand what you're talking about. Like refraction is the reason why the Earth is a fucking ball. I don't understand it. Refraction goes downwards. It does this, does that. Science. It's not the fucking ball. How can it be?
Refraction.
Show me one example in nature where a ball retains water onto its fucking shape while it's moving in a fucking vacuum. One example. Make an example of it. Put it in an experiment.
You're on it.
I don't know what you're even talking about. You're fucking in the realms of fucking disbelief.
We're talking about refraction.
So let me ask you a question. What do you expect would happen? Do you think that light would travel further
downward
in the Antarctic or in the desert?
What if it's on a penguin's head?
Parse that. I don't know if it's about far. Like it just
Do
depends.
penguins have knees?
What is he talking about?
Or do you think light would travel further in cold air or hot air?
I don't think cold or hot air matters.
What if I told you it does? And there's tests that have been done that show that light can become arrested in colder air, contrary to popular belief.
What do you mean
that,
by
that cold air?
Like it just gets tired and
like if you compare the daytime, I forget what they call it. It's the
Radiation point.
No, dude, hold on. It's coming to me. Give me a second. It's called the
No, I'm sorry. It'll come to you.
You ever heard of the golden hour?
No.
I know, but I've heard of golden shower.
All right. No, so the golden hour is a phenomenon that occurs in the north, where you have an extended period of evening, even after the sun has set. You have an extended period of evening. They call it the golden hour because it's everything looks orangey. So in some places, evening can be extended up to 45 minutes.
Sure.
But
I'm not entirely sure that's called the golden hour.
it's on timedate.com, dude. I remember reading about it. So
yeah, it is. I'm seeing it.
So if the conditions have to be right for that to happen, and it has nothing to do with where, you know, like I guess you could rationalize it and be like, oh, it's because of the elevation angle of the sun and this and that. But it doesn't necessarily have to do anything with the elevation angle of the sun or where the sun is during the year. It has to do more with, in my opinion, it has to do more with the temperature of the air.
Well,
No,
what
it
you're
seems
describing
to
is
have-
twilight,
Yeah.
and the golden hour. That's like a photographer's name for that last hour before sunset, because the angle of the sun comes onto the model's faces more effectively. So yeah, when we get near sunset, the golden hour for the photographers, and the golden hour in the morning for the photographers as well. And then you have twilights, and the twilight is the scattering in the upper atmosphere of the sun when it's just a little bit below the horizon. And in the summer, we get the long twilights, and in the winter, they're shorter because of the declination of the sun.
Yeah, that's why it seemed off. The golden hour is like
so the Earth is moving.
But if you compare the data, right, where it's cold and where it's hot, you'll notice that where it's cold, you have less twilight.
Yeah, but that's because it's wintertime. The declination of the sun is low. But in the wintertime, I see a whole lot better of the stars and the galaxies.
No, even if you consider the elevation angle, that's what I told you. I know you guys were gonna go there, but even if you consider the elevation angle and you find the same elevation angle somewhere else, except where it's cold, you'll notice that there's less twilight.
But none of this.
Yeah, because if it's less twilight and it's cold, it's winter, and the declination is particularly low.
But also doesn't seem to have to do with how far light travels.
Hold on a second, dude.
It's light heat.
So when
dude, I don't have all the
think,
papers in front of me. I don't have all the data, the links. I'm just going off the dome.
where I've seen the shortest twilights is in the tropics. When the sun hits that horizon, like 5 minutes later, it is pitch black because of the declination.
So here we go. This is from. I'm not even gonna give you the source because you're gonna critique it. I'm just gonna keep the source to myself.
No, give us a source, man.
No,
You
I'm
can't
not
do
even.
that.
I'm not.
You can't do that.
You're gonna
Shut your face, man. You can't do that, man.
You're gonna
Fuck you,
critique
man.
it. You're gonna critique it. Just say you heard it from me. Just say you heard it from me.
Just get it out there, man.
Ashamed of your source, and that doesn't speak.
I might lose reception. Actually, I might lose reception.
We'll post it
Give me-
quickly.
No. I'm just gonna read it.
Oh, shit.
Immediately, right now.
The question: how is it that the Earth is not at all times illuminated all over its surface, seeing that the sun is always several hundred miles above it?
Well,
You probably
absolutely.
already know where it's coming from, right? Hold on.
Absolutely. Every minute of every day, 50% of the globe is illuminated, and you get a few extra percent due to refraction. So it's about 52 or 53% every single day, every hour, every minute, every second of every day. 53% of the globe can see the sun.
Okay. First, if no atmosphere existed, none, no doubt the light of the sun would diffuse over the whole Earth.
No, it's still no. Then it would go from 53% to 50%.
Hold on, let me just finish, dude. And alternations of light and darkness could not exist. Secondly, as the Earth is covered with an atmosphere of many miles in depth, the density of which gradually increases downwards to the surface. All the rays of light all the rays of light except those which are vertical as they enter the upper stratum of air are arrested in their course of diffusion. And by refraction, bent downwards towards the Earth as this takes place in all directions around the sun, equally where density and other conditions are equal, and vice versa, and the effect is comparatively distinct. Anyways, I could keep on reading, but
Okay,
go ahead.
it's good. It's good that you didn't disclose the source because I just prefer it being from you.
So you're a flat earther now.
But there's more in here, and it references the temperature in the Antarctic or in cold air causing the diffusion to occur more rapidly because of the refraction effect of the denser, colder air.
If you're gonna get quoting something, you better fucking put it out there in a link, like.
No, I'm not, because you guys are just going to commit a genetic fallacy and shit on me for the source. So I'm not going to.
Okay. Well,
I mean,
that
my
doesn't
main
seem
concern is
plausible.
a little. I'm not sure what the point was.
Yeah,
Something was a
I
little
mean,
hard to
what's the
follow,
point if
but-
you can tell us your source? And I'm a
The
flat
point
earther.
is that you, depending on the conditions of the day, you can get refractive effects that cause light to be obstructed, right? To hit the ground quicker.
I don't know that.
And once the light hits the ground, there's no optic in the world that you could aim at the object and make it resolvable.
I already explained this. The light hitting the ground thing. I don't know if I can be any more clear than I already have.
He did actually. He tried.
Yeah, you're saying because of the light scattering in all directions that there should always be some light, reaching your eye. That's just not the case.
But every single minute of every single day, 53% of the Earth is illuminated.
That's a good one. Let me think about that.
Every single minute of every single day.
43% of the Earth is illuminated. I get it, bro.
Remove the atmosphere. It'd be reduced to 50%.
Right. So take a ball.
That's debatable, dude. Because a lot of that stuff's reverse engineered, dude. You guys already have your globe model, and then you kind of just put the daylight over it. When that's not what we see in reality, dude.
Something else going on there.
Isn't it?
There's definitely something else going on there. Come on.
Use that same logic on why the Earth sets on flat Earth.
It doesn't set, bro. It just moves away. Maybe there's two suns, two moons.
Maybe there's multiple suns. Wow. What this is that's just like incredible. That's a very aggressive assertion. It better have some very strong evidence.
Oh, sorry. You mean like evidence of Earth's curvature?
Hang on though, Shubil. That wasn't an assertion by him. It was a question.
Yeah, it was a maybe.
Hypothesis. Hypothesis. Do you think you're living on what you actually are told you're living on? Do you think that's real? Do you think that's real reality?
Yes.
Do you think the Mandela effect is not a thing? It's not an effect. It's just Mandela. Do you honestly think that consciousness is not consciousness, but it's actually consciousness? Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Do you honestly think that we know all the answers to everything? Even the fucking mudslide and Tartaria? Past history and Rothschilds and all that kind of crack? Seriously, bro. Come on now. If it's not scientific, you're not with it, right? Maybe V. You know, back in the old days, the 80s show V with the reptilians. Maybe that's reality, bro. We don't know it. I'm not LARPing, I swear to God, I'm just asking questions. Do you know if you could live to 550 years old, you'll still be sitting here tomorrow talking about fucking the shape of the earth? That kind of crack. Swear to God.
Yo, PMAC, what's up, dog?
What's up, my bro?
Nobody's talking to you. Yeah, listen, how old are you?
Oh, Jesus, well, you know, going by the candles on my birthday cake, I think it was 156.
You forgot your birthday, didn't you?
They didn't. No, they got me. No, they didn't. They got me a couple of scratch cards. I think I'm 156 at this stage. Who the hell's that anyway? I know that fucking voice.
I'm only wondering because there's a few old guys on here, and I don't know who's the oldest. I thought maybe you might be the oldest.
I probably am. I have gray hair on my head and on my pubes.
Lion, I think one of the Lightyear or Lightwater, I think he's in his 70s and he's a flat earther. Or he's not, he's a globe denier, rather.
I'm even worse.
You got Steve A. I was gonna say Steve A. is pretty old up there too, but I don't know, man. You might get him. You might have him beat.
Ryan, I was gonna say Steve A. I think is taking the cake.
No, fuck him. No, fuck him.
Steve A. is the oldest motherfucker in here.
No,
He's
I
in here,
am.
dude.
No, fuck him.
How'd you guys find your way onto Discord? I don't know. I'm kind of shocked.
Somebody sent a fucking invite. Something like it. You know, people would be glad to have me on the server.
Nah, I'm happy you're here, dude.
I'm happy you're here, man. Would you kindly fuck off?
Too bad people don't respect their elders, though.
I'm fucking older than fucking T, bro. I'm older than the fucking pyramids.
Do you believe in the moon landings during Nixon?
Do we fuck?
Did you believe it when it happened? If you were there, or what do you think about the people who were watching it on TV?
Oh, that's a very good question.
Yeah, dude. Tell us about that. What they teach you in school when you were a child, like elementary school? Did they teach flat Earth, or what they teach you?
That's another good question. You know it was that long ago I can't fucking remember.
That's okay.
Do you not remember, dude, or you just don't want to answer that?
Answer what?
Never mind.
Sorry, I don't remember. Oh my god. So yeah, I'm glad I broke up the monotony. So the earth is curved and it's got this and it's got luminosity and it's got fucking viscosity and things that do this and do that. Bro, it's got fuck all to do with that. It's something else. You're diving too deep into the rabbit hole of pure bullshit. This place.
I thought.
Okay, go ahead.
I thought you were just like rapping or something. It sounded like you were like Illuminati, Illuminati, viscosity.
I like that. Let me write that down. In the luminosity and my viscosity, I was the Illuminati and the Bugatti. I used to drive a Bugatti back in the.
Oh, yeah.
Hey man, I'm just having fun, right? That's all I fucking do, right? We're not stupid. Logically, it's very hard to prove that the Earth is a ball. That's it. That's all I'm asking. Just prove that. Just show me curvature, measure it, and bring back. I go back to Star Trek, bro. These people will keep you talking about fucking shit for 1,000 years. I mean, to me, it's gone. There's no argument. There's nothing you can say or do to prove to me that the Earth is a ball.
Yeah.
God bless you, bro.
It's very simple. It's very, very simple. Make an experiment, put it in a fucking experimental fucking whatever, and prove it. You can't. You're done.
So, I have an experiment.
Yeah, but we're not talking about that kind of experiment.
Oh,
Right, no, sorry, go
an
ahead.
experiment?
No, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. Please, please, please.
Actually, I think is OmniTalk is definitely.
That's who the fuck is that manufacturing room again?
It is high.
Can I for the fourth fucking time?
Am I low?
Yes, turn your mic up, you silly bastard. Yeah.
All right. I'll try and speak into it. I don't know if I can actually turn
That's
it up.
pretty
That's
good.
better.
That's
That's
pretty
better.
good. That's pretty good.
So
Go.
I'm hoping to do an actual presentation on it.
On what?
So I basically took Eratosthenes and I made it into an actual experiment. But I got like a whole to do about it. So hopefully I'll get to present it at some point.
I like that.
I'll make sure to at you.
No, 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 no. That's good, bro. Please explain.
That's just Eratosthenes, except it's an
Yeah,
actual
2
experiment.
sticks, 3 sticks, 3. How many sticks do you have?
No sticks.
No sticks.
Nope.
How many angles do you have?
10 to about 40-ish.
I was going to say 40. I was so close to 40. So how did it go?
Went well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you poop low?
I guess that's for you to decide.
Well, how am I going to decide if you don't fucking show me it?
Well, I intend to.
Well, where's the fucking video?
Oh, it's not a video.
Well, what is it then?
It's an experiment. It's a presentation.
It's a
I got a
hypothesis.
PowerPoint and everything.
PowerPoint.
Data, graphs, charts, the works.
Of straight lines, curvatures, and other things. My life is a globe earther. Manufacturer, do you actually believe you live on a spinning ball?
I do, as it happens.
Okay, and what is the one fucking point that proves that to you? Is it the spinning or the ball?
It's not NASA, Manufactotum. You don't want to trust NASA's videos?
Is that picture
Actually,
or is that video?
no, I would say that pictures of the Earth from space are pretty definitive.
Say it. Say it. What would you say?
I would say they're pretty definitive.
Oh, I thought you said it was fake. Fuck, it's so close.
Manufactotum, have you ever converted a flat earther back to the globe? Personally?
No, not a flat earther, not that I know of.
Would you like to try and convince me to go back to the globe?
Oh, you said a moment ago that nothing could convince you, right?
Did I?
I think he did.
I take that back. Go. Show me the one fucking proof.
Well, I don't know that there'd be one proof, really.
No, there has to be. Like,
No, it's not
How
really
about
how science works. It's about a.
How about a multifaceted single statement that all observations of the sky can be explained in one concise statement?
Did you say sky?
Yep.
So wait,
Okay,
manufactorum. Let's say
sky.
manufactorum. Let's say someone strapped you. You decided to go in a safe rocket, right? Takes you far enough, and you can see it for yourself. Wouldn't that be the one that you could use as the greatest evidence compared to whatever else you have?
No, because my experience isn't gonna convince anyone for
You,
whom
man,
only
going,
their
what experience do you have of fucking outer space? Like,
Yeah, it was for
seriously.
personal experience, like only to convince yourself, no one else involved. Wouldn't
Yeah,
that be
I'm
pretty
already convinced.
compelling if you saw it from space?
I'm already convinced.
Why? Why are you really convinced? Why? Why would you subject yourself to convincing about something that somebody told you in a picture, in a photo, or a video that this is real when it's not really? Why would
Because
you subject
everything
yourself to
points to
be
the same thing.
such a excuse me for the term, cock?
Because it's not because somebody told me, right? It's
Right.
everything I
So you
know
admit it.
points to the same thing.
So you're a cock.
Yeah,
don't
Cook would
know.
be repeating stuff for the sake of repeating it, but I think expressing your understanding of things based on your own observation, that's not cucking.
Right. Okay. So what's your observation, Left Lane?
Also,
let me ask
Wait.
Left Lane. Left Lane, what's your observation?
Redefining that term?
No, hang on, Manfred. Let me ask Left Lane, what's his observation of the world not
I
being
just told you.
PMC guy has an experience as a cock,
shut up,
so
French-
he wants
French-
to
fucking
talk
French
about
guy.
it. So did Mark Sargent cock you or Eric?
I don't know who that is.
Who is your top bitch?
Who? You probably.
I'll tell you what, I'll tell you what a statement. You can't have gas pressure without a container. That's cooking.
Well, how do you explain that? How do you explain it? Explain
You
to
being
me.
under Oakley?
I don't know who that
It was
is. I'm my
Oakley
own person, man.
QE. Oakley QE.
Okay, fine. Explain it.
Yeah, expand.
Ask the
if you want.
question
No, I'm not
correctly.
gonna
The
answer you.
question's for Left
And
Lane.
Left Lane will explain it.
Okay, what do you want me to say?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
I'm not sure what you're fucking saying, bruh. So,
I think he's asking, how can we have pressure without a container?
okay, that's a reasonable question.
Is it?
Well,
So can you answer it?
How do we have gas pressure without a container?
Yes, you're the fatty
You,
answering.
you want me to answer that? How do we have gas
Yeah.
pressure without container?
Right.
We don't.
We don't?
Well, not with that attitude.
Well, how do you? A fake French guy. Can you explain it to me? How do we have gas pressure?
What exactly do you want to see? And why?
Manufactorum, I don't want to get
I'm not fucking sure anymore.
manufactorum.
Exactly.
You're not in the military, are you?
I'm not, no.
Okay,
Why?
thank you. I was just curious. I like to know who I'm speaking with.
Okay.
He wants to build the
I've spoken with
story on
some
you
active
so he
duty,
can lie about
some
it
retired.
later.
I just like to ask them questions, but thank you.
Imagine, is your French accent really that fucking French? Like,
I know you're jealous, but like,
no,
can
it's
you
so-
tell me why
I'm
do
not
you
jealous.
need the pressure without containment?
Right, it's pretty fucking logical. I don't know how.
Yes, but is it a part of a model? Maybe you want to show me your
No,
flat
no,
Earth
no, no,
model?
no model, no model, just logic, just science. Science. What the fuck is this guy? How do you get gas pressure without a container?
Do you think pressure doesn't happen
Imagination?
without container by a gas?
All right, bro. Listen. Shut your
If a
face.
gas,
Listen to me.
if it,
If the gas, okay, go ahead. I'll listen to you. If the gas,
wait, so if I
The
fart on your face, is that a gas pressure without a container?
Hey, French
will never
fake
be
guy,
you
take
farting in my
it
face
easy.
without gas pressure. What the fuck?
I farted on your face. I created
Very nice
gas
fart. Thank you for
pressure
your pleasure. Lovely
on
fart.
your face.
Yes.
It is a gas without a container.
No, that proves that you farted. The gas is no longer a container. Therefore, it's farted out into the ether.
But we had a delta T in which you
What?
had pressure without a
Delta T?
container.
Do you want to fucking identify your fart?
You
What are you talking about?
asked for a pressure without a container.
The pressure?
Right?
You are so fake, bro.
Yeah, someone's got to
No, I
bottle
just
up
gave
that
you.
accent.
I gave you the answer you always wanted to hear. You're just too stupid to understand it.
Yeah, okay. What was that, bro?
If I take a bottle,
I don't care.
take a bottle.
At this stage, I don't care what the fuck you take. Take a bottle. And
Okay,
shove it
so
up
you
your ass.
don't want an answer. You want
No,
to
I
be a
don't.
disgusting prick.
Not from you, you fake motherfucker.
Yeah, PMAC, it sounds like you asked him a few minutes ago. Did he show you anything?
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm waiting.
No, you're not. You just told me
No, I'm
you
not.
don't want
You're
an
right the
answer
fuck on
because
that,
you're.
you ball bag.
Shut the fuck up. Can you shut the fuck up?
No, I cannot.
I don't discuss with drunk human beings. I'm sorry. Get
I'm
back
sorry
here
too.
when you're not on drugs.
Go fuck yourself. I don't do drugs. Drugs are bad.
Oh, you are
Yeah.
drunk, aren't you, dude? D-Mac.
Me? I'm always drunk. What the fuck, bro?
Now it makes sense.
Yeah. Well, everything makes sense when I'm drunk. Oh my god. Oh my god.
How long you been a drunk?
40 years? How old am I now?
Oh,
58?
man.
58 fucking years. I was drunk when I was like 2 years old.
Oh man.
If you ask the proper question, how long have you been a flat earther? Well, about 6 years. Thank you, please.
Know the difference between a drunk and an alcoholic?
They're both drunk.
Drunks don't have to go to those pesky meetings.
So anyway,
Amazing you were able to break through the deception, though. Good for you, man. Thank you for all you do.
isn't it wonderful?
Oh, yeah.
Arguable.
Been a blessing and a half. I couldn't believe it.
What do you mean arguable, manufacturer? I heard that. You lame bastard. No, we are definitely deceived, right?
Oh, yeah.
Believe in evolution, PMAC?
Oh, no, Toto. No chance.
Great job, man. Seems like you've let go a lot of these lies that we've been told.
I'm free. Everything's a lie. I said that before, right? Right at the start of my fucking silly, drunken rant. I don't believe in dinosaurs. I don't believe in fucking globe Earth. I don't believe in anything. I believe everything we're told is a lie. Everything.
Suppose there are any flat earthers that do believe in evolution?
Manufactorium was trying to cut in there, but doesn't realize, is that the world is deceiving us. It's not what you think it is. And I leave it at that. Good night. I'll be back.
Yeah, man, in fact, told him you were wondering about flat earthers that believe in evolution. I don't.
Yeah.
That's a good question. I don't know if I've met any. I think generally they've let go of that as well. So you can think of it like the globe is the tree, and evolution is a branch. So
no, there's flat earthers that believe in evolution. The EA.
Okay.
I don't want to name drop them, but yeah, dude, they believe. They're still. I mean, they don't believe in abiogenesis, but they believe in evolution somehow.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah. Well, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. There's a lot of different flat earthers. You've got Muslim flat earthers, agnostic flat earthers. I've met a flat earther who hated God or is very angry at God. I think I met one trans flat earther online and one gay, Alberto. I was wondering if I was ever going to chat with a gay flat earther, and then I crossed his path.
There you go.
Oh yeah, 2 weeks ago I chatted with a gay flat earther on stream.
Really?
Yeah, it was funny.
Was it a
He
guy or
said,
a girl? Okay.
A guy. He said that me speaking about him being a flat earther is almost as speaking about his homosexuality.
You are.
He actually got offended at the same time for being a flat earther and gay at the same time.
You're not actually friends, you silly bastard. Yeah.
Yeah. They used to have to keep it in the closet. Now they have to keep globe in the closet for a while.
Agent,
yeah.
You sound a little flamboyant yourself, dude.
Yeah.
Do you want to come to my room to check?
No. You sound like you closed the. He's a little flamboyant. That's a French word, isn't it, too?
I can even read you a guess without a container if you really want to come.
Agent sounds like he shuts the fridge with his hips.
Do you want to feel my guess without a container?
Why don't we just drop the fucking disguise, bro, and talk to us like, who you really are, like. Okay, Agent. Stop with the fucking French shit, bro.
Wait, how are you still talking? I thought I choked you with my fart.
You choked me with your what?
With my gas pressure with my ass.
Oh, wait, that's a good question. How do we get gas pressure without a container?
Right, so where do you not agree with my example that I gave you?
In every fucking way. How can I?
But listen. You sit next to me, and I constantly release gas upon your face. But pressure.
I don't like your fight.
Listen. Pressure is a force acting on an area. So me releasing gas on you is exactly what you asked for.
I'd knock you the fuck out. You release gas at me, bro.
He's really just gassing himself.
Yeah. I would
man.
knock you the fuck out. I'm not a fighting man.
Yeah, but before he released that gas, wasn't it in a container? Before he released that gas?
Yes, it was in the container, I see.
That's clever.
That's pretty good.
But outside the container, it was still a gas, right?
Where's the gas, bro?
It went down. Did it go down or go up?
He's been unleashed.
Always down.
Depends where PMA face is.
Bro,
no,
if you see me with
Dumak, did you listen to the whole example?
No, let's not go. Repeat it, please.
I think taking back hidden was also some of my guess.
No.
What is up or down? What is up or down?
That's
what
is
up or down?
That's what he's saying, Agent. what he's asking, bro.
What size of the ball? Amazing, amazing.
Is he fucking Jewish?
In your question, did you mention how big is the ball? Is it like your little shrinking ball?
36,000.
It matters. It matters.
3,600
It matters. It matters.
It matters.
Are you bigger than the ball or smaller than the ball?
I think you answered your own question.
Hello, my name is Burbeck. I am a Burbeck. I will always be Ed Burbeck.
So what's the size of the ball? Nobody? Nobody gave you an answer?
Time's
For
ticking.
10 years and nobody gave you an answer?
Answer?
Cool, so the earth is flat. You can shut up right now. I concede, okay, the earth is flat, you don't need to talk. I don't want to listen to you. Yes, the earth is flat.
Too late.
The earth is flat, now show me how. Show me. Show me.
Water.
How'd you measure that?
That's good.
About 90 degrees. Good one.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Oh, I'm sorry. 90 degrees away.
Nowhere. Oh, I got it. 360. 360. It depends. I have to measure it. I have to measure it.
What?
I have to measure it.
Wait.
It doesn't matter. I have to fucking measure it.
Who released Dumak out of his cage?
Can I measure
I
it?
don't know. $6,210 miles away.
Dumak, do you ever sleep? Oh my god, it worries you that much? That much
Well,
you
it's a
worry
big
about
question.
flat earth? Why do you care? Why do you care? Who is you? Who is you? Who is you? What is what? What is what? Who is you?
Wait.
Is this a new song?
I can answer that. I can answer.
Is he AI? This is a real person?
Okay, okay, I can't answer that.
This is a real person?
I think so, yeah. Yes, yes, great. Thing is,
Might be AI that's short
from a
circuited.
very young age, you're wondering about the shape of the Earth and what things are and why it's happening and what the hell is this we're living on. And from a very young age, you're looking
I'm
at
pretty sure in some stage someone took Dumac and wrote a script and planted his bot in all the servers. And there is no real Dumac.
true curvature, bro. That's what we're asking. He's not even friends.
Essie, can you mute him?
No, don't fucking mute D-Mark. Why would you mute D-Mark? He's fine, bro.
Cause he's not listening. He's
No,
not
you're a
listening.
ballbag.
He,
Shut up. Don't. Why would you even suggest that?
it's against monologuing.
Okay, okay. D-Mark, you are kind of monologuing a wee bit. He's kind of right. No, but he's kind of right. Can you take a breath? One breath. Two breaths. Three breaths. Take a breath, bro. So, fake French guy. I'm sorry. What is my name? Je m'appelle.
Dude, I have a name. I have a
Yeah.
name. I
Yes.
also have guesses.
What is your fucking name?
Agent.
Oh no, that's not your fucking
Makes
name.
sense. Agent Smith.
What is your actual name?
M.
M.
Agent.
Okay,
M Agent.
How bad does it feel to be French?
I will tell you when I will be French.
Call him Agent Frenchie.
I don't know. Do you know? But what's the difference in that scenario that you gave between flat Earth or but you're still underwater in both cases, right? And in both cases, I released a guess on you. Are you to my right or are you to my left?
Typical fucking French, just like to fart everywhere.
Dude, I need to know where are you standing so
You're
I
fucking
can better
obsessed with
Open the
farts,
window.
bro.
Make sure you open the window.
Which way does the wind blow? Listen.
Dude,
What?
how can I
Go,
attack you
Mascot.
if I don't know where are you standing?
No
What do
water
you mean
video.
air is being held down?
I make the proof go up or down. I don't know. Oh. So is there any proof of fucking curvature? At all? Or gravity? Yeah. Same thing, yeah. That's the two questions. So it's still not okay. So I'm doing all right.
Was it Einstein or
All,
Newton
all
that
of
had
all,
that said water is in the sky?
So, wait. So what was that? What was that? Manufacturing?
The ocean's in the sky?
wait, so Newton designed the science of farting?
No, he made the air go below the water. So we have rivers in the sky and all the air is on the ground. The other water. Plus the gravity.
So if fart bubbles go upwards in water, where's the gravity?
It's the thing that's pulling the water down. Water
No,
doesn't like to stay above holes in the water.
why am I making an example of fart bubbles to prove gravity? Okay.
From the guy who's talking about is that what I said?
Something similar.
No, I was
Yeah, yeah.
asking if it was
Wait,
Newton.
wait, Dumak. If the sky is water
A
with
giant fart bubble.
firmament,
I didn't say that either.
You said something similar.
I think you're hallucinating.
did someone talk about the dome? Do you believe
what
in
I
the
heard.
dome?
Of course there's
He
dome.
probably does.
What else is there?
Okay. PMA.
All right, bro.
PMA. Wait, Dumak, let me ask him. Why
Oh.
are you interfering? PMA, there is a dome, right?
Hang on. He's talking to me, Demuck, apparently. Right? So hypothetically, there's a dome.
Yes, there is a dome. Okay, so how are you not feeling my farts under the dome?
Right,
I mean,
okay,
it's the same system.
Okay. Listen, if you're not going to take it seriously, I have no interest in talking to you. If you're going to be a dickhead, I enjoy a joke, but I think it's time for
No,
some
but
I know you French people, you like a fats, and German people they like a shit. But if you're gonna go there, I don't know how I can fucking have a conversation with you because you don't seem intelligent enough.
do you understand? Do you understand?
No, I understand
If
you're not intelligent enough to debate with me. So thank you, please.
Actually, I'm intelligent enough to
I don't
understand
think
there
so.
is no
I don't think
debate.
so. I think you're obsessed with farts. I think you like to be farted on. I think you are a fart. And I think
I think
the wife you would call her
okay.
Mrs. Fart.
No fart. Let's talk about clouds. Clouds?
No, let's talk about
Do you accept clouds? Clouds? You accept clouds?
No, I don't accept. I don't accept what I can see in front of my face. No, not at all. No. Of course
Can
not.
you touch a cloud?
Well, it's water. I say it's Egypt.
Yes, Dumak. What is a cloud? No, I don't teach you. I just ask questions.
Oh, this is so fucking pathetic. So anyway, agent, do you believe in the globeth?
Unicorns are absolutely
Is it
real.
even the color blue?
That's crazy, like color blue. My favorite color is green, by the way. I like green. Well, and also that's true. That's true.
Or is technically a cloud?
What is water is technically cloud?
It's just
Okay, let's talk about gases then.
So
Gases.
no. Wait. So cloud is a water vapor, right? So technically a
Vapor?
gas.
Vapor. What the fuck's a vapor, bro?
Cloud is a water vaporating
Vapor.
to gas.
And what's your point?
because we can bring water to a
Gas pressure without a container.
What?
Dude, we have clouds. If you
Yes,
don't
we
know
do.
what a cloud is, I cannot even try. Cloud is water.
Interestingly, in the weather modeling system, they did have a lot of trouble modeling out the clouds and the what's it called evaporation process. Go read some of their weather modeling program papers.
Modulation. Weathering modulation.
Oh.
Yes, Tyler, you are close. And so,
Modeling.
what is a cloud?
Is that it?
Water.
Is it a pressure system without a container?
I accidentally put this one.
Well, I think he's
I
trying to
keep
get
giving
some-
you examples
he's
of
trying to get some kind of
pressure
point.
without
What I'm getting
container. You just ignore it.
What do you mean without a
point-
container?
What point are you trying to make?
What pressure is in a cloud?
Make your point, bro.
The water droplets are holding a structure. Okay, it doesn't break down, which means a gas is contained.
So we have a water dome. Is that what you're
So
saying?
there's a container.
There's a
No,
water
I'm just
dome.
saying if you take one cloud
The water's
as an
above.
example, no, one cloud as an example shows you
You know the Bible
you
talks
can
about that.
have what?
The water's above and the water's below. If water's like
No.
container.
No.
I don't know, just a thought.
Just tell us what you're thinking.
I'm not talking about scripture. I'm talking a simple example.
I'm just messing with them.
I know.
Because you're a fucking cunt, I know you. Yes.
Yeah?
Agent.
Well, God bless you.
Yes.
Explain.
You're a
Hope you have a wonderful-
disgusting piece of shit and you cannot admit
I hope you have a wonderful
your
day, by
own
the way.
problem.
Demons.
Yeah, God bless you, sir.
How does
Oh,
water
oh,
how does
weirdo.
water cloud explain globe Earth? Please tell us.
It doesn't.
Okay.
You just you
so
are
what's your
trying
point?
my point is you are trying to falsify the globe model, which you
No-
don't understand. But anyway, you're trying using gas pressure without container. I just gave you Dumak, can you shut the fuck up while someone talk?
Probably not. How the fuck does that follow?
Yeah, explain. Explain.
You don't know what
Explain.
something is unless you make
Wait.
it. I've never made a car. I know what a car is. I've never built a house. I know what a house is.
Say nothing.
I made a couple of chairs, but
But
I knew what
cloud.
chairs were before I actually made
Cloud. Great cloud. What the fuck, bro? Yeah.
Do I need to make a cloud to know what a cloud is?
So what's your point?
Hey, don't
Okay,
stoop down to their
calm
level.
down.
Yeah, let's chill. Let's
What's
chill.
your
We're
point?
Let
doing
them
good.
do that. Let them do that.
Calm
It's
down.
just a regular Tuesday for dinner.
What's your point? What's your point?
We just want to model.
So you have clouds, water, clouds. Dimok, I'm trying to figure out what they're talking about. Like, yeah, Okay, yeah, we're
No, I can say you're stupid without saying anything. Even you just open your mouth and everyone knows you're stupid.
Don't project. Don't project.
I give up.
Oh, Tyler, aren't
This
you
is
busy
this is all
scamming
D-Mock's
someone?
gonna do, ladies and gentlemen. This is it right here.
They know.
This is the
They like that.
climax.
Okay.
Well, this is gonna change or it's not gonna be. It's up to you guys.
I'd just like to know why a cloud proves a globe Earth. That's all I want to.
I don't think anybody
I
says
just
it.
I don't want to know anything else. I want to. I did there. I did there. Nothing.
So you agree nobody said clouds prove the globe.
Listen, okay, manufacturing. Let's forget about clouds. What is the one? Let's,
This
what is
once
it? What is
once
the
the
one proof?
globers proved to the flat earthers that flat earth doesn't work, this is how the flat earthers take lure the globers back in. They have guys like D-Mock sit there and just run their mouth nonstop until you trigger a fucking glober, and then the cycle repeats. The cycle repeats. Break the cycle. Bring us a working model, please.
You too. Where's your weather model? Where's your weather model?
Yeah, Glory, they don't have a model. They don't have anything.
Spinning water ball. Look, that's up to them, man. Spinning water ball. Prove it. Prove it. Dima.
Did you?
All right, present the model then.
No,
Present the model then.
I'd be happy not for a model. I'd be happy to see this horizontal line that Demock's done.
Manufacturing, can I ask you
line you
something?
drew?
Can I ask you something?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Okay. Right. D-Mark, shut the fuck up.
Good luck with that.
Good luck with that.
Are you gonna go?
You know, well, give me a fucking second here. I'm trying to get my thoughts together. Right, so a model. So science is all about models. If you can make a model and replicate it, therefore it must be science. That's probably true. There's like, how many are there now? 5 or 6? 5 laws? I'm not quite sure. Make a model of a spinning water ball in a vacuum with water adherent to the outside of the ship. Go.
Now, when you say model, do you mean like a physical
No,
model?
okay, well, anything like plasticine, paper mache, anything you like. Just make me a model of what they see is occurring in reality, and then prove that in a model.
Good luck trying to get that.
What?
Good luck, because I've been asking for models for a long time for certain things, never got one.
Okay.
So, well, I think what you've been asking for is slightly different. I think.
Speak up,
Sorry. I think what Taylor's been asking for many, however long she says, is slightly different than what you're asking, PMAC. Like, sounds like PMAC is asking for a physical model, like a little miniature that I can put on my desktop that uses gravity to keep the water on the ball.
Manufacturing. Can I tell you a little secret?
Sure.
Yeah. Anything in science, you can make a mini manufactorium of it. If you can't, it doesn't.
Many worth with many physics.
Manu. Wait, sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
But I don't agree. I don't think that's true.
That's
you can't make
fine.
a model of anything in physics. We can't make a model of the atom, for example. Although you might say that that's a reason if it doesn't exist, but I would say there's many things we can't just make a miniature model of.
Okay, that's a good point. Let me think about that. Go ahead. Can you make a model of a spinning water ball, a spinning ball in a vacuum with water adhering to the exterior of the ship? Can you do that?
We can model it. We can make like a
pretend.
No, not pretend. We can write a system
Actually do it
that models the mathematics and the physics of it, but it wouldn't
Right.
be a physical object.
Have you ever seen something like that?
Yeah.
Where?
Sandbox, for example. You
No,
know
no.
Can you send a link?
Yeah, please.
I
Because this will be the first time.
Called Universe Sandbox.
I'm okay with the computer simulation.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
You don't actually want to know these things. This is what I'm claiming. You don't want to know these things. You're not actually wanting to know.
You see me live in a
This is the
simulation.
game. To go by another day.
I thought it was free.
Hey, butt leaker. Butt
Hey,
leaker.
D-Mock, it's all good though. Arrogance really brings the Globers around. So just keep it up. The numbers are growing. Just keep it up. There's nothing a Glober loves more than an arrogant, ignorant person like D-Mock. Imagine you're a scholar. You go to school. You have masters. You've got PhDs, and no one is there. No one is there to hear what you have to say. But a guy like D-Mock, a clown, guys line up to hear this clown. It is what it is.
What is going on, dude?
D-Mark,
Get him,
kinda
Glory,
right.
get him.
He's kind of right, bro. Camera show.
Hey, D-Mark, show us a globe in a lab. Show us a model in the lab.
Yeah, so if a helicopter takes off, right, it picks up, right, and the Earth's spinning, it just like hovers. I mean, wait, D-Mark, let the Glober answer this one. So a helicopter picks up, and it picks up and goes, "Ooh, I'm hovering, look at me," and the Earth's moving underneath it. Does that actually happen? Or is the helicopter moving along with the Earth and it's going upside down and back to front, and then it comes back to the way it used to be, same orientation? I mean, that's crazy, right? Yeah, it's like it hovers, and then the Earth's moving, so what I could just do is like hover here, and then, uh, just no way we can shut you up, is there, bro? Okay, yeah, it's just. I know it's what makes it so crazy. Like these people believe that. Like it's pretty simple. If the Earth is moving, you're in a helicopter. You bought it for yourself because you just won the lottery. You get a helicopter and you hover. You just wait for time to pass, and the Earth moves beneath you, and you come back down. You haven't moved, right? You hovered. You came back down, and the Earth's now 8 hours. It's gone back. It doesn't happen, right? That's because the Earth isn't fucking moving, bro.
No, it's because helicopters don't really work that way.
No, they hover. They hover, my friend. It's not
Neither does
spinning. It's not
FE.
moving. By the way, there's no proof of it.
Neither does FE. How's that?
Hang on. It is what it is, bruh. It is what it is, bruh. Good name. I can split this guy up. But I
Don't talk about the spinning part because you've got a ball that's stationary and you don't like that one either. Okay, so
Okay.
be honest with yourself.
Okay, what
Be
about
honest with yourself. It's not the
moving
rotation. It's not the rotation.
No rotation.
Talk about the real problem.
No rotation.
You're welcome. I guarantee you weren't even aware you were doing that. You're
Oh
welcome.
my God! Shut up. It's a rotation. Can you prove rotation? Not Dimok, not you, bro. I'm asking. It is what it is. Can you prove rotation? Take a silence as no. So, right. So if there's no rotation, then what the fuck is the spinning ball about? I know, Dimok. My God, bro. You are hardcore, sir. You are hardcore. No, I'm the only answer I'm looking for is I love everybody and everybody's cool, bro.
So between you two, what setup of flat Earth do you guys align to?
I don't.
All right, let me go on mute. There's no question. So carry on.
Right. Would you come back off mute if you think of a question to ask us that we might possibly answer? Go ahead. Oh my God. It's very very simple, very generic. Prove rotation, prove curvature. All. We had to. D-Muck had to fucking say something. You bastard. At the same time.
Yeah, this whole server is kind of stupid
It's a false
and
friend
pointless. Yeah, PMA. I was busy doing your mom.
Yeah, good luck. You did.
Just so you know.
You like your said corpses?
This is y'all's guy.
Oh my God. Okay, I'm sorry. That was too far. My mom's dead about fucking, 1999? You shag corpses, bro?
Who's guy?
Typical Glober.
Really? After the last half hour
Oh
of
my God.
Demok, that's what you have a problem with?
I didn't say I had a
What's the challenge, dude? No score.
I know a lot of people in here like to act like children, but think they know everything.
I know shit, bro. I know shit. I'll tell you that right now.
Help us out, Rob. Take us out of this, whatever this is, comedy night or whatever.
No, I just got back in here, and it's already just childish antics as soon as I get in here. I don't even know why I come here. I thought I came here for conversations with people to discuss ideas.
I would like to have a
conversation. You hear that, guys? You hear that?
Like, that's, I think, what the server was purposed for. Unless somebody has a different idea of what this server is here for.
Yes, you're
confused. What do you have?
You're confused.
Okay, so maybe you can enlighten me. Whatever your name is, Agent. Awesome name.
Yeah, fake French guy.
Yeah, fake French guy. It is about discussions, not. It's not awakenings. It's not, you know.
Yeah.
Anyway, Rob, what do you think, bro? What do you think?
What do you mean? What do I think? I think about a lot.
Rob, do you have a model? Do you have a model?
Okay, Agent. I would
Where's your
love
model?
to have a conversation with Agent. He seems to think that I need to have a model to just live on Earth.
Do you have a
Well, he
claim?
doesn't
Do you
either.
have a claim? Tyler,
Do I
can you
have a
shut the
claim?
fuck up while I ask Rob something?
Bro,
Can you?
I'll think about it.
Control yourself, bitch.
Don't interrupt the agent. You're going on mute. Don't interrupt.
He's
No,
a little
it
salty.
was fine. He was just being a, I don't know. I wouldn't mind having a conversation. It sounded like Taylor was trying to get in. Go ahead, Taylor, if you want to talk to Agent.
I was just saying he shouldn't have a double standard. If he's asking for a model, he should have one. That's it. That's all I was saying.
Oh, okay.
You can unmute him. I want to hear him go.
You want to see my model?
Yeah.
No, agent, I don't
Yeah,
care
I do.
about your model.
I do.
Oh, okay. Yeah, if you want to
so
show
wait.
Taylor your model of the globe Earth, go ahead.
Wait.
Sir.
God damn it. I'm speaking to you or with Taylor. Can you decide one of you? You know how a discussion
I don't know if
works?
you noticed this, but when I stop talking, I go on mute.
Right. So you said you have ideas about what this server is. So I'm asking you, what is this server about?
Well,
No, Taylor asked you a question, right? Taylor asked you your model.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Taylor, so can you tell me what type of model are
Did he cut out or?
Oh, you cut out. Okay, yeah. I was just asking for like any model, really, computer
Yeah, I
model.
was asked the same thing. I posted one earlier. I don't know if you.
What's it of?
Universe Sandbox.
And what is that model?
It's basically like a simulation
Of what?
of the solar system, the universe. You can play
Is
around
it
with.
predictive? Are you inputting basic physics parameters and seeing what happens, or are you just putting an animation behind what they say is happening?
No, you can put in physics parameters and see what happens.
Okay, so they built it from the bottom up instead of top down.
I don't know what that means in this case.
So there's a difference between an animation and like a computer model testing the validity of different theories or
I
ideas.
don't think this is going to be something so accurate that you can use it to like. It depends what kind of theories you want to test. I mean, this will get your basic physics right, but I don't think it's going to stand at the cutting edge of like.
Can it? It's well, just
Right.
okay. It's fine. What about just like depicting things? Can it depict?
Yeah.
Can it show me like I didn't even finish. Wait, so like a view from the Earth and from like bird's eye view of like these eclipses and stuff?
Yes.
Okay.
That
I'll
was
let you
funny.
get out.
I assumed you were going to ask about eclipses. I apologize.
I mean, I'm just giving a basic. Actually, I was gonna ask for way harder things, but I'm just trying to think of like some of the easiest things.
I'm sorry,
I wonder if they have like the.
you up all the way, and I still can't hear you.
Sorry, I've been told. I'll try to speak up.
How many times, bro?
Can you message me that?
Sound better than usual.
Where in the chat is it?
Hold on.
And what more difficult things like I'm interested in what more difficult things you can come up with to ask about.
Well, I would like them to put in like basic physics parameters and model out, what we would observe from the bottom up instead of the top down. Because a lot of times these are just animations.
Maybe you could
That's
start
it.
small, like from the Earth first, like the ground, like an actual map, which they have. And then once you realize that that's working, then you can spread out to the solar system. Start small first. Start with what flat Earth doesn't have, which is
Hold on,
literally anything.
Hold on, wait. Let me respond. Did they
Wait.
ever get did they ever fix the North and South Pole with the AI in Google Earth? Or is that still all generated?